Chapter 51. The next day. As soon as Xie came back, he saw Su Wenqing was enthusiastically directing the servants to organize a series of utensils needed for the trip. Xie hesitated. "What are you doing?" Su Wenqing smiled like a spring breeze. "Didn't you say that we will go to the western suburbs tomorrow? I will prepare early to avoid being in a hurry tomorrow." Xie's heart skipped a beat, and he calmly tried to probe. "I thought you were not very interested in seeing Lotus." Su Wenqing was asking the servant to put the tea set on the carriage, and she didn't hear it clearly. "Huh? Xie, didn't the eldest lady of the Li family invite you to the Li mansion to appreciate Lotus a few days ago? I saw that you refused on the pretext of illness, so I thought you were not interested in it." Su Wenqing smiled and said, "They are them, and you are you. They don't know how many twists and turns there are in appreciating the Lotus, and they are very tired. But you are different." Xie, can he rearrange it now? Or just find an excuse to go another day? Su Wenqing took Xie's arm. "Didn't you say last time that you wanted to eat chopped pepper fish head? I made it specially today, and didn't put so much pepper. Try it. If it's still spicy, tell me, and I'll put less next time." Xie, he thinks there won't be a next time, because this may be the last chopped pepper fish head in his life. Su Wenqing saw that Xie's face was not very good. She raised her head and said with concern, "What's wrong?" "Xie, I have a colleague who threw a big birthday party for his wife in order to set up a trap." Su Wenqing, is your colleague a beast? Xie, why do you say that? Su Wenqing, his wife would be so happy to see him throw her a birthday party. And then on her birthday she found out it was just a trap. His wife would definitely think if he didn't set up the trap, he wouldn't throw her a birthday party. "No," Xie hastily explained. "He would, but he just happened to catch up." Su Wenqing was looking forward to tomorrow's trip to the western suburbs, so she didn't pay much attention to what he said, and said "oh" perfunctorily. Xie, and he regrets it now, because he didn't expect his wife to care so much about this matter. Su Wenqing, of course she cares. After all, it's rare to see her husband take the initiative to worry about her so much. Xie, Su Wenqing, and there's no use regretting it. You can't set up a plan and then not go away at the end. Xie cautiously probed, or he can change another way. That is, not hold a birthday party, but hold something else instead. Su Wenqing, wouldn't his wife be even more sad in this way? If something she has been looking forward to for a long time is suddenly not held, it's better to set up a party. At least she can be happy for a while. Xie nodded thoughtfully. You mean he doesn't need to tell his wife the truth first? Just let his wife be happy for a while. That's about right. Su Wenqing was not interested in Xie's beastly colleague. She responded perfunctorily, then smiled and pushed Xie into the room. Go change clothes quickly. The fish is cold. Xie enjoyed the last dinner in fear. His conscience was condemned again and again under Su Wenqing's smile. Especially during this dinner. His wife picked up dishes for him several times for the first time. The huge psychological pressure made Xie sleepless all night. He finally made it to dawn, and felt a little sleepy. He fell asleep in a daze while holding Su Wenqing. And then he dreamed that Su Wenqing, who knew the truth, wanted to divorce him. He was awakened by a nightmare. And when he opened his eyes again, he found that there was no one in his arms. Xie hurriedly opened the bed curtain, and just happened to see Su Wenqing humming a song while carrying breakfast. Xie saw that Su Wenqing looked like she had already washed up, and his heart sank again. You know, on weekdays, his wife would not get up until the sun was high in the sky. Su Wenqing smiled brightly. I just went out for a look. Today is sunny, and the weather is better than yesterday. It is very suitable for going out. Xie, the sun is good, but he just feels that he is worse. Su Wenqing, since you are up, then get up early to eat, and go out early. I am worried that the sun will be too strong at noon. Xie hesitated a little, because he felt that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. So according to his idea, he actually wanted to explain now. But he looked at Su Wenqing's smile, and remembered what Su Wenqing said yesterday. Forget it. You can't judge others too much by yourself. After all, everyone cares about different things. So you should listen to your wife. Seeing Xie in a daze, Su Wenqing waved her hand in front of Xie. Didn't you sleep well last night? Did I wake you up too early? After Xie made up his mind, he adjusted his mentality in a second. He grabbed Su Wenqing's hand and smiled. How could I wake you up? I didn't even notice you got up. Seeing Xieshan finally return to normal, Su Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She felt that he was a little strange since dinner last night. It was a good thing to take her out to play. But Xieshan's series of reactions always made her feel that she might be sold. Xieshan pulled Su Wenqing's hand and got up from the bed. While washing, he asked, "What did you make for breakfast? It smells delicious." Su Wenqing served a bowl of porridge to Xieshan. Picking egg and lean meat porridge. "Try it." Xieshan took a bite and his face softened. "Not bad. Delicious. I've never eaten it before. Did you get up early to make it?" Su Wenqing saw Xieshan's touched face and didn't have the heart to tell him that she had given the recipe to the kitchen last night. And she just brought the porridge in when she got up early to go to the kitchen. Forget it. Not all misunderstandings need to be explained clearly. Let's keep the beautiful misunderstandings in each other's hearts forever. Xieshan's heart was repeatedly tormented by constant condemnation and incomparable touching. He used a spoon to stir the thick porridge in the bowl. The taste of the picking egg and lean meat had been cooked into the porridge. The meat and picking egg were soft, glutinous and refreshing, and melted in the mouth. It was obvious that it took a lot of thought and time to make it. His wife was so attentive to him. But he finally invited her out for a trip, and she had other things to do. Xieshan was disgusted and deeply disgusted in his heart. Su Wenqing saw Xieshan lowering his head to stir the porridge in the bowl, neither continuing to eat nor making a sound. She was a little uneasy. She didn't know how many hours it would take to cook porridge on the stove. Could it be that Xieshan saw something? TSK. Misunderstandings should be made clear. No matter how beautiful the misunderstanding is, it should be explained well. Actually, this porridge. Xieshan looked up and met Su Wenqing's eyes. His deep eyes contained emotion, guilt, apology and guilt. He took Su Wenqing's hand and said solemnly, "I'm sorry. I will treat you well in the future." Su Wenqing forgot what she was going to say when Xieshan suddenly looked at her affectionately. She felt her cheeks getting hot, and she didn't pay much attention to what Xieshan said. She looked away and pretended to be calm. "It's okay. Eat quickly, and we'll go out early after eating." Anjing City in June was not as hot as imagined. The sky was clear and the air was fresh. As long as you don't stand in the midday sun, it's hard to feel the summer heat. The flowers all over the mountains and fields in the suburbs have been replaced by endless green. Lush and green. The cicadas' sounds come and go in the woods, intermittently, which is annoying noise to the ears of people on the road. But it sounds like natural music to the ears of people enjoying the scenery. The carriage slowly went along the mountain road to the western suburbs. Along the way, Su Wenqing opened the curtain several times. Xieshan saw Su Wenqing's face full of doubt and puzzlement, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Su Wenqing pulled up the curtains and asked quietly, "Has something big happened in Anjing City recently?" Xieshan smiled unchanged. His face was calm. "Why do you ask?" "Su Wenqing, if nothing big happened, why did you bring so many guards?" Xieshan didn't expect this to arouse suspicion from others. He quickly calculated in his mind and made sure that the number of people he brought out would not exceed the number of guards that normally accompany female relatives when going out. And then he asked calmly, "I remember that you and your mother went fishing in the suburbs last time. Didn't you also bring so many people?" "Su Wenqing, isn't it because only your mother and I are going? Your mother doesn't know martial arts, and I am powerless. If we meet a thief, won't I be at the mercy of him?" Xieshan asked, "If you and I were to go out with so many guards, would it look unusual?" Su Wenqing thought for a while. It wouldn't be unusual. After all, we are going out of town. I saw other people who went out with the women in the mansion brought more guards. It's just that you and I went out alone last time at the farm. So I thought you didn't like to bring people with you. Xieshan thought about it carefully and found that his wife knew him unexpectedly. If he was just going out to appreciate the lotus, he probably wouldn't bring so many people. And I see that there are many good people in the mansion among the guards you brought with you. Did something really happen? Su Wenqing always felt that with Xieshan's skills, he would not need to bring so many people when he went out normally. It was not like he was going to do anything that required violence. If the city is not safe, we should not go. It doesn't matter where we see the lotus. Xieshan smiled when he saw Su Wenqing's cautious and life-saving look. Don't worry. There will be no danger. Su Wenqing felt that Xieshan's calmness did not seem to be fake. After all, with Xieshan's thoughtful character, he would not send himself into danger just to reward a lotus. Su Wenqing suppressed all kinds of sword-fighting speculations in his mind. Maybe just to be on the safe side. Thinking this way, it does not conflict with Xie Xian's steady and thoughtful personality. After figuring this out, Su Wenqing quietly removed the knife that was hanging over his head. The crisis was gone, and Su Wenqing suddenly became active. In the past, he thought there was an ambush when he saw the mountains, and an assassination when he saw the water. Now the mountains are beautiful, and the water is clear. Well, the air in the suburbs feels fresher than in the city. Su Wenqing jumped down almost as soon as the carriage stopped. Xie Xian silently reached out to help an empty hand and took it back. Su Wenqing rubbed his waist and back, turned back and smiled at Xie Xian. Every time I ride a carriage, I have an illusion that I am going to be shaken apart. Is it the same when riding a horse? Xie Xian thought this might be an opportunity to ask for forgiveness. Do you want to try it? If you want to try, I will take you on a horse on the way back. Su Wenqing nodded after a little thought. Okay. It happens that I haven't ridden a horse yet. Xie Xian was a little relieved. It would be fine if there was a chance to make up for it. He could still coax her on the way back. Chapter 52. Su Wenqing originally thought that Xie Xian's lotus appreciation in the western suburbs would be in some royal garden, or at least in some wealthy family's courtyard outside the city. So before coming, she specifically asked Xie's mother and prepared all kinds of tea sets, pens, inkstones, and inkstones that these noble sons might use to appreciate flowers. She even almost went to the south of the city to hire a music troupe. Anyway, the music lady of that family had said that as long as Mr. Xie invited her, she would come for free no matter when and where. Maybe for others, no matter when and where this is more touching. But for Su Wenqing, free of charge is really admirable. So when Su Wenqing followed Xie Xian through the forest path and came to a muddy and muddy ground, she was extremely grateful that she didn't ask Chunyang for help. Otherwise, if Chunyang saw that the perfect Mr. Xie in her mind was actually like this, she would shed so many tears when she went back. Xie Xian saw Su Wenqing's face full of indescribable expressions, and his tone was a little uncertain. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Su Wenqing looked at the endless lotus flowers in the lake in front of her, and then looked at the muddy ground around her where there was no place to step. How to say it? The scenery is beautiful, but isn't the viewing environment a bit bad? If she had known this earlier, why would she wear a skirt? Wouldn't it be more convenient to change into a servant's clothes? If she walked around the lotus pond in this outfit, she would definitely fall into the mud after walking out. Su Wenqing saw the cautiousness and expectation in Xie Xian's eyes, and sighed silently in her heart. Okay, what else can she do except pampering him? Su Wenqing gritted her teeth and smiled with the heart of sacrificing her life for a gentleman. I like it. I have never seen such a beautiful lotus pond. Xie Xian knew what Su Wenqing was thinking when he saw her erratic eyes and fake smile. He smiled helplessly. How can I let you go? Ah? Su Wenqing was picked up by Xie Xian before she could react. She suddenly lost her strength and panicked. She subconsciously hugged Xie Xian's neck with both hands. She didn't know how Xie Xian used his strength, but she felt that her body had landed on a small boat in the lake. Su Wenqing was shocked. She looked at the place where they had just stood on the shore, and then looked at the wooden boat under her feet. It turned out that there was a light skill in the world that could leave no trace even when the wind passed by. Xie Xian saw the surprise and admiration in Su Wenqing's eyes, and his smile unconsciously brought a bit of satisfaction and pride. For the first time in his life, he felt that it was not a bad thing to be forced to practice martial arts by his stubborn father when he was young. The wooden boat was docked in the layers of lotus flowers. The breeze on the lake was mixed with the faint fragrance of lotus flowers, which was refreshing and very comfortable when blowing on people. It was the first time for Su Wenqing to sit on this kind of wooden boat that she had to paddle by herself. She was obviously more interested in these two wooden oars than lotus leaves reaching the sky. It is a bit bigger than the lotus in the sunlight. Su Wenqing paddled the wooden paddle eagerly. Are we going to row by ourselves? Xie Xian glanced at the sky and saw that it was still early. He smiled with a hint of indulgence. If you want to row, you can try, but it's very tiring. Su Wenqing knew that Xie Xian understood her. She looked around with the paddle. I'm not afraid of being tired. Anyway, you will row if you can't row anymore. I'm just worried that I will capsize the boat later. Xie Xian was amused by Su Wenqing's frankness. Don't worry. At most I can't grasp the direction, but it will definitely not capsize. With Xie Xian's words to protect her, Su Wenqing was completely relieved. After an instant's stick of time, The wooden boat was safely and steadily parked on the water, which indeed proved that what Xieshan said was true. But Su Wenqing shook her sore arms, gnashing her teeth as she glanced at Xieshan, who was sitting at the bow, and couldn't help laughing. Didn't they say that the direction was hard to grasp? Why didn't they row for a long time without moving? Xieshan laughed out loud when he saw Su Wenqing looking like he was angry with himself and almost pissed himself off to death. He thought that if his wife couldn't row the boat today, she might get pissed off to death on the boat. What are you laughing at? Don't laugh. Su Wenqing gritted her teeth in anger. Why didn't this bastard give her a way out? Where's his consideration? Where's his care? Has he fed the dogs? Xieshan didn't hear Su Wenqing's inner cry, but was very considerate. Su Wenqing was so tired that she didn't even want to roll her eyes. She married a husband who didn't know how to cherish women. What could she do? She was helpless. Su Wenqing thrust the paddle into the water fiercely, pulled it, and flipped it. Splash! The paddle flipped up huge waves, splashing Master Xia's face very accurately. Xieshan. Su Wenqing was stunned and threw away the paddle and laughed. Xieshan wiped the water off his face, got up, pressed Su Wenqing in his arms, and scolded him. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. You can't row the boat, but you are very smooth with the paddle. Su Wenqing wiped the tears of laughter on Xieshan's clothes, and then buried herself in his arms and said, Brother Xian, I can't row anymore. After Su Wenqing's observations over the past few days, Xieshan had no principles and no resistance to such calls. Well, it was limited to under the bed, and he couldn't yell on the bed. Sure enough, Xieshan didn't say anything after hearing this, but just rubbed Su Wenqing's head. Sit down and rest for a while. I'll row. Su Wenqing found a good way for herself, saving both face and money. She pushed Xieshan away contentedly after hearing this, sat on the bow like a master, pointed to the other side of the lake, and said in a domineering manner, Row? There is smoke over there. There should be a house. Let's go over and take a look. Xieshan saw the empty arms, and the 2 gray claw marks on the cuffs, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry, no matter if he was acting coquettishly or pretending to be good. His wife would never know how to finish the show. Xieshan resigned himself to picking up the oars, and squinted slightly when he looked at the cliff at the end of the smoke. Su Wenqing sat on the wooden chair at the bow of the boat with her legs crossed and admired the lotus flowers. After looking around, she suddenly asked, Didn't you bring a lot of guards when you came out? Where are they? Don't they need to follow us? Xieshan, how can a wooden boat hold so many people? They are all nearby. If there is any danger, they will appear. Su Wenqing nodded. She saw that there seemed to be a temple on the cliff at the end of the smoke. She pointed in that direction and asked Xieshan, What is that place? Xieshan took a look and said, Guangji Temple is the only temple around Anjing City that can be as famous as Hua Temple. However, unlike the tradition of Hua Temple that only receives dignitaries, Guangji Temple adheres to the concept of saving all living beings. Therefore, whether it is nobles or commoners, whether they are guilty or innocent, as long as they walk into the temple to ask for help, they will help them. Su Wenqing said, TSK, and shook his head silently. Xieshan smiled and said, Why are you shaking your head? Su Wenqing, I am just sighing that if the monk who set this concept for Guangji Temple returns to secular life and does business, he will definitely become a figure. Xieshan felt that Su Wenqing's perspective on things was somewhat different. He became interested when he heard it. Oh, how do you say? Su Wenqing, do you know there is a word called audience? The audience of Hua Temple is the powerful nobles. This group of people is very popular. Every temple wants to win over Hua Temple. But because Hua Temple is a royal temple, no temple can compete with Hua Temple in front of this group of audience. And Guangji Temple is very smart. They did not try their best to win over the nobles, but put the audience on the ordinary people who are not covered by Hua Temple. Do you think the monk who set this concept has a good business mind? Xieshan laughed and cried, Don't talk nonsense about your idea in the temple. They adhere to the principle of saving the world and helping people. What you said makes the incense smell vulgar. Su Wenqing propped up her head to admire Xieshan rowing, and found that Xieshan could maintain his demeanor no matter what he did. Rowing is obviously a physical job, but Xieshan rowing is a pleasant feeling. Su Wenqing held up a lotus leaf she picked to cool off. While enjoying the beautiful scenery, she chatted casually, Do you believe in gods and Buddhas? Xieshan, outside the 6 directions, the saints do not speak. Su Wenqing savored Xiaxian's words, frowned slightly, as if in deep thought. After a long time, she gave up and sighed. You are right. Most things in this world are really hard to explain. Some people say man can conquer nature, and some people say there is a destiny in the dark. And I don't know who to believe. Xiaxian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, and he felt that Su Wenqing's words were not just a casual sigh. However, before he could ask further questions, Su Wenqing changed the subject. Su Wenqing, why do I feel that you are particularly familiar with this area and the small boat in the middle of the lake? Have you made preparations in advance to bring me here to play? Xiaxian, it is true that you have studied the terrain in advance, and it is also true that you have made preparations, but the purpose is a little bit off. Su Wenqing didn't expect Xiaxian to be so attentive to take her out for a trip. Although the environment is not as comfortable as the specially repaired garden, the scenery is indeed excellent. Maybe this is what these noble sons think is unconventional. Su Wenqing and Xiaxian smiled at each other in tacit understanding, but the former was moved and the latter was guilty. At the end of the lotus leaves in the lake is the rugged cliff behind Guangji Temple. Under the cliff is a small wooden house built against the mountain, and the curling smoke that attracted them all the way was produced by the family's cooking. Sir, madam. A peasant woman heard the noise and came out while wiping her hands. Su Wenqing looked at Xiaxian in confusion. Don't tell me that this lake is the property of the Xia family. Almost. It's private property. Bought last year. Xiaxian took Su Wenqing off the wooden boat, and was very careful not to let her shoes get a little mud stain. This is the first time I've met the young lady. The peasant woman came forward enthusiastically. Although the young master asked me to prepare the usual food, I thought, this is not possible. How can the young lady eat with us? But I don't know what the young lady likes to eat, so I stewed a native chicken on my own initiative. Su Wenqing looked at the peasant woman in front of him suspiciously, and then looked at Xiaxian. Isn't this her interest? What's the matter with this situation that has been arranged long ago? Xiaxian smiled awkwardly, winked at the peasant woman without leaving a trace, and then hugged Su Wenqing and walked into the house. Chicken soup is good. Don't you like chicken soup the most? Su Wenqing felt that Xiaxian's behavior was very suspicious. She let Xiaxian hug her into the house before asking, Are you hiding something from me? Xiaxian helped Su Wenqing sit down in front of the table, and said carefully with a hint of flattery, It is indeed something. Su Wenqing narrowed her eyes and looked at Xiaxian. Tell me, what's going on? Xiaxian's brain was working fast. He was thinking about how to explain this matter to Su Wenqing so as to get the most lenient treatment. Su Wenqing, huh? Xiaxian spoke with difficulty. Actually, I set up a trap. Clang. Bang. Who is it? The sudden sound of fighting outside the house broke the silence. Xiaxian. Su Wenqing glanced at the closed door and looked at Xiaxian with a smile. Oh? So you are that colleague. Xiaxian. He thought that what his wife really wanted to say might be oh. So you are that beast. Chapter 53. While Xiaxian was paying attention to the movements outside the house, he carefully observed the expression of his wife. Su Wenqing smiled very generous. Why don't you go out and take a look? Xiaxian shook his head like a rattle. What a joke. Leaving his wife alone in the room in this situation. What if the assassin of the Pei family accidentally broke in? Besides, it's not the right time yet, and it's too deliberate to go out now. Young master. The voice of the guard of the Xia mansion sounded outside the door. Xiaxian's expression was still the expression of I was wrong. Please forgive me. But his voice had become as calm as before. What happened? The guard outside the door reported back. It was the eldest son of the Pei family who was chased. Xiaxian's tone was a little surprised and worried. Hunted? What's going on? Hurry up. Save the person first. Su Wenqing. What palace fighting? House fighting. It's not enough in front of these people who are mixed in the officialdom. Xiaxian rubbed his nose. He pulled Su Wenqing's sleeve. I want to ask for a chance to explain. Su Wenqing nodded. Okay. I agree. Xiaxian said, Pei family. Reporting to the young master. The eldest son of the Pei family has been rescued. He is fine. Just slightly injured. For the first time, Xiaxian felt that the good skills of his guards were not necessarily a good thing. He looked at Su Wenqing deeply. Su Wenqing couldn't stand Xiaxian's look the most. It was affectionate, but also full of cautious expectations. Although he didn't say anything, it made people want to take out the gold and silver in their home to please him. Su Wenqing poured herself a cup of cold tea, drank it and calmed down. Then put the cup down. Tell me, how do you want me to cooperate? Xiaxian's expression was like the first clearing after the snow. He hugged Su Wenqing and kissed her, and quickly explained the things that needed attention. The moment he turned around and opened the door, all his emotions were covered under the mask. Brother Chengyu. Xiaxian came forward. His face was full of sincere concern, and then with a bit of just the right amount of surprise, as if he really passed by here and happened to see this. Pei Chengyu wiped the blood off his face with the help of the guards of Xia Mansion. His face was very complicated. Under the blankness of surviving the disaster, there were various emotions such as pain, anger and gratitude. Shuren, this time it's really thanks to you. Otherwise. Xie Shuren took Pei Chengyu from the guards and looked concerned. What's the matter? Are you in trouble? Pei Chengyu smiled bitterly. What other troubles can I encounter? The real troubles have never left me since I was born. Xie Shuren understood. And he whispered, you have retreated so much. Your second brother still won't let you go? Pei Chengyu smiled bitterly. Yes. I tolerate everything and retreat step by step. Whenever Pei Rui is there, I will take the initiative to avoid it. But even if I try so hard, he still doesn't trust me. Xiaxian, everyone likes to judge others by their own standards. You are the eldest son of Lord Pei. You are capable. And you are valued by the emperor. Many elders in the Pei family have praised you in public. It is inevitable that your second brother is afraid of you. Pei Chengyu's tone was full of resentment, and his voice unconsciously rose a few degrees. He is the legitimate son. I am a concubine. And my father. Pei Chengyu paused. My father has always disliked me. No matter how many times the position of the head of the Pei family will be passed, it will never be my turn. I just want to earn some fame in the court with my own ability. Is it possible that only if I resign and die in a foreign land, will he, Pei Rui, be satisfied? Xiaxian didn't say anything, just smiled good-naturedly. Pei Chengyu, sorry. I'm not targeting you. Oh, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Xiaxian smiled and said, it's just hard to let go. I understand. You were brilliant in your youth. But because of your mother, you were never favored by your father. It was not easy to pass the imperial examination. And your second brother made things difficult for you in your official career. These years have been difficult for you. The most precious thing in the world is that someone can truly understand your difficulties. Pei Chengyu felt that Xiaxian's words were like the first sun in winter, adding a little warmth to his heart exposed in the freezing cold. Pei Chengyu was very moved. He held back the tears that were about to burst out of his eyes. I have lived a life worthwhile to have you as a confidant. If it weren't for your care over the years, I really don't know when I would have a chance to succeed under Pei Rui's suppression. Xiaxian smiled gently. I help Brother Chengyu for friendship. And also because I admire Brother Chengyu's talent. I really can't bear to see Brother Chengyu's talent buried like this. Pei Chengyu felt that Xiaxian's words were both considerate and soothing. He patted Xiaxian on the shoulder, and his gratitude was beyond words. Xiaxian's smile remained unchanged. While supporting Pei Chengyu, he took the golden wound medicine handed over by the guard. These are all trivial matters. As long as the Green Mountains are there is no need to worry about the future. Pei Chengyu glanced at the corpses that had not been cleaned up under the cliff, and his smile was a little bitter. If I can escape this time, I may have to do it next time. This time I was lucky to meet you. Will I have the luck to escape next time? Xiaxian opened and closed his lips several times, and finally just smiled and said, Brother Chengyu is blessed by heaven. Even if we haven't met, I will definitely be able to turn danger into fortune. Pei Chengyu saw that Xiaxian was hesitant to speak, so he stopped and said seriously, Xian, if you have something to say, you might as well speak frankly. Xiaxian's face showed a bit of hesitation just right. Pei Chengyu, why should we be cautious between you and me? Since you have something to say, you might as well speak frankly. Xiaxian sighed. His tone seemed helpless. But he was thinking about Pei Chengyu. In theory, this is your family's family affair, and I shouldn't say too much. Pei Chengyu, you and I have known each other for several years. You have both supported me and given me a chance. There is no need for these empty formalities between you and me. Now I am in a difficult situation. If you have a good plan to save me from danger, why don't you speak frankly? Xiaxian, it's not a good strategy. I just think that blindly tolerating and retreating may not necessarily bring the expected peace. A good horse is ridden by a good person. And a good person is bullied by a good person. This is an unchanging truth since ancient times. Pei Chengyu was thoughtful after hearing this. What do you mean? Xie Xian's pupils were bottomless. Like an undercurrent. Calm on the surface, but turbulent in the depths. He met Pei Chengyu's gaze. If I were you, I would choose to make a decisive decision and remove the firewood from the bottom of the pot. With the talent of Brother Chengyu. If they hadn't tripped you up, I'm afraid you could go further than you are now. Moreover, since ancient times, great responsibilities have been undertaken by talented people. How do you know that the Pei family will not be better in your hands than in his? Pei Rui's? Pei Chengyu's mood suddenly fluctuated when he heard this. At that moment, many fragments flashed through his mind, including childhood contempt, brother's insults. If the younger brother is disrespectful, why should the elder brother be friends? If the father is unkind, why should the son be filial? Xie Xian was right. Since ancient times, great responsibilities have been shouldered by talented people. Why can't the position of the head of the Pei family be his? But Pei Chengyu looked up and looked at Xie Xian. The Pei family is now on the side of the third prince. And because of the matter of the Su family girl, Xie Xian and the third prince have a personal grudge. Although the Xie family has not made a clear statement. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Xie family is more inclined to the first prince between the first prince and the third prince. Is Xie Xian really just thinking about him? Xie Xian naturally knew what Pei Chengyu was thinking. For people with desires, the most fearful thing is not you can't, but you can. He knew that Pei Chengyu was wary of him. Since the seeds had been planted, Xie Xian stopped talking after saying this. He smiled and said, of course, a harmonious family is the best. After all, they are brothers. It would be best if they can live in peace and harmony. Pei Chengyu looked at Xie Xian, trying to see something from his expression. Xie Xian said frankly, Brother Chengyu is still injured. Don't stand outside. Come in first. Pei Chengyu nodded in response. The gratitude on his face was half sincere and half pretended. He walked and chatted casually. You are still good. You have the leisure to come here to have fun. Xie Xian's smile was filled with a hint of pampering and helplessness. It's not that I wanted to. It's my wife who is clamoring to come. She's in the house now. Brother Chengyu, don't think she doesn't know the etiquette. I saw a fight outside. I was worried that she would get hurt, so I didn't bring her out to greet you. Pei Chengyu saw the pampering on Xie Xian's face from the bottom of his heart, and felt that this reason was reasonable. After all, Xie Xian was willing to risk his life for his beloved. Not to mention such a small thing as coming out to appreciate the lotus. He smiled politely. It is said that Mr. Xie and Mrs. Xie are as harmonious as a couple of gods. I thought it was an exaggeration among the market. But I didn't expect to find it was not an exaggeration when I saw it today. Xie Xian knew that Pei Chengyu's words were flattery. But there was nothing he could do. He was in a good mood and led Pei Chengyu in. Inside the house, Su Wenqing had already calmed down. She saw Xie Xian helping Pei Chengyu in, holding the manners of a noble lady, bowing and graciously saying, Husband, Mr. Pei. Pei Chengyu nodded slightly in return, his tone full of apology. I heard Xian's details. I really feel sorry for disturbing your and your husband's interest in enjoying the flowers today. Su Wenqing smiled gently. Mr. Pei, what are you talking about? Flowers bloom every year and can be enjoyed every year. It is really worthwhile to be able to help Mr. Pei. Pei Chengyu did not miss the slightest change in Su Wenqing's expression. Xie Xian was not very emotional, so perhaps he could not see anything. However, he did not believe that a lady from a noble family, who had lived in seclusion for a long time, would be so cunning. He calmly probed. This place is remote and difficult to travel. Madame Xie went through mountains and rivers to appreciate the lotus. It seems that Madame Xie is also a lotus lover. Su Wenqing sighed silently in her heart. Her husband was a hidden movie star, so she could not fall behind in acting. Su Wenqing put on a decent smile. Her eyelids drooped slightly as if she was a little shy, and her tone was a little shy and shy. She vividly portrayed the image of a young woman who had just entered a happy marriage. My husband and I met because of the lotus, and today is also a special day for us. Pei Chengyu had heard many versions of the love story between Xie Xian and the girl from the Su family, one of which was that they met because of Lian. He recalled Xie Xian's behavior of asking for the girl from the Su family in front of the emperor that day. And seeing that Su Wenqing was shy and embarrassed, it didn't seem like she was faking it, and most of his doubts disappeared. Yes, Even if Xian was so smart, he couldn't figure out where he would escape to if he was chased after leaving the temple. The chance of waiting here was too small. Moreover, if Su Wenqing was lying, she should have tried her best to make the story complete and convince him. This kind of vagueness was obviously embarrassing. Pei Chengyu looked at Xian with apology, and apologized deeply in his heart for his mean-spiritedness just now. Chapter 54. Su Wenqing saw that the room suddenly became quiet, and she felt a little uneasy. Whether she acted well or badly, she should at least give a definite answer. Who can stand this kind of silence? Just when Su Wenqing was about to be overwhelmed by the inner pressure, Xian finally spoke. He handed the golden wound medicine in his hand to Pei Chengyu with a familiar look, as if he didn't notice the change in Pei Chengyu's attitude. The concern in his tone was both sincere and appropriate. Brother Chengyu has several serious injuries on his body. I don't have a doctor here. Why don't you use the wound medicine to treat it simply first? Su Wenqing was relieved when she saw Xian speak. It seemed that there was no problem with her acting skills. She smiled gently. Mr. Pei was frightened today. You and your husband should sit for a while. I will go to the back to warm a pot of hot wine for you. Xian took the opportunity to hold Su Wenqing's hand. His tone was normal, but his eyes were flattering from an angle that Pei Chengyu could not see. Thank you for your hard work, madam. Su Wenqing's smile was unusually gentle, but her eyes made Xian feel bad. She gently took her hand out of Xian's hand, lowered her eyebrows, and was as obedient as a yellow oriole. My husband is too polite. Pei Chengyu looked at Su Wenqing's departing back, and then looked at Xian's reluctant look, and sighed sincerely. You and your wife are really in love. Xian looked at Pei Chengyu with a rather bad look, but the smile on his face was still gentle. Brother Chengyu, you are too kind. Su Wenqing closed the door very virtuously, and tore off the mask of being polite and generous before turning around. She walked to the side with gritted teeth, and after making sure that Pei Chongping could not hear her at this distance, she said, Come here. Go and heat a pot of warm wine for your eldest master. It's fine to use her to set up a trap, but he still wants her to heat wine. He can just dream on. The guard was used to seeing his young lady being kind and amiable, without any airs, and occasionally making a few jokes. It was the first time he saw this expression on Su Wenqing's face. The guard nodded in response, and after a pause, he asked according to his young master's instructions. Young lady's lunch hasn't been served yet, and the young master has asked someone to put the chicken soup in the kitchen. Why don't you go and have some to fill your stomach first? Su Wenqing said. What are you drinking? I'm so angry. Where's the soup? Take me there. Guard? In the kitchen. Su Wenqing was drinking chicken soup while staring at the pot of hot wine. She was drinking and suddenly asked, Aunt, do you have any salt? The peasant woman was flattered by Su Wenqing's call. She hurriedly stopped adding charcoal and wiped her hands. Yes. Yes. Is the soup too bland? No. Su Wenqing said expressionlessly. The wine is too bland. The peasant woman was confused. Ah? Su Wenqing looked up and smiled sweetly. It's like this. My husband has a strong taste and likes to add salt to the wine. The peasant woman was hesitant to speak as she watched Su Wenqing stand up and add salt to the wine glass with a smile. Adding salt to wine was scary enough. Wouldn't adding so much make people choke to death? After adding half a cup of salt, Su Wenqing still felt unsatisfied. He searched through boxes and cabinets and found a box of bitter gourd tea, crushed it piece by piece, and poured it into the wine glass. The peasant woman was terrified, always feeling that her eldest son's taste was a little different from that of ordinary people. In the front room, Xian was gradually inducing Pei Chengyu to take the initiative to cooperate with him. He had been planning this move a long time ago. In recent years, he has been promoting and supporting Pei Chengyu in government affairs, just to arouse the fear of Pei Rui, the eldest son of the Pei family, who was already worried about Pei Chengyu. Pei Rui acted more domineeringly than his father Pei Yin. There were also people in the Pei family who were dissatisfied. Xian let these people see Pei Chengyu's plasticity and gradually induced them to turn around and support Pei Chengyu. Nothing can consume a big family's strength more than the internal fighting between the legitimate and illegitimate children. So no matter whether Pei Rui wins or Pei Chengyu wins in the end, the Pei family will be skinned. I remember that the tablet of Brother Chengyu's mother is enshrined in Guangji Temple? Pei Chengyu pulled his mouth and smiled bitterly. Yes. My mother was just a concubine of my father. Even though she gave birth to me, she was not liked by the eldest lady. so she never became a concubine until her death. She had no name and no status, and could not enter the Hugua temple. She could only be enshrined in this Guangji temple. Xie comforted, Mrs. Pei has a strong personality. And Brother Changyu has been wronged over the years. Wronged? Pei Changyu smiled bitterly. After all, I was not born by the eldest lady, and I have nothing to say about the eldest lady's treatment of his mother and son. But my father, after all, I am his own flesh and blood. Pei Rui's slander and murder of me over the years have been seen by him. But he never said anything, never. Xie said, Lord Pei is also thinking about the stability of the Pei family. Pei Changyu said, yes. My father is far-sighted and far-sighted. He can't help me because he can't let me have the strength to compete with Pei Rui. Once I fight with Pei Rui, the Pei family will definitely have internal friction. So I became a discarded child. Haha. A discarded child who is worth dying for the stability of the Pei family. Xie deliberately persuaded. People like us were born in a family of wealth and food. We were cared for and blessed by our family in the first half of our lives. And we can only devote ourselves to the family in the second half of our lives. This is also a helpless move. Pei Changyu shook his head. I am different from you. You are the legitimate son of the Xie family. You have been treated like a star since you were a child. You have everything you want. But I am different. I have been surviving in the cracks since I was young. I dare not fight or grab. I finally survived the imperial examination and entered the officialdom. What I got from the Pei family is only suppression. Xie said nothing more appropriately. Pei Changyu looked at Xie. His eyes mixed with a hint of obscure light. With a desperate and slightly tentative and hopeful look. I know that your grandfather, Liang Taisher, died unjustly that year. Xie raised his head and pretended that the smile on his face faded. Pei Changyu said, as a son, you should relieve your mother's worries. Have you really never thought about redressing Liang Taisher? Xie deliberately showed a little heartbeat, then shook his head and sighed, but after all, so many years have passed, and it is impossible to overturn the case now. Pei Changyu lowered his voice. Maybe we can cooperate. The incident back then was caused by Liang Taisher suing the Pei family. If I can take charge of the Pei family, I promise you that I will definitely give Liang Taisher justice. When Su Wenqing brought the wine in, Xie had already half-heartedly made a preliminary cooperation plan with Pei Changyu. My husband? Mr. Pei. Su Wenqing's smile was still gentle, but Xie felt that she was not as angry as before, and her eyes changed from go away. I don't want to care about you to a bit eager to try. Xie lowered his eyes and glanced at the two narrow-necked warm wine cups in front of him. The neck of the cup was very thin, and it was difficult to notice what was in the cup without looking carefully. Xie looked at the salt and tea dregs in the narrow-necked warm wine cup in his hand, and his scalp tightened. And then, he took the warm wine pot from his wife before she could react. Su Wenqing? Xie poured warm wine into a salt-filled wine glass and handed it to Pei Changyu, his words full of concern and enthusiasm. It is recorded in the Puji Fang that finely ground warm wine mixed with white salt can relieve pain. There is a lack of doctors and medicine here. My wife's kindness. I hope Brother Changyu will not despise it. Su Wenqing. Pei Changyu took the wine and looked at Su Wenqing gratefully. I have heard that Madame Xie is a kind and well-read woman. Today I see that her reputation is well-deserved. Su Wenqing smiled with difficulty. Mr. Pei, you are too kind. Pei Changyu picked up the wine glass and drank it down. And then with a puff, he spit it out. Su Wenqing looked embarrassed and hurriedly stood up to find a rag to wipe the table. Pei Changyu had just won over Xie. So how could he embarrass his wife in front of him? He took out a handkerchief from his arms and wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth, while explaining repeatedly, It's okay. It's okay. I drank a little too quickly just now. Xie took the cloth from Su Wenqing's hand and gently wiped the wine on the table, although he still had a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was reluctant to be polite. Pei Changyu saw Su Wenqing standing aside with an embarrassed look on his face, and then looked at Xie seemingly unhappy expression. He gritted his teeth and drank the wine in the glass. He praised sincerely with his tongue numb from stimulation. Good wine. Good salt. It's true that the wound doesn't seem to hurt much anymore. Xie helped Su Wenqing sit down with a smile, poured the remaining wine into Pei Changyu's cup, and said in a cheerful tone, Brother Changyu is injured. Even if it is medicinal wine, don't drink it too quickly. Pei Changyu looked at the white salt that had not yet completely dissolved at the bottom of the cup and felt half disappointed. He maintained a superficial smile. Thank you. Thank you. After that, the wealthy families in Anjing City, whether in the front court or the backyard, would change color when they heard the words that the young lady of the Xie family cooked in person. Su Wenqing's smile completely disappeared after she accompanied Xie Xian to see Pei Chengyu off. She shook off Xie Xian's hand and said politely to the guard standing beside her, "Please row the boat to take me back." The guard looked embarrassed. He looked at Su Wenqing, then at Xie Xian, and suddenly covered his arm with a face full of pain. He knelt on one knee and apologized. "I am incompetent. I was injured in the arm by the assassin during the fight just now. I hope the young lady will sympathize with me." "You?" Su Wenqing felt that she might be angry to death. Such a careless excuse was a lie. Okay. She didn't believe it. So many people were injured. Xie Xian took advantage of the gap when Su Wenqing's attention was attracted and narrowed his eyes to glance at the other guards around dangerously. When Su Wenqing turned around again, there were only her, Xie Xian, and the guard who apologized around the wooden house. Su Wenqing was furious and decided to give up humanitarianism and force this arm to be injured. The guard sent her back. But when she turned back, she and Xie Xian were the only ones left on the lakeshore. "Xie Xian!" Su Wenqing was furious. Xie Xian had a look of "I was wrong" on his face. And he supported Su Wenqing flatteringly. Here. I'll row the boat to take you back." Su Wenqing shook off Xie Xian's hand and walked angrily to the lakeside. It was just a wooden boat. She didn't believe she couldn't row back. Xie Xian saw that the mud in front of Su Wenqing seemed to be loose, and hurriedly reached out to pull it. Su Wenqing slapped Xie Xian's hand away, baring his teeth and glaring, like a cat with its fur blown up. "Don't touch me." Bang. Su Wenqing slipped and fell into the mud pit. "Xie Xian." Su Wenqing. Xie Xian said cautiously, "I just want to tell you there is a pit ahead." Su Wenqing struggled in the mud pit. "Why didn't you pull me out if there was a pit?" Xie Xian felt very wronged. "You told me not to touch you." Chapter 55. Su Wenqing felt like she was going to die of anger. No. She was already so angry that she was about to die. Her 7 orifices ascending to heaven, and her 3 souls returning to the west. Xie Xian stretched out his hand several times. But he stood aside, hesitant to speak, not knowing whether he should help his wife. After all, his wife had not yet said whether he could touch her. Su Wenqing, wearing a heavy skirt, struggled several times in the shallow muddy puddle, and could not stand up. She saw Xie Xian standing aside with a worried look on his face, but did not come forward to help. She pounded her chest several times to relieve her breath, and finally looked desperate as if she had already passed away. "Dear, you can touch me now. Help me up. Thank you." Xie Xian obtained the permission and hurriedly carried Su Wenqing out of the mud pit with heartache. Su Wenqing's eyes were dull, and her face was wooden. She now understood what it felt like to be angry to death. Xie Xian ordered the peasant woman to boil water while summoning the guards hidden everywhere to go back to the car to get clean clothes. He gently put Su Wenqing on the couch and carefully wiped the mud off her face. His tone was cautious and nervous. "Did you get hurt?" Su Wenqing glanced at Xie Xian, who was squatting in front of her. "Can I ask a question?" Xie Xian nodded like pounding garlic. Now, let alone one question. He would answer 10 questions truthfully. Su Wenqing, if it was a setup, why didn't you tell me in advance? Xie Xian hesitated, because if you knew it was a setup, you wouldn't have been so happy yesterday. Su Wenqing. Could it be that she was happy for a long time, and finally told that it was a setup, that she would be happy? Su Wenqing wanted to knock open Xie Xian's head, to see the circuit inside. Xie Xian said with difficulty under Su Wenqing's indescribable gaze, "Do you remember the wife of my colleague? You said it would be better to be happy for a while." Su Wenqing opened and closed his lips several times, and finally leaned back on the couch with a haggard face. "Okay. People always have to be responsible for what they say, even if it is unintentional." Xie Xian saw Su Wenqing's face full of disappointment and uneasiness. He first touched Su Wenqing's hand tentatively. Seeing that she didn't have any extreme reaction or displeasure, he carefully took her hand into his palm. He gently wiped the mud off her hands with a towel, asking and flattering, "Shall I get a hot towel to wipe you first?" Su Wenqing couldn't stand Xie Xian's harmless smile with flattering and expectation. Every time she saw it, she wanted to pour out her heart for him. She turned her face away silently and sighed. "No. How can you wipe it clean? Take a shower later." Xie Xian saw that Su Wenqing's tone gradually became normal, and he thought he was pardoned. He suppressed the joy in his heart and hurriedly pursued the victory. Then I'll carry you over? Su Wenqing saw the faint joy on Xie Xian's face, and her thoughts slipped into the abyss of obscenity. She jumped down from the bed wrapped in a thin blanket, glanced at Xie Xian, and said unhappily, "Why are you hugging me? Don't I have feet?" Xie Xian took back his hand that had fallen in vain, silently comforted his heart that was hurt by his fickleness, and then followed Su Wenqing in a good mood. The environment here is simple, but fortunately it is summer, so I am not afraid of catching a cold. Su Wenqing supported the doorframe, raised her eyebrows slightly, and said to Xie Xian, who was following behind, "Why? So you want to take a bath together?" Xie Xian was choked to death by the words of entrustment that were about to slip out of his mouth. Well, Xie Xian coughed and thought, in fact, it is not impossible, although the environment is simple and the bathtub is too small. If the lady wants. After all, the lady is still angry. Su Wenqing snorted, slammed the wooden door, and left a sentence. How can you think so beautifully? Xie Xian. Xie Xian looked at the wooden door that almost slapped his face, and felt worried in his heart. He felt that he might not be able to solve this matter by himself. He took out a pen and ink to describe the matter in a letter, handed it to the guard and ordered, "Help me send the letter to the fifth prince and ask him how he usually coaxes people." Su Wenqing washed and changed into clean clothes. As soon as she came out, she saw Xie Xian holding a bowl of ginger soup waiting for her at the door. His eyes were still as gentle as ever, and his appearance was still as handsome as ever. But Su Wenqing thought of the bad past that almost made her angry to death, sighed, and silently took the ginger soup from Xie Xian. His tone was calm and sounded particularly calm. "Why don't you go back first? I want to stay here for a few days." Xie Xian quietly raised a cordon in his heart. "What are you doing here?" Su Wenqing looked at the gradually darkening night outside the house with a melancholy look. Fate made her bear the unbearable harm of straight men, and she decided to think about life here. "The scenery here is pleasant, and the lotus pond is full. I am fascinated and want to stay and enjoy it quietly for a few days." Xiao Yun's reply has not arrived yet, and Xie Xian has not been able to find a feasible plan on how to calm his wife down in a short time. But his wife's current proposal is absolutely unfeasible without thinking. It's okay to enjoy it for a day or two, but if she is too obsessed and doesn't reply for half a year, where can he cry? Xie Xian didn't hesitate for a second. "Madam is right. The scenery here is so beautiful and refreshing, so I will stay with you." Su Wenqing looked at Xie Xian with a bad look. It is said that Mr. Xie is good at observing people's words and expressions. So why didn't he extract the key 4 words "I want to be quiet" from what she just said? But Su Wenqing had to admit that she was not unhappy when she heard it. But the anger in her heart unexpectedly dissipated a little. Su Wenqing, who once again faced the humble side of herself as an ordinary person, sighed silently. Xie Xian smiled harmlessly, took the towel from Su Wenqing's hand, and gently dried her freshly washed hair. Su Wenqing sat on the bed and drank ginger soup silently. Xie Xian's movements were neither light nor heavy, which made her feel itchy and comfortable. "Well, come back. Can you be a little more courageous?" So Xie Xian watched Su Wenqing's expression change from a little satisfaction and enjoyment to step down. "I don't want to see you." Xie Xian's hands did not stop, but he was extremely responsible in his heart. How to make his wife happy was more confusing than the ever-changing court situation. As the night fell, Xie Xian finally waited for Xiao Yun's reply from far away in the imperial city. He glanced at the guard standing outside the door, put down the official documents in his hand, rubbed Su Wenqing's head, who was lying on the side reading a storybook, and said gently, "The snow pear soup in the kitchen should be almost ready. I'll go and bring you a bowl." Su Wenqing tilted his head to avoid Xie Xian's hand and ignored him. Xie Xian saw his hand fall in vain, and he tried to make a good laugh. Okay. He could still avoid it, which was considered progress. He got up and went out to take the letter from the guard. There was only one sentence written in a flamboyant style on the blank letter. "There is nothing that can't be solved by sleeping." Xie Xian read the letter over and over again twice. "Nothing? What do you mean it can be solved by sleeping? It means you don't have to do anything, and it will be fine tomorrow? What a bad idea." Xie Xian felt that Xiao Yun wanted to see him laugh after he finally fell. Xie Xian asked the guard who delivered the letter uncertainly, "Didn't he say anything else?" The guard bowed his head and respectfully repeated Xiao Yun's words. The fifth prince said that it would be right to do what he said. Xie Xian frowned slightly. On the one hand, he believed in Xiao Yun's experience in making people happy. But on the other hand, he instinctively felt that this method was not very reliable. Doing nothing was obviously contrary to common sense. What if his wife didn't get over it, and became more and more angry? In the back kitchen, Xie Xian was thinking about the success probability of Xiao Yun's suggestion in his mind, while pouring the snow pear soup in the pot into a bowl. Take a nap? Xie Xian tasted it for a long time before he tasted the true inner meaning of these 3 words. Xie Xian paused while pouring the soup, and his ears suddenly turned slightly red. He hurriedly suppressed the various unrefined images that suddenly appeared in his mind, and then stepped into the quagmire of suspicion and counter-evidence. This is not much better than the literal meaning. But why does it sound feasible? The peasant woman stood aside tremblingly. She didn't know what was wrong with the pear soup she stewed. But if there was no problem, why did their eldest son take half an incense stick to a bowl of soup? And his expression was still so weird. After the court on the second day, Xiao Yun approached Xie Xian slyly. How is it? Is my method effective? Have you calmed down? Xie Xian glanced at him with a rather bad look. Xiao Yun said, hooked Xie Xian's shoulder, raised his eyebrows and teased, You didn't dare to do it? I'm not saying that you are a little thin-skinned. Beating is love, and scolding is love. Refusing is just a cowardly move. Why don't you understand women's minds at all? Xie Xian. Xiao Yun, you are usually very accurate in judging people. You can tell what they are planning just by looking at their eyes. Why is it that none of your tricks work when it comes to your wife? Xie Xian. Xiao Yun, if you ask me, you still don't understand women. Haven't you seen that those couples who used to respect each other become cold to each other after a long time? Shut up. Xie Xian could no longer bear it, and finally interrupted Xiao Yun's chattering. I have used it before. Xiao Yun's experience and guidance came to an abrupt end. He thought for a long time before he realized what Xie Xian meant by I have used it before. His eyes lit up, and his teasing expression revealed a strong interest. What was the result? Xie Xian was about to say something, but he stopped himself. In the end, he just pulled Xiao Yun's arm off, leaving him with a hard-to-describe back view. How was it? Not at all. It was good in bed last night. They were inseparable, affectionate, and harmonious, which made him almost burst into tears and think that things were over. In the end, he slept contentedly with his wife in his arms all night. And when he got up this morning, everything was back to the original point. What made him feel even more complicated was that his wife impatiently slapped his hand away, wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, turned over, and covered her head to continue sleeping. This series of actions gave him a deep sense of frustration of being abandoned after being used. Chapter 56. Su Wenqing was not very irritable, and she would forget things as soon as she put down her hands. It didn't take long for her to forget about Hatong. July arrived in a blink of an eye. The sun was scorching the earth, and the air was filled with a suffocating hot breath. The grass and trees in the courtyard were drooping, and even if people sat still, hot sweat was constantly coming out of their foreheads. In previous years, the royal family's weddings were usually concentrated in April and May when the spring was warm and the flowers were blooming, or in September and October when the autumn was clear and the weather was cool. However, the political situation was unpredictable. In the hot summer, Anjing City was contrary to its usual practice, and 2 eye-catching wedding banquets were held in succession. At the end of June, the third prince married the daughter of the Pei family, and in mid to late July, the Wang family married the second daughter of the Su family. Near mid-July, Su Wenqing was frequently invited by Aunt Zhao to stay at the Su mansion for a short stay. The reason was that Su Jining's dream for many years was about to come true. She was so nervous that she lost her appetite and lost weight. No one else could persuade her. Su Jining specifically wanted to see Su Wenqing. Aunt Zhao felt sorry for her daughter, and could only come to Xia Mansion every day to invite her. Aunt Zhao was a shrewd person. After being fooled by Xie Xian once, she knew that Xie Xian was not willing to let Su Wenqing stay overnight at the Su Mansion. So every time she came to invite her, she would send someone to inquire in advance and wait until Xie Xian was not there. However, Aunt Zhao's luck was really bad this time. She met Xie Xian, who was returning from outside as soon as she got off the carriage. Xie Xian had a headache recently when he saw Su Wenqing's concubine Zhao. It was not that he did not want Su Wenqing to comfort Su Jining, but she was just comforting her. Why did she have to stay overnight? Moreover, Su Wenqing was not in good spirits every time she came back from the Su mansion. Obviously, she did not sleep well at the Su family. Aunt Zhao saw that although Xie Shan was muttering in his heart, he smiled like spring breeze on the surface. Oh, Xian came back so early today. It seems that everything in the court is going well. Xie Shan smiled kindly. Thank you for your good words. Everything in the court is indeed going well. Wenqing has been complaining that I don't have time to accompany her. I have nothing to do today. So I came back to accompany her specially. Aunt Zhao's smile froze for a moment. When Xie Shan said this, everyone with a discerning eye knew that they should not disturb her. But she thought about her daughter's state, gritted her teeth, and pretended not to understand and smile. Wenqing is really envious of others for having a husband like you. Xie Shan smiled unchanged. It's not often like this in the past. Mainly because Wenqing has been in a bad mood these days. Aunt Zhao smiled a little embarrassedly. Xie Shan said so. If she invited Su Wenqing to the Su mansion again, it would be a bit too much. Xie Shan smiled and said, It's scorching hot. Please don't stand outside. Please. Aunt Zhao smiled awkwardly and followed Xie Shan into the Xie mansion. Xie Shan had a good attitude. While arranging Aunt Zhao to the front hall, he sent someone to invite Su Wenqing. Please wait a moment. Wenqing has been feeling unwell these days. So I guess you need to wait a moment. Aunt Zhao was originally thinking about inviting in the name of the old lady. And filial piety comes first. So it's always hard to refuse. As a result, Xie Shan brought up his physical discomfort first. So she wouldn't be able to open her mouth later. Aunt Zhao was depressed. But she couldn't show it on the surface. She could only follow Xie Shan's words and ask about her health while considering other excuses. The two people, each with their own thoughts, had been talking about mysteries for a long time. And Su Wenqing's arrival directly broke the atmosphere of the increasingly high-level ghost stories in the hall. Su Wenqing's face was rosy, and she didn't look unwell or in a bad mood. And he is here. Does the second sister want to see me again? Xie Shan. Annie Zhao smiled like a flower. This child is really lovely and cute. What does it mean to have someone bring a pillow just when you want to sleep? Isn't it? You and Jining grew up together. And you have a deep sisterly relationship and can talk about everything. Jining will get married the day after tomorrow. And she also wants to talk to you about her personal affairs. Su Wenqing thought for a while, nodded and smiled. Okay. Auntie. Wait a minute. I'll go and clean up. Xie Shan standing aside. Su Wenqing realized it late, always feeling that she had forgotten something. She saw Xie Shan standing aside and finally reacted. Ahem. Husband. What do you think? Xie Shan's heart skipped a beat when he heard Su Wenqing's address. But with outsiders present, he couldn't show anything. So he could only cough lightly and pretend to be calm. Oh. Okay. It should be. Su Wenqing felt relieved. She chatted with Aunt Zhao for a few words about family matters with satisfaction. Then got up and went back to her room to change clothes. Aunt Zhao talked to Su Wenqing while looking back and forth between Su Wenqing and Xie Shan meaningfully. After Su Wenqing went back to her room to change clothes, she sat in front of the mirror to touch up her makeup. Xie Shan stood aside, and his tone seemed casual. You seem to like your second sister very much? Su Wenqing gave a puzzled look in the mirror. Xie Shan, every time you come back from the Su mansion, you look tired. Obviously you didn't rest well there. But even so, your second sister invited you, and you still agreed to go. Su Wenqing didn't stop putting on makeup. She smiled. My second sister took good care of me when I was in the Su mansion. And now she just wants to find someone to listen to her talk. It's a piece of cake, and can repay her kindness. Although it's a bit tiring. It's only for a day or two. Xie Shan's eyes softened a little. He played with a hairpin on Su Wenqing's bun. Wang Xiuyan is loyal and righteous, with a gentle personality. He is the most talented person in the Wang family. Your second sister will not be wronged if she marries him. Su Wenqing was in a good mood after hearing Xie Shan's words, and the smile on her face naturally deepened a little. I feel relieved with your words. My second sister's character really can't bear to see her being wronged. Xie Shan was silent for a while. What about you? Me? Su Wenqing was stunned for a moment, then laughed. You have never made me feel wronged. Xie Shan, but your father, the third prince and the concubine. I have never heard you say you were wronged. Su Wenqing smiled and said, They are all insignificant people. What is wronged or not? Xie Shan raised his eyebrows. Insignificant? Your father? Su Wenqing paused with his rouge hand. Tut! Why did he let it slip again? Su Wenqing remained calm and spoke first. Why don't you have any tacit understanding with me? Isn't it said that husband and wife are birds of the same forest? Ah. No. Lovebirds. That's not right. Anyway, we should have a tacit understanding. I am referring to it in general. It is a metaphor. It's just that the matter is insignificant, and I don't want to mention it. Why can't you understand me? Xie nodded, admitting his mistake in a good manner. I didn't understand just now, but I understood after you finished speaking. Su Wenqing was both relieved and surprised, because she herself didn't know what she was saying over and over again. You understand? What do you understand? Xie said, You are feeling guilty. Su Wenqing. A teasing smile flashed across Xiexian's lips. Su Wenqing angrily knocked away Xiexian's hand that was playing with the hairpin on her bun. Don't move. It's all messed up. Do what you should do. Don't mess around here. Xiexian saw that Su Wenqing was furious. He hugged Su Wenqing and laughed for a while before slowly saying, I was joking. I know. You are saying that they are not worth it. Su Wenqing, that's about right. I just think that instead of trying to make others unhappy, it's better to try to make yourself live a better life. Xie was slightly stunned, then nodded and smiled. Madam is right. Su Wenqing saw Xiexian's admiring expression and silently swallowed the rest of the words. Why should I try to make myself live a good life? It's not because I don't bear grudges, but because only when I see myself living better than them can I feel completely comfortable. Xie didn't see what Su Wenqing had left unsaid. He found that Su Wenqing could always bring him surprises. It turned out that his wife was not only transparent, but also very open-minded. Su Wenqing, who was pretending to be a scapegoat, and Xie, who was seeing flowers in the fog, looked at each other through the bronze mirror, and then smiled at the same time. But the former was embarrassed and guilty, while the latter was really happy. Xie saw that Su Wenqing had almost finished cleaning up, and suddenly thought of something. He asked, Do you have a bad relationship with your elder sister? Su Wenqing choked on the air. You can see that? Xie frowned slightly. Su Jinsheng was a meticulous person, and he could always foresee things, whether it was the spring banquet or the affairs of the third prince's concubine. It was Su Jinsheng who mediated. He had no intention of asking about the grudge between Su Jinsheng and the third prince. But if Su Jinsheng might be bad for Su Wenqing, he couldn't let it go completely. It was just that this matter was related to Su Wenqing. So no matter what, he needed to understand Su Wenqing's own thoughts first, and know how she wanted to deal with it. Xie, do you know that the person the third prince wanted to marry was your elder sister? Su Wenqing nodded in confusion. Xie, and the concubine thing was designed by your elder sister. Su Wenqing recalled that Su Jinsheng misunderstood that she broke the window and ran away in order to gain the love of the third prince, and couldn't help but sigh tiredly. Xie saw that Su Wenqing was neither surprised nor angry when he heard it. You knew it a long time ago? Su Wenqing, almost. We have talked about it openly. Xie was puzzled. Su Wenqing explained, How can I say the relationship between my elder sister and me? It's just that when I was young and ignorant, I did a lot of things that were sorry for her. The third prince's matter was half a misunderstanding, and half was what I deserved. Xie raised his eyebrows without comment. What about the future? Su Wenqing silently wiped away a tear of sadness. Xiexian's questions were always to the point. Maybe she could ignore it before. But what if she refused to give up in the future? Big sister's personality. Su Wenqing bit her nails and thought for a while. I think as long as I don't get in her way, she won't have time to care about me. Xie took Su Wenqing's claws out of her mouth. Are your rouge and powder edible? Why did I hear that these things can't be eaten? Su Wenqing. Xie saw Su Wenqing's speechless expression and laughed. Don't worry about these things. Your aunt is still waiting for you outside. I will help you pay more attention to your big sister's affairs. Su Wenqing's expression brightened. Xie has always been reliable, with him watching over her. She doesn't have to worry about being caught off guard like the last time with the concubine. Su Wenqing rubbed Xiexian's hand. Then tell me if there is any situation. Xiexian lowered his eyes and looked at Su Wenqing. His eyes were gentle. Okay. Su Wenqing stood up and asked Suige to come in to pack clothes. When the words slipped to her throat, she swallowed them back. She turned to Xiexian and said, Or I can just stay at the Su family tonight and tomorrow night. Xiexian was hit hard before he recovered from his deep feelings. He was stunned. Isn't it tonight? Su Wenqing, my second sister is getting married the day after tomorrow. So this night doesn't matter. I don't have to go back and forth again. Xie Shan answered reluctantly, okay. Chapter 57. At the Su mansion, Su Wenqing just got off the carriage with Aunt Zhao when she saw Su Jining's personal maid rushing over in a hurry. Aunt Zhao's eyelids twitched. And before the maid finished her greetings, she hurriedly asked, has something happened to Jining again? The maid trembled and said, the second young lady is not satisfied with her wedding dress, and she wants someone to modify it. Aunt Zhao, isn't this nonsense? The wedding is the day after tomorrow. Why should she modify her wedding dress now? And the current wedding dress has been modified 4 times according to her requirements. What else is she dissatisfied with? The maid secretly glanced at Su Wenqing, embarrassed, and replied with a stiff upper lip, the second young lady thinks her wedding dress is not as beautiful as the third young lady's. Aunt Zhao was angry and helpless. How can you compare the things given by the emperor? Why don't you try to persuade her to do something when she is so naughty? The maid replied with difficulty, we can't persuade her. The second young lady is holding a pair of scissors and wants to cut it herself. What? Aunt Zhao was shocked and rushed to the mansion. This little ancestor. She is going to piss me off to death. In Su Jining's yard, Su Jining was facing a group of maids and servants with her hands on her waist and holding a pair of scissors. She frowned and pouted, with an angry expression. This is my wedding dress. Why can't I change it myself? The maids surrounded the maid in the middle, who was holding the wedding dress in fear. Second young lady, calm down a little, or wait for Aunt to come back and discuss it before making a decision. Su Jining stamped her feet in anger and said, no need to discuss. I'll just cut a skirt. Why are you cutting a skirt? Didn't you embroider it yourself? Aunt Zhao rushed over with the hand of the maid. Panting, Su Jining took small steps and threw herself into Aunt Zhao's arms aggrievedly. Mother! Aunt Zhao was frightened and quickly ordered the servants to stop her. Oh, my little aunt. Scissors. Su Jining was caught by the maids just before she threw herself into her mother's arms. She turned her head and glared at Su Wenqing angrily. Su Wenqing. Why glare at her? She looked so innocent. Aunt Zhao was afraid that Su Jining would hurt herself accidentally. So she quickly took the scissors from her hand and asked the maid next to her to take them down. Aunt Zhao put her hands on Su Jining's shoulders and spoke gently, as if she was coaxing a child. What's wrong with the skirt? Isn't it embroidered well? Su Jining lowered her head and pouted. I think my embroidery is not as good as the embroidery of the embroiderer. Or I'd better tear it down. In order to catch up with the situation quickly, Su Wenqing took the wedding dress from the maid while Aunt Zhao and Su Jining were talking and took a look. The hem of the wedding dress was embroidered with a double peacock cloud pattern of 100 children and 100 blessings. The peacock was gentle and soft, and the pair of sparrow eyes were lifelike, as if they could come alive at any time. Su Wenqing was silent. It's not even finished yet? She felt that she should apologize to the nanny who always asked her to re-embroider the wedding dress. It's not that the nanny's requirements were too strict, but her simplified chicken and peacock were really different. Aunt Zhao hugged Su Jining and explained, I believe you. Your embroidery is really good. And there is a different meaning to embroidering the wedding dress by yourself. Every stitch you embroidered is your expectation and attention to this marriage. Only when the young master of the Wang family sees it will he understand your intentions. Su Jining's voice was very low. I'm afraid that I won't embroider well, and he won't like it. Aunt Zhao felt a little distressed when she saw Su Jining's uneasy look. Who hasn't gone through this ignorant age? Facing the wedding dress and red dress. On the one hand, they hope that they can have a harmonious relationship and a harmonious marriage. And on the other hand, they are worried that the person they marry will not love them. And they are afraid that they can only stay alone in the empty window and look at themselves in the mirror for decades. Aunt Zhao felt a wave of pain in her heart, and she didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. She could only place her hope on Su Wenqing, who she had invited. Su Wenqing felt the look from Aunt Zhao, and she thought about it carefully. She felt that according to Su Jining's character, she would not be able to persuade her. The person who tied the bell should be the one to untie it. It would be better to let Wang Shouyan persuade her in person. After thinking it through, Su Wenqing deliberately picked up the wedding dress in front of Su Jining and looked at it for a while. Su Jining saw that Su Wenqing frowned slightly. His face was slightly stiff, and he shook his head from time to time while looking at it. She had a little crying tone in her voice. Do you think it doesn't look good? Su Wenqing sighed falsely. The embroidery is excellent, and there is no problem with the pattern. But the sparrowhead part can be modified. Why don't you give me one night to redraw the design? If I still think it's not good enough tomorrow, I can cut it again?" Although Aunt Zhao didn't know what Su Wenqing was planning, she couldn't think of any other way except to delay the war. Besides, with her daughter's personality, she might not want to cut it after tonight. Yes, Wenqing has been talented since she was a child. Letting her try is also a good idea. What if you regret cutting it now? Su Wenqing and Aunt Zhao. One of them has the folk flower shooting skills, and the other is eloquent enough to make the dead come alive. The two of them talked so much that Su Jining had long forgotten what she wanted to do in the first place. After Su Jining was fooled into the room, Aunt Zhao asked Su Wenqing about her plan. Aunt Zhao was embarrassed after hearing this. "But with your and my status, it is not convenient to ask the young master of the Wang family." Su Wenqing, "Thank you. Well, my husband has always been on good terms with the brother of the Wang family. What do you think if I ask him to come forward?" Aunt Zhao hesitated between her eyebrows. Although this method is a bit unconventional, if it is handled properly, it may promote the relationship between Wang Xiuyan and Su Jining. Su Wenqing stood aside and waited quietly for Aunt Zhao to make a decision. In fact, in addition to wanting to repay Su Jining for her care, she really wanted to help them, because Su Jining and Wang Xiuyan were a true love for 3 lifetimes. A match made in heaven. In the original novel, before Su Jinsheng was reborn, the first lady of the Wang family had her eyes on Su Jinsheng. However, due to the design and frame-up by Su Wenqing, Su Jinsheng's reputation was ruined. With the mediation of Aunt Zhao, the Wang family finally married Su Jining after Su Jinsheng was reborn. Although the first lady of the Wang family still had her eyes on Su Jinsheng, Su Jinsheng would kill anyone who stood in his way and didn't care about the Wang family at all. So the Wang family finally agreed to let Wang Xiuyan marry Su Jining. Then, in this life she traveled through. The plot was so broken. But Wang Xiuyan and Su Jining were still together. After 3 lives, no matter what the world was like, no matter how the world changed, these two people could finally stay together. If this is not love. Su Wenqing shook her head. Then she can't believe in love. Aunt Zhao saw Su Wenqing shaking her head and sighing, and her heart sank. She thought Su Wenqing had changed her mind and didn't want to help. She hurriedly took Su Wenqing's hand with a sincere and earnest attitude. "Jining has loved you since she was a child. From childhood to adulthood. Whenever there is something good in the Su mansion, she will clamor for me to send a copy to your yard. Although she looks a little willful, she has a good heart and really cares about you." Su Wenqing was a little confused when she heard it. She didn't understand why she suddenly played the emotional card inexplicably. She faced Aunt Zhao's eyes with wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and tears in her eyes, and suddenly realized that the sincere love of parents and the deep love for their children. It is inevitable that the old mother is sad and abnormal when her only daughter gets married. Su Wenqing held Aunt Zhao's hand, her tone solemn and sincere. "Don't worry, Aunt. I will remember the kindness you and second sister have shown me, and I will do my best for this matter." Aunt Zhao was frightened by Su Wenqing's words. This was a threat. How could she have any kindness toward Su Wenqing? Not long ago, during the spring banquet, she had even forced Su Wenqing once on Su Jinsheng's matter. "Wenqing." Aunt Zhao was about to cry. "It was Aunt's fault for what happened in the past. Aunt apologizes to you. You can do whatever you want to me. But Jining is innocent. She has been good to you since childhood. When you were forced to marry the 3rd prince, she even risked being punished by the family law to plead for you." Su Wenqing was confused. She didn't understand why the emotional card turned into a sad drama. Forget it. Facing such an abnormal old mother, what else can she do except to go along with her? Su Wenqing said with deep feelings, "Don't worry, Auntie. I have always distinguished between gratitude and resentment. I remember everything in the past. I will never forget the resentment, and I will naturally never forget the gratitude." Distinguish between gratitude and resentment? Remember everything in the past? Is this a warning? Auntie Zhao was in a panic. Su Wenqing didn't understand why Auntie Zhao suddenly became uneasy again. She sighed silently in her heart. It was really hard for her. Not only did she have to comfort her sister, who was mentally ill before marriage, but she also had to take care of Auntie, who was stimulated because her daughter was about to get married. Aunt Zhao Sijuan wiped away her tears. "All my faults. You have seen how hard it is for Jining and Wang's son. Now the lovers are finally together, and Wang's son has a good relationship with Xia's family. It will be beneficial to you if Jining and Wang's son have a harmonious relationship. Su Wenqing knew that she couldn't treat a woman who was upset in the opposite way. Second sister and Wang's brother were childhood sweethearts. I have seen all this. And don't worry. I will do my best. And Zhao felt that Su Wenqing's words must have a deep meaning. But she couldn't figure it out after thinking about it. What does seeing everything mean? Does this don't worry mean that she will not care about it for the time being, or does it mean something else? After Su Wenqing sent away Aunt Zhao, who was full of gratitude, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. The irritated aunt was dealt with. Next, she should think about how to solve the problem of her second sister, who was mentally ill before marriage. Su Wenqing asked someone to bring her a pen, ink, paper and inkstone. She bit the pen and thought deeply in front of the blank letter paper. It would definitely not work to say it directly. There is no reason to ask for help directly. You must make some preparations first. In other words, it is polite. Su Wenqing made up her mind and wrote quickly. Today I am parting with you. I don't know if you miss me. One day without seeing you is like 3 autumns. So it has been an autumn. I have been parting with you for an autumn. I don't want to eat or drink tea. I toss and turn. And I can't sleep or eat. Suddenly I remember that you and the young master of the Wang family haven't met for a long time. I wonder if you will have a drink with him today. Su Wenqing held the letter and read it 3 times with great interest. It was full of deep feelings and brilliant writing. The foreshadowing and the main text were connected without any abruptness. How did you say that word? Yes. She was both talented and beautiful. That was what she was talking about. Su Wenqing happily sealed the letter carefully and called Suedia. You take this letter to Xia's house and give it to Xia Xian. Remember to bring it back after he writes a reply. Suedia nodded in confusion. Do you need me to tell you anything? Su Wenqing thought deeply for a moment. Took the letter and kissed it. She looked at the red lip print on the seal with satisfaction. It was good. The feelings were in place, and it didn't seem too purposeful. Go. Su Wenqing handed the letter back to Suedia with a smile. No need to tell him anything. He will understand. Chapter 58. At the Xia mansion, Xie Xian took Su Wenqing's letter from Suedia. He was puzzled for a long time when he saw the red mark on the seal. What is this? Did your young lady write to me while putting on makeup? Suedia looked embarrassed. She didn't know how she should explain to Xie Xian that her young lady suddenly remembered that she didn't wipe her mouth after dinner and chose to wipe her mouth with the envelope before leaving. Fortunately, Xie Xian was no longer surprised by his wife's bizarre behavior. Seeing Suedia's expression of not knowing how to explain, he didn't feel embarrassed. He gently opened the envelope along the wax seal. Xie Xian opened the letter very carefully. At first glance, the envelope seemed to be still usable. Suedia didn't know what her young lady had written. She saw Xie Xian chuckle after reading it. Before Suedia could appreciate the meaning of Xie Xian's laughter, she saw that Xie Xian had already written a reply. Suedia took the letter from Xie Xian, and her expression was a little hesitant. Just give it to the lady. Xie Xian had a faint smile on his face. Well, go ahead. Suedia took the letter carefully, always feeling that the young master's reply would not satisfy her young lady. At the Su mansion, Su Wenqing took the letter from Suedia with a smile, and asked while opening it, what was his reaction when he saw the letter? Was he particularly moved? Suedia smiled awkwardly, and decided to let Su Wenqing experience the truth for herself. Su Wenqing didn't pay much attention to Suedia's expression. She opened the letter in a good mood, and then saw a few words on it that were very insightful. No. The turn is abrupt and too fake. Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing gritted her teeth. Is this bastard trying to piss her off to death? It's fake. It's so embarrassing to say it out loud. Hasn't he heard that a man who is not deaf or blind can't be a father-in-law? Since he can see that it's fake, will he die if he casually asks her why she is looking for Wang Xiuyan? Suedia saw Su Wenqing's expression as if she was about to choke herself to death. And she was worried. She wavered between keeping silent and speaking for Mr. Xie. Su Wenqing took a few deep breaths, and with the humble mentality of asking for help, she wrote down the words in a shameless and humiliating manner. Today I met my second sister, and I felt very distressed to see her like this. Suddenly I remembered that I was like this before marriage, and I was restless and sleepless, fearing that my husband would despise me and dislike me. My husband has always been compassionate, and he is beautiful, crossed out, handsome and kind-hearted. I think he can't bear to see my second sister suffer like me. If you meet the young master of the Wang family today, can you write a letter to comfort my second sister? Xie Xian took the letter and saw the sentence in the middle. Suddenly I remembered that I was like this before marriage. And I was restless and sleepless, fearing that my husband would despise me and dislike me. He followed the words, and seemed to see Su Wenqing tossing and turning in the Su mansion waiting to get married. He suddenly felt distressed and regretful. At the beginning, his wife thought he liked. Xie Xian's face darkened. Oh! His wife thought he liked men and took him to a men's kiln. Xie Xian read the letter and saw compassionate heart. Handsome and kind-hearted. Xie Xian chuckled. His wife's ability to flatter is increasing day by day. Xie Xian wanted to tease Su Wenqing again, but he couldn't write when he picked up the pen. As if the pen was heavy. I am anxious and sleepless. Afraid that my husband will dislike me, and I am afraid that my husband will dislike me. This sentence is like a spell, constantly circulating in Xie Xian's mind. Xie Xian endured the touch in his heart, and put on a slightly bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Attacking the heart is the best. His wife's trick is really amazing. Even he has to admire it. Xie Xian put down his pen and called the servant. Take my visiting card and go to the Wang mansion to invite his eldest son to Hongwan Tower for a chat. Half an hour later, Su Wenqing, who was working hard to draw flowers in the Su mansion, finally waited for Xie Xian's reply. Xie Xian's letter was very short, with only one sentence. No need to thank me. You can think about the reward. Su Wenqing complained about Xie Xian's fussing, and his consciousness actually uncontrollably thought about the reward. Then, he didn't know what he thought of, and his cheeks actually flushed slightly. Su Wenqing coughed lightly to shake off the bad pictures in his mind, picked up the draft in Wang Xiuyan's letter, and knocked on Su Jining's door. Second sister, I drew a few patterns. See if you like any of them. Su Jining happily took the drawings from Su Wenqing. After just one look, her excitement and anticipation turned into something hard to describe. Who can help her explain what these drawings are? Children's graffiti is 100 times better than these. In my memory, her third sister's calligraphy and painting are both excellent. Su Jining saw the expectation in Su Wenqing's eyes, and turned the pages one by one with suspicion, until she saw the letter sandwiched between the rice paper, with extremely familiar handwriting and the word Su Jining's personal letter. She suddenly felt a little swollen and painful in her eyes. Su Wenqing smiled and said, Don't you want to open it and take a look? Su Jining felt that Su Wenqing's smiling tone was full of ridicule, and her fair cheeks immediately flushed red. Su Wenqing laughed when she saw Su Jining's eagerness to open it and take a look, but she had to endure it because of the presence of others. She hurriedly slipped out of the door before Su Jining was so angry that she wanted to come over and beat her. The series of actions of opening, leaving, and closing the door were smooth and fast. Second sister, take your time to watch. I will go back to my room first. You? After Su Jining rushed out of the door, she only had time to see Su Wenqing's back disappearing at the corner of the courtyard gate. She angrily said to the empty noise, Su Wenqing, wait for me. In Hongwan Tower. Half a cup of tea had passed. Wang Xiuyan saw Xie Xian leaning against the window, still looking at the scenery leisurely. At first, I thought you asked me out mainly to discuss the Pei family's affairs, and writing a letter was just a byproduct. I didn't expect that now it seems that writing a letter seems to be the main purpose of your asking me out tonight? Xie Xian smiled helplessly. You are getting married the day after tomorrow. How crazy must I be to ask you out to discuss these things at this time? Wang Xiuyan obviously didn't mean to joke. He said seriously, but I received news that Pei Yin sent 5 secret orders to his confidants in the southwest garrison. Xie Xian was amused by Wang Xiuyan's character of never joking when it comes to serious matters. He gradually put away the joking expression on his face and answered seriously, I have also paid attention to this matter. Judging from the reaction in the southwest, I think Pei Yin should just be deploying defenses. After all, the political situation is turbulent, and the recent situation is not good for the Pei family. Wang Xiuyan pondered for a while. Do you need to take any countermeasures? Xie Xian did not answer directly. He used a tea lid to push away the tea leaves floating on the water. I remember you asked me why you wanted to help the Wang family gain a foothold in the southwest. Wang Xiuyan frowned slightly. The military power of the Pei family was mainly concentrated in the southwest, while the military power of the Wang family was originally concentrated in the south. Although there were conflicts between the two families, they were not too big overall. However, I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional that the current emperor had several southern garrisons stationed in the southwest when adjusting the deployment of troops over the years. The Wang family didn't want to lose the opportunity, and the Pei family couldn't take the initiative to give up power. In this way, the conflict between the Wang and Pei families changed from indirect to direct. The two families were fighting for the military power in the southwest. In the end, with the help of the Xie family, the Wang family was able to gain a foothold in the southwest, where the Pei family's power was deeply rooted. Wang Xiuyan, I remember you said at the time that you didn't want to see the scene of the barbarians in the southern border breaking through the 6 towns, but no one sent troops to happen again. Xie, the Pei family threatened the lives of the people in the southwest, and forced the current emperor to make concessions. Now the southwest garrison is no longer a one-man show for the Pei family. If the southern barbarians attack the city, the Wang family can at least resist a little. Wang Xiuyan's wrinkles did not ease when he heard this. You should know that the Wang family's military strength in the southwest is not worth mentioning compared to the Pei family. If they are determined to let the foreign enemy enter, the Wang family's troops can't resist at all. So the emperor summoned Pei Yin and his son back to the capital. Xie narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gentle smile was filled with a hint of murderous intent. Replacement is not something that can be accomplished overnight. But as long as Anjing City and the southwest cooperate well, blocking the news and cutting off contact is a feasible method. Wang Xiuyan's heart trembled when he heard this. A thought flashed through his mind for no reason. If these things were all under the control of Xie, then was Xie also responsible for the emperor's decision to let the Wang family's troops stationed in the southwest? If we start counting from that time, how long did Xie plan this move? Xie smiled. Actually, I still owe you a thank you. Wang Xiuyan suppressed his guess and asked in confusion, what do you mean? Xie, if you hadn't stood up against all odds and made a clear distinction with the third prince in the Wang family, I wouldn't have been able to resolve the Su family's affairs so easily. Wang Xiuyan didn't accept Xie's thanks. He said matter-of-factly, you should know that I did this for the Wang family, not to help you. You really are. Xie smiled and shook his head. No matter what, I believe you did this out of friendship. At the Su family, Su Wenqing had dinner with the old lady before she had time to sit down and rest for a while, and was called over by Su Jining's people. She was urged by the maid all the way, and before she entered the courtyard, she saw Su Jining's little head looking forward to it and looking around. Su Wenqing saw Su Jining approaching with a brisk pace and a cheerful face, and could not help but be impressed by his own intelligence and intelligence again. So, no matter what the disease is, you have to treat it with the right medicine. Look, 1 letter solves madness, and 1 letter solves suicide. Su Jining took Su Wenqing's arm affectionately. I have asked my mother for permission. You can sleep with me in my room tonight. Su Wenqing gathered his clothes and pretended to be surprised. Why? I sell my art but not my body. Get out of here. Su Jining smiled and pushed Su Wenqing. I don't want you to sell your body. Su Wenqing nodded with a smile. Yes. Yes. You belong to Brother Wang in body and mind. I know. Su Jining was choked by Su Wenqing's words, and stood there with her face flushed. Su Wenqing was amused by this. She pulled Su Jining into the house, and laughed as she walked. Oh my god. Why didn't I realize that you are so cute? Second sister? Su Jining slapped Su Wenqing's hand away in annoyance. You are really shameless. You have the nerve to say anything. I think Mr. Xie dotes on you too much. You used to be so reserved and careful, but now you are simply lawless. Su Jining said it unintentionally, but Su Wenqing's heart trembled when he heard it. Was it because of Xie? Su Jining saw that Su Wenqing suddenly stopped moving while walking, as if he had strayed into chaos, and the whole person exuded a dazed and confused atmosphere. She stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Su Wenqing's eyes worriedly. Are you okay? What's wrong? Why are you dazed? Don't scare me. Su Wenqing grabbed Su Jining's hand that was about to slap her face and smiled. It's okay. I just suddenly remembered your wedding dress. How about it? Do you still cut it? Su Jining's sesame-sized heart couldn't hold 2 things at the same time, and her attention was diverted in an instant. She jumped and touched the wedding dress hanging beside her. Smiling, I won't cut it. Brother Xiuyan said that my embroidery is beautiful, and he likes it very much. Su Wenqing, your brother Xiuyan's words are still useful. Look, you don't believe us when so many people say it's beautiful. Su Jining was in a good mood and liked everything she saw, so she didn't intend to argue with Su Wenqing. I really didn't think that Brother Xiuyan would write to me, and it was such a coincidence that I met Mr. Xie. Su Wenqing smiled and was about to make some jokes. But even if you wanted to give me a surprise, You didn't have to deliberately draw so many ugly paintings to annoy me. Su Jining looked puzzled. This is not the way to criticize before praising. Su Wenqing felt that Su Jining's unintentional words were like 10,000 sharp arrows, which instantly pierced her young heart with holes. Is it ugly? Su Wenqing picked up the rice paper on the table with a tangled look and looked at it for a long time. It's not ugly. Look at this chicken. Oh no. It looks like a phoenix. How charming. And Xieshan praised her a few days ago, saying that her calligraphy and painting skills have made great progress. What's the word he used? Yes. It has a profound meaning. Chapter 59. Su Jining was lying on the bed. It was past midnight, but she still didn't feel sleepy at all. She looked at the tassels on the bed curtain swaying gently in the breeze. Actually, I am sometimes afraid of Brother Xiao Yan. If it were at this time of the day, Su Wenqing would have been sleepy and unconscious. I don't know if it was the influence of Su Jining's previous words. Tonight, she was out of character and didn't feel sleepy at all. She was so absent-minded that she seemed to be awake until dawn. Afraid? Why? I think Brother Wang looks quite gentle. You don't know? Su Jining turned over and faced Su Wenqing. She pulled Su Wenqing's quilt hard. Turn your head around. Who wants to see the back of your head? Su Wenqing turned over helplessly. Okay. I'm turning around. Tell me, why are you scared? The fierce expression on Su Jining's face was gradually replaced by a depressed look. Mr. Xia is your brother-in-law. Has he ever been mean to you or lost his temper with you? Su Wenqing thought about it, and found that Xieshan had never said harsh words to her, let alone being angry. Su Jining saw that Su Wenqing was distracted again for no reason while listening. So she stretched out her little hand, and waved it in front of Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing came back to his senses. No. Could it be that Brother Wang was mean to you? Su Jining shook her head. But it is precisely because he never lost his temper, and never said harsh words. So every time he frowned, I was a little scared, always thinking that I had done something wrong or disappointed him in some way. Su Wenqing understood Su Jining's feelings, but she couldn't empathize with her. She wanted to advise her. You just care too much. But she felt that this was a bit of a no-brainer. Fortunately, Su Jining didn't think of asking her to answer. Su Jining continued. Don't think that he is always gentle on weekdays. But he never jokes when it comes to serious matters. He is not only serious, but also very principled. Look at Wang Ruoan. She is willful, with eyes on the top of her head, and looks down on everyone. But she never dares to be presumptuous in front of her brother. Last time, I heard the eldest lady of the Wang family complain to others that giving birth to a son is like giving birth to a father. It's okay that he is mature at a young age. But the key is that all arguments with different opinions will eventually become his one-sided reasoning and education. The more Su Wenqing listened, the more she felt something was wrong. She could no longer tell whether Su Jining was complaining or showing off. Or just showing off her affection in a low-key manner. Su Jining, by the way, I don't think I've ever asked you. What do you think of Brother Xiao Yan? Su Wenqing thought for a moment. I don't know. But he seems to be a pretty good person anyway. Su Jining was unhappy, thinking that Su Wenqing's words sounded very perfunctory, no matter how you looked at them. How can you not know? That's the person I'm going to entrust my life to in the future. Su Wenqing was silent for a while, and raised his head and said, No. I know the person you're going to entrust your life to in the future very well. Is this case a bit complicated? Su Jining choked for a long time, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the same. Su Wenqing smiled. I haven't heard you mention my elder sister for a long time. How is she doing recently? Su Jining and Su Jinsheng were originally at odds. In addition to Su Jinsheng's self-righteousness, she always made people feel inferior to her in front of her. The main reason was that the eldest lady of the Wang family liked Su Jinsheng. Now that the marriage has been decided, there is nothing to do with Su Jinsheng, so she naturally no longer pays attention to Su Jinsheng. Su Jining was not interested in hearing this. She either went to the General Jingyuan's mansion to accompany her grandmother, or stayed in the yard. I don't know the details. What's wrong? Su Wenqing, it's okay. I just thought that I haven't seen my elder sister for a long time, so I care about her. By the way, let's see where the plot has gone. Su Jining looked puzzled. Big sister lives not far from your yard. Since you care about her, why don't you just go find her? The smile on Su Wenqing's lips froze for a moment. Su Jining understood. You are embarrassed, right? It's okay. I know you are shy. I will go with you tomorrow. Su Wenqing hurriedly declined the kindness of this lady. What a joke. She finally deviated from the main line of the story. And even the passive skill of seeking death has not appeared for a long time. At this time, she took the initiative to get close to the heroine? Did she think that her life was too comfortable? Isn't it better to live a good life? However, it was not known whether it was fate or destiny, or whether Su Jining did not understand the truth from her crazy rejection. At the wedding banquet of Su Jining and Wang Xiuyan, she and Su Jinsheng were still forced to be arranged together. Su Wenqing came with Xie Xian, but men and women were seated separately. After Su Jining and Wang Xiuyan finished worshipping heaven and earth, she was led to the inner courtyard. She was sitting in her seat and eating snacks boredly. But she saw the maid of the palace leading Su Jinsheng to stop at the empty seat next to her. She looked up and met Su Jinsheng's sight in the gap between being choked to death. And then she saw from Su Jinsheng's eyes full of resistance that although they did not discuss avoiding contact and taking detours, they reached a tacit agreement. Su Jinsheng looked down with mixed feelings as she watched Su Wenqing trying to swallow the snack stuck in her esophagus. It was unexpected for her that Su Wenqing would marry Xie Xian. And what was even more unexpected was that Xie Xian would actually care so much about Su Wenqing. She had a grudge against Su Wenqing, but Xie Xian was kind to her. In her previous life, she was imprisoned in the palace by Xiao Yin for 10 months of pregnancy, lacking medical care and medicine, and had no way to survive. If Xie Xian had not said to Xiao Yin that it was not in accordance with etiquette, she and her son might not have survived until the day of delivery. And her grandfather, General Jing Yuan's mansion. She had never thought that she was marrying a wolf from Zhongshan. When Xiao Yin was in the most difficult time, she went to ask her grandfather, General Zheng Yuan, for help. Although her grandfather was unwilling to take Xiao Yin as the main person, he finally stood on Xiao Yin's side after her repeated pleas. She never thought that her plea would bring her grandfather to death. She remembered that she knelt in the rain for 3 days and 3 nights, begging Xiao Yin to spare her grandfather's life. But what she got was the order to behead him. She pleaded everywhere, but there was no way to ask for mercy. Who knew that when she was about to despair, Xiao Yin suddenly changed his mind. He suppressed the case of falsely accusing Zheng Yuan General's mansion of treason and approved her grandfather and uncle's request to retire and return to the countryside. Although he was deprived of his official position, he did not kill them all. Later, she learned that it was Xie Xian who said to Xiao Yin that General Zheng Yuan was a famous general of his generation. He had conquered and made many military achievements throughout his life. Even if his merits did not outweigh his faults, he should not have ended up like this. Moreover, the new king took the throne, and the overall situation was unstable. Killing meritorious officials at this time might chill the hearts of court officials. Xiao Yin did not care about the fate of the famous general, but the instability of the court was his biggest concern. No matter what Xie Xian's starting point was, he did save her grandfather's family. Of course, gratitude is one aspect, and on the other hand, whether she wants to admit it or not, she actually doesn't want to be an enemy of Xie Xian unless it is necessary. In her previous life, she followed Xiao Yin and witnessed with her own eyes how many concessions Xiao Yin made to win over Xie Xian. She knew Xiao Yin too well. Although Xiao Yin seemed to be courteous, he was actually arrogant and looked down on everyone. If he was not a true patriot, how could he be willing to spend so much time on Xie Xian? And even if all these are thrown aside, as the largest family in the southern dynasty, the Xie family's power in military, political, financial and spy affairs cannot be underestimated. In addition, the family tradition is strict, and the relationship between the branches is harmonious. It is not easy for her to deal with such a big family with her current strength. Ahem. Ahem. Su Wenqing swallowed the tea that almost choked her. Well, what a coincidence. Big sister, you are here too. Su Jinsheng. Su Wenqing also wanted to bite off her useless tongue. She tried to make up. No. I mean, I didn't expect to meet you here. Su Jinsheng. Su Wenqing, it's just that we didn't run into each other just now. Su Jinsheng. Su Wenqing was speechless. Forget it. She should just shut up. She was afraid that if she continued to explain, she would blurt out, "Don't blame me. Actually, I don't really want to meet you either." Su Jinsheng's red lips curled slightly, not knowing whether she was stating the fact or mocking. Today is the wedding banquet of my second sister. If I don't come, I will probably kneel in the ancestral hall all night again. Su Wenqing coughed awkwardly a few times. Ah. Ha. Oh. Su Jinsheng saw that Su Wenqing was uncomfortable. In fact, she knew that Su Wenqing had been avoiding her. Because whenever she attended a tea party or flower party, Su Wenqing either claimed to be sick or excused that he had something to do. At first, she could explain it as a coincidence. But the circle of ministers from the noble families in Anjing City was so small, and she naturally understood it after many times. After her rebirth, although many things were different from when she was alive, the personalities of these people did not change much. Except for Su Wenqing, whom she could not understand. She could not understand what she was thinking, nor what she wanted to do. It was she who admitted that she liked Xie Xian by the lake. And it was also her who threw herself into the arms of the third prince on the boat. It was also her who designed with Aunt Zhao to trick her into meeting the Wen family's son. And finally took the initiative to enter the house with the drug to meet the third prince. No matter who it is, there is always a purpose for doing things. But she really couldn't guess or understand Su Wenqing's purpose. If she wanted to marry the third prince at the beginning, why did she deliberately anger the concubine and pretend to be sick after the third prince decided to marry her? If the person she wanted to marry at the beginning was Xie Xian, why did she do those unnecessary things? Su Wenqing originally thought that Su Jinsheng had to act like a sister for the sake of the reputation of the Su family. But when the people around her were no longer paying attention to them, she found that Su Jinsheng was still drinking tea quietly. This worried Su Wenqing. She was not sure whether she should talk to her or be as quiet as a chicken in this situation. The long silence made Su Wenqing feel a little depressed. After all, Su Wenqing had not yet reached the state of treating the Buddha beside her as if it were nothing. She thought about it, and decided to find a topic. She pushed the pine nut cake on the table in front of Su Jinsheng with a flattering smile on her face. This is good, big sister. Try it? Su Jinsheng frowned slightly. She couldn't tell whether Su Wenqing was intentional or unintentional. After a moment of silence, she still said, I am allergic to pine nuts. Su Wenqing. Su Jinsheng was puzzled. Don't you know? Su Wenqing. She silently stuffed the snack into her mouth. Forget it. She was still as quiet as a chicken. Chapter 60. Fortunately, this awkward atmosphere did not last long before it was broken by the vague commotion in the crowd. Su Wenqing curiously followed the crowd and looked towards the half-moon gate, only to see a woman in a xiangfei-colored flowing colorful dark-flowered brocade long skirt being welcomed in by the crowd. The woman was not very old, probably the same age as Su Jinsheng, with a fair face, a delicate head and eyebrows, and the golden-laid ruby hairpin on her bun shone brilliantly in the sun, and her whole body was luxurious and compelling. I don't know if it was a problem of angle or coincidence, but all the women in the garden were looking at the woman. And then, coincidentally, the woman met her gaze alone among hundreds of gazes. Su Wenqing was slightly stunned, and was about to nod politely, and then saw the woman sneer and walk towards her seat arrogantly. Su Wenqing was puzzled. Who is this person? Su Jinsheng paused while drinking tea. She suppressed the indescribable words in her heart. The third imperial concubine. Su Wenqing almost wanted to go underground when she heard Su Jinsheng's voice. She subconsciously thought she was asking about Suigia. Su Jinsheng asked in confusion, Pei's legitimate daughter. Don't you know her? Su Wenqing. Unless necessary. She rarely attends tea parties and flower banquets held by the women of these noble families. On the one hand, she doesn't want to have too much contact with Su Jinsheng. And on the other hand, she is worried that she might be exposed if she encounters a scene where she has to paint and write poems. She went to the wedding banquet of Pei's legitimate daughter, and the third prince was Xie Xian. But at that time the bride was covered with a red veil, and she didn't see her face. No, these are not the main points. The main point is that she saw contempt, disdain, and dissatisfaction in the glance of the daughter of the Pei family. Let's not talk about contempt and disdain for now. The key is, what is this dissatisfaction about? Su Wenqing cautiously probed. Why do I feel that the third imperial concubine is not particularly friendly to me? Su Jinsheng, almost. Su Wenqing held her breath and waited for a long time. She almost suffocated herself and didn't wait for Su Jinsheng's next sentence. Almost? Then what? Why is he still panting when talking? The 3-minute silence finally made Su Wenqing understand a fact. Su Jinsheng had no intention of explaining to her. Almost was Su Jinsheng's entire answer. The omitted tone was just her own wishful thinking. Su Wenqing was silent for a moment. Fine. If the mountain doesn't come to her, she will go to the mountain. She took the initiative to ask. Why? Su Jinsheng glanced at Su Wenqing, as if trying to see something from her blank expression. After a long while, the third imperial concubine and the third prince had a big quarrel a few days ago, and finally ran back to the Pei family to stay overnight. Su Wenqing nodded. I heard about this matter, but I don't know why they quarreled. Su Jinsheng, it is said that it was because of you. Su Wenqing? She immediately had a bad premonition. Su Jinsheng continued, I don't know where the third imperial concubine heard it from. She thought that the third prince had to compromise with the concubine to marry you and marry her as the principal wife. Su Wenqing was confused. She believed that the third prince must have been confused when he heard the Pei family girl quarreling with him for such a reason. No. Can I ask the logic of this conjecture? Su Jinsheng. The concubine she would not agree to the third prince marrying a concubine as his principal wife. The third prince was anxious when he knew that the Xia family was interested in you. However, the position of the principal wife was still vacant, and it was not in accordance with etiquette to marry a concubine first. So he could only compromise with the concubine Shu and marry both the principal wife and the concubine at the same time. Su Wenqing. This logic is really impeccable. This is the routine of the street stall storybooks. Su Jinsheng, of course. The most important reason is that she thinks that the third prince decided to deal with the Xia family for you. Su Wenqing drank tea silently. What could she say? Is brain a good thing? In the outer courtyard, the smile on Xiao Yan's face disappeared without a trace when he saw Pei Min's figure disappear behind the half-moon door of the inner courtyard. Maybe it was influenced by his mother's character. So he always felt that whether it was willful or arrogant, it was not a big problem. But he never thought that the willfulness of smart people was lovable and hateful. But the willfulness of stupid people was only hateful and disgusting. Before marrying Pei Min, he never thought that a woman could be so stupid. He and Pei Min had been married for less than half a month. And the number of times he was angry was almost as many as the total number of times he had been angry in his life. But there was no other way. He could only stay at home. Because she was the apple of her father's and brother's eye. Xiao Yan's face was gloomy, and he used his right thumb to press the other 4 fingers to vent his anger. The Pei family was his biggest help now. And he couldn't possibly fall out with the Pei family because of Pei Min's matter. Thinking of the Pei family, Xiao Yan's already gloomy face became even gloomier. If he could choose, he would never be willing to stand on the side of the Pei family. He liked ambitious subordinates. But he didn't like ambitious but disobedient subordinates. After returning to Beijing, Pei Yin and Pei Changrui, father and son, acted on their own many times and challenged his bottom line again and again. In a secluded corner of the palace, a Pei family secret guard dressed as a servant of the palace knelt in front of Pei Changrui. Reporting to the master, I have delivered the letter and the token to Wang Ruoyan. Pei Changrui is over 30 years old, with a broad and square forehead and a deep wrinkle between his eyebrows. He lowered his eyes to look at the secret guard, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Very good. Proceed according to the plan. The secret guard's face was a little hesitant, and he hesitated for a while. Do we really not need to discuss this matter with the third prince? The previous few times we acted on our own have already displeased the third prince, and the master also told us to communicate more with the third prince before we act. Pei Changrui snorted coldly. The third prince is timid in doing things. How can we accomplish great things by conspiring with him? Isn't he just trying to win over the Wang family? Instead of showing goodwill blindly, it is better to seize the key point and directly take a dose of strong medicine. The third prince's grandmother was born in the side branch of the Wang family. Many people in the Wang family are willing to support the third prince. But Wang Xiuyan and his son have always been on good terms with the Xia family. And the Wang family happens to be dominated by the two of them. Pei Changrui paused, his narrow eyes flashing with danger. Madame Wang loves her daughter like her life. If she knew that her precious daughter's accident was related to Xie Xian, I would like to see how the father and son of the Wang family would explain to her. The secret guard bowed his head respectfully. But Xie Xian has always had a good reputation. He is not a playboy and never stays in the brothel. People who know him should find it hard to believe that he would do such a thing. Pei Changrui laughed coldly. What does it matter whether you believe it or not? Next to the girl of the Wang family, the jade ring of his eldest son Xia fell. The saint hides the filth, and the clean is not clean. Isn't this what the world wants to see most? Under the influence of public opinion, if Xie Xian still doesn't want to marry Wang Ruoyan, It means that he doesn't take the Wang family seriously. Can the Wang family tolerate this? In this way, the Wang family and the Xie family are bound to fall out. Secret guard, if the Xie and Wang families quarrel to the end, and Xie Shan agrees to marry Wang Ruoyan for the sake of the overall situation. What should we do then? Pei Changrui sneered. He won't. Because if he agrees to marry the daughter of the Wang family, he will not only slap the Su family in the face in public, but also admit to the world that he did such a dirty thing to the girl of the Wang family. In this way, the reputation of both their Xie family and Mr. Xie will be over. Outside the martial arts field of the palace, Xiaoyan finally waited for Xie Xian, who came slowly. He said in disgust, "Are you done with your annoying? I really can't stand you. Isn't it just a banquet with separate seats? But you still look back 3 times. And you have to see people go in and make sure that everything is fine before you feel relieved." Xie Xian was not angry at all when he was complained about. Instead, he felt happy about it. He smiled and said, "You don't understand. Isn't the one from the Pei family here? You know that she had a quarrel with the third prince a few days ago. I am worried that she will cause trouble for my wife." Xiaoyan gritted his teeth fiercely. When Xie Xian talked about his wife now, 9 out of 10 sentences would include "you don't understand." Every inch of his skin exuded a smug expression, which made people want to slap him in the face with a shoe. Yes, he hasn't married yet. He doesn't understand. Xiaoyan exhaled angrily. He didn't understand the fun of getting married, but he knew a lot of ways to make people who are smug stop being smug. He narrowed his eyes and deliberately spoke in a very careless tone with some contempt. "Yes, I saw you looking at the door for a long time, reluctant to leave, but your wife didn't even look back at you. That back view was so cool and unrestrained." Xie Xian, his desire to show off his daily life as a couple was killed by Xiaoyan's words. He covered his injured heart, glared at Xiaoyan unhappily, and silently swallowed his words back into his stomach, and suddenly became a mouthless gourd. Xiaoyan rarely got the upper hand in his words, and immediately felt relaxed and refreshed. He pretended to comfort, "It's okay. If you can't show your love, you can show your martial arts. They are now competing in archery in the martial arts field. How about you show your skills?" Xie Xian didn't even raise his eyelids. Men and women were not seated at the same table. No matter how good his shooting was, his wife couldn't see it, since she couldn't see him. What was the point of showing off his skills? Xie Xian said in a gloomy tone. "You are so boring. You show off your skills at every opportunity. Aren't you tired?" Xiaoyun, TSK. Listen to what you said. Aren't you embarrassed? In the royal hunting ground, who deliberately shot 5 arrows at the same time in front of all the women in Beijing, and finally smashed the big stone outside the shooting range? At that time, the shouts of the women in the boudoirs almost overturned the hunting ground. Xiaoyan paused, remembering that this man was about to show off to death. But he still pretended to be calm. When he heard the shouts, he nodded slightly to the back to express his gratitude. "Oh." After nodding his head in thanks, a more deafening cheer naturally followed. Xie Xian raised his eyebrows and said to Xiaoyan sincerely, "When I was young, I always liked to throw fruit to fill the car, and the whole room cheered. Now think about it. It's actually very childish." Xie Xian sighed in a pretentious manner. "I know you may not understand it now. It's okay. I was like this when I was young. It will be fine when you grow up." Xiaoyan was slightly stunned, and didn't understand what Xie Xian was saying. When he realized that this person was just taking advantage of him, Xie Xian had already floated 100 meters away. Xie Xian stood at a safe distance, walking forward deliberately and smiling. His voice was not loud, but it could be heard accurately by Xiaoyan. It would be embarrassing if a prince took action. It's vulgar. Xiaoyan looked around and saw that there was no one around. He took 2 steps and caught up with Xie Xian. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "If it weren't for the inconvenience of taking action in front of others, I would let you call me Grandpa." Chapter 61. During the banquet in the inner courtyard, Su Jinsheng saw Su Wenqing's face full of indescribable emotions, and a trace of indescribable ridicule passed across her red lips. "I thought this matter would make you proud." Su Wenqing was slightly stunned when she heard this, and she looked at Su Jinsheng in confusion. Su Jinsheng's tone was light, but it was always mixed with a hint of ridicule. One is the prince with the most powerful ability to seize the throne, and the other is the legitimate son of the Xie family, who is famous all over the world. With these 2 people fighting for you, Isn't this what my sister has always longed for but cannot get? Su Wenqing didn't believe that Su Jinsheng couldn't see the true thoughts of the third prince. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why do you have to ridicule me? Sister? Su Jinsheng sneered silently, and said nothing more. Su Wenqing took Su Jinsheng's hand, with a sincere expression, sincere eyes, and a particularly touching tone. Whether sister believes it or not, the person I have admired since childhood is Mr. Xie, and being able to marry him is my lifelong wish. Now I am in harmony with him, and I just want to spend the rest of my life in peace. These disputes and entanglements are really not what I want. Su Jinsheng silently pulled out her hand, suppressed the urge to rub the goosebumps, and looked wooden. Su Wenqing continued to work hard. She lowered her eyes slightly, and her face was deliberately a little shy. What's more, my husband is very good and gentle to me, almost responding to my every request. And he is different from other young masters of noble families. He has neither concubines nor those confidants in the prostitutes. He is devoted to me and loyal. With such a husband, what else can a wife ask for? Heh. Su Wenqing's ridicule stopped her from expressing her position and persuading her. Su Wenqing looked up in confusion, only to see Su Jinsheng's eyes full of confusion. She and Su Jinsheng looked at each other, then turned back together, only to see Wang Ruoyan standing behind them with disdain and contempt. Su Wenqing didn't want to cause any disputes at Su Jining's wedding banquet. She took the initiative to greet her and said, "Isn't this Sister Wang? Long time no see." Su Jinsheng. Wang Ruoyan. Su Wenqing realized it belatedly in the frozen atmosphere. It is said that because Wang Ruoyan cried and made a scene and didn't want to marry the second prince, she had been confined to her room by her mother for some time. That was today's Wang Xiuyan's wedding banquet, and she was temporarily released. In this way, her words became a complete mockery. Su Wenqing wiped the sweat off her forehead and hurriedly said, "Sister, your makeup today is really good. You look beautiful and bright, yet innocent and lively. Look at the lifelike double butterfly hairpin. Only your temperament can match it." Wang Ruoyan subconsciously touched her hair bun. She didn't know what she was thinking of, and a sweet smile flashed across her lips. Su Wenqing wondered in her heart, if she was not mistaken, the smile that flashed across Wang Ruoyan's face just now was definitely the smile of a young girl who was thinking about love. And she was the kind of young girl who was about to meet her dream lover. This is very strange. Wang Ruoyan likes Xie Xian, isn't he? Wang Ruoyan lowered her eyes and glanced at Su Wenqing, her round face full of contempt. Don't be so proud. Do you think Brother Xian married you because he liked you? He married you just to form an alliance with the Xie and Su families. You are still deceiving yourself here, and you don't open your eyes to see that you are just a concubine's daughter. Are you worthy of Brother Xian? Su Wenqing frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. Not much. As if her territory was offended. Su Wenqing smiled. What the cousin taught me is that my husband is too good to me. I couldn't help it for a while, and I was too proud. In the future, I will remember the teachings of the cousin. Be careful in what I say and do. And don't talk about the little fun between husband and wife outside. You? Wang Ruoyan was so angry that she was speechless for a long time. Her face flushed red, and she was angry and embarrassed. When she was about to curse, she suddenly thought of something. A contemptuous smile flashed across her lips. The hand in her sleeve moved slightly, and a warm jade pendant fell out of her sleeve. Wang Ruoyan said "ah" in a very artificial way, and hurriedly picked it up. She took out silk and wiped it gently, then carefully put it back into her sleeve, and looked at Su Wenqing with a smile, her eyes full of sympathy and contempt. Without saying anything more, she turned around and left with her head raised. Her back looked proud, like a big hen that had just laid eggs. The change came too suddenly, and Su Wenqing almost choked to death on the retort she had prepared. She digested it silently for a while, and sighed. It turns out that house arrest is really effective. Why do I feel that her temper is much better than before? Su Jinsheng looked at Wang Ruoyan's back thoughtfully. If I'm not mistaken, there seems to be a word "thank you" engraved on the jade pendant that fell out of her sleeve. Su Wenqing was a little surprised to hear this. Su Jinsheng actually took the initiative to find a topic to chat with her. Could it be that he was moved by what she said before? But she didn't know much about jade. Is there any particularity in engraving the word "thank you" on the jade? Su Wenqing's brain was working fast. She felt that she couldn't waste Su Jinsheng's hard-earned inspiration, since they were talking about jade. She thought about it, and decided to choose a reply that could connect the previous and the next. Yes. That piece of jade is translucent and shiny. I think it should be top grade. Right? Su Jinsheng. Su Wenqing felt the atmosphere solidify. She picked out her words word by word and carefully considered them. No problem. Since they talked about jade and ended with a question. It was in line with social rules. It shouldn't be awkward. Su Wenqing asked carefully, "May I ask if there is a word Xie engraved on this jade? What's the meaning?" Su Jinsheng looked at Su Wenqing with a complicated expression, and was silent for a long time. As far as I know, there seems to be only one Xie family in Anjing City. Su Wenqing. She just said that the jade looked familiar. Isn't that the one Xie Shan always wears? Too much. Su Wenqing gritted her teeth. Su Jinsheng was not interested in complaints. She picked up the teacup and continued to drink tea. Su Wenqing, you should return the things you find. That jade pendant is worth a lot of money. How come you don't know there is a phrase called returning lost property? Su Jinsheng. Su Wenqing said. Forget it. I'll go find her. In the outer courtyard of the palace, Xie Xian and Xiaoyan walked side by side to the martial arts training ground. Xie Xian asked in confusion, weren't they just playing drinking games? Why did they go to the martial arts training ground again? Xiaoyan recalled the scene where a group of people were trying to force Wang Xiuyan to drink wine. And his expression was complicated. Wang Xiuyan is a talented writer. Maybe everyone thinks that he can't drink too much in a literary duel. Otherwise, he won't be able to have enough fun. Xie Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Huh? Xiaoyan explained. They took Wang Xiuyan to the martial arts training ground. It seems that there is a rule that if he misses the bullseye with every 10 arrows, he has to drink a pot of wine. Xie Xian's surprised tone was a bit hard to describe. Isn't Wang Xiuyan a civil servant? Can he shoot arrows? No. Xiaoyan touched his chin meaningfully. So he is probably drunk now. Xie Xian opened his mouth. And he was still scared when he remembered his wedding day. Xiaoyan, by the way, I've been keeping an eye on the third prince for you. But I don't think he's the right person. Xie Xian pondered for a moment after hearing this. It's either the third prince or the Pei family. Now they're the only ones who have this motive. Xiaoyan's always frivolous peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. In fact, you'd rather it's the Pei family, right? If it's the third prince, you can only play along. If it's the Pei family, you can kill two birds with one stone? Xie Xian smiled lightly. Without commenting. Did you help me find the jade pendant? Xiaoyan smiled. I did. Very low-key. Except for being accidentally seen by my father. No one else was alarmed. Xie Xian nodded. With the emperor as a witness. He was not afraid of any mistakes. Xiaoyan paused. But, Xie Xian looked puzzled. You have a different opinion? Xiaoyan had a teasing smile on his face. How can you be sure that it must be the Pei family or the third prince? Maybe it was a palace maid who had admired you for many years. Thinking that even if she saw the jade pendant, she was willing to risk being caned. And when she was helping you pack your clothes, she couldn't control herself and secretly kept your jade pendant. Xie Xian originally thought that Xiaoyan would have some good suggestions. And he heard it unhappily. Yes. I don't know what kind of palace maid has a background. But she can actually order the eunuch next to the emperor. Xiaoyan, she. Xie Xian sneered and interrupted mercilessly. She not only calculated that the emperor would ask me to change my court dress and hand it over to the laundry department to clean it when he saw that my court dress was dirty, but also expected that there would be too many people at the palace banquet, and too many people would be involved. I would not ask the emperor to investigate thoroughly for such an insignificant ornament. Xiaoyan, Xie Xian, such calculations. Such scheming. If there really is such a talent, I think you should look for it carefully. Xiaoyan was confused. What do you want to find her for? Xie Xian had a sneer on his lips. Marry her home to balance your mind. Xiaoyan. On the other side, Su Wenqing wanted to call Wang Ruoyan. But just as he stood up, he bumped into a group of officials and their wives who came to show their presence. In the past, Su Wenqing treated these people as warmly as the spring breeze. After all, such a good thing as being praised by a group of beauties in various ways is a supreme service that cannot be enjoyed even in the paid praise group. However, Su Wenqing's mind was not here today. She absent-mindedly responded to a few words and found an excuse to exit the group chat. Outside the banquet, the maids who came to the banquet with their masters from various mansions gathered together in twos and threes. Suedia was originally listening with relish to a nanny from the Wang family, who was taking a break and talking about how she protected her master from danger among the bandits. As a result, she saw her own lady looking around and walking out of the group with her skirt lifted up. Suegia thought her troublesome young lady was going to run away early again. So she hurriedly went to meet her and asked in a worried way, "The banquet hasn't started yet. Why did you come out?" Su Wenqing was busy looking for someone and didn't pay attention. "Well, did you see Wang Ruan?" Suegia hesitated for a while, and finally persuaded, "After all, the second young lady is your sister. Today is her wedding banquet. If you leave early, it will not look good." Su Wenqing heard this, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I don't plan to leave. Your young master is still in the front yard. I will definitely go back with him. Besides, didn't we agree to take a boat trip on the Huai River in the evening?" Suegia breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid of her young lady, who didn't play by the rules. "Then why are you looking for Miss Wang?" Su Wenqing thought about it, and told Suegia what happened just now. If it was something else that was picked up, it would be fine. But the main thing is that the jade pendant is too private. I am afraid that she will bring trouble to Xie Xian if she takes it. Suegia's face was a little complicated. "Miss Su Wenqing, have you ever thought about, what if this jade pendant was not picked up by Miss Wang?" Chapter 62. Su Wenqing digested Suegia's words for a long time, and finally said in disbelief and shock, "You mean I was cuckolded?" Suegia was puzzled. "Cuckold? Oh, no." Su Wenqing changed his words embarrassedly. "I mean, do you think Xie Xian and Wang Ruan are having an affair?" Suegia saw that the maids in the surrounding villas were attracted by the sound and looked over here. So she hurriedly advised, "Miss, your voice is too loud, and this matter is just speculation. It may not be so serious." Su Wenqing thought about Wang Ruan's slightly mean round face, and muttered, "No way. With this taste, he might as well choose the fifth prince." Suegia didn't hear clearly. She asked in confusion, "What did you say? What happened to the fifth prince?" Su Wenqing coughed. "Oh, nothing. I just think Xie Xian shouldn't." Su Wenqing paused, and before Suegia could react, he added, "Forget it. I'd better not say it so absolutely. What if I get slapped in the face?" Suegia suddenly felt distressed. She looked at Su Wenqing. "Miss." Su Wenqing shook off the goosebumps on his body. "Stop. Stop. Don't look at me like an abandoned woman. It reminds me of Wang Ruan." Suegia's full of comfort was blocked by Su Wenqing's words. She breathed a sigh of relief and felt that she was also hurt. Su Wenqing paused. "I was wondering why your eyes looked so familiar." Wang Ruan had the same look before she left, but she only had a little sympathy and more contempt. Why sympathy and contempt? Does it mean that the person Wang Ruan wanted to see was indeed Xie Xian? So he deliberately dropped the jade pendant in front of her to show off? Su Wenqing bit her finger and thought, what would she do if Xie Xian really had an affair with Wang Ruan? Su Wenqing found that she couldn't imagine it. Not that she couldn't imagine what she would do, but that she couldn't imagine that Xie Xian and Wang Ruan would have an affair. Cui Dai opened her mouth, feeling sad in her heart, but she didn't know where to start. She was once happy for her daughter to be able to marry such a husband, who was meticulous and obedient. She always felt that the immortal couple was just like this. But now it's only been 2 months. Cui Dai wiped her tears. Why do people's hearts always change so quickly? Su Wenqing suddenly had an idea in her mind. Her eyes lit up, and she looked excited. She put her hands on Suegia's shoulders and lowered her voice. "It's just right. It's a godsend opportunity. Let's catch the adulterer." Suegia looked at Su Wenqing in horror, afraid that the excitement was too great and her young lady went crazy. Her lips trembled slightly, and she carefully advised, "Let's not talk about whether we are not sure whether the jade pendant was given by the young master. Even if it was given by the young master, it might be, maybe." Suegia racked her brains. What could it be? The jade pendant is a close-fitting ornament. It is given as a token of love. Is there any other explanation? Su Wenqing was immersed in the excitement of catching the adulterer, and didn't hear what Suegia said at all. She had already arranged the script in her mind. She must keep her demeanor arrogant, and her expression must be disdainful. After pushing open the door, she glanced at them with a smile, preferably with a sneer, and then threw the divorce letter on Xie Xian's face, and finally left proudly. Ha. Xie Xian must have looked confused. Cui Dai saw her young lady standing there with a strange smile, and she felt sad. The young lady of the Wang family was not easy to deal with. If her young lady was crazy, Shui Dai resisted the urge to cry. She had imagined that she and Su Wenqing were locked up in a remote garden, unkempt, poorly clothed, and could only eat bran and vegetables every day. Let's go, Su Wenqing said excitedly. I'll go find paper and pen. And you go find out which direction Wang Ruan went. Shui Dai felt that it would be bad if this matter was made public. But she couldn't disobey her young lady's order. So she could only turn around and carefully persuade, Miss Wang may not be going to see the young master. Maybe she just feels unwell. So she went back to her room to rest. Why don't you go in first, and I'll go find her. If there is any situation, I'll tell you, Su Wenqing said disdainfully. TSK. Suegia. You haven't had anyone you like yet. Suegia? Su Wenqing. Her makeup is clearly well dressed. How could a woman who puts on such beautiful makeup go back to her room to sleep? And she left in such a hurry that she didn't even have time to ridicule me. It's obvious that she has an appointment. Suegia was speechless by Su Wenqing's well-reasoned analysis. Okay. Su Wenqing blocked Suegia's last way out. We'll meet at the south gate of the garden in one stick of incense. In the martial arts training ground. The third prince Xiaoyan rejected everyone's enthusiasm to show off his skills. He passed the crowd and saw Xie Xian and Xiaoyan standing outside the shooting range. He dismissed several officials, who were fawning on him, and walked over. Xiaoyan and Xie Xian were watching Wang Xiuyan's excitement. He saw the third prince out of the corner of his eye, and let go of his hand that was hooked on Xie Xian's shoulder. He said in his usual cynical tone in front of others. Third brother. Xiaoyan was not too surprised to see Xiaoyun and Xie Xian together. Fifth brother. Xian. Xie Xian had put away his joking expression as soon as Xiaoyan spoke. He smiled gently and spoke in a familiar but polite tone. Third prince. Xiaoyan followed the crowd to the shooting range and saw that Wang Xiuyan had shot another arrow that missed the target. He shook his head slightly, and a little helplessness hung on his cold face. How many pots have you drunk? Xie Xian smiled. It's the third pot. I didn't expect that brother Xiuyan is not good at archery, but has a great alcohol tolerance. Judging from his condition, it should be no problem for him to drink 3 more pots. Xiaoyan's mouth twitched. If someone who didn't know the situation came to see these two people chatting, they might think that the two people were fighting against each other in the court during this period, and it was all an illusion for everyone to fight to the death. Xiaoyan, after all, you will be brothers-in-law in the future. So why don't you help to rescue? Xie Xian smiled and said, everyone is in high spirits at the moment. If I go in to rescue, I'm afraid I will be the one who is forced to drink. Xiaoyan's sharp thin lips curled slightly, and the tone changed. Xian is so good at judging the situation. How can he not see that the eldest brother is not someone who can be supported? Xie Xian smiled but said nothing. Xiaoyan said with a hint of sarcasm, I heard that you went to the Duke of the State Guard's mansion for your eldest brother yesterday? Xie Xian smiled and said, nothing can be hidden from the eyes and ears of the third prince. Xiaoyan, it must be unpleasant to be turned away. Right? Xie Xian smiled and said, I'm afraid the third prince will be disappointed. Although the Duke of the State Guard and his wife are angry, they still gave the Xie family a face and let me in. Xiaoyan sneered. Have you ever thought that even if you have the talent to rule the world, you may not be able to support such a person? Xie Xian smiled slightly. I don't know whether the eldest prince is someone who can be supported, but Pei Chongrui is unruly and rebellious by nature. The third prince should be careful. Xiaoyan suddenly thought of something. His face changed slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he saw the guards of the mansion standing at the entrance of the martial arts training ground, as if they had something urgent to tell him. Xiaoyan frowned without leaving a trace, and did not go into this topic any further. After a few words of greeting calmly, he excused himself. Xiaoyan saw Xie Xian looking at Xiaoyan's departing back thoughtfully, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Is the fish going to be hooked? Xie Xian's mouth flashed a calculating smile. Yes. Xiaoyan, what's going on with the protector of the country mansion? Xie Xian retracted his gaze. It's because of the things in the eldest prince's mansion. Xiaoyan, Qin Yang? Xie Xian sighed helplessly and nodded. Xiaoyan understood. Qin Yang was a concubine that the eldest prince took into the palace 2 years ago. She had always behaved well, and had never done anything out of line. Her presence in the eldest prince's palace was very low. His eldest brother probably didn't even remember that there was such a person in the palace. He didn't know what happened. It seemed that it happened last month. The woman named Qin Yang fell seriously ill. The eldest prince was a kind-hearted person. After hearing about it, he went to see her several times. As a result, he didn't know how the thunder in the sky hooked the fire in the earth. And the fire in the earth was about to be infatuated. The eldest prince was not a man who was obsessed with women, although he didn't love his wife, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Hugua, very much. He treated her with respect and maintained the etiquette of husband and wife. He would not do anything to make her lose face in front of others. However, since the eldest prince met Qin Yang several times last month, he has never stayed overnight in the rooms of the main wife or other concubines. Originally, it was the eldest prince's freedom to spend the night wherever he wanted. He closed the door and kept the mouths of the servants in the mansion. But I don't know what his brother is crazy about. A few days ago, he didn't bring the main wife to the full moon wine of Zhang Zifu's grandson, but brought Qin Yang. Isn't this a slap in the face of the eldest concubine in front of all the people in the capital? The couple of the Duke of Hugua only have this one daughter. How can they bear this breath? So they took their daughter back that night. Xiexian, the eldest prince, is about to leave the capital, and there shouldn't be more trouble at this time. Xiaoyun, what did the duke and his wife say? Xiexian, they said that the eldest prince should hand Qin Yang over to the duke's mansion for processing, and then personally apologize to the eldest empress. Xiaoyun smiled bitterly, so the negotiation failed. Xiexian also smiled bitterly. Yes, the eldest prince brought someone to the wedding banquet of the Wang and Su families today to show his feelings. Xiaoyun was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "Do you know that the eldest brother had a favorite person named Qin when he was young?" Xiexian didn't understand why Xiaoyun brought up this matter. He nodded. I heard a little bit. It seems that it was the female official who took care of his bedroom? Xiaoyun smiled. I asked you to climb over the wall with me to see it, but you were embarrassed. Xiexian sometimes often suspected that hanging out in the red light district might not be Xiaoyun's disguise, but his true colors. After all, this person has been keen on seeing beauties everywhere since he was a child. I'm not embarrassed. I'm just not interested. Xiexian thought about it and decided to clear his name again. Xiaoyun smiled and half-jokingly said, "She looks pretty good. Although she is not stunning, she gives people a very gentle feeling. It is the kind of beauty that does not have any aggression. But I guess you can't appreciate it, because she is not the same type as your wife." Xiexian. What happened later? Xiaoyun's smile faded a little. Later, she died, wrapped in a white silk, just after my father decided that my eldest brother would marry the eldest daughter of the protector of the country. Chapter 63. Xiexian had already guessed it. He was not surprised to hear that. Just asked calmly, "Is it the palace? Or the protectorate mansion?" Xiaoyun looked at the sky, with a self-deprecating smile on his lips. Who knows? I only saw that the eldest prince went crazy looking for her body everywhere, dug one mass grave after another, and finally locked himself in the room with her clothes for 3 days without eating or drinking. Being in the royal family, fate is not up to you. Xiaoyun smiled. You know, I have never understood this sentence more than at that moment. Xiexian pondered for a while. You mean that the eldest prince likes Qin Yang now, who is somewhat similar to Qin back then? So he made up for his guilt towards Qin back then on Qin Yang? Xiaoyun was ruthlessly interrupted by Xiexian, who said unhappily, I saw that you were worried about this matter recently. I asked a few questions indirectly when I was drinking with my eldest brother a few days ago. Xiexian raised his eyebrows and waited for Xiaoyun to continue. Xiaoyun said, my eldest brother's answer is very interesting. He did not say that Qin Yang is very similar to Qin. Nor did he say that he saw the shadow of Qin in Qin Yang. What he said was that he felt that Qin Yang was the reincarnation of Qin. Xiexian frowned slightly, obviously not quite understanding the meaning of the word Xiaoyun used. Xiaoyun, you can't understand it, right? I couldn't understand it at the time. I even thought that maybe my eldest brother missed Qin too much. So he finally found someone who was more similar. So he deceived himself and comforted himself. Xiexian, isn't it? Xiaoyun, I don't know if it is true or not. But based on what my eldest brother told me intermittently, I can confirm 2 points. First, Qin Yang is very similar to Qin in terms of personality, expression, and the way she speaks and does things. Second, Qin Yang knows a lot of Qin's memories, including those that belong only to my eldest brother and Qin. Xiexian was slightly stunned. Xiaoyun, it's hard to believe it. It's hard to explain it with other reasons except reincarnation. But if it's reincarnation, the age doesn't match. Qin has only been dead for 3 or 4 years. And Qin is already so old. Xieshan pondered for a moment after hearing this. Did the eldest prince say, when he discovered that Qin had Qin's memories? Xiaoyun, it was after Qin fell seriously ill. And not only her memory, but also her personality changed from that time. Xieshan's eyes flashed with a complex emotion, which seemed to be surprised, unbelieving, and mixed with some other emotions. According to my investigation, although Qin was taken into the mansion by the eldest prince 2 years ago, she has never been favored and has always been a dispensable existence in the mansion. Does the eldest prince still remember what her original personality was like? Xiaoyun raised his eyebrows. Prince's concubine. You actually went to investigate? Xieshan explained. The main reason is that the timing of this incident was too coincidental. Because of this incident, the eldest prince and the Duke of Hugua's mansion had a rift. And favoring concubines and killing wives also greatly damaged the eldest prince's image. I was worried that it was someone from the third prince's side. So I went to check it out. Xiaoyun, is there a problem? Xieshan shook his head. Her background is innocent. At least I didn't find out. Xiaoyun nodded. And he continued the previous topic. Answering, the eldest prince said that the reason why he took her into the palace was that they looked a little similar. And because their names both contained the word Qin. But after getting to know each other, he found that it was just a dream. And they were just two completely different people. Xieshan, so it was after Qin fell seriously ill that the eldest prince found that Qin had become a different person. Xiaoyun nodded. The eldest prince said that he was also quite shocked at first. But later he thought it through. He felt that this was a gift from God, allowing him to have the opportunity to be with Qin in this life. Xieshan frowned slightly. He had a serious illness, and his personality changed drastically. He had many memories that did not belong to this person. He didn't know why he remembered his wife. Xiaoyun did not see the change in Xieshan's face. He continued, actually, I think what the eldest brother said is quite fantastic. If this matter is true, how can it be explained with common sense? Xieshan suppressed all the thoughts in his mind. A gentleman does not talk about strange things. Ghosts and gods. There are many things in this world that we cannot explain with common sense, such as the reincarnation of the dead in the southern border, the wolf god of the northern barbarians, and various voodoo secrets that have not been passed down from generation to generation. Xiaoyun thought, what you said makes sense. What are you going to do about this matter? Xieshan pondered for a while. In fact, whether the eldest prince favors Qin or Qin, the situation is the same. Xiaoyun spread his hands helplessly. I can only help you find out the secret. And persuasion is useless. You have to know that this man, no matter how rational he is in normal times, everything will be gone the moment he falls in love. Take you for example. If the situation requires you to divorce your wife, will you do it? Xieshan raised his eyelids. There has never been a situation that forces people to make a choice. But their own incompetence has created this situation. The eldest prince is highly valued by the current emperor. Do you think the current emperor will watch him act like this and ruin his future? Xiaoyun's pupil shrank slightly. Xieshan, Qin back then. Now Qin. If the eldest prince can really understand the situation, he should know that honor and wealth are not enough to protect a person's life. Outside the martial arts training ground, Xiaoyun listened to the guard's report with a gloomy face. If he and the Pei family were not now grasshoppers on the same rope, he really wanted to twist Pei Rui's head off and take a good look at what is in the head of this man, who is more likely to cause trouble than to do good things. Why would he frame Xieshan? Can Wang Xiuyan and his son believe it? If Xieshan can prove that his jade pendant has been lost for a long time, it means that Xieshan has given the Wang family a reason to unite against the enemy and unite against the outside world. Xiaoyan suppressed his anger and managed to stay calm. How far has he progressed? The guard lowered his head and answered carefully. Fearing that he would get into trouble, the young lady of the Wang family has already gone there. Xiaoyan's narrow and long phoenix eyes were full of coldness. The arrow had been shot, and there was no turning back. The token had been handed over to Wang Ruoyan. If the plan was interrupted rashly, once Wang Ruoyan made a fuss, Xieshan would still benefit. It would be better to take advantage of the situation. Xieshan would not do anything to lust after seeing the beauty. It would be better to let everyone believe that it was Xieshan who directed and acted in this play himself, with the purpose of framing him and making the Wang family completely give up supporting him. After listening to Xiao Yan's instructions, the guard was puzzled and said, "But even so, we can't prove that this was done by Mr. Xie. What if the Wang family doesn't believe it?" Xiao Yan's tone was cold. "It doesn't matter. As long as we save Wang Ruoan at the last moment, the people of the Wang family will more or less retain some gratitude towards us in their hearts. With this gratitude, facing such a headless case, they will naturally trust us a little more. Go tell Pei Rui to proceed according to the original plan. Find a killer to do it. First insist that it was instructed by me, and then reveal Xie Xian's name under severe punishment." During the banquet in the inner courtyard, Pei Min's personal maid walked through the crowd, carefully leaned over Pei Min and whispered. The person sent to monitor the third prince reported back that the third prince avoided everyone and went to the back garden of the palace alone. The third imperial concubine Pei Min raised her eyes slightly. While peeling lychees leisurely, she asked in confusion, "Why is he going to the back garden for no reason?" The maid hesitated for a moment and said with a stiff face, "Mrs. Xie just left the table and is now on her way to the back garden." Pei Min's slender nails penetrated the white and tender lychee flesh, and the juice spurted out, leaving a little stain on the collar of her xiangfei color flowing dark flower cloud brocade long skirt. The maid hurriedly took out silk to wipe Pei Min's clothes, and cold sweat ran down her forehead. "Miss, why don't we go to the car to change clothes first?" Pei Min slapped the maid's hand away, and sneered and brushed the teacup and fruit plate in front of her to the ground. Okay. The maid saw that the women around her stopped talking and looked over here, and hurriedly whispered, "Miss, the two of you haven't met yet. If you get angry now, it is very likely to alert the enemy. If there is no evidence, the third prince can still deny it." Pei Min glanced at the maid fiercely, and her expression seemed to want to eat her alive. "So I should do nothing?" The maid was under the pressure of being punished and said with a stiff face, "Why not hold back for the time being and follow silently? When the third prince is caught red-handed, he can't deny it." Pei Min suppressed the raging anger in her chest and bit her tongue to calm herself down. She glanced at the women around her who were looking at her, forced a little smile, stood up and straightened her clothes. "Yes, you are right," she spoke loudly, deliberately raising her voice so that everyone could hear. "Let's go back to the car and change clothes first." Su Jinxing stopped drinking tea and looked at Pei Min's back thoughtfully. At the south gate of the garden, Su Winching smiled and folded the divorce letter and stuffed it into her sleeve. From a distance, she saw Suedia standing at the corner waiting, hesitant to speak. "How is it? Did you ask which direction Wang Ruan went?" Suedia hesitated for a long time, and finally said hesitantly, "Someone saw Miss Wang go to the east." Su Winching pulled Suedia up. "It's almost time. Let's go too." Suedia seemed to want to persuade again. "Miss." Su Winching stopped and took a deep breath. The moment he turned his head, he had already changed into a tearful look. "Suedia, do you know what the most terrible thing in life is?" Suedia stayed where she was and shook her head. Su Winching wiped the non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. "That's suspicion." Suedia opened her lips slightly. "Miss." Su Winching, "if you don't let me go, I will be tormented by suspicion and self-consolation every day. As soon as I close my eyes, I can't help but think about whether they have a relationship or not, and what they have done." Suedia, "But, Su Winching, if this goes on for a long time, I will be restless, dream more and sleep less, and suffer from neurasthenia." Suedia, Su Winching, "In the end, I will suffer from insomnia, depression, and death or madness." Suedia. Su Winching held Suedia's hand, his eyes slightly lowered, with a pitiful accusation. "Do you think that their private affairs will kill me in the end? No. It's you who held me back today to find the truth." Suedia. Su Winching, "You didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of your kindness." Suedia. "Can you bear it?" Suedia was about to cry. "Miss, don't say anything. I'll go. I'll take you there now." Su Winching's eyes curved when he heard this, and he touched Suedia's head like a wolf with a big tail. "You are teachable. You are so good. Let's go. Lead the way." Chapter 64. Suedia led Su Winching around the busy avenue and followed the path to the east corner of the back garden of the palace. The sun was blazing, and it was still hot even under the shade of the trees. Su Winching wiped the sweat from his forehead and joked as he walked, in just a short time of an incense stick. "You have learned the way of the palace so thoroughly. You are gifted and amazing. Maybe you were a famous spy in your previous life. Suedia was a little embarrassed by the praise. She pointed to the lush bamboo forest in front of her. This area is relatively remote, and few people come here. There is a rockery further in. If you want to meet privately, this should be the best choice. As soon as Suedia finished speaking, she felt that she might have said something wrong. She carefully looked up at Su Wenqing's face, and was relieved when she saw that she had no reaction. Su Wenqing was actually not as calm as she looked on the surface. Suedia's words slightly touched her heartstrings. Until this moment, she realized why she was not annoyed, angry, or sad after hearing such a thing. Because she subconsciously did not believe that Xie would really have anything with Wang Ruoyan. Because she did not believe it, and felt it was absurd. She had this kind of joking mentality. Su Wenqing smiled slightly, and was about to share her latest insights with Suedia, when she heard a sweet voice with joy and coquettishness from the depths of the bamboo forest. Brother Xian. The slap in the face came too quickly, and Su Wenqing was dumbfounded. Suedia looked at Su Wenqing carefully, fearing that her young lady would not be able to bear this stimulation. Su Wenqing was angry. Damn. She hadn't cheated on him yet. But he already cuckolded her? Su Wenqing rolled up his sleeves angrily. Are you there? Wang Ruoyan's gentle question came from the depths of the bamboo forest. Su Wenqing and Suedia looked at each other, and Su Wenqing quickly analyzed the situation. Maybe everyone is not here yet. Suedia, then shall we go in? Su Wenqing, no. We have to catch an adulterer in pairs. Otherwise it's meaningless. Find a place where we can see what's going on inside and hide. Before Suedia could reply, she saw her young lady quietly going behind the rockery. Suedia hurriedly followed her. Little. Su Wenqing put his finger on his mouth with a serious face, turned his head and said silently, Be quiet. Don't let the people inside find out. Suedia didn't understand why she was just joking, and suddenly became serious. She could only shut her mouth and followed carefully. Su Wenqing had just gone behind the rockery and found a perfect hiding place to monitor, when she saw a man dressed as a servant of the palace coming from the way they came. Wang Ruoyan was obviously surprised to see him, and she frowned and said that she was in a bad mood and wanted to be alone, and ordered him to leave immediately. The visitor raised his head and looked at Wang Ruoyan without saying a word. The smile in his eyes was cold and uncomfortable, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, which made people's scalps numb. Wang Ruoyan was obviously a little scared. She subconsciously took a few steps back. You? Who are you? Who allowed you to look up and look at me? Get out of here quickly, or I'll have someone break your legs. The visitor licked the corner of his mouth and smiled mockingly, as if he was looking at a dying prey. At the moment when Wang Ruoyan turned around to run away, he suddenly appeared behind her, as fast as a ghost, and then knocked her out with a palm. Su Wenqing and Suedia covered their mouths, looking at each other with surprise, panic and confusion. Suedia silently mouthed to Su Wenqing, What's going on? Su Wenqing was bewildered. How would I know? Suedia looked at the bottom of the rockery with concern. I feel that the person who came here is not a good person. Su Wenqing rolled his eyes to the sky. Nonsense. Would a good person come up and knock someone unconscious without saying anything? Suedia's eyes were full of fear. Will he kill Miss Wang? Su Wenqing quickly observed the surrounding environment, pondered for a moment and said, I don't think so. If he wanted to do it, he would have just done it. This place is remote, and there is no need to knock him unconscious first. Suedia hesitated. Then should we save him? Su Wenqing wanted to help Suedia control the water in her head. Save? How to save? Is it because I can fly over the eaves and walls? Or is it because you have unparalleled martial arts? Going down is like buying one and getting two free. Don't wait until the person is not saved, and you also lose yourself. Suedia, then, we just don't care? Su Wenqing, I'll watch here. You go back to find someone. This is the palace. You can see the guards after leaving this bamboo forest. Suedia nodded, and was about to get up, but suddenly squatted back and asked, Since you are looking for guards, why don't you come with me? Young lady? What do you mean by watching? Su Wenqing was so busy with the lawsuit that he was anxious for Suedia to go quickly, and he didn't bother to persuade her in a roundabout way. He may not be here all the time. If he leaves with someone, I will find a way to follow him, and leave the things on my body to show you the direction. Suedia, this is too dangerous. Stop wasting time. Go! Su Wenqing saw a flash of fear in Suedia's eyes after she finished her anger. She turned around and saw the man dressed as a servant of the palace untying Wang Ruoyan's belt under the rockery. Su Wenqing clenched her fists subconsciously. Her heart was beating like a drum in her chest. But her limbs were cold and her back was sweating. Go! Su Wenqing gritted her teeth, pulled out the hairpin on her hair, stood up and ran to the bamboo forest, which was closer to the main road but denser and easier to hide. I'll delay for a while. If you can't get there in time with your people, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Miss. Suedia grabbed Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing was going crazy. She lowered her voice and said anxiously, Don't make any reluctant confessions at this time. I'm just going to make a feint to the east and shout a few words like come on. Help. I won't rush out. Su Wenqing's words stopped abruptly after she saw the situation below the rockery. She saw a man dressed in tight clothes as a palace guard emerging from some corner of the rockery. He moved like lightning and knocked the man dressed as a palace servant unconscious with a palm. His posture was dashing, like a dragon, which made Su Wenqing and Suedia deeply understand what it meant that there are always higher mountains. Suedia pulled Su Wenqing's sleeve. Miss, isn't that the guard beside the young master? Su Wenqing nodded in confusion. And then she and Suedia looked at the guards, who mentioned Wang Ruoyan and the man dressed as a servant, and disappeared into the depths of the bamboo forest. Silence spread between Su Wenqing and Suedia. After a long time, Suedia asked hesitantly, Miss, Miss Wang. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. Su Wenqing was silent for a while. But I'm thinking about a problem. Suedia thought Su Wenqing had discovered something again. And she asked nervously, What problem? Su Wenqing, you said that the servants and guards in the Wang mansion can get in from anyone's family. So what about the Xia mansion? Are we safe at home? Suedia swallowed her saliva and tried to think positively. Maybe, maybe, today is a wedding banquet. People are coming and going. That's why it's like this. Su Wenqing felt that this was the only way to comfort herself. Seeing that Su Wenqing suddenly stopped talking, Suedia asked carefully, What are you thinking about? Su Wenqing said, I just suddenly thought that it is very important to know martial arts. Not only can it save people, but it can also save lives. What do you think about me practicing martial arts? Maybe I can become a master one day after practicing? Suedia remembered her young lady's lazy habits of sleeping until noon every day and never standing if she could sit, and laughed dryly. Young lady has lofty ambitions. It is indeed not impossible. Su Wenqing was greatly encouraged by Suedia's words. Later, during a period of idleness, she did put martial arts training on the agenda, but the results were minimal, and there was a huge gap between her and the master. Suedia thought that the reason for her failure was because she changed the 2-hour morning exercise to half an hour of evening exercise before going to bed. But she thought that the main reason was that Xie Xian was not a good master. A strict teacher produces a good student. How could a master always practice until he went to bed? Since one of the protagonists had been rescued, the affair must have been missed. Su Wenqing and Suedia silently wiped the dirt off their clothes and prepared to go back. Suedia saw the mud stains on the hem of Su Wenqing's skirt. Miss, your skirt is dirty. Why don't we go back to the car and change clothes before returning to the banquet? Su Wenqing, okay. I'll go by myself. You go find Xie Xian. Just in case. Tell him about the situation here. On the other side, the third prince Xiaoyan, Pei Rui, and Pei Changyu were rushing over here from another road. Pei Rui suppressed his anger and said in a very bad tone, If we rush over now, wouldn't it be like trying to cover up the truth? Which is equivalent to telling others directly that we are related to this matter. Pei Changyu explained like a peacemaker, sometimes, the more you avoid suspicion, the easier it is for people to suspect you. The third prince is trying to do the opposite. If this was done by us, most people would think that we would definitely avoid it, and would not go to the scene in person. But we not only went there, but also rushed there so openly. If we had the favor of saving Miss Wang, the people of the Wang family will definitely be more willing to believe that we are the one being framed in this unpopular lawsuit between us and the Xie family. Xiaoyan raised his eyes and looked at Pei Changyu without leaving a trace. He had not paid much attention to the unpopular eldest son of the Pei family before, but now it seems that he is a subordinate who deserves support more than Pei Rui. Pei Rui was not in a good mood when he saw Pei Changyu. If he had not been caught by Pei Changyu when he was ordering his subordinates to do something, how could a bastard be here to make decisions? In the end, he just wanted to show off in front of the third prince. He was servile and fawning, and he was really not worthy of being on the stage. Pei Rui sneered. What does this have to do with you? Aren't you afraid of arousing suspicion by getting involved? Just to show off in front of the third prince? Ha! A bastard is a bastard. Pei Changyu said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. Second brother may look down on me, but I am a member of the Pei family after all. Your reckless behavior has brought so much trouble to the third prince for our Pei family. Although my power is small, I also want to do my best to make up for it. Pei Rui said angrily. I acted recklessly? The jade pendant is Xie Xian's personal belongings. With this thing, it may not be impossible to drag Xie Xian into the water. Xiaoyan glanced at Pei Rui. He did not fail to hear the meaning of Pei Rui's words. Pei Rui was still blaming him for stopping his original plan. Xiaoyan's smile was a little cold. In fact, he just wanted the help of the Pei family. As for whether this help was provided by a bastard or a legitimate son, what difference did it make to him? From another perspective, if he could support an unpopular bastard to take the position of the head of the family, it would also be convenient for him to control the Pei family in the future. Chapter 65. After Pei Rui finished speaking, he also realized the inappropriateness of his words. But he couldn't show weakness and apologize in front of a bastard. Not to mention that he didn't do anything wrong in the first place. Pei Changyu knew that everything was too much. So he stopped talking after saying so, and looked back and forth between the third prince and Pei Changyu calmly. The rift had already been created. Sure enough, people like the third prince would not like a subordinate who was too strong. If it was a trivial matter, the third prince would probably be able to tolerate it. But if this thing failed, it would be the help of the Wang family that would be ruined. Pei Chengyu's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible smile. Xie Xian gave this information very timely. With the support of the third prince, there was no need to worry about not being able to take down the Pei family. The three people had their own thoughts, and no one spoke for a while, until the secret guards of Pei Mansion hurried over. The moment Xiaoyan saw this person, his heart skipped a beat. His expression remained unchanged, but his hands and his wide sleeves were tightly clenched into fists. He had an inexplicable premonition in his heart that this matter might have already fallen into Xie Xian's calculations. Reporting to the young master, the secret guards of Pei Mansion looked at the third prince and Pei Chengyu, and hesitated to speak. Pei Rui knew that it was definitely not a good thing when he saw the reaction of the secret guards. He remembered the big words he had just said to the third prince, and suddenly felt very ashamed. His face was terribly gloomy. Just tell me, what's wrong? The secret guard kept his fists clasped in salute, not daring to look up. Miss Wang and the people we sent are gone. Pei Rui was furious when he heard this, and he kicked the guard in the chest. What's the point of keeping you in the Pei Mansion? You can't even do this. What do you mean by missing? How can two living people disappear? Xiaoyan was holding back his anger, and frowned when he saw Pei Rui's reaction. When he encountered a variable, his first reaction was not to find a way to solve it. Is face more important than the success or failure of the matter? Pei Chengyu saw Xiaoyan's face, suppressed the uncontrollable smile at the corner of his mouth, and just pulled Pei Rui, deliberately persuading him, it has already happened. What's the point of you getting angry? It's better to ask the situation first. Not to mention that the third prince is still watching. Get lost. Pei Rui shook off Pei Chengyu. Is it your turn to point fingers in front of me? Pei Rui's words stopped abruptly after he saw Xiaoyan's face. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, looked at the secret guard kneeling on the ground and asked, what's going on? The secret guard lowered his head and said tremblingly, I was originally keeping watch nearby, and when I saw that there was no movement inside, I went in to check. But I found that there was no one at the scene. I searched around the east courtyard and found no trace. Xiaoyan pondered for a while, holding on to the last glimmer of hope, and asked, can the people sent be trusted? Is it possible that they were tempted by beauty? Pei Rui denied it without thinking. No. The people who went there are dead men, and they will never do such a thing. A trace of coldness flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes. He suppressed his anger and quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. If his prediction was correct, the people were most likely rescued by Xie Xian now. The evidence was in Xie Xian's hands. It was impossible to win back a city. Xiaoyan turned the ring on his thumb and glanced at Pei Rui coldly. Since the car was already a scrap car, it was better to abandon the car to save the king. After making a decision, Xiaoyan gave Pei Chengyu a look, and then deliberately continued to ask Pei Rui if he is captured. Do you think he will confess? Pei Rui looked very bad. Although they were death warriors, No one could be 100% sure about such things. Pei Changyu received the signal and pretended to be surprised. No way. You are not sure about your death warriors? Pei Changyu shook his head and pretended to be disappointed. The whereabouts of the people sent are unknown. We don't know who caught them and where they were taken. We are not even sure whether they will confess. Second brother, have you been too comfortable in the southwest for the past few years and are tired? Pei Rui knew that Pei Changyu was adding insult to injury. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. He held his breath and said fiercely, "Don't worry about this matter. The living cannot guarantee it. And the dead can never speak. Even if he wants to confess, he won't do it so quickly. I will send someone to find his whereabouts and stop him before he opens his mouth." Pei Changyu didn't respond to his words, but turned to look at the third prince and asked respectfully, "Third prince, what do you think?" Xiaoyan glanced at Pei Rui and said coldly, "Then I'll trouble you." Lord Pei. Pei Rui bit his back teeth and walked away with his guards. Xiaoyan looked at Pei Rui's back and said meaningfully, "You said he dared to put on such a face in front of me. What power did he rely on?" Pei Changyu bowed respectfully and replied with a smile, "Second brother holds the Pei family in his hands, and is now the biggest helper beside you. In addition, the imperial concubine is his biological sister." Pei Changyu paused and continued, "If he cuts off the Wang family's arm for you, he will become the biggest and only helper beside you." A trace of gloom flashed across Xiaoyan's face. He understood the meaning of Pei Changyu's words. He was fearless. After cutting off the Wang family's path, the Pei family would become the only knife in his hand. Pei Rui knew that he dared not touch him. And if Pei Ming gave birth to a grandson in the future, Xiaoyan turned the ring on his thumb for a long time. "You just said you wanted to do your best?" Pei Changyu suppressed the joy in his heart, raised his head, and said seriously, "I am willing to serve the third prince." Xiaoyan nodded slightly and deliberately asked, "Now this situation. How do you think we can break it?" Pei Changyu understood Xiaoyan's intention to push the blame on Pei Rui alone. He smiled and said, "The third prince is of noble status, and should not be involved in these dirty things. My second brother is sinister and despicable. He wants to use this incident to completely cut off the connection between the third prince and the Wang family, in an attempt to completely control the third prince. This is the fault of my Pei family. I will tell Lord Wang the whole story. I believe that Lord Wang will know who to blame with his reasonable character." In the martial arts training ground, Xie Shan nodded and smiled after listening to the report of his guard. "Not bad. You did a good job. Thank you for your hard work this time." The guard has been with Xie Shan for many years. He knows that this kind of words is just a means of winning people's hearts for Xie Shan. But he still feels very comfortable every time he hears it. And he still wants to shed blood for his son. Because after all, no matter who it is, everyone hopes to see that their hard work can be recognized. Xie Shan smiled. "Has Miss Wang been sent back?" The guard hurriedly replied, "Please rest assured. She has been sent back. She is fine and not injured. Lord Wang has been notified as you ordered." "Xie Shan, where is the person who knocked Miss Wang unconscious?" "Guard, he was also handed over to Lord Wang." Xiaoyun smiled aside. "I thought you would notify Wang Xiuyan to deal with this matter." Xie Shan glanced at the people in the crowd who were so drunk that they couldn't tell north from south and smiled. "Life is a rare wedding. Let him finish today and talk about it later." Xiaoyun saw the human touch in Xie Shan's chess game and smiled. The world is like a quagmire, and power is like a Go game. Some people abandon their sincerity today and give up their friendship tomorrow in order to survive. They always feel that as long as they dig out the softness in their hearts, they can become indestructible. But fortunately, after going through thousands of mountains and rivers, his friend still has a beating heart under his indestructible appearance. "I'm actually very curious." Xiaoyan hooked his arm around Xie Shan's shoulder. "You made so many arrangements just because a jade pendant fell? You killed two birds with one stone. Not only making the Wang family and the third prince hostile, but also alienating the third prince from Pei Rui?" Xie Shan's humble tone was full of success. "I just made it happen. If they don't do it, all my arrangements will be useless." Xiaoyan took a deep breath, resisted the urge to beat Xie Shan, and decided to finish the business. After all, she is his biological daughter. "Aren't you worried that Lord Wang will blame you for taking risks with his daughter?" "Xie Shan, Lord Wang is not a person who can't distinguish right from wrong. If I rashly tell him without evidence and based on speculation, he will not only not believe it, but may also doubt my intentions. He knows my difficulties, so he will naturally not blame me. Xiao Yun, but Pei Chengyu is a profit-seeking person. Aren't you worried that he will turn against us now that the third prince is his backer? Pei Chengyu would never really help me. I helped him just to make him fight Pei Rui and weaken the Pei family's strength. Xie Shiren paused, a smile flashing across his lips. Besides, you also said that this person is profit-seeking. Maybe one day he will turn against us for the third prince. But maybe one day he will stab the third prince for his future in life? Since it is a double-edged sword. It depends on who can use it better. Xiao Yun was speechless when he saw Xie Shiren's big-tailed wolf look who had everything under control. He decided to shut up to avoid giving him the opportunity to pretend. Xie Xian sneered at Xiao Yun's reaction. He saw the guard hesitated to speak. And thought about it. He felt that there was nothing missing. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" The guard hesitated and decided to report it as it was, that the young lady seems to have been following Miss Wang. Xie Xian was stunned. Isn't she at the banquet in the inner courtyard? The guard looked embarrassed. I don't know either. I found that the young lady followed us when I got to the bamboo forest. I didn't dare to expose it. I just vaguely heard a few words of the conversation between the young lady and Miss Suedia. The young lady seemed to think that you had an affair with Miss Wang. And she seemed quite angry. Xie Xian. Xiao Yun laughed so hard that he fell backwards. TSK. Miserable. Retribution in this life. This kind of thing can't be solved by sleeping. If you are kicked out of the mansion, you are welcome to come to my mansion to bother me at any time. Xie Xian gritted his teeth and didn't want to pay attention to Xiao Yun. Where is the young lady now? Guard, looking at the direction. She should be heading to the place where the carriage is parked in the Xie mansion. Xie Xian's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Yun smiled and said sarcastically, It's over. She didn't even attend the wedding banquet. She must be very angry. Maybe Miss Wang has even used her jade pendant to sneer and show off in front of her. Xie Xian took 2 deep breaths, resisted the urge to beat the prince, and rushed to the back garden of the Wang mansion with Xiao Dog Skin Plaster Yun, who was watching the fun and didn't mind making trouble. Chapter 66. On the east side of the back garden of the palace, Su Wenqing was walking alone on the way out of the palace. She had always thought that Suedia was innocent and cute, and it was fun to tease her occasionally. Today, she found out that Suedia's youth and beauty were just the surface of her. And under this girl's skin, she was actually an old woman with endless worries. Su Wenqing had just sent Suedia to tell Xie Xian what happened in the bamboo forest. But the little girl kept looking back. And she almost explained the 5-year-old child's manual for going out. Such as don't eat strangers' food and don't run around with strangers. Su Wenqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't understand what had happened that made Suedia have such a deep misunderstanding of her. A reliable and safe person. The garden scenery of Wangfu is different from that of Xiefu. Xiefu is extremely elegant in every plant and tree. Every small seal. Every corridor. Every waterside pavilion and pond, all show the elegance of the founder. However, the landscape of Wangfu is just the opposite. Wangfu is neat, open and solemn. It is mainly based on rockery and winding water. The vertical and horizontal sides are cross-axis. The whole is symmetrical and square. Not only are the flowers and bushes trimmed neatly, but even the trees on both sides of the road are straight and straight. At a glance, they can be connected into a straight line. Is Xiefu's elegance slightly better? Or Wangfu's regularity is a step ahead? Or are the two landscapes leading the way? As an outsider, Su Wenqing can't express his opinion. But just in terms of curing obsessive-compulsive disorder and not getting lost, Su Wenqing has to admit that Wangfu wins. And wins by a long way. Su Wenqing walked slowly and leisurely on the straight willow path beside the winding water. The trees were shady and summer cicadas hid under the lush willow leaves. The cicada sounds echoed around him. A breeze blew, and the willow branches swayed in the wind like curtains. Next to the small stone arch bridge over the winding water, Su Wenqing saw a woman in a light lotus-colored chest-length skirt sitting alone on a stone on the lawn by the water. The woman was holding a round fan with a white-headed sparrow painted on it. She gently twisted her orchid fingers and pinched the fan handle, gently waving the fan back and forth, which was very pleasing to the eye. Just looking at the exquisiteness of her dress, Su Wenqing thought she should be a female member of a family. But Suedia, the human face recognition device, was not there. In order to avoid embarrassment caused by saying the wrong thing because he didn't know her, Su Wenqing decided to give up the initiative to say hello and wanted to quietly pass by her. However, There are 9 out of 10 things that are not as you wish in this world. Maybe it was because they were destined to meet. Or maybe the woman had eyes behind her. Or maybe it was destined for her to have this disaster. In short, when Su Wenqing tiptoed past the woman silently, the woman suddenly turned around and looked at Su Wenqing, who was confused. The woman was stunned for a moment, and then took the initiative to smile and said, "This is Madame Xie." Su Wenqing was a little embarrassed. She stood up straight, rubbed her nose, nodded and decided to use the polite trick of meeting someone whose name she forgot to chat casually. "Ah, what a coincidence. The scenery here is really nice. Are you out for some fresh air too?" The woman smiled very gently. She saw Su Wenqing's dilemma and took the initiative to introduce herself. "Madame Xie should not have seen me. My name is Qin Yang, and I am a concubine in the eldest prince's mansion." Su Wenqing was touched and stunned for a moment. She was touched because it was rare to meet such a considerate person. She was stunned because the name Qin Yang was well known. She didn't expect to meet the famous figure in Anjing City these days in this place. She had heard all kinds of things about Qin Yang after the female relatives exaggerated them, such as using a concubine to bully a wife, forcing the grand concubine back to the Duke of Huguo's mansion, and relying on the Grand Prince's love for her to force other people in the Grand Prince's mansion to have no way to survive. Su Wenqing originally thought that this person would be more or less mean and domineering, or at least a white lotus, who would cry easily because of grievances. In short, she would not be this gentle beauty, who could so frankly say that she was a concubine. Qin Yang did not have any emotion because of Su Wenqing's days. She smiled naturally and said, "Why did Madame Xie come here alone?" Su Wenqing had imagined the image of Qin Yang, who made the eldest prince lose his mind. In various rumors, she was either stunningly beautiful, or smiling sweetly, but she had never thought that the real person would be like this. It's not that she is not beautiful, nor that she is not good-looking, but she is not as beautiful as she imagined. As beautiful as a poppy, which can make people obsessed. Qin Yang's beauty is very gentle, without any aggression. If she is placed in a group of beauties, it may be difficult to notice her at first glance. But she is the kind of appearance that becomes more and more comfortable the more you look at her, giving people the feeling of a little like a sister next door. It was just that pair of eyes that Su Wenqing always felt a little strange, and she subconsciously didn't want to look at them. Su Wenqing suppressed all the uncomfortable feelings in her body and smiled politely. "I like quietness. It was too noisy during the banquet. I came out for a walk and will go back soon. What about you? Why are you sitting here alone?" Qin Yang lowered her eyebrows and looked pleasing to the eye. Although she was hiding it, she could still see the happiness in her smile. "I'm waiting for someone. I don't know if it was because it was close to noon and the sun was getting bigger and bigger." Su Wenqing always felt a little dizzy and nauseous. She pinched her palms and actually kept herself awake. "Oh, is the eldest prince also nearby?" Qin Yang nodded and said, "He went to get something and will come over later." Su Wenqing nodded, with a trace of cold sweat on her forehead. She forced a smile, feeling that she might have a little heat stroke. "The eldest prince treats you so well that others envy him." Qin Yang's pretty face showed a few traces of embarrassment and blushed. "Madame Xie, please don't make fun of me." Su Wenqing's head was buzzing, and she felt that she might not be able to hold on for much longer. "In this case, I won't disturb your interest. If there is a chance, we can talk about it later at the table." Qin Yang looked at Su Wenqing's pale lips with worry. "I see that you don't look very good. Are you feeling unwell? The banquet hasn't started yet, and there's no rush to go back. Otherwise sit here for a while and rest." Su Wenqing waved her hand. No. It's just that the sun is a little strong. Just go back and rest for a while." Qin Yang supported Su Wenqing, who staggered back a few steps and was about to fall, and said worriedly, "You can't go back like this. Why don't you sit for a while? I'll call your maid for you." Su Wenqing covered her stuffy chest, always feeling that she would be out of breath in the next second. She stopped trying to be strong, and supported Qin Yang's hand and thanked her. "Then I'm sorry to bother you." Qin Yang smiled gently. She helped Su Wenqing sit down on the stone. "It's okay. Can you do it alone? I'll go call someone." "Yes. It's not serious. Just a little dizzy." Su Wenqing smiled and looked up, and happened to meet Qin Yang's worried gaze. When their eyes met, Su Wenqing saw the twinkling pupils in Qin Yang's eyes. Those inhuman blue pupils were glowing with a fierce and bloodthirsty light, like the eyes of a wolf waiting for prey in the dark night. Creepy and ferocious. After meeting Su Wenqing's sight, they suddenly shrank back and finally hid under Qin Yang's own brown pupils. Su Wenqing's heartbeat soared, as if she saw Sadako crawling out of the TV. She subconsciously pushed Qin Yang away and stood up and retreated in panic. Qin Yang was originally helping Su Wenqing sit down. She didn't expect Su Wenqing to push her suddenly. She was not prepared at all, and staggered back a few steps with a look of astonishment. The lawn beside the winding water had a slight slope, and Qin Yang's center of gravity was unstable and fell backwards, and her head hit the stone on the lawn beside the winding water. Su Wenqing was stunned when she saw the blood on the stone. Although she was under the scorching sun, she felt like she was in an ice cellar. She lifted her stiff legs and wanted to go over to see what was going on. Shiner, the eldest prince, was walking towards this side, with the third prince on the Sushui Bridge not far away. When he saw the scene, his face was full of unbelievable shock. He shook off the third prince and ran over, pushing away Su Wenqing, who was blocking the way. He picked up Qin Yang, who was lying on the ground in panic and fear, and trembled with his right hand to check Qin Yang's breath. "Come here. Go get the imperial physician. Go get the imperial physician." The eldest prince's eyes were red, and he roared to the followers behind him without caring about his image. Su Wenqing fell on the hot gravel road. She could not feel the scratches on her palms. There was only one thought in her blank brain. Since she was going to ask the imperial physician, did it prove that she could still be saved? At the bridgehead, Xiaoyan looked at Qin Yang, who was unconscious in the arms of the eldest prince, and then looked at Su Wenqing, who fell to the side with a blank face. A cold smile flashed across his mouth. So it is said that things in this world are so coincidental. Xiaoyan took great pains to set up a game, playing Pei Rui like a monkey for a long time, and almost made him completely hostile to the Wang family. As a result, after going around in circles, the game was not over yet, and the backyard of his family was on fire first. If it were otherwise in concubines, it would be fine. But this Qin Yang, his eldest brother, loved her like a flesh and blood, and he would definitely not give up easily if she was not saved. He was afraid that Xiaoyan and the eldest prince, the pair of master and minister who were forcibly combined together, would not go far. The eldest prince looked at the blood on his hands. He couldn't imagine that if Qin Yang left him again, he would need an outlet to vent his panic and pain. He saw Su Wenqing falling to the side, with bloodshot eyes. "Come on. Take her down." Su Wenqing saw the guards with swords gathering on both sides, and panic rose in her heart. She didn't know whether the law was supreme or the rule of man was the main thing here. She saw the murderous intent in the eldest prince's red eyes, and got up from the ground in a panic. "Listen to my explanation. I didn't mean it." I saw in her eyes. The eldest prince stared at Su Wenqing in anger and pain, wishing to skin Su Wenqing alive. He roared, "I saw it with my own eyes. And you're still quibbling. What are you explaining? You didn't push her?" Su Wenqing endured the chest tightness and dizziness. "I did push her, but I didn't mean to. Let me explain." Su Wenqing's tongue froze in her mouth. She felt that her body was suddenly out of control. Su Wenqing was about to cry. No way. What was she going to do in this situation? Without waiting for Su Wenqing to finish her grief and anger, she watched her body run towards the third prince as if rushing to a life-saving straw. Her voice was trembling and soft, as if choking, and pitiful. Those who heard it felt pity. "Yin Lang, believe me, I really didn't mean to do it." Su Wenqing cursed in her heart with a thunderous sound of grass. The third prince, who was going to watch the fire from the other side? Xiaoyan and Xiaoyun, who came after hearing the news? Pei Min, the third prince's concubine, who came to catch the adulterer. Chapter 67. The third prince Xiaoyan looked at Su Wenqing, who was rushing towards him with a confused look on his face, and subconsciously turned around and stepped aside to avoid her. Su Wenqing missed her and failed to break, and rushed towards Xiaoyun, who was confused after hearing the news. Xiaoyun was frightened and hurriedly stepped back, and when he stepped back, he did not forget to trip Su Wenqing to prevent her from falling on the stone ground. Xiaoyan pressed the throbbing veins on his forehead, resisted the urge to kick someone in public, and rushed over in 2 steps to help Su Wenqing, who fell on the grass. Xiaoyun stepped back 2 steps to make room for Xiaoyan to help Su Wenqing up. He noticed Xiaoyan's dangerous glance, and his face was sad, and his tone was more wrong than Dou-yi. "Please talk about reason. If I help you, won't you find a chance to break my hand next time?" Xiaoyan glared at Xiaoyun. He didn't have time to argue with Xiao Yun about whether he would get his hand broken if he didn't help her. He helped Su Wenqing up and brushed off the weeds and dust on her clothes. Although Su Wenqing couldn't control her body, the pain from the fall was real. But at this moment, she didn't notice this little injury at all, because she saw herself slapping away Xiaoxian's hand that was about to come over to help her check the scratch on her palm. And then she ran towards the third prince without hesitation. Su Wenqing had thousands of horses galloping and roaring in her heart. She seemed to see the scene of herself being immersed in a pig cage in the future in Xiaoxian's murderous eyes. Xiaoxian grabbed Su Wenqing, who was about to pounce on the third prince, and held her tightly in his arms. For the first time, Su Wenqing knew that Xiaoxian was so strong, with a vague paranoia and madness, as if he wanted to stuff her into his flesh and blood. Su Wenqing felt the approaching scythe of the god of death in the coldness emanating from Xiaoxian's body. She shook 3 times, and then once again found that she could move again under the threat of death. Su Wenqing shrank into Xiaoxian's arms, and for the first time found that the embrace of this person who wanted to strangle her to death was so safe, reliable and reassuring. No matter what the situation is, it will not be worse than not being able to control your body. Xiao Yin. The third concubine Pei Min's fingers trembled slightly, and tears stubbornly refused to fall in her eyes. Is this what you told me, that there is nothing between you and her? The third concubine Pei Min screamed hysterically. What did she call you just now? Yin Lang. You tell me. Is this what you told me, that there is nothing? Su Wenqing felt that Xiaoxian's strength around her had increased a little bit, and swallowed her saliva. She said that no matter what the situation was, this was not included. What are you still standing there for? Take him down. The eldest prince Xiao Yao held the unconscious Qin Yang. His kind face twisted with anger. His light-colored brocade clothes were stained with mottled blood. His pair of Tathagata ears were shaking because of the trembling of his body, and his eyes, full of hatred, were full of red bloodshot. Su Wenqing trembled under the angry and murderous eyes of the eldest prince. She was about to cry. No matter what the situation was, this was not one of them. Su Wenqing grabbed Xiaoxian's hand that was stuck on her, looked up at Xiaoxian's tense cheeks with fear, and explained carefully, "There is a reason. I didn't mean it." Xiaoxian looked down at Su Wenqing's eyes. His deep eyes were full of various emotions. "What are you talking about?" Su Wenqing originally wanted to explain Qin Yang's matter, but the moment she met Xiaoxian's eyes, her heart suddenly trembled slightly, and she blurted out, "It's all. I can explain it." Xiaoxian's eyes flickered when he heard this. Su Wenqing was about to let go of her heart, when she heard her own soft and tender voice saying uncontrollably, "It was not my intention to push Qin Yang, but I am sincere to the third prince." Silence spread along the bank of Sushui River. All the guards, servants, and maids who followed them reduced their presence to the minimum, fearing that they would be burned but could not leave. Su Wenqing was dead, and she had seen the tragic scene of her being torn apart by 5 horses. Xiaoxian smiled. He stared at Su Wenqing's eyes quietly. His tone was as gentle as ever. But Su Wenqing always felt that Xiaoxian's calm surface was about to be broken. She heard Xiaoxian whispering in her ear, as if he was coaxing a cheating lover to drink poison wine. "Sincerely what? I really admire you." Su Wenqing broke through her control and roared. Su Wenqing was shocked after she roared. She didn't care about the surprise of the people around her. She took advantage of her body to control her speech and explained quickly, "The third prince has always been fair and impartial. I really admire him. You were not there at that time, and the eldest prince refused to listen to my explanation. So when I saw him, it was like seeing a life-saving straw. I just wanted to ask him to help me get justice." "You are talking nonsense." The third imperial concubine Pei Min's sharp features were full of anger. "Then how did you call him?" "Yan Lang. If there was really nothing between you two, would you call him that?" Su Wenqing choked and pretended to be justified and said, "The third princess may have heard it wrong. I didn't call you that." The third princess's face was full of sneers. "Do you mean that so many people heard it wrong?" Although the third prince didn't understand why Su Wenqing called him that, he was unwilling to give up such a rare opportunity to make the eldest prince and Xiaoxian turn against each other. He glanced at the servants around him with a warning and pulled Pei Min. "You must have really heard it wrong." "I didn't hear it either." Su Wenqing pulled Xiaoxian. "Right. I'm not blind. I already have you. How can I think about others?" The third prince's face was full of black lines. The third princess sneered. "Of course you said that in front of Xiaoxian. Can you still admit your private love? You can insult me, but you can't insult my vision and love." Su Wenqing made up his mind. My body and soul belong to Brother Shuren. No matter how good others are, they can't compare to my Brother Shuren in my heart. Xie Shuren, Pei Min, the third prince, the fifth prince. Do you think you can get away with the fact that you pushed Qin Yang by pretending to be crazy and stupid? The eldest prince's angry words opened a bright future for the thundering hearts of the people. The third prince suppressed the shocking shock in his heart and stared at Su Wenqing with cold eyes. He underestimated this woman. So all the stupid behaviors she had in front of him before were pretending to be crazy and stupid, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He was almost taken in. The third princess saw Xiaoyan staring at Su Wenqing, and she was filled with grief and anger. Even if Su Wenqing dragged him down to help her get rid of the crime, could he still not let it go? Su Wenqing was extremely angry. She was just a weak woman who was powerless. Her thin shoulders could not bear so many things at the same time. Su Wenqing explained with difficulty. There is a reason for this. The eldest prince said angrily. You still want to quibble? Do you want to say that you didn't push it? Su Wenqing was speechless. I pushed it. But the eldest prince's eyes were red. It's good that you admit it. Come here. In front of the business. Xiaoyan didn't care because of Su Wenqing's bold words. Lei was dumbfounded. He knew that this matter was related to Su Wenqing. Xie Xian's initiative to speak would inevitably make the eldest prince even more angry. He glanced at the eldest prince's guards around him, stepped forward and said before Xie Xian, Royal brother, the young lady of the Xie family has no grudges against Qin Yang. There may be some hidden truth in this matter. Why don't we listen to the explanation of the young lady Xie before making a decision? The eldest prince Xiao Yao's eyes were full of tears. I saw her pushing Qin Yang with my own eyes. And the third prince and these maids and guards also saw it. In the public eye. What else can be explained? The third prince Xiaoyan stood at the bridge head with a smile. Royal brother, don't you understand the fifth prince? He and Xie Xian have been good friends since childhood and are like brothers wearing the same pants. At this time, he naturally spoke to Xie Xian. Qin Yang is now unconscious, so they can say whatever they want. If Qin Yang is unfortunately killed, the truth will depend on their mouths in the end. The third princess sneered. What? Do you think you can marry the one you love after suppressing the Xie family? Xiaoyan looked at Xiaoyan without any retreat. Third brother, what you said is funny. You said that because I have been friends with Xie Xian since childhood. What I said was to help his wife get rid of the crime. Then you have been fighting with him for a long time. How can you prove that what you said was not to add insult to injury? Xie Xian's eyes condensed slightly when he heard this, and a complex look flashed across his eyes when he looked at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan raised his sword eyebrows slightly, and his cold eyes carefully looked at Xiaoyan. It is said that the fifth brother only loves romance and has no interest in government affairs. Now it seems that the rumors are just rumors. The third imperial concubine, heh. What? You two are the bad guy and the bad guy. So you want to change the subject? Xiaoyan, who was trying to get the eldest prince to punish Su Wenqing, was even more wrong than Dou Yi. He didn't know whether Pei Min had a head or a chamber pot on her neck. Can you tell the situation clearly? Which eye of yours saw me changing the subject? The third imperial concubine. I can't tell the situation clearly. It was Su Wenqing who killed Qin Yang. You keep dragging the Xie family into this. Aren't you trying to help Su Wenqing reduce his guilt? If you have no selfish motives, shouldn't you convict Su Wenqing? She despised the royal family, and it's not too much to cut her into pieces. The third prince sneered and stared at Xie Xian. I want to seek justice for the eldest prince. But the question is, will the Xie family hand him over? Xiaoyun, Qin Yang's life and death are unknown, and the truth has not been figured out. How can the Xie family hand her over? The third prince, fifth brother. Have you made up your mind to stand up for the Xie family? Xiaoyun, everything is about the same thing. I just think that the truth should be found out, and no one should be wronged. The eldest prince's eyes were wide open. What can be argued in public? Don't think I don't know what you are all thinking. You just want to see Qin Yang never wake up again. Su Wenqing looked at the chaotic scene in front of him, and said carefully, well, I am the person involved. Can you stop arguing and listen to my explanation? Shut up. Shut up. What's your business? Shut up. Su Wenqing, who was hiding behind Xie Xian, shrank his head. Chapter 68. Xie Xian saw Su Wenqing's expression, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He bowed slightly and said, since the eldest prince thinks that the truth of the matter cannot be understood by just listening to one person's defense, It is better to save Qin with all your strength first, and then ask about the situation after she wakes up. At that time, no matter what the guilt is, my Xia family will bear it all. Xiao Yun, yes. As for Madame Xia, it is better to let Xia Shan take her back to Xia Mansion and confine her. The Xia family is very important in Anjing City, and there is absolutely no possibility of absconding for fear of crime. The third prince deliberately sighed. The fifth brother's suggestion is really fair. Confinement in Xia Mansion. The victim is suffering from pain and suffering, while the murderer is comfortable in his own territory. If the person is not awake, he will find an excuse to prevaricate. If the person wakes up and refuses to confess, anyway, the victim is fine. What else can be punished? There is really no better murderer than this. There was no warmth in Xiao Yun's smile. Third brother has never liked to meddle in other people's affairs. Why is he so elegant today? Is it because the person involved is from the Xia family? Xiao Yan knew that Xiao Yan wanted to tell the eldest prince on purpose to remind him not to be provoked. A sneer flashed in Xiao Yan's phoenix eyes. But when people are angry, they are often irrational. Fifth brother's words are nothing more than trying to lead the conflict to me, so that Xie Shan can take the person back. In fact, this matter has nothing to do with me. I just happened to see it, and wanted to say a few fair words. Xiao Yan pretended to pause and deliberately looked at the eldest prince and said, I just simply feel unfair for people like Qin Yang. Just because of their different status, they can only be oppressed by others. Xiao Yan's words pierced the pain in the heart of the eldest prince, and his bloodshot eyes instantly turned red. Xie Shan's eyes condensed slightly. He interrupted the third prince's hypocrisy and looked at the eldest prince and said, I don't understand what the third prince said this time. Qin Yang is from the eldest prince's house. She is of noble status. Who dares to bully her? Xiao Yan sneered, whether it was intentional or unintentional. Qin Yang was injured by your wife. Now her life and death are unknown. But you want to take the perpetrator back. Why? Isn't it because the person who was injured is just a little concubine in the eldest brother's house? Xie Shan clenched his fists in his sleeves. He took a step forward, looked at the eldest prince. Your Highness. Enough. The eldest prince held the unconscious Qin Yang, his red eyes full of regret and hatred. I can give you face and not punish you first, and wait for Qin Yang to wake up. But you can't take her back. Xie Shan's heart sank slightly. I don't know where the eldest prince wants to take her. The eldest prince held Qin Yang's hand, trying his best to suppress the lingering fear in his heart. He stared at Su Wenqing fiercely, and squeezed out the words from his teeth. The criminal department. Xie Shan and Xiao Yun's eyelids jumped when they heard this. The criminal department was a place where officials' families, who were sentenced to slavery for crimes such as confiscation of property, were detained and interrogated. Even if nothing happened, there would be countless rumors accompanying Su Wenqing for the rest of his life. Rumors are scary. And 3 people can make a tiger. How can Su Wenqing have the face to stay in Anjing City after he is released? Xiao Yun gritted his teeth and looked at the eldest prince. Mrs. Xie is the daughter of the Su family after all. If you do this, where will the Su family be placed? Where will the Xie family be placed? The eldest prince, come on. Take him away. After receiving the order, the guards no longer hesitated and reached out to take Su Wenqing out from behind Xie Shan. Xie Shan narrowed his eyes dangerously. He pulled Su Wenqing and moved like lightning, clamping the hand of the first guard who reached out to grab Su Wenqing, and threw him to the ground with his backhand. He glanced at the guards who came around and said in a dignified tone, Let's see who dares. Xie Shan. The eldest prince Xiao Yao gritted his teeth and said, Are you going to cover up? Shelter? Xie Shan glanced at the eldest prince coldly, his tone without any negotiation or concession. Has Jingzhou Prefecture filed a case? Has the Ministry of Justice convicted? There is no case and no guilt. So how can we talk about sheltering? The eldest prince, she murdered Qin Yang. This is an indisputable fact. Why do we need to file a case? Since it is an indisputable fact, why does the eldest prince rush to carry out private punishment? Xie Xian knew that the eldest prince was also worried and confused. He suppressed the anger in his heart, tried not to offend the eldest prince, and tried to say calmly, Why not hand this matter over to Jingzhou Prefecture to file a case? No matter what the final result is, as long as we act according to the law, we will have no complaints. The eldest prince felt that there was a fire in his heart, burning his internal organs. He only knew that he failed to protect the person he loved again, and once again watched the person who hurt her go unpunished. He was powerless back then. And now he still can't do anything. The eldest prince's teeth were clattering. Are you relying on the fact that both Jingzhou Prefecture and the Ministry of Justice have disciples from your Xie family? Good. Good. It is said that the Xie family is so powerful that it can cover the sun with one hand. Whether the Xiao family's world is established or destroyed depends on your Xie family's words. In this case, why don't your Xie family just take over? Brother. Xiaoyan interrupted in a deep voice. Do you know what you are saying? Xie Shiren looked at the eldest prince with a hint of disbelief. Su Wenqing felt that Xie Shiren's hand was shaking slightly, and she subconsciously held Xie Shiren's hand with her backhand. After the eldest prince finished yelling without thinking, he realized that he had spoken out of turn. But his education since childhood made him unable to bring himself to apologize. Moreover, if Qin Yang got into trouble in front of him again, the eldest prince gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. The third prince saw the turbulent atmosphere between the three people under the bridge, and a cold smile flashed across his eyes. His words were sharp. If it wasn't what he was thinking, how could he blurt out such words in anger? Xiao Yun's anger was no less than Xie Xian's. He saw how Xie Xian assisted the Xie family wholeheartedly since the emperor chose the side for the Xie family. It was because he saw it that he was so indignant. He helped the eldest prince deal with all kinds of bad accounts day and night, and even used himself as bait to distract the third prince for the eldest prince. Such painstaking efforts were exchanged for such suspicion. And if the Xie family really had a rebellious heart, when the emperor promoted the imperial examination system, they would not have suppressed the opposition of various families and taken the lead in responding. Could the people of the Xie family not see that the royal family promoted the imperial examination system to weaken the power of the families? Didn't they know that once the imperial examination system was promoted, they, the first family in the southern dynasty, would be the first to bear the brunt? Your Highness, the doctor is here. The shouts from afar broke the undercurrent beside the Sushui River. Several guards dragged the breathless doctor to the front of the eldest prince Xiao Yao. The eldest prince immediately turned his attention back to Qin Yang. He held his breath and waited until the doctor took her pulse and examined her before he asked nervously, "How is it? Is the injury serious?" The doctor took a few breaths and said, "Your Highness, it's okay. It's okay. There is no injury to the vital parts. Just a scratch on the skin. It looks scary. I will simply treat it and bandage it first." Su Wenqing was as nervous as the eldest prince. After hearing the words of the doctor, she was really relieved. She silently wiped the cold sweat in her palm on Xie Xian's sleeve, and then pretended that nothing had happened and shook Xie Xian's hand again. Xie Xian noticed Su Wenqing's action. His eyes relaxed slightly, and he turned his eyes away from the eldest prince. Xiao Yun knew that it was unlikely for his eldest brother to surrender on his own initiative, so he gave him a way out. It is important to deal with Qin Yang's injuries first, and other things can be discussed later. The eldest prince did not answer, but just watched the imperial physician bandage Qin Yang without saying a word. Xiao Yun knew that the eldest prince had acquiesced, and he turned back to Xie Xian and said, "Take the person back first." The third prince Xiao Yun looked at the calmness on Xie Xian's face, and a sneer flashed across his cold eyes. It is difficult to recover the spilled water, and the broken mirror is difficult to mend. Once the crack is caused, it will not be so easy to make up for it. Xie Xian is a smart man. He should know that his dedicated assistance now has earned the eldest prince's suspicion. If the eldest prince really ascends the throne in the future, their Xie family will definitely not have a good end. The third prince turned the ring on his hand and stopped at the right time. He knew that pushing too hard would easily backfire. People's hearts could not stand the test. Dissension had already arisen. He didn't need to do anything else. Suspicion, contradiction and disappointment would only increase over time. No. The third imperial concubine Pei Min shook off the third prince Xiao Yun, who was pulling her hand, and stood up. Even if the person is fine, you shouldn't let him go so easily. The third prince suppressed the throbbing veins on his forehead. What does it mean to change the situation? He just laughed at Xie Xian a second ago, and this second he was slapped in the face by his own imperial concubine. Xiao Yun was happy to hear this. If Xiao Yun hadn't been stirring up trouble today, it wouldn't have turned out like this. He looked at Pei Min with a slightly serious expression and deliberately asked, "I don't know what the third imperial sister-in-law wants." The third imperial concubine Pei Min glared at Su Wenqing. Qin Yang is half a member of the royal family. Xie Su committed a crime in public. If she is taken back by the Xie family, others will think that the eldest prince had to release her Because he was afraid of the Xie and Su families. If so, where is the dignity of the royal family? The eldest prince frowned slightly. He looked at Xiao Yin and Pei Min without leaving a trace. His third prince brother has always been indifferent. Today, he actually offered to accompany him for a while. Now think about it. It's nothing for others, but it's a bit too enthusiastic for his third prince brother. Xiao Yin frowned slightly. He knew that the eldest prince had calmed down. Saying more at this time would only make the eldest prince reflect on what happened just now. He interrupted. The emperor has his own ideas about doing things. You have been out for a long time. I will accompany you back. Pei Min shook off the hand of the third prince, who was trying to pull her. Took 2 steps back. Bit her red lips. Tears in her eyes. Angry and indignant. It has come to this. You still want to protect her? Xiao Yin was yelled at, and was completely confused. He even suspected that Su Wenqing's words were arranged by Xie Xian, and the purpose was to drag him into the water. Xiao Yin suppressed the anger in his heart and tried to calmly persuade, go back first. I will explain to you if there is anything. Pei Min sneered in grief and desolation. Why? Are you afraid of people knowing? After Pei Min finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xiao Yan's reaction. Turned around and glared at Su Wenqing fiercely. His tone seemed to be laughing, and it seemed to vent the crazy jealousy in his heart. Master Xie, you don't know yet. This woman you are thinking about protecting behind you. Not long after you separated from her, she hooked up with my husband, and the two came to the backyard garden one after another. Chapter 69. The eldest prince was shocked when he heard this. If Su Wenqing and the third prince had an affair, then could it be that the third prince deliberately arranged for him to see all this in order to create a rift between him and Xie Xian? Su Wenqing didn't know that her unintentional mistake had inexplicably turned into a shrewd scheme in the minds of the eldest and third princes. She stared at Pei Min in amazement. It was really a summer rain and snow, and a winter thunderstorm. What a big pot of injustice. Xie Xian looked down at Su Wenqing with a smile. Su Wenqing gritted her teeth and pinched Xie Xian's waist, and explained in a low voice, I saw Wang Ruoan take your jade pendant and followed her here. If you don't believe me, you can ask Suidia. I also asked her to find you. Xie Xian said meaningfully. His breath brushed against the ends of Su Wenqing's hair. His voice was very light. With a smile. I know. You followed her to catch the adulterer. Su Wenqing. So why did she come out? Wouldn't it be nice to stay at the table and eat? She should break the legs of the 2 people who brought her out. The third prince might have been stunned by Pei Min's unjust word. He paused for a second or two before reacting. Pei Min. You. Su Wenqing thought that the third prince might want to say, are you sick? The third prince held back the throbbing veins on his forehead. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to separate the eldest prince and Xie Xian. But in the end, he failed because of this woman, who was more likely to cause trouble than help. I remember I explained to you that there was no relationship between her and me. Pei Min, nothing to do? Then tell me, why did you come to the backyard garden? To enjoy the view? The third prince was speechless. Why did he come to the backyard garden? It was to stop her brother from doing stupid things. But now that the game is lost, if he wants to stay out of it, he must not tell the truth. The eldest prince's heart sank a little when he heard this. The third prince's hesitation made him more certain of his guess. The third prince, the martial arts field is noisy. Whether you believe it or not, I am here to enjoy the view. Okay. Pei Min sneered and turned to stare at Su Wenqing. Then may I ask Madame Xie, why did you leave the table and come to the backyard garden? Su Wenqing wanted to cry, but had no tears. God knew that the reason given by the third prince would be exactly the same as the one she used to fool Qin Yang. Qin Yang was unconscious. The first prince would definitely ask her when they confronted each other in the future. Moreover, she could not tell the truth that she was here to catch an adulterer. What if she disrupted Xie Xian's plan? Su Wenqing gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and said with a stiff upper lip, it was too noisy during the banquet. I just came out to take a stroll. Xie Xian. Xiao Yun. The first prince. The third prince stared at Su Wenqing, and the anger in his eyes seemed to burn through her. He was now certain that Su Wenqing was arranged by Xie Xian. As for why he used this method of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting himself by 800, he had not figured it out yet. However, judging from Xie Xian's deep thoughts, maybe this was just a corner of the plan, and there was a bigger network behind it. Pei Min's red lips couldn't stop trembling. Xiao Yin, is this what you told me, that there is no relationship between you? If my father and brother knew that you treated me like this, they would not let you go. The third prince was about to kill someone. He held Pei Min and said patiently, things are really not as you think. Let's go back first, and I will explain it to you slowly. If you are upright, why don't you dare to explain here? What? Didn't you make a good confession? Are you afraid of being exposed? You? Pei Min shook off the third prince's hand, and her sharp nails left a blood mark on the third prince's face. When she saw the blood mark on the third prince's face, her hysterical shouting stopped abruptly. Third prince. Third prince? Are you okay? The third prince's face was gloomy. He wiped the blood off his face, suppressed his anger, and said in a gloomy voice, the third princess is tired. Help her down first. It was the first time that Xiao Yun saw his third brother so frustrated, and he almost laughed out loud. He could no longer tell whether Su Wenqing did this to anger the third princess and the third prince, or to anger Xie Xian. The eldest prince looked at the backs of the third prince and his group as they said goodbye and left. He looked at Xie Xian, who was standing not far away with an unclear expression, thought for a long time, and finally tidied his clothes and walked over. I am so worried about you. I am sorry for wronging you today. When Xie Xian raised his eyes, he had already concealed all the emotions in his eyes. His smile was very gentle and polite, just like all the ministers who were respectful and humble to their masters. It was just an unintentional remark. Your Highness, you are too kind. Xiao Yun's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he silently concealed the emotions in his eyes. Even Su Wenqing, who stood respectfully by the side and tried to reduce his presence, felt that something was wrong. Xie Xian's words were too polite, and compared with the previous respectfulness, there was a little more alienation. But the eldest prince Xiao Yao didn't hear anything wrong. He nodded, glanced at Su Wenqing silently, raised his hand and patted Xie Xian on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, Father often praised me for your ability to judge people and things. You should know that the most deadly sword is often not in the hands of the enemy, but by your side. Xie Xian's calm face finally showed some fluctuations. He frowned and raised his eyelids. Xiao Yun knew that Su Wenqing was definitely a thorn in Xie Xian's side. He hurriedly stopped Xie Xian and said to the eldest prince, Don't worry. He knows what's going on. I think the sedan chair is almost here. Why don't you send Qin Yang back to recuperate first, and leave this to me? The eldest prince looked at Xiao Yun without leaving a trace, concealed his expression, smiled gently, and with that broad forehead and thick ears, he looked like a kind-hearted brother. Okay. Lord Wang is probably coming here, so I'll trouble my fifth brother to explain to him for me. Su Wenqing calmed down after being sent back to the inner courtyard by Xie Xian. She sat quietly in her seat, as if she had to be connected to the stool to feel safe. The Dai Vata feudalism could not raise a few innocent people. The female relatives present were all monsters who had fought in the various high-ranking mansions in Anjing City. The eldest prince, the third prince, and the third imperial concubine left the table together. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that something must have happened. For a while, the atmosphere at the table was lively but also weird. However, whether it was lively or weird, it could not affect Su Wenqing at this moment. She was anxiously thinking about how to explain to Xie Xian later. Xie Xian only asked about Qin Yang in front of Xiao Yun, and then hurried to deal with Wang Ruoyan's affairs after bandaging her wound. Although Xie Xian was full of apologies when he left, Su Wenqing was overjoyed at that moment. Delayed execution. This is simply a gift from God. Su Jinsheng saw Su Wenqing standing beside him, looking worried for a while, then smiling bitterly, and couldn't help but said, You have almost poked the taro in front of you into mud. If you really don't like this dish, it doesn't matter if you ask people to take it away. Why take it out on them? Su Wenqing saw the mess of shrimp and taro in the bowl, ate it all in one breath, then looked up and leaned over to Su Jinsheng and whispered, Sister, I have something to ask you. Su Jinsheng sounded the alarm in her heart. She felt that every time Su Wenqing had this attitude, there was nothing good. If, Su Wenqing said, if you are not you, you are a ghost, and then attached to your current body. Will you tell others about this? Su Jinsheng frowned and thought for a while. Are you talking about witchcraft? Witchcraft? Su Wenqing was slightly stunned. Yes. Witchcraft is fine. Anyway, it's similar. Su Jinsheng, there is a clear law in the Southern Dynasty. Anyone involved in witchcraft and goo will be killed without mercy. Su Wenqing, Kill without mercy. Su Jinsheng glanced at the eyes around him, and said lightly, burning. Su Wenqing's eyes were full of tears. She pursed her lips, and picked up the bean dumplings in front of her. The last lunch. Who knows which will come first? The burning or the pig cage? Su Wenqing, holding the mentality of delaying as long as possible, dragged her feet, until she was the only one left at the table. Only after the maid in the palace asked her euphemistically for the umpteenth time, she reluctantly dragged her feet to the door, next to the carriage of the Xie mansion. Xie Xian was talking to Xiao Yun about the corruption and suspicion within the Wang family. When he saw Su Wenqing finally came out, a hint of helplessness flashed across his eyes. He stopped talking and said to Xiao Yun, "Okay, let's talk about other things later." Xiao Yun was slightly stunned, and then suddenly realized. He turned around and saw Su Wenqing stepping out of the gate of the Wang mansion, as if she was weighing 1,000 pounds. After nodding and greeting, he joked, "Mrs. Xie finally came out. Someone is looking forward to it. I wonder if there is anything in the Wang mansion that is more attractive than our eldest son Xie." Fifth prince? Su Wenqing smiled awkwardly. It must be said that even if it has been confirmed to be a mistake, the two of them are still very compatible when standing together. Su Wenqing saw that the fifth prince looked at her, and did not mean to leave. So she could only rack her brains to add another greeting awkwardly but politely. "It's so late. And you haven't left yet." Xiao Yun smiled with his peach blossom eyes. "I want to confirm something with you again." "About Qin Yang?" Su Wenqing said seriously. "Please go ahead." Xiao Yun took out a piece of rice paper that looked a bit old from his sleeve and handed it to Su Wenqing. "You said you saw a pair of wolf pupils in Qin Yang's eyes. Is it like this?" Su Wenqing unfolded the drawing, and the pair of wolf eyes on the paper were fierce and cold, with the outer corners of the eyes raised and the inner corners of the eyes down, and the pupils exuded a dark and sharp light. Su Wenqing only took a glance, and the feeling of dizziness and chest tightness when seeing Qin Yang came over him again. Su Wenqing suppressed the discomfort and handed the paper to the fifth prince. "I took a quick glance. I didn't see it very clearly, but it feels very similar." Xiao Yun and Xie Xian were both stunned when they heard this. Xie Xian paused. "Do you know the northern barbarian wolf god with hanging eyes?" Su Wenqing shook his head blankly, thought for a while and said, "I only know that the northern barbarians seem to respect wolves." Xie Xian and Xiao Yun looked at each other and tacitly did not continue this topic. Su Wenqing. Xie Xian noticed the obvious silence on Su Wenqing's face. "What's wrong?" Su Wenqing. "I think you and him have a better understanding than you and me." Xie Xian. Chapter 70. Xiao Yun had not heard Xie Xian mention that oolong to him, so he did not think much about it. Just thought it was an ordinary joke. His peach blossom eyes turned, and he said half jokingly and half apologetically, "Today, Madame Xie fell in front of me, and I did not help her. I have been feeling guilty since then." Su Wenqing was slightly stunned, and it took her a while to understand what Xiao Yun was talking about. She thought of the things that were out of her control, and she wanted to cry, but had no tears. She waved her hands and said, "Fifth prince? You are too serious. I know you are thinking about me." Fortunately, Xiao Yun dodged. If he really jumped on Xiao Yun, Su Wenqing didn't dare to imagine it, for fear of losing the confidence to live. Xiao Yun ignored Xie Xian's threatening gaze, and took the lead to continue pretending to be distressed and said, "But your husband doesn't seem to understand it very well. I wonder if Madame Xie can help me persuade him if she is free." "Ah?" Su Wenqing looked at Xiao Yun with a confused face, then at Xie Xian, and then stood silently behind Xie Xian, bowing to Xiao Yun in the yellow robe in his heart. "Sorry. Although you will be the emperor in the future. It's not the future yet, isn't it? Far water cannot quench near thirst. I can't protect myself now. I'd rather die than die. You should just pray for yourself." It was the first time that Xiao Yun saw such a clean and neat standing in line without any euphemism. For a moment, the eloquent Ningqin Lianhua didn't know what to say, and the whole person choked on the spot. Xie Xian sneered mercilessly, and helped Su Wenqing onto the carriage in a good mood. Xiao Yun wanted to be clever, but he didn't succeed, and he ate a big mouthful of dog food. He was now in a capital bad state. He leaned against the window listlessly, knocked on the side of the car, and made the final instructions. "It's not convenient for you to go to the eldest prince more often. I will help you keep an eye on Qin Yang's situation and notify you if there is any news." Xie Xian lifted the curtain of the car and looked at Xiao Yun with a complicated look in his eyes. He was silent for a while, put away the joking look on his face, and said meaningfully, "Don't you think you said too much today?" Too much? Xiao Yun knew that Xie Xian was worried that his performance today would attract the attention of the eldest and third princes. He got a dogtail grass from somewhere and put it in his mouth, saying indifferently, "Just pay attention. It's too difficult to be humble and hide your ignorance. You need to relax occasionally." Xie Xian frowned in disapproval. Xiao Yun looked at Xie Xian. His peach blossom eyes seemed to be smiling, but not smiling. "I remember you once told me that no matter who the new emperor is, as long as you have a place in the court, I can be my idle prince and live a carefree life." Xiao Yun smiled. "Since you can stick up for me, why can't I stand up for you when you need me?" Hearing this, Xie Xian felt a warm current in his heart, flowing silently to his limbs and bones. However, before it flowed out of his heart and lungs, he suddenly realized it. Xie Xian narrowed his eyes. "Are you really just doing this for me?" Xiao Yun waved at Xie Xian, and after seeing Xie Xian approaching, he leaned over to his ear and whispered with a smile, "Brothers and beauties, it's rare to have both. Why not do it?" The warm current that had not flowed into Xie Xian's limbs and bones all flowed back to his heart, and finally turned into a sneer. He lowered the curtain and said to the driver expressionlessly, "Go back home." Xiao Yun laughed insincerely from behind, "Don't. It's a close relationship. You should help too." Su Wenqing's uneasiness was burned to ashes by the flame called gossip. She said with bright eyes, "A closer relationship? The fifth prince and my elder sister? It's going to happen." Xie Xian looked at Su Wenqing with a smile. "Before you care about them, shouldn't you explain what happened today?" The flame called gossip in Su Wenqing's heart was instantly frozen into ice chips. She covered her trembling heart full of ice chips. What should come may be late, but it will never be absent. Xie Xian's smile did not change, but it inexplicably made Su Wenqing shudder. He gently pulled Su Wenqing up, and then hugged Su Wenqing into his arms along the shaking of the carriage. Su Wenqing sat on Xie Xian's lap, feeling lucky and nervous at the same time. If he was to be punished, it would not be like this. Xie Xian held Su Wenqing with one hand, and with the other hand, he took out a wrinkled piece of paper from the pile of clothes that Su Wenqing had blocked. The moment Su Wenqing saw the paper, her heart skipped a beat. Didn't she let Suedia find a chance to throw it away? Xie Xian slowly unfolded the paper, smiling as usual. "Gentle and warm, part ways, and live happily ever after." Su Wenqing. "Xie Xian, since we are different, it is difficult to come to the same mind." The forced smile on Su Wenqing's face was shaky. "Xie Xian, we should return our original ways, and just ask for a farewell?" Su Wenqing almost knelt down to Xie Xian. She held Xie Xian's hand, and said in a sad voice, "You let me eat it, and you pretend you didn't see it?" Xie Xian pinched Su Wenqing's chin, and gently stroked Su Wenqing's neck with his index finger. "Divorce letter? Prepared for me?" Su Wenqing's throat moved, trying to resist the tingling caused by Xie Xian's fingertips. "If I say I prepared it for Aunt Lu and Uncle Li who are in the front yard and are getting divorced, do you believe it?" Xie Xian laughed softly, and his breath brushed Su Wenqing's neck like a feather. "I believe it. As long as you say it, I believe it." Su Wenqing's sensitive areas were concentrated on her neck. She stiffened her body and shivered, wanting to cry but unable to. "Wang Ruoan was holding your jade pendant and showing off in front of me. I thought it was from you." Xie Xian pinched Su Wenqing's chin, smiling dangerously. "So you want to divorce me? She was holding your jade pendant and showing off in front of me. She even mocked me." Su Wenqing's voice got lower and lower, and finally she said in a low voice with grievance, "Isn't the jade pendant a token of love? You've already pledged your love, so why don't you let us divorce?" Xie Xian's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes were a little heavy, making people look a little uncomfortable for no reason. "Am I so unworthy of your trust?" Su Wenqing suddenly panicked when she heard this. She remembered the eldest prince's careless words today and hurriedly explained, "I didn't disbelieve you. Su Wenqing paused and suddenly realized that it was because she had never believed that Xie Xian would do this that she could face this matter with a joking attitude. Because she never believed it in her heart, she would not have normal sadness and resentment. Xie Xian looked at Su Wenqing, as if waiting for her to continue. Su Wenqing hugged Xie Xian and bit him. He explained seriously, "I didn't think there was really anything between you and her. I just thought it was fun and wanted to see how you would react if I threw the divorce letter in your face." Xie Xian was stuck in place. All the emotions and questions in his heart were shattered into ashes when Su Wenqing kissed him. Su Wenqing saw the expression on Xie Xian's face and was stunned for a few seconds. The corners of his mouth subconsciously raised, and then subconsciously suppressed it. Su Wenqing was happy, and he held his face and kissed him again. The dangerous and cold aura around Xie Xian could no longer be held, and he could only barely keep his face serious. He grabbed Su Wenqing's claws. "Don't try to fish in troubled waters." Xie Xian remembered the moment he saw the divorce letter, and leaned against Su Wenqing's neck, gritting his teeth and said, "I really want to strangle you to death. You have no conscience. Hey, don't bite, don't bite." Su Wenqing tilted her head slightly. "That's an artery. Don't bite it too hard. I'll die if you bite it off." Xie Xian wanted to strangle her now. There was silence in the carriage for a while. Su Wenqing didn't know what she was thinking. But then again, isn't it a promise? Why didn't I see you give me jade before marriage? Xie Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes. You sealed the betrothal gifts and dowry with the price. I only saw the money. And naturally I didn't see the jade. Su Wenqing rubbed her nose guiltily. Her betrothal gifts and dowry were varied, and the names were all for beauty. But they were obscure and obscure. You couldn't understand them when they were separated. And you couldn't understand them when they were put together. In order to avoid suspicion of more than 10 years of hard work in the sea of learning, she simply asked someone to estimate the price and paste each one. It didn't matter if you couldn't understand the name. And it didn't matter if you didn't understand the function. Anyway, expensive ones are always good. The betrothal gift can't be counted, Su Wenqing complained. Isn't that for the Su family? And it was all set according to the specifications. You are too insincere. Xie Xian was hit by Su Wenqing's words and felt pain in his chest. He didn't know who was insincere. He gritted his teeth and said, "The things I said were divided into 2 parts. The ones for the Su family were set according to the specifications. And the ones for you were picked by my mother and me. Then you didn't even look at them. They just estimated the price and put them in the warehouse." Su Wenqing was shocked. "So you mean that the part of the things that the Su family added to my dowry list was originally given to me by you alone? It's not the betrothal gift you gave to the Su family according to the specifications? Damn. It's too much. Fortunately, I was moved for a long time when I took the dowry list. I think that old man Suyu is sometimes quite good." Xie Xian choked for a long time. He looked at Su Wenqing's indignant look. "Did you miss the point a little bit?" Su Wenqing opened Xie Xian's hand that was pinching her chin. "Is the betrothal gift you sent more than the dowry that the Su family arranged for me according to the specifications?" Xie Xian felt that his wife's brain might have been hit by money. Su Wenqing's persistence on this issue exceeded Xie Xian's imagination. "Huh? It will be more." "How much more?" "If it is all based on the pawn price you converted, it will be about 2 or 3 times. 2 or 3 times. Su Wenqing was shocked. She fell into Xie Xian's arms with a frustrated look. What a loss. They are selling their daughter. The key is that I, the one who was sold, have not received the money yet. Xie Xian simply didn't know what to say. Others love money for their own reasons. But his wife only loves money. Xie Xian was puzzled and said, "What do you need so much money for? I don't see you buy anything on weekdays." Su Wenqing was stuck. What do you need so much money for? If she followed her original idea, she would naturally pay off her debts first, then repay her love, and then buy a few handsome men she likes to wander around the world after she was alone. But this idea is obviously not suitable for being honest with Xie Xian. Su Wenqing's eyes were erratic. Well, having more money gives me a sense of security. Xie Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew at a glance that Su Wenqing was not telling the truth again. Su Wenqing's dark eyes turned around. The topic had deviated, and the atmosphere was tense. Maybe the matter of the third prince, just let it go. Xie Xian did not ask about this matter. He pinched Su Wenqing's chin and turned her around. What about the matter on the bridge? Don't you plan to explain it? Su Wenqing's luck was strangled in the cradle. She still hasn't figured out how these 2 topics are connected. Her brain is working rapidly. And she cautiously tries. This matter is a bit bizarre. You may not necessarily believe it. Xie Xian met Su Wenqing's eyes. I said, as long as you say it, I believe it. Chapter 71. Su Wenqing carefully said the excuse he had been thinking about for the whole afternoon. Have you heard of dual personality? Xie Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Soul separation syndrome? In the communication between ancient and modern times, the uneducated failed miserably. Su Wenqing was confused when he heard it. What is that? Xiexian, one person is divided into two. Others have not seen it, but I see it. Su Wenqing coughed lightly, forgetting that he was in the situation of being tried. He hugged Xiexian's shoulders like brothers. Let's discuss it. Can we use vernacular? Xiexian glanced at Su Wenqing. The symptoms are probably that it feels like there are two people living in the body, fighting for the initiative of this body all the time. Su Wenqing was shocked. It turned out that this symptom existed in ancient times? She spent the whole afternoon thinking about how to explain this pathology to Xiexian, so that he could accept it more easily. She jumped up excitedly and said, Yes, 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 that's it. Xiexian's forehead was full of black lines. He pressed the fast as a rabbit Su Wenqing on his knees. Soul separation disease is also called corpse resurrection disease. Some practitioners of Gu arts in southern Xinjiang, who have not mastered it, forcibly use the corpse resurrection technique on the living people who are on their last breath. The summoned soul conflicts with the remaining soul in the body. And finally, the body has two thoughts and personalities of the original owner and the summoned undead. Gu arts? Su Wenqing almost bit her tongue when she thought of Su Jinqing's words, no mercy for killing. How can you think it's witchcraft? Dual personality? It's a mental illness. With scientific basis. Xiexian figured out Su Wenqing's central idea from this paragraph of words full of unfamiliar words. Are you saying it's not witchcraft, but mental illness? This is really a sharp statement, leaving people speechless. Su Wenqing took a deep breath and explained. Psychological disorder? You know? It's not mental illness. It's not crazy. Xiexian raised his eyebrows and said truthfully, I don't really understand. Su Wenqing almost vomited blood. She racked her brains to think about how to explain the difference between the scientific symptom and reincarnation. In the end, she actually convinced herself. She found that compared with the half-understood terms such as psychological separation and traumatic sequelae, the popular folk theory of reincarnation is more convincing. Feudal superstition is so powerful. It has defeated science again. Xiexian looked very calm, without any panic that his wife might be a female ghost. He was as serious and curious as if he was having an academic discussion. I have seen cases of reincarnation. The souls of both are trapped in one body. The frequency of onset is higher than yours. Generally, different souls will occupy the body during the day and night. But it seems that this is the first time I have seen you? Su Wenqing maintained the last stubbornness of as long as I don't admit it. You can't burn me to death with witchcraft. And clarified with difficulty, I said it. It's not reincarnation. No. Xiexian pondered for a moment. So are you the original owner, or the host? Su Wenqing gritted his teeth. Didn't you say that you would believe whatever I said? Xiexian didn't understand how a good academic discussion turned into a family conflict. He choked for a while, and said against his will, I believe it. Xiexian paused and tried to continue to defend the truth. Aren't we talking about the separation of souls now? Su Wenqing was mad. I said it's not the separation of souls. Nor is it reincarnation. Xiexian's face flashed with confusion. Isn't this what you said at the beginning? Su Wenqing said angrily. I'm talking about dual personality. Isn't that the separation of souls? No. These are two completely different things. Xiexian was even more confused. But I don't quite understand the difference between the two. Didn't you say you would believe whatever I said? I believed it. Su Wenqing said angrily. Then why don't you believe me when I say they are different? Xiexian held it in for a long time. I believe it, but why are they different? Su Wenqing, so you just don't believe me? Xiexian. Su Wenqing angrily lifted the car curtain. Stop the car. Let him get off. Until Xiexian was driven to the study room with a pillow thrown by Su Wenqing. He still didn't understand how this rational discussion turned into a family conflict. In fact, he didn't really believe in borrowing a corpse to revive the soul, or the dual personality that Su Wenqing couldn't tell the difference between. In order to support the Wang family in the southern border to compete with the Pei family, he had carefully studied various witchcraft in southern Xinjiang. The practitioner chose a living person with a breath left to perform the spell, just to better introduce the dead soul into the human body. Borrowing a corpse is just borrowing a corpse. It doesn't extend the lifespan just by introducing other dead souls. The vitality of that person can only last for a week at most. And then corpse spots will begin to appear on the body. It will take 10 days at the shortest and half a month at the longest. And then it will rot and fester. However, he and Su Wenqing have been married for nearly 2 months. And Su Wenqing is still jumping around every day without a heart or a lung. As for the dual personality that Su Wenqing mentioned, let's not talk about whether there is such a thing. Just looking at the many preparations Su Wenqing made before, and the pretentious self-righteousness when speaking, we know that this must be an excuse she racked her brains to think of for an afternoon. But excuses can sometimes reflect some objective truths, because completely false excuses cannot convince anyone. So Su Wenqing's reaction and words in the backyard garden of the palace today are indeed not what she really wants. Xie Xian saw the moonlight outside the window, put on his outer robe, hugged the pillow, and tiptoed back to the master bedroom. He saw Su Wenqing's profile half curled in a quilt and sleeping soundly, feeling a little helpless and a little angry. She really slept peacefully like this. Xie Xian stared at Su Wenqing's sleeping face for a long time, but he couldn't bear to do anything. He could only lie down on the bed and hold her in his arms. He sighed and kissed Su Wenqing's forehead gently. His voice was very low and deep. I don't want to force you or question you. I'm just afraid that you will keep the difficulties in your heart and not tell me. Su Wenqing didn't hear what Xie Xian said between half asleep and half awake, but just relied on her body's instinct to get into the familiar embrace. On the second day of the Wang family's wedding banquet, someone found a new scar on the face of the third prince. According to people who understand wounds, this wound is likely to be scratched by a woman's fingernail. All kinds of speculations were rampant among the women in the harem. Not long after, another explosive news came out. The third imperial concubine was ill and had to recuperate during this period and not see guests for the time being. Those who could roam in the harem of Anjing City were all shrewd people. When this news came out, how could everyone not hear it? What about not seeing guests because of illness? This was obviously a disguised form of house arrest. What could make the third prince put the third imperial concubine under house arrest? After sharing intelligence and analyzing it in detail, everyone gradually glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of the truth from the cocoon. Although it was only a tip, it was enough to scare people. It turns out that the person who stole the love was Mr. Xie. So the third prince and Madame Xie are in love. Is the third prince imprisoning the third imperial concubine because of Madame Xie? You know, the third prince and the third imperial concubine seem to have quarreled and left the banquet at the royal palace wedding. Oh my god! Did you know that Madame Xie also claimed to be sick and did not see guests? I have a bold guess. At the royal palace spring banquet yesterday, the third prince and the third imperial concubine left early. Do you think it was because the third imperial concubine and Mr. Xie discovered the affair between the third prince and Madame Xie? Oh my god! Don't talk nonsense. It's better to know the affairs of these big shots in your heart. But don't dare to talk nonsense. The wedding banquet in the palace was full of twists and turns. Su Wenqing enjoyed a roller coaster ride, but it also consumed all of Su Wenqing's energy. Su Wenqing stayed at Xie's house for 4 days before he recovered. Then he was hit by the overwhelming rumors. Su Wenqing sat in the carriage and asked Suedia in disbelief, "Where is Qin Yang? Did they just ignore this crucial person? Don't they know that I stayed indoors for a few days because of this?" Although it was an unintentional mistake, Qin Yang was indeed hurt by her. Even if Xie Xian didn't say anything, she couldn't just go on as usual. But who would have thought? In just 4 days, it would be spread like this? Suedia and Su Wenqing stared at each other. She had a bitter face and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Don't ask her. She was just a poor and weak maid. "Madam," the servant driving the carriage said respectfully, "we have arrived at the tea house." Su Wenqing rubbed her face tiredly, put down her troubles for the time being, put on her veil, and walked into the private room in a low-key manner under the guidance of the waiter. Chu Taoyao had been waiting in the private room for a long time. He rarely wore makeup today, and was dressed very low-key. The simple dark blue shirt and jacket was far from his usual pink peach style. Chu Taoyao jokingly complained, "It's really not easy to meet the young lady nowadays. This trip almost made me feel like a secret spy." Su Wenqing's head hurt because of the scent of Chu Taoyao. She really didn't know who was more of a woman, her or him. If you go out secretly and get caught, since you want to keep a low profile, can you also dispose of the sachet? Chu Taoyao raised her orchid finger, angry and aggrieved, like a woman who wanted to prove her innocence. "I was born with a unique fragrance. How could there be any spices?" Su Wenqing vomited, and she turned the topic back to the right track with an expressionless face. "I thought about the matter of the chess and card garden. Madame Sheng is right. The Northern Barbarians delegation will soon enter the capital. No one knows what will happen at that time. It will cost a huge amount of money to maintain the garden. Yes, Chu Taoyao sighed. Madame Xing said that if she continued to do so, she would lose all her coffin. Su Wenqing thought of Madame Xing settling accounts with her for every penny, and suddenly felt a little bald. Chu Taoyao, have you gotten a specific time for the Northern Barbarians delegation to arrive in Beijing from Master Xie? No need to get it. It is tentatively scheduled for the end of September. Su Wenqing thought of Xie Xian's eagerness to make the delegation's information public, and she was amused. He said that if the itinerary was leaked and the Northern Barbarians' prince was assassinated, it would be a good thing for both the people of the Southern Dynasty and the Northern Barbarians. Chu Taoyao touched the glazed apricot flower earrings on her ears. She really couldn't suppress her instinct to gossip. Young madam, you see, we are so familiar with each other. Just tell me the truth. Are these rumors outside true? Su Wenqing was stunned, and a bad feeling gradually arose in his heart. What rumors? Chu Taoyao looked like a gossipy woman. Oh, you are still pretending, and raised her orchid finger. Of course. It's about you, the third prince, and Mr. Xie. Su Wenqing, how come even you know about it? Chu Taoyao's face was full of displeasure of being looked down upon. What do you mean even I know about it? Qinlu and Chuguan have always been places where spies must fight for. In terms of the speed of obtaining information, who can compare with us? Su Wenqing, don't you only receive male guests? Men are also so gossipy? Chu Taoyao raised her peach blossom eyes. Do you have any misunderstandings about men? Su Wenqing calmed down for a moment. Xie Xian had to attend a dinner party at Ningxiang Pavilion tonight. So, God, just thinking about it would make me lose the courage to live. Su Wenqing asked with a lucky mentality, how far have you spread the news? Chu Taoyao counted on her fingers. Actually, it's nothing. Su Wenqing's heart dropped half a centimeter. It's just that the person you love has always been the third prince. And it was Master Xie who stole your love and broke up your marriage with the third prince. Su Wenqing. Chapter 72. Chu Taoyao saw Su Wenqing's suddenly complicated expression and said in surprise, it can't be true? Su Wenqing. What is true? Of course it's false. I'm not blind. Chu Taoyao was skeptical of Su Wenqing's attitude. But he didn't argue with Su Wenqing. He just half-jokingly and half-earnestly advised, I may not be as good as you in business, but you must believe in my vision when it comes to men. Su Wenqing didn't know what to say. She felt that she couldn't wash herself clean even if she jumped into the Yellow River. She covered her forehead and waved her hands weakly. Yes. From the northern border to the capital. You have seen more men than I have eaten salt. Chu Taoyao looked at Su Wenqing, and many emotions flashed in his peach blossom eyes, which always pretended to be crazy and stupid. He was silent for a moment, and then returned to his usual sissy smile. It's not because I have seen many men, but because in our line of work, we can always see the most inhuman side of those dignitaries who look well-dressed. Su Wenqing was slightly stunned, and before she could figure out what she felt, she heard Chu Taoyao's voice change. The third prince? His phoenix eyes are single and sharp. His lips are thin and without edges. And he looks like a man who abandons his wife and children, and then he abandons them after having an affair with them. Chu Taoyao looked obsessed and adored. His eyes are warm. His face is like a jade. And his temperament is modest. Chu Taoyao looked disgusted. You chose the former when these two were placed in front of you. TSK. 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 Women. I'm afraid of bad eyesight. Su Wenqing couldn't stand it anymore, thinking that Chu Taoyao was here to make things difficult for her. How many times do you want me to say it? I really don't like the third prince. Chu Taoyao raised an eyebrow. Do you love Mr. Xie? Su Wenqing suddenly stuck. She found that when Xie Shen was an excuse, no matter how shameless, she could say it. Now she has become a husband and wife, a little embarrassed. Su Wenqing silently condemned her outdated shame and put the teacup. Who do you care about you? Chu Taoyao pursed her lips, her eyes full of accusations of I knew it. Su Wenqing's face was so thick that it couldn't be penetrated by a knife. She turned a blind eye with a clear conscience. The Northern Barbarians delegation will enter the capital at the end of September. There are nearly 2 months, so it's still in time. Although the timing is not particularly good, we really can't afford to waste it. In a few days, I will invite some female relatives who can lead the trend to visit the mansion and take them to experience mahjong and chess. In mid-August, I will hold a flower viewing party in Xie Mansion. Once the trend rises, there will be no worries about lack of business. Chu Taoya's tone was cold and distrustful. You are like this now. Can you still invite people? Su Wenqing was silent for a while. Resisted the urge to splash tea on Chu Taoya's face. Gritted his teeth. What do you mean? What am I like now? Because of the third prince's matter. Now the outside world is saying that you are a beauty who brings disaster and troubles the world. Chu Taoyao said. The women of noble families have always cherished their reputations. In this case, I am afraid they will avoid you as much as possible. Su Wenqing never thought that such a word would be said to her one day. She said dryly, if it is not just a rumor, I would be quite relieved. After all, it is also a kind of affirmation of my charm. Don't you think so? Chu Taoyao. Su Wenqing saw Chu Taoyao's pale face and coughed and returned to the topic. I am talking nonsense. Even if there is no rumor, there is still Qin Yong's matter. I will not invite in my name. Chu Taoyao, thank you. Madam? Su Wenqing nodded. People of their generation have a certain status among the women in Anjing City. Starting from this aspect will have a better effect. As the sun was setting, Su Wenqing and Chu Taoyao had just finished discussing all the details. Chu Taoyao carefully put away the straw paper on the table that she was going to take back to report to Madame Sheng, while watching Su Wenqing, who was hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Chu Taoyao was puzzled. Is there anything wrong? Su Wenqing hesitated for a while. I heard that Prince Chen will hold a banquet at Ningxiang Tower today. Chu Taoyao, yes. It's not easy to return to Beijing. And he has invited half of the noble families in Anjing City to a banquet. He also booked a pleasure boat in the evening, and planned to go boating on the lake. Madame Sheng didn't come today because she was preparing for this. Su Wenqing, what about you? Will you go to Ningxiang Tower tonight? Of course. Chu Taoyao answered without thinking. Most of the sisters will go. These young masters from aristocratic families are more generous than others when they get together for the sake of face. Chu Taoyao paused, squinted at Su Wenqing for a long time. You don't want me to help you look after Master Xie, do you? TSK. You can rest assured about this. I have been in Qinlu and Chuguan in Anjing City for so many years, and I have never heard of Master Xie staying at anyone's place. No. Su Wenqing rolled his eyes at Chu Taoyao. As for what you said before, rumors about stealing someone's love and breaking up a marriage. Do you think anyone will discuss it in front of him tonight? Chu Taoyao raised her orchid finger and thought, normally, there would be no such tactlessness. But you know, this guy, once drunk, nothing is strange. Su Wenqing sighed deeply, looked up and said, come, help me. Chu Taoyao smiled like a chrysanthemum. He lightly tapped her orchid finger. Help is easy. I like to help people the most. As long as the money is in place. It's okay to take off clothes to seduce Mr. Xie. Su Wenqing, get out. I told you it was a misunderstanding. You can do it too. Chu Taoyao followed suit. He threw a seductive glance, his peach blossom eyes full of affection. How do you want me to serve you? Su Wenqing gritted his teeth and threw the paper ball at Chu Taoyao. Get out. If I see you imitate him again, I will beat you to death. Chu Taoyao dodged with a giggle. So who do you like? Su Wenqing ignored the question and threw the silver ingot in his purse into Chu Taoyao's hand. Please keep an eye on it for me at night. If there is anything, send someone to inform me at any time. Chu Taoyao bit the silver and looked at Su Wenqing's back as he opened the door. Speaking vaguely, why? Are you afraid that Mr. Xie will be unhappy? Su Wenqing rolled his eyes. If there is something, I will go to bed early, so that I won't be in a bad mood and come back to torture me. Chu Taoyao nodded seriously, turned around and smiled at Suigie. Die. Do you know what the most unlovable woman in the world is like? Suigie was confused. Ah. Chu Taoyao, soft-hearted but tough-mouthed. Su Wenqing was almost irritated by Chu Taoyao to the point of having a heart attack. In order to prove that she was not just talking, she decided to take a bath and go to bed not long after dinner. As a competent personal maid, Suigie did not understand what Chu Taoyao was saying, but she always thought about her master's thoughts and worried about her master's worries. When she saw Su Wenqing dressed and came out, she stepped forward in small steps. Don't worry. Mississippi Mr. Chu hasn't sent anyone to pass on the message. I guess nothing has happened to Mr. Chu. Su Wenqing rubbed the towel on her head fiercely, thinking that these people were really annoying. She looked calm. It's okay. I originally asked Chu Taoyao to notify me if there was anything so that I could decide whether to go to bed early. Now that I'm going to sleep, the news is not important. Suigie nodded, not quite understanding, and then asked seriously, since you are going to sleep. If Mr. Chu sends someone to deliver a message, do you need to wake you up? Su Wenqing took off the towel, with a messy chicken feather on his head, gnashing his teeth and looking at Suedia. I understand. I understand. Suedia swallowed her saliva. Miss, sleep well. I won't disturb you no matter what happens. Su Wenqing saw Suedia's back, which was faster than a rabbit, and almost couldn't help taking off her shoes and throwing them at her. She fell on the bed with the towel on her head, feeling angry like a pufferfish. What do you know? The bright half-moon slowly climbed up, and the summer night breeze was refreshing and cool, with a faint scent of crepe myrtle flowers. Passing through the hall, rolling up the gauze curtain and swaying gently, Su Wenqing tossed and turned in bed, hugging her ice silk quilt. She had tried dozens of hypnotic secrets from ancient and modern times, and even counted sheep to more than 5 digits. But she still had no sleep. Cui Dai. Cui Dai pushed open the door for the 10th time and showed her head. Miss, what's wrong? Su Wenqing lay half dead on the bed with her eyes open. I'm so hot. Add some more ice. Cui Dai saw the ice basin that was already full, sighed, and said earnestly, Miss, I think even if you move all the ice from the ice cellar, it won't help much in your situation. Su Wenqing turned over and buried her head in the pillow, muffled and pitiful. But I'm so hot. I'm almost dying of heat. Suedia's heart was torn to pieces. Okay. Okay. How about I help you fan? Su Wenqing stretched out his foot to kick the gauze curtain open, and gave a bad idea. Fanning is useless. You are still tired. How about you help me prepare a bed in the ice cellar? Suedia's overflowing sympathy was shattered to the ground. She finally understood that her young lady was fine. She was just too idle to play with her. She replied expressionlessly, Yes, I will prepare it right away. Su Wenqing was almost crying with anger. Come back. I'm kidding. Aren't ice cellars for the dead? Suedia sighed and felt a headache. Su Wenqing's eyes lit up, and he moved a little inside, patted the bed. Why don't you sit down and chat with me? There's nothing to talk about. Just saying idioms. Miss, Suedia said honestly, I know you want to know the news about the young master, but it's hard to take back what you said. Don't worry. If Mr. Chu sends someone to pass on the news, I will definitely convey it to you. Su Wenqing gritted her teeth. She covered herself with the ice silk quilt, turned over and turned her back to Suedia, with a cold face. You think too much. I just can't sleep. Suedia. Oh, Miss Suedia. The maid knocked on the door. Su Wenqing's ears silently pricked up. Suedia pushed the door open and asked in a low voice, What's wrong? Maid, there is a lady outside who claims to be here to deliver news. We asked her what she wanted but she refused to tell us, only saying her last name was Chu. I know. Suedia asked the maid to wait and then went back to the room. Miss? Su Wenqing closed her eyes and fell asleep in a second. I'm about to fall asleep and I'm too lazy to get up. Hey, just go and listen. When Suedia went out, Su Wenqing climbed down from the bed and put her ear to the carved door panel in a sneaky way. After half an instant's stick of time, she heard Suedia's movement coming back from outside the door. She was as fast as lightning and moved as fast as a cunning rabbit. She stepped back to the bed in 2 steps and covered herself with the quilt. Suedia paused as she pushed the door open. She rubbed her eyes, thinking that she had just seen a female ghost in white floating by. What happened? Su Wenqing yawned lazily and asked slowly. Suedia, there was news from Master Chu that a few young masters from noble families had drunk too much and teased you and the third prince in front of you. And then? Su Wenqing swallowed and asked nervously, Then what happened? Suedia, then the boat sank inexplicably. Su Wenqing was surprised and said, What about Xiexian? Suedia, Master is fine. But the young masters from noble families, who laughed on the boat all fell into the water. Su Wenqing. Chapter 73. Along the Huai River, Prince Chen, who was hosting a banquet, was busy and exhausted. He directed people to salvage the sunken ship while smiling and settling everyone down. Wasn't it fine just now? How could the ship sink so suddenly? Several young masters from aristocratic families, wrapped in wet clothes, stood by the Huai River with confusion, watching the soldiers and soldiers rescuing people and things in a mess. Ahem. Ahem. Do you want to hurt me to death? You're so heavy-handed. Get out. Get out. Young Masterly from the Ningchong Marquis's house covered his head and shook off the hand of the servant who rescued him to shore. Those with status had been arranged by Prince Chen, and the remaining ones on the shore were the children of some ordinary officials. Seeing this, they all shut up silently, fearing that they would be caught and used as punching bags. Young Masterly from the Ningchong Marquis mansion stood up angrily, and he walked and yelled, "Which bastard stepped on my foot in the water? Do you want to drown me? You'd better pray that I don't find you. Otherwise I can't kill you." Xieshuren had already been arranged by Prince Chen to drink tea in the pavilion on the shore. Hearing this, he raised his head and glanced at the chaotic Huai River bank. He picked up the pine cone on the table, flicked his finger, and hit the knee of the person who yelled. Young Masterly from the Ningchong Marquis mansion twisted his foot while yelling, and fell back into the Huai River with a plop. His yelling stopped abruptly, and turned into a hoarse cry for help. Ahem. Help. Help me. Help me. Prince Chen was going crazy. He put down the half-recovered sunken ship, and quickly ordered the panicked officers and soldiers to rescue people. Xiaoyan looked at Xieshan, who was drinking tea calmly. "I really can't stand you. Is it that serious?" Xieshan used the lid to push the tea leaves in the teacup. "You heard it too. He was scolding me." Xiaoyan didn't know what to say. "If you didn't take those 2 steps to step on him before going ashore, would he scold you?" Xieshan raised his eyes. "He made up a story about my wife in front of me. So what's wrong with stepping on him? It's already for his father's face that he can still stand and speak." Xiaoyan twitched his lips. "Then you wouldn't sink the boat directly, right?" Many people didn't say anything, but they laughed. Xieshuren said expressionlessly. "You can tell from the fact that they often gossip about each other when they get together." Xieshuren put down the teacup. "And what does my wife have to do with them? Is it their turn to discuss it?" Hey. Xiaoyan leaned back slightly and smiled helplessly. "This has nothing to do with me. Don't take your anger out on me." Xieshuren was holding back a fire in his heart, burning his internal organs. He remembered the man on the boat who patted him on the shoulder and said, "A real man never has to worry about not having a wife. If she doesn't love you, what's the point of keeping her?" The anger in his heart started to rise. Xiaoyan sympathized with a bit of gloating. "It's rare that you also have a failure. It's just that little thing at the wedding banquet in the palace. How did it get spread like this?" Xieshuren looked at the prosperous and dazzling Huai River, and his face gradually faded. Xiaoyan was stunned, and then reacted. "Someone deliberately fanned the flames?" Xieshuren didn't show any expression. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. "Have you found out who it is?" Xieshuren pulled the corners of his mouth, and smiled, not sure whether he was laughing at himself or others. "According to the report from the people, I sent out to investigate. It was the third prince's people." "Third brother? Are you sure?" Xiaoyan knocked on the stone table with his index finger, and said after a moment of silence, "The third brother is now tormented by the third sister-in-law. And even the relationship with the Pei family is very stiff. He should want to quell the rumors as much as you do. Logically speaking, he should have no reason to cut off his arm to disgust you." Xieshan, "Yes. You can understand this logic if you think about it a little bit. The third prince has no such motive at all." Xiaoyan fell silent. In fact, everything is related to the word profit. The third prince and the Pei family are not on good terms, and the most direct beneficiary is the eldest prince. Xieshan smiled. "A few idle words, and a few words can make the opponent unable to take care of himself. The eldest prince's move is really smart and effective." Xiaoyan was silent. Yes, it was smart and effective, but he didn't take Xieshan's feelings into consideration. Oh, no. It should be said that it was because he considered it and knew that this plan would disgust Xieshan. So he deliberately directed the spearhead to the third prince. Xieshan looked at the people coming and going on the main street on the other side. It was impossible to say that he didn't care at all. After all, he assisted with all his heart and soul, and he thought he was worthy of the trust of the emperor. However, he didn't seem to be sad or disappointed. It was as if he had expected it. The monarch was the monarch, and the ministers were the ministers. It was unrealistic for the monarch to take care of the feelings of every minister. However, he still couldn't help feeling disappointed. What made him feel disappointed was not the plan itself, but the fact that the eldest prince knew that the plan was related to him, but never thought of discussing it with him. The noisy rescue work had come to an end. Xieshan declined the invitation of Prince Chen to have a drink at the restaurant, and walked to the place where his carriage was parked alone. The warm candlelight from every household shone through the lantern paper. Dying Anjing City with a circle of goose yellow halo. The main street of Anjing City was busy with cars and people, and the vendors on both sides were hawking their wares. Xiaxian looked at the vendors hanging lanterns, and remembered Su Wenqing's smile when she held the lanterns that day. Suddenly, a strong feeling of missing her arose in his heart. It was not light or heavy, but he just wanted to see her immediately, without any reason. Xiaxian subconsciously quickened his pace, walked 2 steps and stopped again. He smiled and shook his head, feeling that his sticky mood was a bit unpresentable. It is said that a day without seeing each other is like a long time. He just left home in the morning, and it was not even a day. How could he miss her so much? Moreover, it was late today. With his wife's carefree personality, she might have fallen asleep while reading the storybook. Xiaxian sighed, and when he walked to his carriage, he had prepared himself mentally. He thought that even if he returned and found that his wife did not leave the door open for him, he would not be disappointed. However, all these thoughts and mental preparations fell apart the moment he saw the person sitting in front of the carriage. He saw Su Wenqing dressed like a servant, wearing a straw hat, holding a horsewhip in his hand, casually resting it on his bent legs. Su Wenqing heard the noise. She slightly raised the brim of her hat, turned her head, and saw Xiaxian standing 1 meter away, staring at her blankly. She smiled, revealing a clean and neat little white teeth. "Sir, are you going home?" Xiaxian felt like someone had set off a firework in his heart, and the sparks from the explosion set his internal organs and limbs ablaze. For the first time, he knew that he could be so uncalm. He suppressed his heart that was beating as fast as a drum in his chest. "You?" He cleared his tight throat. "Why are you here?" Su Wenqing took off her bamboo hat and jumped off the carriage with a smile. She walked to Xiaxian with her hands behind her back like an old man, looking up at Xiaxian's eyes. "I heard that my husband was wronged outside, and I was afraid that he would cry. So I came to take him home." Xiaxian hugged Su Wenqing in his arms regardless of anything. It turned out that all the indifference was the coldness and habit of the heart after thousands of sails passed by. If there was someone in this world who knew you and understood you, those cold armors and hardened hearts would be fragile and not worth mentioning. His cheek brushed against the ends of Su Wenqing's hair, and his magnetic voice was muffled. "Sorry." Su Wenqing was slightly stunned when she heard this. She didn't understand the meaning of Xiaxian's apology. She paused with her hand holding the bamboo hat, and finally hugged Xiaxian's waist. She patted Xiaxian's back intermittently like coaxing a child to sleep, and let him hug her for a while. Finally, she couldn't help but say, well, I can understand your feelings of being touched. But if you keep hugging her, there might be rumors in the capital tomorrow, saying that Master Xia fell in love with the servant in the mansion when he was desperate. Xiaxian's heart was so touched that nothing was left. He took the bamboo hat from Su Wenqing's hand and put it on her head without a good temper. He pinched Su Wenqing's face and said with gritted teeth, "Let's go back to the mansion." Su Wenqing giggled and pulled Xiaxian's hand to get on the carriage. "I have no choice. I am afraid that leaving the palace openly will displease the eldest prince." Xiaxian lowered his eyelids and stared at Su Wenqing's smile for a while. His eyes were gloomy and unclear. Finally, he just said lightly, "No need. You can go out normally in the future." Su Wenqing was stunned and asked puzzledly, "Huh?" Xiaxian pulled Su Wenqing to sit down next to the carriage. "Qingyang has woken up today." Su Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it, feeling that the stone that had been pressing on his chest for days had finally fallen to the ground. "Then I will go to see her tomorrow and apologize in person." Su Wenqing paused, a little nervous. "I have read the law code these days. Disrespecting the royal family is one of the 10 unforgivable things. Do I need to go to jail or be beaten with a stick in this case? If I can win her forgiveness, can I reduce the crime a little?" Xiaxian touched Su Wenqing's head through his bamboo hat, and said with a smile, "The crime of disrespect is disrespect to the emperor, or threatening the emperor's life and safety. What's wrong with your case? It was an unintentional mistake, and no one was killed. Even if it goes to court, according to the law, the result is at most an apology." Su Wenqing was relieved. Fortunately, he didn't get beaten. Su Wenqing saw the lingering solemnity between Xiaxian's eyebrows, and thought that Xiaxian was still unhappy about the rumors. She sighed and pulled Xiaxian. "Love, hate, and hatred have always been hot topics on the streets. Anyway, once you start to spread rumors, you will naturally spread them in any way that attracts people. What about stealing love and being in love with each other? They are blind. Can't they see who I am in love with? Su Wenqing smiled with a hint of flattery. Anyway, these are just some things that have no trace. After a few days, they will get tired of talking about them, and naturally forget about them. Xieshan nodded. The eldest prince spread this rumor just to contain the third prince. But he also knows that this method cannot last long. I will solve this matter together tomorrow. If no one adds fuel to the fire, it will soon dissipate. Wait, the eldest prince? I thought it was a natural disaster. But it turned out to be a man-made disaster. Su Wenqing was shocked, and could not express it in words. You mean these rumors were spread by the eldest prince? Chapter 74. Xieshan had a tired look on his face. He held Su Wenqing's hand, and leaned slightly against the car door. Pei Min has been spoiled since she was a child. She is the apple of her father's and brother's eye. The entire Pei family almost always responds to her requests. She has never suffered any grievances. The rumors in Anjing City are like a slap in her face. She can't swallow this breath, and will not easily give up with the third prince. Su Wenqing understood. The father and son of the Pei family will definitely stand on Pei Min's side. In this way, the third prince will inevitably be stretched to the limit? Xieshan nodded. The Pei family is the third prince's biggest helper. The Pei family will not let this matter go. Su Wenqing tilted her head to look at the expression on Xieshan's face. The rumors were like a slap on Pei Min's face. What about Xieshan? If it was true that the person she liked was the third prince, then Xieshan's proposal to marry her in front of the emperor in front of all the civil and military officials would have become a joke. You? Su Wenqing paused. You let these rumors go, for me? You are worried that the eldest prince will not let Qin Yang's matter go easily. So you want to use this matter as a bargaining chip. After all, it is the eldest prince who is sorry for you in this matter? Xieshan, it's best to settle it privately. No matter how badly Qin Yang is injured, we are not in the right. If it really goes to court and gets out, it won't be good for you. I just didn't expect things to turn out like this. Su Wenqing laughed. Are you talking about those rumors that I am a disaster? What's the big deal? Are you going to hand me over? It's impossible to hand me over. You have entered my Xie family. I'm afraid you can't leave again. Xieshan flicked his finger on Su Wenqing's hat. Okay. Go in and rest. I'll call you when we get to the mansion. Su Wenqing looked at the whip that Xieshan took from her hand. You drive the carriage? This is not good. If people in Anjing see it, they will think it's the emperor visiting incognito. Xieshan laughed. The emperor's face is not as big as yours. I'll take the outer city road. There won't be many people at this time. Su Wenqing finally went out for a walk. It was more comfortable outside the carriage than inside. Besides, Xieshan was so busy every day that he had no time to chat with her. Su Wenqing sat down against the carriage door and said, No one will see me anyway. I'll sit outside to accompany you. Xieshan smiled. The summer night breeze was refreshing but not biting. He was not worried that Su Wenqing would catch a cold. He pressed down the straw hat on Su Wenqing's head, drove the carriage steadily, and slowly turned around to drive to the outer city road. Su Wenqing supported his head with his hands on his bent knees, while thinking about how to apologize to Qin Yang tomorrow. He admired Xieshan's jade-like profile. As a result, he forgot what he was thinking at the beginning. There was only one sentence in his mind. Beauty is a feast for the eyes. The ancients did not deceive me. Xieshan looked at Su Wenqing and smiled. What are you thinking about? You are so absorbed in it. Su Wenqing dragged her lustful heart back to the right track after running away for 700 million miles. I was thinking that since the eldest prince dotes on Qin Yang so much, if Qin Yang is willing to let it go, will the eldest prince not go against her will? Xieshan, it stands to reason that it is true. But according to the news from the eldest prince's mansion, Qin Yang has been a little abnormal since she woke up. She is not willing to see anyone and does not talk. Even the eldest prince was driven out by her. Su Wenqing was slightly stunned. Did she hurt her face? Xieshan shook his head and said. Xiaoyan asked the imperial physician, and found that she only hurt her head. The wound was covered by her hair, and could not be seen. It did not affect her image. Su Wenqing frowned slightly. If it wasn't a disfigurement, then why? Xieshan, actually, you don't have to go tomorrow. Are you worried that the eldest prince will say something that will make me feel wronged? Su Wenqing interrupted with a smile. No. This matter was caused by me. There is no reason to put all the blame on you. I can compensate as much as possible within the scope of the law. Of course, Su Wenqing said timidly. If he hits me, You still have to help me block it. The next morning, Xie was awakened by the sound of Su Wenqing rummaging through boxes and cabinets at dawn. He got up with a smile and wanted to see what the white mink he raised was destroying. He lifted the bed curtain and looked out, and saw his wife wearing a long white dress that looked like a funeral dress, sitting in front of the dressing table with her hair disheveled. Dressing up, the woman in the bronze mirror had a pale face, and layer after layer of foundation made her look like a hanged ghost. Xie was shocked and seriously suspected that he had gotten up in the wrong way. He closed and opened the bed curtain, and found that the female ghost was still there, and it was not his illusion. Xie was forced to face this fantasy reality. He hesitated for a long time. What are you doing? Su Wenqing looked back with a powder puff in her hand. Ah, you're awake. Then I'll let Suidia come in to help me. The shock was greater than that of looking through the mirror. Xie looked at Su Wenqing's pale face and asked uncertainly, have you been obsessed with singing opera recently? What opera? Su Wenqing was confused. Didn't you say you were going to see Qin Yang today? Xie racked his brains to recall. He seriously suspected that he had missed an important detail. In fact, there was a deep hatred between his wife and Qin Yang. So you plan to scare her to death while her injury is not fully healed? Su Wenqing looked at the mirror suspiciously. Only by making myself look more miserable can they know my apology and sadness. You see, I have been unable to sleep and eat well because of guilt and self-blame. I have become so haggard in just a few days. Maybe the eldest prince and Qin Yang will see it and soften their hearts and don't care. Xie hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to tell the truth. Believe me, there is only one result if you go out like this. That is, you will be beaten out by the eldest prince. Su Wenqing looked at Xie with doubt in his eyes. Xie climbed down from the bed quickly, put the powder box in Su Wenqing's hand back on the dressing table, and dragged Su Wenqing to the door. He shouted to the outside, Cui Dai, help your young lady dress up. Cui Dai outside the door was a little puzzled when she heard Xie order. Her young lady had just secretly brought a basin of water to wash up. But it was not her turn to question the master's order. She said yes respectfully. Then, he went to prepare water for washing. Su Wenqing stood in front of the door in confusion, not knowing what Xie was up to. Not long after, there were rustling footsteps outside the door. Suidia knocked on the door. Sir, Madam. Su Wenqing looked at Xie in confusion, and said hesitantly to the outside of the curtain, Come in. The maid at the door lifted the curtain for Suidia. Suidia held the wash basin in both hands, bowed her head and walked in. Madam. Suidia's voice stopped abruptly when she looked up and saw Su Wenqing. Ah! Ghost. There is a ghost. Someone come. Catch the ghost. Su Wenqing was splashed with water from the wash basin. The quiet Xia mansion welcomed the first ray of dawn in the chaos of catching ghosts. Su Wenqing wiped the water stains on her face with her wet sleeves. She gritted her teeth and looked at Xie, who was hiding and laughing. For the 108th time, she deeply engraved the gentleman's revenge for 10 years. Although Xie's method was a gamble, it was extremely effective. He effortlessly made Su Wenqing understand a profound truth. These conservative and rigid ancient people could not understand her avant-garde and individual aesthetics. In order to adapt to the tastes of the ancients, Su Wenqing honestly changed her soaked white dress, asked Suidia to help her put on some light makeup, and followed Xie out of the door half dead. Xie was amused all the way by Su Wenqing's expression of despair and anger, and even the annoyance of having to pretend to be nice to the eldest prince faded a lot, until the carriage slowly stopped in front of the eldest prince's mansion. After receiving Xie's visiting card, the eldest prince Xiao Yao hesitated for a long time. After much consideration, he decided to give Xie face and go out to greet him. His forced smile disappeared completely when he saw Su Wenqing. Xie pretended not to notice the eldest prince's reaction. He politely performed the ceremony and said sincerely, I heard that Qin Yang has woken up, so we came here to visit her. The eldest prince saw Su Wenqing's anger and almost had to have her kicked out. He glanced at Xie, not knowing what he thought of. In the end, he swallowed the words to order her to leave. He had a gloomy face and a bad attitude. Qin Yang is seriously injured and cannot see guests for the time being. If you are here for this matter, please go back. Xie stepped forward and blocked the eldest prince's way, saying meaningfully, Whether it is a mistake or a rumor, it will be resolved one day. Qin Yang has not woken up yet, and my wife has been feeling guilty. Today I want to come here to apologize to Qin Yang in person. The eldest prince's anger was pinned on his chest by the word rumor. He held his breath and glared at Su Wenqing gloomily. If apologies are useful, how can there be a saying of killing someone to pay for his life? Xiexian, even murder can be divided into intentional killing and negligent killing. Qin Yang is safe and sound now, so the saying of paying for one's life is probably not entirely true. Su Wenqing lowered his head, his face full of guilt and self-blame. This matter was caused by me. Even if it was an unintentional mistake, Qin Yang was hurt because of me. Whether Qin Yang is willing to forgive or not, I hope to do my best to make up for it. The eldest prince clenched his fists tightly in his wide sleeves, and the blue veins on the back of his hands throbbed. He glanced at Su Wenqing and looked at Xiexian and said, "Now that rumors are everywhere outside, you are still protecting her so much. Aren't you afraid that you are protecting the wrong person?" Xiexian met the eldest prince's gaze, with a gentle attitude but not retreating. Why are rumors spreading everywhere? Is the eldest prince really unaware of it? The eldest prince's seemingly generous face flashed a trace of unnaturalness. He knew that Xiexian might have known that he had framed the third prince. His tone was not good, but he was no longer tough. He glanced at Su Wenqing lightly. Rumors may not be all nonsense. There is no smoke without fire. If there is no factual basis, how can there be rumors? Xiexian, I know my wife's character, and I don't intend to care about why the rumors are spreading. It's just that rumors can't last long. The eldest prince will leave the capital soon to inspect the cheating in the imperial examination. The situation in Anjing City is complicated, and the third prince is also eyeing it covetously. I wonder if the eldest prince has any way to deal with it. The eldest prince's face relaxed slightly, but his fists and his sleeves were still clenched. Xiexian was right. The rumors were only temporary, and would not trap the third prince for long. If he left Beijing, Anjing City would still rely on Xiexian. He could not fall out with the Xie family because of this. He hesitated for a while, suppressed his anger, and finally invited Xiexian and Su Wenqing in. Xiexian and Su Wenqing were arranged by the eldest prince to sit in the front hall. Xiexian saw Su Wenqing looking out the door from time to time, and took her hand to comfort her. If Qin Yang doesn't want to see anyone, it doesn't matter. Leave this matter to me, and you can go to the backyard to drink tea with peace of mind. Su Wenqing regretted a little. If I had known that the eldest prince would be so angry when he saw me, I might as well listen to you, and let you come out directly. Xiexian said with a smile, You can't say that. The eldest prince is angry about the matter itself, not about you coming. If you don't come, he will think you are not sincere. If that's the case, he may not get angry on the spot, but he will hold his breath and make a lot of trouble afterwards. Su Wenqing felt relieved after hearing this. She was not afraid of venting her anger. After all, this matter was indeed her responsibility. Su Wenqing silently prepared herself mentally. Even if the eldest prince was rejected by Qin Yang and came back to vent his anger on her, she could understand it for Qin Yang's sake. However, to Su Wenqing's surprise, when the eldest prince came back, it was raining and raining. But when he came back, it was sunny after the rain, and his anger was gone. Su Wenqing and Xiexian looked at each other. The latter seemed to be thinking about something, while the former was still at a loss. Although the eldest prince still disliked Su Wenqing, Qin Yang was rarely willing to speak, and she took the initiative to plead for Su Wenqing, so he couldn't refuse her. Xiexian, but Qin Yang is willing to see someone. The eldest prince nodded, looked at Su Wenqing and said, Qin Yang said she wants to see you. Su Wenqing thought she would be surprised or relieved after hearing this, but in fact she had no reaction at all, as if she had a vague premonition in her heart that Qin Yang would see her, even if this premonition had no basis and could not be inferred by common sense. Su Wenqing suppressed this inexplicable thought in her heart and followed the maid in the eldest prince's mansion to Qin Yang's residence. Chapter 75. Although Qin Yang's residence is remote, it is fully furnished with all kinds of flower ornaments, and there are many maids and servants coming and going. The specifications and expenses are comparable to those of an imperial concubine. The gauze curtains in the house sway gently with the summer breeze, and the curling smoke slowly rises from the incense burner on the rosewood table, and finally dissipates in the air. The lingering bitter smell of medicine mixed with the light sandalwood forms a unique smell, like the last mercy of the gods and Buddhas in the ancient temples in the distant mountains to the dying people. Qin Yang leaned against the head of the bed, her silky black hair spread out on her back. Her complexion was obviously very good, but the whole person exuded a kind of dejected and listless atmosphere. as if she had lost hope in life. It was strange. Su Wenqing should be afraid of Qin. The appearance of a pair of wolf pupils in the eyes of a living person was a horror and supernatural event comparable to a ghost movie. Su Wenqing thought she should be afraid, terrified, and stay away from her. However, no matter how she convinced herself, she just couldn't have such emotions in her heart. Just like she was not surprised that Qin would meet her. There was no logic at all. The maid was silent as air until the door closed. Su Wenqing suddenly realized that she and Qin were the only ones left in the huge house. Qin slowly raised her eyes. Her black and white eyes were as silent as dead water. She forced a smile, and her gentle voice was a little hoarse from not speaking for a long time. "Mrs. Xie, please sit down." Su Wenqing was slightly stunned. And then she found that there was a sandalwood round stool behind her. Su Wenqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking that the maids in this courtyard might all have ghost attributes. She didn't even notice when they were released or when they left. Su Wenqing sat down embarrassedly. "Is your injury better?" "Qin, it's fine now. Thank you for your concern." "Madam." "Su Wenqing, you wanted to help me out of kindness that day, but you were injured because of me. I have always felt guilty afterwards, and want to say sorry to you in person." Qin shook her head. "I know you didn't do it on purpose that day. I have explained it clearly to His Highness. I hope I didn't cause you too much trouble." Su Wenqing was slightly stunned when she heard this. She had never expected Qin's attitude. She was just reacting to the shock that day. The only explanation Qin could understand was that Qin knew why she was shocked. Su Wenqing frowned slightly. "You?" As if to clear Su Wenqing's doubts. Qin raised her eyes to meet Su Wenqing's gaze. Su Wenqing saw a pair of dark green wolf pupils suddenly flashing from behind her own brown pupils and Qin's lifeless eyes. Su Wenqing was startled and subconsciously leaned back. The round stool suddenly lost its balance and fell to the ground with Su Wenqing. The sound in the house startled the maid outside the door. "Madam Qin, are you okay?" Qin saw Su Wenqing's panic and shock, and a trace of self-mockery and pain flashed across her dark eyebrows. She pursed her lips tightly, closed her eyes, and her butterfly-like eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she was suffering from extreme pain. After a long time, just before the maid outside the house wanted to come in to check without waiting for a reply. "It's okay." Qin's voice was not loud, but she had suppressed all kinds of emotions. Su Wenqing covered her chest and tried to suppress the dizziness and nausea that kept rising. She saw Qin walking towards her barefoot in a gauze skirt. "Stop! Stop! Stop! 1 meter is the safe distance between people. No, between people and ghosts. But it is the safe distance between people and any species. I don't need to help you. Just sit down, and I will call for help if you go forward." Qin's gentle temperament was replaced by a cold breath. She sneered. "Human and ghost? Who is the human and who is the ghost between the two of us?" Su Wenqing swallowed his saliva. "Well, did I just happen to see you transform?" The gloomy look in Qin's eyes suddenly disappeared. She seemed to have been drained of energy. She staggered a few steps and sat down on the bed. Her smooth black hair fell all over her shoulders. Her spirit and energy suddenly dissipated, as if she was dying. Su Wenqing stared at Qin's series of reactions that changed her face faster than turning a book. Maybe it was because of chest tightness and lack of oxygen. She felt that she couldn't keep up with the situation. Qin sat on the bed with her hair disheveled. Her thin shoulders under her gauze skirt kept shaking, as if she was afraid and in pain. Su Wenqing had a vague guess. After all, this uncontrolled trigger mechanism of the body was a shadow hanging over her head all the time. Qin smiled bitterly, her voice hoarse. "What did you see?" In order to prevent herself from falling off the stool again, Su Wenqing sat on the ground directly, pretending to be in a posture of touching her knees for a long talk, and answered honestly, "Wolf pupils." Qin's originally rosy face suddenly turned pale. She bit her pale lips, and her eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Yes. How could I not be afraid?" Su Wenqing said honestly. "But I think you won't hurt me. Don't ask me why. Maybe it's intuition. Or maybe it's because you can't feel the killing intent. Besides, if you want to do it, you should have done it on the bridge that day. Qin, you didn't tell the eldest prince about this. Did you do it to protect me?" Su Wenqing was dizzy by the halo of the Virgin Mary that fell from the sky. "Well, although I am touched that you think so, the fact is that the eldest prince wanted to skin me alive, and refused to listen to my explanation. Qin Yang looked at Su Wenqing as if she wanted to prove something. But what about afterwards? You didn't tell me what you saw afterwards. If you had told me, the eldest prince would only think that this was an excuse I made up to evade responsibility. Su Wenqing interrupted. I don't know what you want to prove. But the reason why I didn't say it was really not because of you. The situation was chaotic at the time, and the eldest prince was emotionally unstable. If I had told him rashly, it would probably cause trouble. Qin Yang's eyebrows showed a trace of pain. You are only worried that the eldest prince will cause trouble for you. If I help you solve it, can you not tell other people about this for the time being? Su Wenqing's face turned pale when he heard this. This kind of thing should have been said earlier. It's really that eating that can't catch up with the heat. Sorry. Well, I think I have already said it. Qin Yang raised her head suddenly, holding her delicate jade hands tightly. Thank you. Sir? Su Wenqing saw the murderous intent in Qin Yang's eyes, and her heart tightened. Subconsciously, she helped Xie Xian to disperse the hatred. She deliberately said vaguely, not only that, there were several other princes present at the time. Qin Yang bit her lips tightly, and her pale face was sometimes crazy hatred, and sometimes desperate pain. Su Wenqing watched with fear, always feeling that the person in front of her seemed to be going crazy. She felt a little bit reluctant in her heart, and inexplicably understood it. She didn't know how to comfort him. Don't be too sad. The eldest prince cares about you so much. Even if he knows, he may not do anything to you. Qin Yang turned a blind eye. She muttered to herself like a madman. The fifth prince looks casual and enthusiastic, but he never talks too much about things that have nothing to do with him. The eldest prince will not believe the words of the third prince. So as long as Lord Xie doesn't say it, the eldest prince won't know. Yes, as long as Lord Xie doesn't say it. Qin Yang looked up at Su Wenqing. Lord Xie is cautious. He may not tell the eldest prince before the matter is investigated clearly. As long as you persuade him, you can say you are wrong. That's right. You can say that the sun is too strong and you are dazzled. Su Wenqing seriously doubted whether she had the 3 words stupid on her head. She hesitated for a long time. I think this excuse may not convince people. Qin Yang gritted her teeth, pleading in her miserable voice. I don't have much time. Just give me another month. I only need 1 month. Su Wenqing stared blankly at Qin Yang's disheveled and heartbroken appearance. Suddenly, it was difficult to connect the person in front of her with the gentle woman who smiled at her on the bridge that day. Why don't you have much time? What do you want to do in a month? Qin Yang laughed. Her smile was miserable and crazy. Do you know how I died? 7 iron nails were fixed on the 7 major acupoints around my body to connect me to the coffin. I watched my blood continue to flow, and watched the water outside the coffin slowly seep in. They were having their wedding night, and I had no way to live or die. Why should her happiness step on my bones? I am wandering here like a lonely ghost, watching them treat each other with respect day and night. I hate it so much. You say, shouldn't I hate it? Su Wenqing was shocked when he heard this. Although he had expected it, he still felt his scalp tingling when he heard a living person say how he died. The lips and teeth are cold when they are gone. Qin Yang looked at Su Wenqing with pity in her eyes. Today you told everyone about my affairs. What will you do when you can't suppress the host's nature in the future? Su Wenqing was stunned. What host? What nature? Qin Yang's smile was a little mocking, as if she was mocking a dove that had occupied the magpie's nest for so long that it forgot who it was originally. Su Wenqing's heart sank a little. Who are you? Qin Yang smiled and leaned against the head of the bed, but her eyes were filled with an uncomfortable chill. You said I was a ghost. Then what about you? What are you? If we are not from the same clan, how can you see what is in my eyes? Su Wenqing frowned slightly. Qin Yang's words confirmed her guesses, her intuition, Qin Yang's reactions, and her vague familiarity with Qin Yang. Su Wenqing suppressed all the guesses in his heart and asked calmly, I thought it was just a coincidence. Qin Yang looked at Su Wenqing with sympathy in her eyes. No coincidence. No book. All coincidences in this world are destined. Since you have chosen this path, whether it is your meeting with me or the future path, it is destined to no longer be up to you. Su Wenqing was confused. The only thing she understood was that Qin Yang seemed to know more about this matter than her. You said that you and I are from the same clan. Why can't I see the wolf people in my eyes? Qin Yang fell silent for a long time. Success or failure is up to fate, and it is beyond human power to change. I lost in the end. Su Wenqing didn't understand. They were both in Chinese. So how could Qin Yang make her unable to understand 2.5 of the 3 sentences? Su Wenqing suppressed the urge to shake her a few times to make her speak human language. Do you know something? Qin Yang looked at the floating clouds under the blue sky outside the window. The wolf god is fair. If you want something, you must give up something. You watch carefully. My today is your tomorrow. Qin Yang fell silent after saying this. And she didn't say a word no matter how Su Wenqing asked. Su Wenqing followed the maid out of the backyard with a heavy heart. Qin Yang's words lingered in Su Wenqing's mind like a curse. And she didn't even notice how she and Xie Xian said goodbye to the eldest prince in the end. Xie Xian noticed something was wrong with Su Wenqing the moment he saw her coming. He grabbed Su Wenqing's cold hand. And his usually relaxed face became unusually serious. What's wrong? What did you say? Su Wenqing was stunned for a moment. Then pulled up the curtains on both sides of the car seriously. Then looked at Xie Xian seriously and said, I have 2 things to tell you. Xie Xian frowned slightly. You tell me. Su Wenqing, do you know that Qin Yang is not Qin Yang? She may be possessed by a ghost. Xie Xian nodded. What about the second thing? Su Wenqing said carefully. She said that I and she are from the same clan. Xie Xian pondered for a moment. His eyes were very heavy and deep. Then will you leave? Su Wenqing was puzzled. Where am I going? Xie Xian's brows relaxed. And he was obviously relieved. Su Wenqing opened Xie Xian's hand. Did you understand what I said? I'm not kidding you. It's true. She admitted it herself. She said she was dead. I know. Xie Xian comforted the furious Su Wenqing with a smile. When the eldest prince was young, he liked a maid who took care of his bedroom. The maid was named Qin Qin. And it is very likely that she is Qin Yang now. Su Wenqing, aren't you a little too calm? Isn't it scary for a dead person to come back to life? Why are you not surprised at all? Is your acceptance a little high? Xie Xian was confused by Su Wenqing's 3 questions in a row. He was both amused and sad. Everything in the world exists for a reason. Rather than surprising her. I want to know who you are. Su Wenqing was speechless. The change of topic was not abrupt and very natural. Xie Xian did not ignore the unnaturalness on Su Wenqing's face. He held Su Wenqing's hand and said, It's okay if you don't want to talk. It doesn't matter who you are. As long as you don't leave. Su Wenqing lowered her eyes. She suddenly felt a little sad in her heart. Not much. Just like a needle pricked by a hair. With a faint bitterness. Sorry. Xie Xian's thumb brushed Su Wenqing's lips, interrupting her words. His smile was gentle and reassuring. You just need to tell me if you want to leave? Su Wenqing shook her head. Xie Xian smiled and said, Then leave the rest to me. Chapter 76. Ever since Su Wenqing and Xie Xian confessed who they were, their daily conversations have become like this. People's Republic of China? Where is that? It's not on the map. This is a good question. Don't ask me. I just don't know. What is the difference between feudalism and socialism? Maybe it's the people being the masters? What about the system? Is there anything more specific? For example, which departments will a decree or policy be approved by? Who will review it? And who will ultimately implement it? Be kind. Please. I'm just a science student who never passed politics since I was a child. You said the earth is round. And if you walk in one direction, you will eventually get back to where you were? In theory. That's true. But the 7 continents are not connected. So you may not be able to walk across them. You need to build ships. If a carriage travels 40 kilometers per hour, and a ship travels 30 kilometers per hour, how many years will it take to get back from Anjing City all the way east? This question is on point. Didn't you say that science includes math? Isn't this a math problem? This is not only a math problem. It's also a geography problem. You said the only subject you failed was politics. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I may not even pass the math exam after the college entrance exam. Didn't you say that potatoes provide acid for chemical reactions? And then zinc sheets, copper sheets and copper wires can be used to make batteries that can make light bulbs light up. The problem is that you don't have a light bulb. How to make a light bulb? You can ask Edison. If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll regret it when you're old. Su Wenqing would shed 2 lines of I'm really a badass tears every time Xie Xian asked her a question that was speechless. From literature to science, she was a complete failure. However, despite the blow, life still had to go on as usual. Although Qin Yang's words left a little knot in Su Wenqing's heart, she soon forgot about it. Who can say what the future holds? instead of being in fear day and night. It's better to enjoy the present life peacefully. Not to mention that chess and cards garden. The business was about to open. So she couldn't let other partners down because of such a trivial matter. Mother Xie was particularly concerned about the chess and cards garden. Not only did she enthusiastically invite many famous and promising women in Anjing City to play mahjong in Xie's house for Su Wenqing. She also personally named the chess and cards garden and wrote a character called Xian Yuan. Watch the flowers bloom and fall in front of the courtyard. And watch the clouds roll and unfold in the sky. Su Wenqing once again bowed to the intellectuals. And one word directly raised her pretentiousness that she had worked hard for several months. But the name is a good name. And the character is also a good character. It's just that the literati are pure and straightforward. And they always forget their responsibilities when they act as a shill. Madam. Suegia whispered in Su Wenqing's ear. Madam has won 6 games in a row. I tried to wink at her for a long time, but she didn't notice. The 3 ladies at the same table all turned pale. Madam Xie looks unhappy. But what happened? The third wife of the Li family, who was sitting opposite Su Wenqing, asked with a smile after playing the 3 cards she drew. Su Wenqing nodded slightly to Suegia, glanced thoughtfully at the cards played by the third wife of the Li family, and smiled again. 40,000. Oh, I won. The third wife of the Li family happily turned over the mahjong. Madam Xie's luck today is really bad. From the time you sat at the table until now, you are the only one who didn't win a single game. It's not about luck. It's just that the sisters are very skilled. They have played like a pro in just half a day. Su Wenqing said, as she pushed the chips over with a proper smile. The maid just told me that something happened in the backyard. I'll go take a look. You guys play first. Ah. The 3 people at the same table were disappointed. How can we play if we are short of one? That's right. What has to be dealt with now? Let the servants do it. Su Wenqing's dark eyes turned around. And he took the opportunity to promote fighting landlords. 3 people can play cards. If the sisters don't mind, why don't I let the maid bring the cards over? Su Wenqing patiently and carefully taught them for a long time. And only when he saw that they found fun in fighting landlords, did he feel relieved to slip back to the next yard. Through the experiments during this period, Su Wenqing found that whether it was mahjong or chess and cards, winning was the basis for people to be interested. Only by letting them enjoy the feeling of winning in this game can they open the door to indulge in this activity. It's just that this kind of thing is easy to say, but it is very difficult to do it in practice. Mahjong has a luck component. It is common for novices to fail to win a hand in a day. In order not to miss potential users, Su Wenqing was forced to become a shill on each table, specifically providing the possibility of winning for those women who couldn't win no matter what. It was originally planned that Su Wenqing would deal with the young women, while Xie's mother would be in charge of the older generation. However, it was unexpected that Xie's mother, who seemed very reliable and calm, was addicted to mahjong. Whenever she sat at the mahjong table, she would forget her duties and easily beat the weak players and make a lot of money. Mother! Su Wenqing walked into the room with a cup of freshly brewed tea. We have been playing for an afternoon. Have a cup of tea to moisten your throat. Xie's mother smiled and made 80,000. It's okay. The tea is next to me. I have been drinking it. The 3 ladies at the same table smiled awkwardly, and even seemed to be uninterested in drawing cards. Mrs. Xie is so lucky. She has won all afternoon. Mother Xie touched a 90,000 with a smile on her face. No. No. Su Wenqing stood behind Mother Xie and saw the 5 gates note that she was about to win, and twitched his lips. Mother Xie touched the 2 and then the 7, as if hesitating which one had a higher chance of winning. Su Wenqing handed the tea to Mother Xie, leaving his little finger and ring finger untouched in front of Mother Xie. Mother Xie relied on the tacit understanding with Su Wenqing and played the 2 without hesitation. Ah! The wife of Minister Lu on Mother Xie's left excitedly spread out the cards. I won. You see? Is it me who won? Mother Xie looked at the 5 gates that was about to be made in her hand, and took the teacup from Su Wenqing with grievance. Su Wenqing smiled innocently and flatteringly. I asked the kitchen to make your favorite rice wine balls. Mother, I'll bring you a bowl? Mrs. Lu, who finally won the game, couldn't stop smiling. She felt as if she had found the essence of winning at mahjong. Oh! When can't we eat rice wine balls? Come on. Let's play another round. Mrs. Xie pursed her lips in grievance. She had to remember her duty as a host in Su Wenqing's smile. Su Wenqing served Mrs. Xie for a long time, serving tea and pouring water like a top 10 daughter-in-law. The other 3 ladies at the mahjong table were all happy to see that their luck was rising as soon as Su Wenqing came. Even the wife of Master Zheng, who was always known for her strictness, praised Su Wenqing. Mother Xie, who was forced to play 5 rounds of cards in a row, sent off the 3 ladies, who were still reluctant to leave. She saw that her wallet, which she had worked hard for half an afternoon, had become flat again. She buried her head in mahjong in grief and anger. Woo! 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 I'm going to tell Shuren that you bullied me. Su Wenqing laughed. No. How about calling him tonight, and playing Monopoly? Mother Xie's eyes lit up, and she raised her head for mahjong. Are you done? Su Wenqing nodded. The first version is done. I don't know if there are any mistakes. Play a few rounds to try? Okay. Okay. Mother Xie immediately recovered her spirits. She took Su Wenqing and walked to her yard leisurely with lotus steps. You two can have dinner in my yard. It saves time. You can play after dinner. I'll ask the kitchen to make whatever you want. Su Wenqing said sweetly. It's all right. The chef in my mother's courtyard is a master at cooking. I love all of it. Okay. Xia's mother laughed heartily and turned to the maid behind her. Did you hear that? When that bastard comes back, let him come directly to my room for dinner. Su Wenqing asked Suegia to go to the room to get the dice map and other items needed for playing Monopoly. He planned to talk to Xia's mother about the rules first, and then discuss how to work together to trick Xie. Madam. Young madam. Xia's mother saw the guard beside Xie and raised her eyebrows. What's wrong? Is there something going on in the court? That stinky boy won't come back for dinner again? The guard looked embarrassed and nodded. Something happened in the court. The young master may be back late tonight. Mother Xie said. Okay. I got it. Go tell your son. Next time he is curious about why his wife wants to divorce him, think about it tonight. Su Wenqing suddenly turned back to look at Mother Xie. He felt as if he had discovered something unknown. The guard was trying very hard to hold back his laughter, and his face looked a little distorted. Su Wenqing had never been very concerned about government affairs, but this time, she stopped the guard who was about to leave and asked. Nothing serious happened, right? Should I leave him some food? The guard thought about it, and felt that with his son's character of nothing can be forbidden to the lady, there should be nothing he can't say. He turned back and bowed his head and replied respectfully. Nothing serious. The eldest prince just died. Chapter 77. Hearing the guard's first sentence, no big deal, Su Wenqing felt relieved for no reason. But before she could relax, she was choked by his second sentence. Wait a minute. Come back. What did you say? The eldest prince is dead? The guard recalled what he had just said, and nodded hesitantly after confirming that there was nothing wrong. The guard's puzzled expression seemed to have dealt a fatal blow to Su Wenqing. She covered her forehead, turned her head, and looked at Xia's mother, eager to find a friend who could stand on the same front. The eldest prince is dead. This is not a big deal? Xia's mother was concentrating on studying the Monopoly map. When she saw Su Wenqing's unbelievable expression, she was stunned for a moment, and quickly put away her indifferent expression, and sternly reprimanded the guard. Nonsense. How can the death of the eldest prince not be a big deal? Then she asked Su Wenqing with a sad face. Can those two people still play? Su Wenqing, who had been hit by 20,000 critical hits in a row, waved his hand and asked the guard to retreat. Sitting on the couch, he felt confused about who am I and where am I. Su Wenqing saw Xia's mother's calm expression, and suddenly she had an idea. She cautiously probed, Do you know something? Seeing Su Wenqing's sly look, Xia's mother laughed and said, I don't know the details, but I can guess 1 in 10 or 2. Xia's mother didn't keep Su Wenqing in suspense, but said calmly, Since the emperor expressed his hope that the Xie family would assist the eldest prince, the safety of the eldest prince has always been the responsibility of the Xie family. However, this time when the eldest prince went south to investigate the cheating in the imperial examination, the accompanying guards were not arranged by the Xie family, but were fully handed over to the eldest concubine's mother's family, the Huguogong Mansion. The Huguogong Mansion is originally a military family, and is also a relative of the eldest prince. The two families prosper and suffer together. The Huguogong Mansion will only be more dedicated to the safety of the eldest prince than the Xie family. There is nothing wrong with such an arrangement. It can be said to be a matter of course. It's just, Mother Xie paused and sighed inaudibly. Because he wants to avoid dilemmas as much as possible. Shuren will calculate a lot every step he takes. He rarely lets things get out of his control. If it were usual, what do you think he would do in this situation? If it were usual, Su Wenqing opened his thin lips slightly. If it were usual, Xie Shuren would not feel at ease to hand over such a big thing to others. However, this time when the eldest prince went south, he withdrew all the manpower and really didn't care at all. No one knows a son better than his mother. Xie Shuren calculated that the eldest prince would get into trouble. He withdrew his manpower in advance to avoid responsibility and to let the situation develop. Although Su Wenqing was a little worried, she didn't want to spoil Xie's mother's interest. She suppressed all the thoughts in her mind and played a few games with Xie's mother. The results were all miserable. Later, Xie's mother couldn't stand it anymore and drove her back to the room with a smile. In fact, apart from those messy things, whether the eldest prince was dead or alive was a matter of the court. As long as Xie Shuren knew the situation, it really had nothing to do with him. But I don't know what happened. Su Wenqing was inexplicably a little uneasy. The eldest prince was dead. So what about Qin Yang? Was this Qin Yang's doing? Was it related to her? Wasn't the person she wanted to retaliate against the eldest concubine? Why did the eldest prince die? It was nearly 3 o'clock when Xie Shan came out of the palace. He had just sat in the carriage and had not had time to drink some water to moisten his throat when he heard the guard say that Su Wenqing had already known about this. Xie Shan almost choked and hurried back home as fast as possible. Then he breathed a sigh of relief in front of the main house, where the lights had been turned off. He looked at the dark house, called Suedia, who was guarding outside the house, and whispered, "Is the young lady asleep?" Suedia glanced at the moon that had risen to the top of the tree, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and said hesitantly, "It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. She has already gone to bed." Xie Shan was amused and found that his wife was really careless. How was her mood at night? Did she do anything abnormal? Suedia thought for a moment. She ate 2 bowls of midnight snacks and brought another bowl into the room. She looks like she's in a good mood. Xie Shan had a strange feeling, but he couldn't figure out what was strange for a moment. He nodded, let Suedia go down to rest, and then walked into the room quietly. "You're back?" Su Wenqing's sudden voice startled Xie Shan in the gauze curtain. Xie Shan opened the gauze curtain, tucked Su Wenqing's messy hair behind her ears, and smiled. "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" Su Wenqing rubbed Xie Shan's hand, and her voice was half sleepy and half clear, with a sense of laziness. "No. I'm waiting for you. If you don't come back, I think my 3 bowls of midnight snacks are in vain." Xie Shan rubbed Su Wenqing's stomach. "Why eat so much at night? Don't you feel full?" Su Wenqing turned over. "I feel full. It's hard to fall asleep because I feel full. I'm afraid I'll fall asleep while waiting." Xie Shan smiled. "If you don't want to sleep, why did you ask someone to turn off the lights?" Su Wenqing sighed sadly. "Look at the maids and servants coming and going outside. If I don't turn off the lights, they don't know how long they will have to wait." Xie Shan sat down beside the bed. The red and black cord dress did not bring him much sense of distance. His starry eyes and sword eyebrows were still as gentle as jade. "Then I will tell the steward tomorrow that I don't need to serve after the second watch." "Well?" Su Wenqing smiled. She lowered her eyes and played with Xie Shan's bony fingers, and was silent for a while. "The eldest prince died?" Xie Shan nodded. "Su Wenqing, what about Qin Yang?" Xie Shan hesitated for a while, and finally decided to tell the truth. She pulled out the sword that stabbed the eldest prince's chest and committed suicide. Su Wenqing thought of Qin Yang's words, and her lips, which had no blood color, turned pale in an instant. She avoided Xie Shan's sight and wanted to bite a little blood on her lips quietly. But before she opened her mouth, she was caught by Xie Shan. Xie Shan pinched Su Wenqing's chin, rubbed her lower lip with his thumb, stuck between her teeth, and narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Is there anything else you haven't told me?" Su Wenqing lay on the bed in despair, feeling that with Xie Shan's sensitivity, she had no hope of cheating in this life. She slapped Xie Shan's hand away and said gloomily, "Qin Yang said something to me that day. She asked me to take good care of her and said that her today would be my tomorrow." Xie Shan's eyes changed without leaving a trace when he heard it. Su Wenqing, "So what happened?" Xie Shan cut off the beginning and the end. They encountered assassins in the Dongting area. There were many assassins, and the guards failed to rescue them. The eldest prince was eventually assassinated and died. According to the report, Qin watched the eldest prince die in front of her, and was heartbroken. The guards didn't want to disturb her, but they didn't expect her to commit suicide. Su Wenqing was shocked. You are not mistaken. Just like that? There is no hidden story. The death is too casual. Have you investigated it clearly? Could it be that someone under you concealed the truth? Xie smiled and rubbed Su Wenqing's head. How can there be so many hidden stories? The assassins should be the people from the third prince and the Pei family. They are all dead men. They did it very cleanly and left no evidence. It is still under investigation. What about Qin Yang? Is she not related? Su Wenqing thought conspiratorially. Is it possible that Qin Yang leaked the whereabouts of the eldest prince to the third prince? Xie smiled and said, according to our investigation, the whereabouts of the eldest prince should be leaked, because the family letters of the Hudwogong mansion were intercepted. We did not find any traces of Qin Yang's contact with the people from the third prince's side. But the possibility you mentioned cannot be completely ruled out. Since you are worried, I will ask someone to check in this direction again. Su Wenqing, no. I just said it casually. Since you have all checked it, there should be no problem. So this time the death of the eldest prince is really just a fight for the throne between the eldest prince and the third prince. And there is no reason for Qin Yang? Xie raised his eyebrows and deliberately showed a hurt expression. I thought you would comfort me. Su Wenqing was fooled by Xie and did not notice that Xie did not answer her question. She asked inexplicably, why comfort you? What's wrong with you? Xie, the eldest prince is dead. He died before he could achieve his goal. I am very sad. Su Wenqing rolled his eyes and kicked Xie through the blanket. Get out of here. When the eldest prince went south, you deliberately knocked over the wine in the glass when you saw him off. Now think about it. Spilling the wine on the ground is basically a memorial to the deceased. So you had already expected it at that time. What's the point of being sad? Crocodile tears. Xie smiled and grabbed Su Wenqing's ankle through the blanket. And teased Su Wenqing. He half supported on Su Wenqing. How can you say that? If he didn't betray me, I would never let him get into trouble. But he treated me like that. If I continue to be loyal to him, wouldn't I be sending the entire Xie family into the fire pit? I don't mind working hard for you. But if you have to find a way out and remarry at such a young age, I will die with regrets. Su Wenqing's hands and feet were pressed down by Xie and could not move. He could only talk. You have too little confidence in me. Am I such a person who forgets his loyalty and cannot share hardships in your eyes? You actually think of me like this. I am so sad. Xie stared at Su Wenqing's eyes. His eyes were deep and half smiling. Oh! If the Xie family is in trouble one day, will you share the hardship with me? Su Wenqing's dark eyes turned cunningly. And he joked, then it's better not to. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Remember to return my dowry stored in the warehouse when the time comes. Xie bit Su Wenqing's neck hard and laughed low. You are a little conscienceless. Su Wenqing smiled and said, so, play with fire less. Do less dangerous things. Maybe one day I will remarry with dowry. Yes. Most of the dowry was given by you. TSK. Does this count as you handing me over to others with your own hands? You dare. Xie gritted his teeth and leaned over to block Su Wenqing's laughter. Chapter 78. Xie gently pulled the silk quilt up to cover Su Wenqing's exposed shoulders. He looked down at Su Wenqing's well-behaved and quiet sleeping face. His deep eyes full of tenderness and love. He kissed Su Wenqing's forehead. And quietly got up and got out of bed, with the court dress rolled up at the end of the bed, before the guard outside the door came back for the third time. The guard, who was hesitating whether to take the initiative to bring the fifth prince in, was startled by the silent opening of the door. He watched his own son quietly open a small crack in the door, and walk out of the room, sideways through the crack. The whole process was silent. Not to mention the young lady in the room. Even the moths hovering around the paper lanterns on the beams were not disturbed. The guard was once again impressed by his son's movements. But before he could express his admiration, he was hit by a court dress that was as wrinkled as pickled vegetables. Is he here? Xie asked in a low voice. The guard nodded. I'll go change my clothes and ask him to meet me in the study. The guard held the court dress. What about this? Xie patted the guard's shoulder. Help me deal with this. I need to wear it tomorrow morning. The guard watched his son disappear around the corner and stared at the pickled court dress in his arms with mixed feelings. Based on his many years of experience with Xie, he could reasonably suspect that his son was taking revenge on him for interrupting his good night. Alas, as a poor and weak guard, what else can I do except be tolerant? The guard put the court robe back to his residence, put on the mask of coldness and integrity again, and took in the fifth prince, who had just arrived outside the side door. Xiaoyun was left outside the side door for a long time without getting angry. Just half-jokingly complained, "Your young master is so proud. Not only did he ask me to help run errands and get things, but he also made me wait at the door for so long. What is he doing in the middle of the night?" Guard, reporting to the fifth prince, "It is a beautiful day, and the young master is naturally accompanying the young lady to sleep." It took Xiaoyun half a minute to save himself from almost choking to death. He was silent, and patted the guard's shoulder with a pale face. "Very good, little brother. You have a bright future. But it is better not to tell me such things truthfully in the future. I am afraid that I will not be able to help but walk away in anger under severe psychological imbalance." Guard, based on your past experience with the prince, you walked away in anger 9 times out of 10. And you came back because you were worried about the prince. Xiaoyun, what about the other time? Guard, I was tricked back by the prince's sweet words. Xiaoyun, are you insulting me or your prince? Guard, I didn't. I can only ask you one thing. Xiaoyun was very polite. Guard, have you ever washed court robes? Do you know how to restore the wrinkled court robes to their original state overnight? Xiaoyun kept smiling, let alone the fact that there is no necessary connection between the two topics. Just talking about washing court robes. Have your family forgotten an established fact? Although it is not obvious. I am also a prince. Xie had just finished changing clothes behind the screen when he saw Xiaoyun push the door in with a pale face. He was stunned for a moment. Is it in the eldest prince's mansion? Xiaoyun threw a piece of pink silk with small seal characters all over it into Xie's arms. Don't let me do this kind of work of rummaging through women's things in the future. It's too vulgar and embarrassing. The more I rummage, the more I feel like a pervert. Xie, who had just been intimate with his wife, was particularly easy to talk to. Even when he heard such a lot of complaints, he didn't take the opportunity to mock. He smiled and said, "If I didn't need to avoid suspicion, I wouldn't have bothered you to make this trip. Besides, didn't the emperor give you the eldest prince's affairs to investigate and handle? You will have to check the eldest prince's residence sooner or later. But it's just a little earlier." Xiaoyun sat on a wooden chair and poured himself a cup of tea. His expression was hidden behind the curling steam, and it was difficult to discern his expression. Among the princes, my father favored my eldest brother the most. Now that my eldest brother has died tragically, my father seems to have aged 10 years overnight, and even a lot of white hair has grown between his temples. I see that he looks a bit like a dying man. Xie fell silent after hearing this. Do you know that my father kept me here tonight, and even asked me about my mother's situation? Xiaoyun smiled lightly, and it was hard to tell what he felt. I haven't seen him step into my mother's palace since I was born. Now that he is in his twilight years, he still misses us mother and son. Xie, among the adult princes, the second prince is disabled, and the fourth prince died young. The emperor has no choice now. Xiaoyun sneered. Why do you have to comfort me with nice words? Although there is no evidence. It is well known that the eldest brother died at the hands of the third brother. If you want to assassinate him, you must cut off the eldest brother's head. This is nothing more than a warning. I think the third brother is completely unwilling to play the role of a loving father and a filial son with my father. My father helped me to take the throne at this time? It's just to use me to distract the third brother's attention. When I fight with the third brother and both of us are injured, I will pass the throne to his favorite sixth brother. You say my father is affectionate. We are all his own flesh and blood. He is really cruel to me and the third prince. If you say he is ruthless, he has been loving the late queen and the eldest prince for decades. He wants to carefully plan every step for them. Sometimes I really don't understand. Do you think he is affectionate or ruthless? Xie knew that Xiaoyun was not confused, but just felt uncomfortable. He leaned against the bookshelf, listened to Xiaoyun's complaints quietly, and smiled. In fact, it's not a bad thing to look at it from another angle. You can't contact the forces of the previous dynasty openly, and the emperor can't let you fight the third prince alone. Haven't you always wanted to marry the daughter of the Su family? Why not use this as a bargaining chip and let the emperor grant you a marriage? Xiaoyun, once the relationship is related to power, it becomes vulgar. You are married. But you don't understand this. Xieshan was puzzled. Su Jinxing is not only the daughter of the Su family, but her grandfather is also a general. No matter who the new emperor is, he will never allow the military power to fall into the hands of his own brother. Aren't you planning to fight for the throne to avoid this situation? Xiaoyun said angrily. Do you have a conscience? I saw that you were living too aggrievedly with your eldest brother, and I was afraid that you would become ill from overwork. So I wanted to save you from the fire pit. In your eyes, is my loyalty just for marrying a wife? Xieshan, you don't have to do that for me. Today, the emperor sent a letter to my father as fast as he could. The general meaning was to ask my father what he thought of the sixth prince. I guess he wants the Xie family to assist the sixth prince. But he is worried about my friendship with you. So he wants to start with my father. Xiaoyun was choked by Xieshan's words that contained a huge amount of information. I haven't agreed to fight yet. And he has started to pave the way for the sixth prince? Isn't that too much? No. Wait. Isn't it a letter to your father? How do you know the content? Did you secretly change the letter again? Xieshan raised his eyebrows. Xiaoyun coughed and changed the subject. In fact, it's not that I don't want my father to grant the marriage, but the beauty won't give in. Hey, if I let my father arrange the marriage without her consent, she probably has 100 ways to destroy this marriage. Xieshan had no opinion on this matter. His only feeling was that it was a good thing that he didn't ask Xiaoyun for help when he got married. Otherwise he didn't know how long he would be alone. Xiaoyun felt Xieshan's silence sneer, and after a moment's silence, he changed the subject again. In fact, you don't have to take the risk to help me change the letter. I think with the character of Lord Xia, he would not agree with my father's decision. Yes. Xieshan sat down at the desk slowly. So I put a note in it and told him not to refuse. Xiaoyun. TSK. You are really my good brother. Xieshan glanced at Xiaoyun. Refusing will only do harm and no good. Not only will it make the emperor unhappy, but it will also cause trouble. It's better to agree first. In this way, it will not only be convenient to use the sixth prince as a cover in the future, but also have a good reputation in front of the emperor. Xiaoyun. TSK. You are really evil. Xieshan. Xiaoyun, well, when did you hook up with Qin Yang? What did she leave for you? Xieshan was about to open the silk hand, but he couldn't open it or close it. He was silent for a while, and he couldn't stand it any longer. Do you know how to use words? What is hooking up? If I were your tutor, I would probably be pissed off by you. Xiaoyun, okay. Contact. Okay. When did you contact Qin Yang? Xieshan glanced at the things Qin Yang left and said casually, it was a few days before the eldest prince went south. Xiaoyun, what did you say to her? Xieshan, Qin Yang died tragically. If she resurrects with hatred, the first people she wants to take revenge on are definitely the Duke of the State Guard, who ordered her death, and the Emperor who pushed her into hell. However, she is just a concubine, powerless, and in a short period of time, she can only cause discord between the eldest prince and the Duke of the State Guard, but can't hurt the Duke of the State Guard, let alone take revenge on the Emperor, who has lived in the palace for a long time and is above everyone else. Xiaoyun, so you told her the news that the third prince wanted to assassinate the eldest prince? No. Xieshan raised his eyes, rarely without a smile on his face. She knew about this herself. Xiaoyun was puzzled. This matter is top secret. If it weren't for Pei Chengyu, you might not have known it in advance. Why did she know it? Xieshan tapped the desk regularly with his index finger. You can understand that she used some ability and gained a temporary ability to know the future, and can see some future scenes in fragments. Wait, I don't quite understand. Xiaoyun paused. You mean she knew from the beginning of her resurrection that the eldest prince would be assassinated in the Dongting area, and in order to avenge the protector of the country and the current emperor, she not only did not stop it, but went with the flow and watched the eldest prince step by step into the road of death. The protector of the country mansion and the eldest prince have long been in the same boat. Not to mention that the protector of the country mansion has now been charged with a crime of poor protection, and they are bound to bear all the anger of the current emperor. Xieshan paused. And the eldest prince is the most favored prince of the present emperor. Once the eldest prince dies, the present emperor will definitely be in great pain. Even if the guards are not good, The Duke of the Guards will at most confiscate the property and exile. Even if the present emperor is in great pain, he is still alive and well. Xiaoyun really couldn't understand. She hurt herself 1,000 times, and hurt the enemy 800 times. What is she trying to do? It's rare to live again. The eldest prince treats her so well. Isn't it good to live well? Xie Shan was silent for a while. To be honest, I don't know. Everyone has things that they care about. It's difficult for one person to evaluate the value of another person's heart. If it's true as she said, she was like a ghost floating in the eldest prince's mansion for several years, watching the eldest prince and the person who killed her day and night. She may not hate the eldest prince. Xiaoyun, what is the deal between you two? Xie Shan, don't stop. Don't interfere. Let the Duke of the State take full responsibility for the safety of the eldest prince's trip south, and she will tell me everything she knows about her resurrection afterwards. Xiaoyun, have you ever thought that if she really has a certain ability to predict, all this may be designed by her, just to make you fall into the trap and actively provide help for her? Xie Shan, I thought about it. But as long as she left information, whether it is half true, half false or made up, I can always find useful information from it. Xiaoyun, what is written on this piece of silk? I know every word, but I can't understand a sentence when it is put together. Xie Shan took out a brocade box from the bookshelf and took out 3 pieces of silk with similar textures. These pieces are what she sent me before. I guess she divided the whole letter into 4 parts by words to prevent me from going back on my word. Xiaoyun was interested. He moved the stool to the opposite side of the desk and picked up the silk. I will read it, and you can write it. Let's see what information she left. Chapter 79. Su Wenqing did not sleep well that night. She first dreamed that she was standing on a barren snowfield, behind the dead branches piled up by the snow. There were wolves with fierce green light in their eyes. She retreated cautiously, and the sound of dead branches being broken under the snow put an end to the terrifying silence. As the wolf howled, the wolves hidden in the darkness began to hunt and chase her frantically. She fled all the way. The dry thorns left blood marks on her body one after another. The messy dead branches kept whipping her face, bloody and hot. She felt that she had tried her best, but the wolves' pursuit only increased. The wolves bent their bodies and pounced on her. Su Wenqing had no way to avoid it, and finally fell into the freezing cold glacier. Su Wenqing was hit by the floating ice underwater and felt dizzy. She felt someone grabbing her limbs and long iron nails hitting her joints. The pain of broken bones drained her last bit of consciousness. At the moment before she lost consciousness and fell into darkness, she saw the pair of wolf eyes that followed her like a shadow. In the study, Xiaoyun paced back and forth with a serious face. Too much. This is too much. I would rather believe that she deliberately designed to trick you to help her get rid of the Hudwagong mansion. Xie Shan was not disturbed at all. He calmly sealed the written letter into the bamboo envelope of the pigeon. Xiaoyun snatched the bamboo envelope and looked around. Who are you going to send it to? Xiaji? You sent him to Baiman to help you investigate this matter? Do you really believe what Qin Yang said? Xie Shan was interrupted but didn't seem annoyed. He leaned back on the wooden chair as if he was helpless. It's reasonable to be attacked for wantonly squandering the borrowed life and ability. It's fair and just. I think it's very godlike. Xiaoyun sat in front of Xie Shan, without a smile on his face. Qin Yang wanted revenge. So the wolf god helped her to be reborn and gave her the ability to know the future. If the wolf god is really that powerful, why didn't the northern barbarians pray every day and see the wolf god show up to give them food and winter clothes? Xie Shan thought about it without much care. Maybe his ability is limited and he can't manage it? Xiaoyun, the wolf god is the god of the northern barbarians. The southern dynasty never believed in it. I have never seen a god who doesn't manage his own land and goes to deal with other people's affairs first. If he is not full, then this god is not smart. Xie Shan sighed. What do you want to say? Xiaoyun, there has been a rumor circulating in the northern barbarians that it takes the blood of tens of thousands of people to refine a glass heart. And only by holding the heart and attracting the fire can one get the opportunity to petition the wolf god. The wolf god's appearance is rare. How can Qin Yang be so virtuous that tens of thousands of people are willing to give their blood for her revenge? She said that because she wanted to look at the future again and again. She could no longer suppress the original owner's consciousness. Since she can predict the future. Since she knows that when people of the same origin meet, the weak will automatically sacrifice. Why doesn't she avoid meeting your wife? Xie Shan took the bamboo seal from Xiaoyun's hand back. tied it to the pigeon's leg again, and said lightly while letting it fly, "That's why she said that these were all arranged by the wolf god. Not her original wish. I have only seen people shortchanging people when selling things. But I have never heard of gods fulfilling wishes with missing limbs. If the wolf god really wanted to help her fulfill her wish, he would not use such an insincere method. Unless the wolf god's original target was the eldest prince." Xiaoyun looked at Xie. It deliberately gave Qin Yang a hint, telling her that she could only take revenge if the eldest prince died, forcing Qin Yang to push the eldest prince into the abyss of death step by step. Xie raised his eyelids without any expression, waiting for Xiaoyun to finish his words. "There are no coincidences in the world. Qin Yang and your wife." Xiaoyun paused, facing Xiexian's gaze, and finished his words. "There must be some connection between them. Back then, you repelled the Northern Barbarian Wolf Division and rebuilt the Northern Border Defense Line, which made the barbarians, who could only rely on invading the South to obtain food in winter. Even worse, the barbarians hated you to the bone, and Tuobalilu even risked his life to come to the Southern Dynasty alone for you, even though the situation was not stable yet. If the wolf god pretended to agree to Qin Yang in order to kill the eldest prince, then what about your wife? If she is related to the wolf god, what do you think is the purpose of her existence?" Xie stood under the eaves with his back to the moonlight. The clean moonlight added a bit of brightness and softness to his angular face. He smiled and looked at Xiaoyun. "So what?" Xiaoyun gritted his teeth, waved his sleeves, and said angrily, "I think you are not far from crazy." In the master bedroom, Su Wenqing's dream changed from the snowy glaciers to the shore of Dongting Lake. She dreamed that she was being chased, and Xie protected her all the way to escape. Countless arrows passed by her, and blood dripped down Xiexian's arm into her hand that he held tightly. The dream was bizarre, and neither continuous nor inferred by common sense. Su Wenqing looked at the blood in her palm, and raised her eyes again to see Xie kneeling on one knee in front of her, and she had sent a poisoned dagger into his heart. Su Wenqing woke up from her dream. She was so scared that she sat up from the bed, holding the quilt. She looked at her hands suspiciously. When she saw that there was no blood in her hands, she reached out to feel the breath of Xie, who was sleeping beside her. She finally breathed a sigh of relief when she found that his breathing was stable and there was nothing wrong with it. Xie gently held Su Wenqing's hand and slowly opened his eyes. His voice was a little lazy, with his usual smile. "Why did you wake up so early? Did you have a nightmare?" Su Wenqing hesitated for a while. "Are you sure that the death of the eldest prince really has nothing to do with Qin Yang?" Xie smiled and hugged Su Wenqing into his arms. After covering her with the quilt, he asked, "Why do you think so?" Su Wenqing frowned slightly, thinking seriously for a rare time. "When I went to see Qin Yang that day, Qin Yang wanted me to help her conceal it. She said she didn't have much time left and asked me to give her another month. I saw that she was likely trying to complete something within this month. As a result, before a month was up, the eldest prince was suddenly assassinated, and Qin Yang also died. This is not normal no matter how you look at it. Qin Yang lived to avenge the Duke of the State, who killed her. There is no reason for her to commit suicide before revenge." Su Wenqing paused, frowned and asked, "The Duke of the State is related to the honor and disgrace of the eldest prince. If the eldest prince dies, what will happen to the Duke of the State?" Xie pretended to think seriously. "It should also fall from grace." Su Wenqing pondered for a moment. "Do you think it is possible that Qin Yang thought that revenge was hopeless, so she wanted to take revenge on the Hugwagong mansion in this way that would hurt both sides?" "Xie, such revenge is too easy for the Hugwagong mansion. Why can't it be that Qin Yang saw the death of the eldest prince and thought that revenge was hopeless, so she ended her life in despair and sadness?" Su Wenqing thought about it, and found that Xiexian's statement made some sense. Xie smiled and said, "The matter of the eldest prince has been handed over to the fifth prince today, according to the current investigation. It should be irrelevant. If you are worried, I will tell him tomorrow and ask him to investigate this aspect again. And the wolf god that Qin Yang mentioned, isn't that the god worshipped by the northern barbarians? The northern barbarians are hostile to you, right? How could their god be meddling in your affairs?" Su Wenqing paused and said seriously, "Based on my years of experience, I always feel that this matter is not that simple." Xie was amused by Su Wenqing. "Years of experience? What experience? Experience in reading novels and stories?" Su Wenqing bared his teeth and said angrily, What's wrong with novels and stories? Art comes from life. Aren't the history books you read stories adapted from real people and real events? After being kicked out of bed many times, Xieshan has already understood the truth that he can't reason with his wife. Anyway, if he wins the argument, he will be the one who is locked outside the door with a pillow in his arms. Xieshan is very sensible and skips the topic of history books and novels. Madam is right. I have sent someone to the northern barbarians to investigate this matter. I believe there will be results soon. Su Wenqing was very satisfied with Xieshan's serious attitude. She did not study the reason of this reason. She yawned lazily and murmured with a little sleepiness, I don't know what happened. Maybe I was a little nervous because of Qingyang's words last time. I even dreamed that I killed you just now. Tell me the result. If you continue like this, I may have a nervous breakdown. Xieshan hid the emotion in his eyes and touched Su Wenqing's head with a smile. I have seen a kind of quacks who specialize in targeting wealthy families. For example, if there is a disaster, it is best to perform a ritual to eliminate it. Although Su Wenqing didn't know why Xieshan suddenly mentioned this. This kind of thing happened to be in her interest point, and she became a little more excited. Yes, I have seen it too. And generally, a scam is always successful. Even if those wealthy people know it is a scam, they will eventually spend a lot of money to invite these quacks to perform rituals. I have always been unable to figure it out. Is it because people tend to be stupid because they have a lot of money? Xieshan smiled and said, in fact, people are often like this. The more they worry and fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Quacks often don't directly say what the disaster is, because it is too far-fetched and difficult to convince people. They usually choose to talk about some small things that are easy to happen in life. Such as something. If you don't believe it, you can see that there will be a fire disaster in your house in the next few days. Su Wenqing seemed to be thinking about something. In order to break the words of the sorcerers, wealthy families often repeatedly tell their servants to avoid candlelight. However, knocking over candles is a very common thing. The more the host emphasizes, the more panicked the servants become. The more panicked, the more likely they are to make mistakes. So knocking over the candles also proves the words of the sorcerers. Because the more worried you are, the more you want to avoid it. But the more you want to avoid it, the more likely you are to choose the path you are afraid of when making a choice. Xieshan nodded and smiled. Worry will lead to fear. Fear will lead to suspicion. And suspicion will become true. Fortune-telling, curses, and witchcraft are nothing more than this. Su Wenqing said suspiciously. So you are not hiding everything from me just to make me feel at ease. Right? Xieshan's bony fingers passed through Su Wenqing's smooth hair. This matter is related to you. Give me some time. Once I verify the matter. If you want to know, I will tell you. Su Wenqing felt relieved. She nodded, burrowed into Xieshan's arms, and fell asleep again. Chapter 80. As if to catch everyone off guard, the Northern Barbarians delegation, originally scheduled to arrive in Beijing at the end of September, suddenly moved up their schedule. Before mid-September, they sent a letter saying that their fourth prince thought the Southern Dynasty's escort troops were too slow, and had already left the army with the delegation, and would reach Anjing City in 3 days. After receiving this letter, the Southern Dynasty court was in an uproar, regardless of whether the Northern Barbarians' behavior was extremely rude. The fact that he had thrown away the escort sent by the Southern Dynasty to greet him, and that the Southern Dynasty had not received any urgent reports from officials, was enough to cause panic. Thousands of elite soldiers were unable to keep an eye on a Northern Barbarian envoy, and they allowed him to leave without any warning. Instead, the letter from the Northern Barbarian envoy arrived in Anjing City first. The action of the Northern Barbarian prince was not only a slap in the face of the Southern Dynasty court, but also left a sense of panic in the hearts of civil and military officials. If thousands of elite soldiers could not keep an eye on the Northern Barbarian envoy, who would guarantee their safety once the envoy entered the capital? For a while, everyone demanded a strict investigation of the matter. The emperor had no choice but to symbolically fine the main person in charge, Xieshan, a year's salary. However, panic was panic, and dissatisfaction was dissatisfaction. Although it was a case of execution first and then reporting, the Northern Barbarian envoy sent a letter afterwards, which was sincere and full of apologies. As a great country in the Southern Dynasty, it must maintain its demeanor. It is not good and convenient to be too serious about such things. So everyone had to hold their breath and speed up preparations to welcome the Northern Barbarian envoy to Beijing. Originally, Xieshan was in charge of the defense of Anjing City when the northern barbarians came. Because of this incident, and the continuous petitions and reports from officials of the Third Prince's faction, the emperor had to follow the public opinion and let the Third Prince and Xieshan take charge of the city defense together. The autumn evening was already a bit chilly, and the heavy clouds covered the sky, pressing the surrounding mountains that were already beginning to have summer vitality and making it even more difficult to breathe. Xieshan and the Third Prince led the officials, who were welcoming the northern barbarians, to stand quietly at the gate of Anjing City and wait. There was a drizzle of cold rain in the air. Not heavy, but it always made people feel uncomfortable when it wet their clothes. The Third Prince's narrow phoenix eyes swept over Xieshan, who was standing half a step behind him, and his thin lips hooked. 1 year's salary in exchange for the civil and military officials of Anjing City to be wary of the northern barbarians' delegation. You made a good deal. Xieshan smiled, but his heart was not. I have to thank the Third Prince for his help. If the Third Prince had not sent people to attack the accompanying guards, how could we have the current situation? The Third Prince's phoenix eyes flashed with a sharpness. It was indeed his idea to knock down the accompanying officials and guards, because if Xieshan completely controlled the defense of Anjing City, his actions would be more inconvenient in the future. However, according to the plan he and Tuoba Lilu had originally discussed, the accompanying officials of the Southern Dynasty discovered that the Northern Barbarians' delegation was missing and reported it to the court. The court punished Xieshan, who was responsible for this matter, and asked him to participate in the defense of the city. He would then find Tuoba Lilu's whereabouts. This would not hurt the face of the Southern Dynasty and achieve the established goal. However, what he didn't expect was that Xieshan would use his trick to make everyone afraid of Tuoba Lilu and oppose cooperation with the Northern Barbarians. He actually sent people to intercept the urgent reports from the accompanying officials. Tuoba Lilu even played a trick on him and directly killed the secret guards he sent to follow the Northern Barbarians' delegation, and swaggered to send a provocative letter to Anjing City. If Tuoba Lilu didn't hate Xieshan to the bone, he would have suspected that these two people had teamed up to set him up, with the purpose of making him lose the hearts of some court officials. After all, it was he who proposed the trade with the Northern Barbarians, and judging from the beneficiaries, he was the most likely person to plan this. Xieshan saw Xiao Yan's face turning slightly green, and said in a nonchalant tone, like a bystander, "It's a good thing to have the heart to tame jackals, tigers and leopards. But jackals are jackals after all, and they are always easy to bite back if you are not careful." Xiao Yan's eyes changed, and finally he just said calmly, "A jackal that has lost its wildness is no different from a domestic cat. Instead of worrying about whether I can tame it, you might as well think about how to deal with the beast out of the cage." Xieshan smiled and said nothing more. Not long after, everyone saw the Northern Barbarians' delegation slowly appearing from the corner of the trade road. The barbarians are originally nomadic peoples. The horses they ride are taller than adult men, and their legs are strong and powerful. Duh-duh. The sound of horse hooves approached from far away, coupled with dozens of warriors wearing animal skin armor, with scimitars on their waists and half-wolf faces. It was enough to scare people from a distance. The man riding at the front of the delegation was not very old, just a young man, with a pale face as if you could see the blood vessels, an eagle nose and drooping eyes, wearing a round neck tights, and two black lacquered daggers inserted in the black boots inlaid with agate. The empty sleeves of white fox fur were casually draped over his body, and the silver scimitar was hung at his waist. A deep knife scar extended from his lips to his chin, adding a bit of gloom to his face, which was already bloodless. He saw Xieshan, one of the Southern Dynasty officials, standing outside Anjing City to greet him. From a distance, a kind of hot and bloodthirsty light suddenly flashed in his cold and indifferent eyes. Like joy, but with a cruel and twisted chill, he rode his horse in front of the officials of the Southern Dynasty, letting the horse's hooves kick up a cloud of dust. He looked at Xieshan in front of the crowd, and an indescribable smile crossed his knife-marked mouth. His tone was intimate, but it was like a poisonous snake swimming across the back of the neck, which made people feel cold for no reason. "Master Xie, long time no see." Xieshan's face remained unchanged. He nodded slightly to Tuoba Lilu politely, then spread his palms to Tuoba Lilu to indicate Xiao Yan standing in front of him, and said, "This is the third prince of my dynasty." Tuoba Lilu stared at Xieshan with a burning look in his eyes. "It has been 4 years, 8 months and 7 days since we last met. It's been many years since we last met. Is Master Xie doing well?" Xiexian, your department is coming to Anjing City this time, and all affairs are under the responsibility of the third prince. If you are not used to anything in terms of food and accommodation, you can send someone to inform the third prince. Tuoba Lilu's index finger ran across the scar on his lip, and his tone was like a venomous snake with a bit of resentment. You have not set foot in the northern border for these years. What's wrong? Don't you want to see me? Xiexian, the third prince has spent a lot of effort to promote the trade between the two sides. This time, he allowed you to enter the capital, and he also made a golden guarantee in front of the emperor. I hope your department can cherish it, and don't let the third prince's efforts go to waste. Tuoba Lilu laughed, with a bit of childlike innocence in his cruel eyes. But it's okay. Since you don't want to see me, then I will come to you. I said that we will see each other again. The accompanying officials looked at each other in bewilderment. The third prince, who stood between Xiexian and Tuoba Lilu's maroon mounts, had come out to greet the emperor, but had never been looked at by Tuoba Lilu. His face was livid. He pressed the joints in his hands, looked up at Tuoba Lilu sitting on the horse, and endured the throbbing veins on his forehead. Your department has been exhausted from the journey. Why don't you follow me to the inn to rest? My father has already set up a banquet in the palace to welcome you tonight. Tuoba Lilu seemed to have just discovered that there was a person between him and Xiexian. He rode back a few steps, with a bit of confusion in his eyes. He looked at Xiexian and said inexplicably, "Who is this person?" Xiexian smiled unchanged. "This is the third prince of my dynasty. He is responsible for all matters of your department." Tuoba Lilu narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Yan. "I know you." Tuoba Lilu pulled out the scimitar at his waist and knocked on Xiao Yan's shoulder. "You sent me a letter that day. Bold. Let go of the third prince." Seeing this, all the soldiers of the southern dynasty under the city and on the city drew their weapons, as if they were facing a great enemy. Xiao Yan did not dodge or evade, but stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes slightly fixed, looking at Tuoba Lilu. Tuoba Lilu curled his lips, raised his scimitar slightly, not caring about the uproar caused, and cunningly changed the subject. "Discuss, what do you call it?" "Yes. Trade. I remember correctly. Come to me to discuss trade." Xiao Yan's smile did not reach his eyes. The prince has a good memory. Tuoba Lilu smiled without any expression, no longer paying attention to Xiao Yan, and turned to Xiexian with interest. "I heard that Lord Xie got married not long ago, so I came here with a gift." Tuoba Lilu tilted his head and smiled. "Is it to congratulate you on your wedding?" "Xiexian, thank you for your trouble. Fourth prince, I appreciate your kindness, but the gift is not necessary." Tuoba Lilu turned over and got off the horse, wearing a white fox fur robe with empty sleeves, and walked towards Xiexian step by step. "Oh, don't call me fourth prince. It's as if my brothers are still there. Lord Xie, you should know best. Except for the seventh brother, who was escorted by you and escaped. My other brothers have been killed by you." Xiexian laughed and said, "Fourth prince is really a joker. Didn't you kill your brothers and sisters with your own hands?" Tuoba Lilu said in distress. "Yes, because I was very angry. How could they contact you and receive your reply? You know, this person, when unhappy, is easy to want to kill people. So they are all dead. Do you think it's my fault or yours?" Xiexian's face remained unchanged. "Fourth prince must have heard about the accident of our eldest prince on the road these days." Tuoba Lilu tilted his head and thought for a while. "According to the customs of your southern dynasty, should I say condolences?" Xiexian ignored Tuoba Lilu and continued to be businesslike. "We found a scimitar used by the wolf tribe near the place where the eldest prince was killed. In order to prove your innocence and to give justice to the eldest prince of our dynasty, please hand over the scimitars you are wearing to us for safekeeping before entering the city." Xiao Yan frowned slightly. "How come I don't know about this?" Xiexian turned around and said respectfully, "The report just received this morning was urgent, and I only had time to report it to the emperor. Now the briefing should have been sent to your residence." "The third prince," Tuoba Lilu sneered. "A wolf tribe scimitar? Oh, forgive me for being blunt. Your dynasty's eldest prince died tragically, and he was dead. But he was used to frame me, an irrelevant person." Xiexian smiled and said, hearing what the fourth prince said, "It seems that he knows the cause of death of our dynasty's eldest prince." Tuoba Lilu glanced at Xiao Yan, smiling and saying, "You have to ask your dynasty's third prince about this." Xiao Yan's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Xiexian smiled and ordered the soldiers to come forward to take Tuoba Lilu's scimitar. Tuoba Lilu stroked the blade of the silver knife in his hand, his eyes innocent but bloodthirsty. What if I refuse? Xieshan smiled and said, the gate of our dynasty is only open to guests who abide by the rules of our dynasty. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Tuoba Lilu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by the innocence of a young man. He sheathed the silver knife and handed it to Xieshan. I came from the northern barbarians to Anjing City to see you. Just one meeting is not enough. At least I have to leave you an unforgettable memory for a lifetime. Xieshan smiled. Come here. Keep the silver knife for the fourth prince. Tuoba Lilu looked at the gate guard with a half-smile, as he bent down and respectfully took the knife from his hand. He walked towards the city with a swagger, and patted the guard on the shoulder when he passed by him. Keep it for me. This knife is my favorite. Tuoba Lilu glanced at Xieshan, and his thumb ran across the scar on the corner of his mouth. Smiling coldly, after all, I swore to the wolf god that I would use this knife to dig out the heart of your Lord Xie. Chapter 81. In the Xie residence, Su Wenqing was half dead and letting the nanny and maids do her makeup. In the past, she would refuse to attend the banquet if she could. Anyway, she and Xie's mother were not in good health, and it was a tacit understanding among the women in Anjing City. However, this time, welcoming the Northern Barbarians delegation was a major event between the two countries. With the status of the Xie family, she and Xie's mother had to go. Father Xie was not in Anjing City, and she couldn't let Xie Shuren take his mother to attend the palace banquet even if she was thick-skinned. Su Wenqing sighed as she looked at the heavy and gorgeous clothes on her body. She didn't understand why she had to bring female relatives to the banquet to welcome the foreign delegation. Wouldn't dancers and musicians be nice? How could the ministers enjoy and relax openly with female relatives? As soon as Xieshan came back, he saw Su Wenqing practicing her walking posture with great hatred. He looked at the shaky porcelain bowl on Su Wenqing's head and couldn't help but poke it gently. The sound of the porcelain bowl breaking made Su Wenqing's hair explode. Su Wenqing looked at the finish line half a step away from her, turned around angrily, and scratched Xieshan's face. The maids and maids around watched their hair and makeup, which they had worked hard for nearly an hour, being destroyed in the fight between their young lady and the young master. They could only put away the indescribable complex feelings in their hearts, resignedly picked up the pearl pendant on the hairpin that fell on the ground, and went back to the room to prepare a new set of clothes for their young lady. Xieshan hugged Su Wenqing with a smile. Why are you practicing your walking manners? Su Wenqing said unhappily. It's a proper palace banquet. Everyone is here. I don't want to embarrass you in front of your colleagues. Right? I'm practicing every minute. And you're messing with me. Are you human? Xieshan particularly likes Su Wenqing's aggressive and angry look, and feels that he can get a lot of energy from it every time. He pressed on Su Wenqing's shoulders and smiled innocently. It's useless to cram at the last minute. The palace banquet will last for 2 or 3 hours. It's better to take a good rest first. Su Wenqing was angry when she heard this. She stepped hard on Xieshan. What do you mean? I said I was embarrassed because I was modest. Modesty? Do you understand? Why are you still taking advantage of me? Xieshan buried his head in Su Wenqing's neck and laughed softly. Su Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief. My beloved concubine finally laughed. If you don't laugh again, I will doubt whether my kingdom will be destroyed. Xieshan pinched Su Wenqing's face. Such words are very disrespectful. Su Wenqing cherished her life very much and was quick to follow advice. She touched Xieshan's face with her backhand. My husband? You finally laughed. You have been depressed these days, and often made me worry whether I am old and unattractive. Xieshan laughed softly a few times. What do you mean you finally laughed? When did I have a stern face when I was with you? Wearing a fake smile mask on your face is considered a smile? Su Wenqing complained. You are fooling a fool. Xieshan raised his eyebrows. I usually smile like this when I'm outside. Su Wenqing also raised his eyebrows. So you are calling them all fools? Xieshan couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud. Su Wenqing felt much better when she saw Xieshan smile. In fact, she couldn't say that he was depressed. It's just that Su Wenqing felt that Xieshan's mood was a little low these days. Although he looked the same as usual, she always felt that he was in a state of high alert as if facing a great enemy. If according to rumors, Xieshan defeated the Northern Barbarian Wolf Division and rebuilt the Northern Border Defense Line. Judging from the result of Xieshan's fight with Tuoba Lilu should be Xieshan's victory. If he won, why was he so alert? Su Wenqing redressed with the help of her maids and servants. Because time was tight, Su Wenqing had no time to complain or object to such complicated and heavy clothes and hair accessories. She could only wear whatever she was given and hurriedly pulled Xie Xian to sit in the carriage bound for the imperial city. Xie Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and gently wiped the powder on Su Wenqing's temples. Don't be so anxious. Generally, the banquet will start half a minute later than the scheduled time. Su Wenqing pulled her skirt that was pinching her chest. You don't understand. For such a big scene, I usually need some time to prepare in advance. Commonly known as scouting. Xie Xian was happy. But before he could say anything, he heard an extremely disappointing voice outside the car door. Ah, isn't this Mr. Xie? It's really a fate that we meet everywhere. Su Wenqing was stunned when she heard this kind of official language with a bit of exotic flavor. And then asked silently with her lips, Northern barbarians? Are you going down? Xie Xian pressed his hand down. Then stood sideways between Su Wenqing and the outside of the carriage, opened half of the curtain, and said in a polite tone, Hello, fourth prince. It's inconvenient to stop here. I won't greet you. I'll go first and say goodbye. Tuoba Lilu glanced meaningfully into the carriage, and raised his voice slightly. Is it Madame Xie sitting in the car? Su Wenqing's heart tightened when she heard this. If it was according to etiquette, she should go forward to greet him at this moment. But she felt that this northern barbarian prince had some bad intentions. Xie Xian frowned slightly. It's past the hour of you. The palace banquet must be about to begin. If the prince delays any longer, I'm afraid he will let down the emperor of our dynasty. Tuoba Lilu ignored Xie Xian and continued to speak loudly to the carriage. I am an old acquaintance of Lord Xie. I heard that Lord Xie and Madame Xie just got married not long ago. I was far away in the northern barbarians and didn't have time to send any gifts. This time, I brought some specialties from afar to show my gratitude. I hope Madame Xie will not despise it. Su Wenqing knew that the movement here must have attracted many officials and their wives around. Tuoba Lilu clearly wanted her to leave. If she didn't follow his wishes, she didn't know how long it would take. Moreover, Tuoba Lilu said this, and she had to go down for both emotional and polite reasons. Su Wenqing quickly reviewed the situation and felt that there would be no life-threatening situation under such circumstances. She patted Xie Xian's clenched hands, opened the half-open curtain for Xie Xian, and bowed with courtesy. Hello, fourth prince? You are so polite. Tuoba Lilu stared at Su Wenqing for a while, as if he was looking at prey, and then took a jar from the wolf-faced warrior who was accompanying him. It's just a small gift. Su Wenqing didn't know what Tuoba Lilu handed over, but she could faintly smell a little rotten meat and blood, and there were a few traces of dried blood on the mouth of the jar. Xie Xian stretched out his hand to stop Su Wenqing. Your Majesty, I cannot refuse your kindness. Just give me the specialty. Thank you for your kindness. Tuoba Lilu looked at Xie Xian with a smile, and let go of his hand just before Xie Xian caught the jar. Xie Xian reacted very quickly and reached down to catch it. However, the jar seemed to contain a living thing. The sealed lid of the jar was constantly bumped from the inside. The moment Xie Xian caught it, it exploded. A jar full of dead eyeballs mixed with blood was scattered everywhere. Xie Xian hurriedly turned around and protected Su Wenqing in his arms, and took a big step back quickly. Everything happened in a flash. Su Wenqing had no time to react. She felt a sticky mass on her forehead, and was sliding down at a speed of 5 millimeters per second. She subconsciously wiped her face, and took off the thing on her face. She looked down blankly, and saw a half-rotten dead eyeball in her palm looking straight at her. Su Wenqing was so frightened that she broke out in a sweat, and the hairs all over her body stood up straight. She hurriedly threw the eyeball in her hand to the ground at the fastest speed, and almost uttered a string of swear words. The moment Xie Xian saw the dirty blood on Su Wenqing's face, he could no longer control the anger in his eyes. The guards of the Xie mansion quickly protected Su Wenqing. Xie Xian's figure was as fast as lightning, and he went straight to Tuoba Lilu's throat. The ghost fire that caused the explosion of the ceiling altar was played in the palm of Tuoba Lilu's hand. The faint green light of the ghost fire was reflected on Tuoba Lilu's face between a man and a teenager. He had the bloodthirsty murderous intent in his eyes, like a child who had succeeded in a prank. With ignorance, fearlessness and complacency, standing there without dodging or evading, allowing Xie Xian to strangle his neck. Oh! Is Lord Xie angry? Xie Xian's eyes were sharp with murderous intent, and he squeezed out the words from his teeth. Are you looking for death? Tuoba Lilu smiled. You haven't died yet. Why would I be in a hurry to die? Xie Shuren's eyes were cold. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Of course you don't dare. Tuoba Lilu, who was pinched by Xie Shuren, had strange movements. He disappeared in Xie Shuren's hands like a phantom, and then reappeared a foot away. He played with the will-o'-the-wisp in his hand and smiled grimly. Even if the third prince led me to Anjing City and tried his best to rescue the seventh brother, didn't he just want to help him become the Wolf King after getting rid of me? If I die so easily in your southern dynasty's imperial city, whether you are right or wrong, it will inevitably cause the wolf's anger. If the wolf army attacks the city just for revenge, do you think your defenders in the northern border of the southern dynasty can stop it? Xie Shan was splattered with blood. The fierce killing intent and the dirty blood on his face made him look like Shura. Tuoba Lilu, you asked my elder and second brothers to unite with those bastards of Guifang to be my enemy. Ha! Why don't you think about what kind of power can a waste like my elder and second brothers achieve? Tuoba Lilu laughed viciously. So I especially dug out the eyeballs of 39 people from my elder and second brothers' families and stored them in a jar and sent them to you from afar. Do you know that my second brother's youngest child is only 2 months old and is a very cute little girl? Su Wenqing knew that Tuoba Lilu wanted to irritate Xie Shan, although she didn't know what the point of his doing this was other than disgusting them. She couldn't watch Tuoba Lilu use her as a soft spot to stimulate Xie Shan. Su Wenqing suppressed her nausea and picked up the dead man's eyeballs that fell at her feet with the silk in her arms. With regret and pity, she pretended to sigh. I never understood it before. It is said that it is a blessing in life for masters to compete with each other. Then why do some people like to kill women and children who are powerless? Xie Shan's eyes relaxed slightly. Su Wenqing continued later. I figured it out. Because some people fail in their lives and achieve nothing. They can only vent their incompetence and cowardice on women and children who cannot resist. After all, only in front of women and children can they feel that they are very powerful. To put it bluntly, it is just a cowardly act. Su Wenqing gently placed the silk wrapped around her eyeballs in the hands of the guard. The fourth prince has come a long way to send the remains of his brother, sister-in-law, and nephew. Don't waste his kindness. Keep them and cremate them. Tuoba Lilu narrowed his eyes dangerously. For the first time, he looked at Su Wenqing again. Su Wenqing wiped the blood off her face and walked to Xie Shan with lotus steps. She didn't look at Tuoba Lilu again from beginning to end. She took Xie Shan's hand and wiped the blood from his temples for him. I'll ask someone to prepare a set of clean clothes for you. Su Wenqing's gentle and calm expression could no longer be maintained after she changed Xie Shan's clothes. She took advantage of the time when Xie Shan went to the palace to report the situation to the emperor and frantically pulled Suegia to a remote corner. Hurry up. Hurry up. Help me find a corner. I can't hold it anymore. I want to vomit. Chapter 82. Suegia saw that Su Wenqing was pale from vomiting, and she patted Su Wenqing's back worriedly. Why don't you tell the master and ask an imperial physician to come and take a look? Su Wenqing waved his hand, took the kettle and rinsed his mouth. The imperial physician is useless. You might as well ask a psychiatrist for me. I feel like I have a psychological trauma now. You know, now when I close my eyes, I can think of the bloody dead eyes staring at me, and the smell of rotten meat mixed with blood. Do you think that the prince of the northern barbarians is sick? Su Wenqing wiped her mouth with silk indignantly. After wiping, she didn't know what she thought of. She immediately unfolded the silk and looked at it from front to back. How come this piece is exactly the same as the one I used to pick up the eyeball? Don't tell me you brought it back and washed it. Suegia felt that her mistress was simply mentally ill. She couldn't be more wronged. That piece is embroidered with hibiscus, and this piece is embroidered with roses. The two are completely different. How could they be the same piece? Su Wenqing looked at it for a long time, but couldn't remember what the original piece looked like. She decided not to dwell on this issue anymore. She slammed the table and decided, it doesn't matter. When you go back, help me burn all the silk of this material, including the clothes. Now when I touch this kind of silk, I can recall the sticky feeling of rotten meat. Suegia took the silk and pursed her lips. Since the opening of Xianyuan and the business was getting more and more prosperous, her family's originally thrifty young lady began to slowly develop into a nouveau riche who spends money like water. Looking at the time, Xie Shan will soon come out, Su Wenqing said while holding up her skirt and walked up the stone steps beside the pool. Let's go back quickly. This place is very remote, and we don't know what will happen. Isn't it a bit late for Madame to think about going back now? Tuoba Lilu stood on the inner wall, and his pair of drooping eyes, that seemed to be smiling, were particularly bright and creepy in the dark night. If there was a ranking of the effectiveness of Crow's mouth in the world, Su Wenqing felt that she must be the well-deserved first place. "Someone come!" Su Wenqing took a few steps back and shouted in a deep voice. Tuoba Lilu's figure was as fast as a ghost. He grabbed Suedia's neck. "Young madam is really a joke. How could anyone come?" Tuoba Lilu lifted Suedia from the ground and tilted his head to look at Su Wenqing with a smile. In order to avoid Master Xia's sadness, didn't young madam sneak out without guards? Or did young madam want to call the guards patrolling the palace? Tuoba Lilu smiled evilly. "I advise young madam not to call, because I am sure I have the ability to break your necks before they arrive." Su Wenqing cursed in her heart. When she saw Suedia's face flush due to lack of oxygen, her heart sank. She changed her attitude, and her tone was whimpering and pitiful. "Your Highness is as admirable as a mountain. Why bother to embarrass us two little girls?" Tuoba Lilu sneered. "Young madam is really interesting. Wasn't she eloquent just now? Why? Without Lord Xia's presence, do you have no confidence? What does it mean that everything is destined?" Su Wenqing wanted to go back and slap herself twice. Why did she have to pretend to be so strong? Su Wenqing saw that the method of being delicate and pitiful was not feasible. So she immediately changed her strategy and entered the rainbow fard mode. "Your Highness, please understand. The Southern Dynasty advocates that women regard their husbands as the heaven. I was forced by the situation just now, and I was helpless. In fact, those were not my true thoughts. Your Highness is decisive and resolute. There are many heroic legends of His Highness in the Southern Dynasty. My maid and I have always admired him very much." "Really?" Tuoba Lilu sighed with regret. "What Madam said was very interesting. I thought you were an interesting person and wanted to make friends with you. But I didn't expect that Madam was also a vulgar person among the masses. In this case, Madam wasted my time." Tuoba Lilu discussed with Su Wenqing in distress. "Then the life of this maidservant should be the compensation given to me by Madam? Wait!" Su Wenqing saw that Tuoba Lilu was pinching Suedia's hand harder and harder. She had a little sweat on her forehead and forced a smile. "Your Highness should know that under the extreme desire to survive, what you say is often not your true words." Tuoba Lilu smiled with satisfaction. "After you left just now, I thought about it seriously, and I always felt that what the young lady said was not quite accurate. So I came to discuss it with you." Su Wenqing knew that all she could do now was to delay time. So she smiled and said, "I wonder what your Highness has to say." Tuoba Lilu grinned, and the scar on his lips was particularly eye-catching. Maybe the young lady doesn't know that in fact, whether it is fighting with masters or killing the weak, what you pursue is essentially the same. Su Wenqing was afraid that any of her words would anger Tuoba Lilu. So she could only find the safest answer. "Your Highness's words are profound. I'm sorry I can't understand. Can you please explain it to your Highness? Destroy a person's will. Watch him collapse and cry and beg." Tuoba Lilu slowly retracted his palm and turned Suedia's almost suffocated face to face Su Wenqing. "Look, this kind of despair and pain. Isn't it very touching?" Su Wenqing almost suspected that there was something wrong with her ears. She was silent for a moment, trying to recall the abnormal psychology in the novel. But it is too easy to destroy the will of an ordinary person. It may be touching at first, but over time, watching the same collapse and begging will become boring. "Yes." Tuoba Lilu suddenly let go of Suedia and appeared in front of Su Wenqing like a ghost. "It is because I have seen the same thing for a long time. So I especially want to see what Mr. Xia looks like when he collapses." Tuoba Lilu slashed Su Wenqing's throat all the way to her abdomen with his dagger, and his scarred lips showed a smile mixed with cruelty and innocence. "If I cut you open, do you think I can see the tears of Lord Xia when he collapses?" The coldness of the dagger made Su Wenqing's scalp numb, and the undershirt he wore inside was soaked with cold sweat. Just standing still had consumed all of Su Wenqing's willpower. Su Wenqing's reaction pleased Tuoba Lilu, who laughed and put away the dagger. "Don't worry. I won't kill you. You are my gift to Lord Xia. If I kill you so easily, how can I watch Lord Xia kneel down and beg me?" Su Wenqing's eyes flashed with confusion. "Gift?" Tuoba Lilu looked at Su Wenqing with a bit of venom in his eyes, and his tone was like a poisonous snake swimming on the skin. "You should have seen Qin Yang. I don't know if Lord Xia told you that the eldest prince died in Qin Yang's hands." Su Wenqing raised his head suddenly. Tuoba Lilu smiled lightly, and the phosphorescent light on his hand passed in front of Su Wenqing's eyes. Su Wenqing saw countless pairs of wolf eyes that he had seen in Qin Yang's eyes in the phosphorescent light that flashed in front of him. When Xieshan arrived, Tuoba Lilu had already left. He used all his strength to calm down the blood and heartbeat that had been boiling all the way. He picked up Su Wenqing, who was sleeping on the ground, and said to Xiao Yun, who came to help, "Please ask the imperial physician for me. Go quickly." Su Wenqing woke up groggily in Xieshan's arms. She looked around and asked nervously, "Where's Suadia?" Xieshan held Su Wenqing's arm very steadily, not letting her feel any bumps. "She's fine. I've asked someone to take her away." Su Wenqing felt relieved. She looked up and saw Xieshan's slightly red eyes. She smiled and reached out to touch Xieshan's face. She deliberately teased, "Brother Xian, are you crying?" Xieshan put his face on Su Wenqing's hand, closed his eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry." Su Wenqing was happy. "What are you sorry for? Why are you willing to take all the responsibilities on yourself?" Xieshan tightened his jaw and pressed his lips into a straight line. Su Wenqing leaned on Xieshan's shoulder and smiled. "Lock me in the room when you go back. I won't run around anymore." Xieshan knew that Su Wenqing was teasing him. He forced a smile and followed Su Wenqing's words. "Where to lock it? On the bed frame?" "Su Wenqing, I suspect you are driving, but I have no evidence." Xieshan lowered his head and gave Su Wenqing a questioning look. "Forget it." Su Wenqing laughed for a while. "I can't lead you astray." Xieshan narrowed his eyes slightly, always feeling that this was not a good thing to say. Su Wenqing laughed a few times, but then again, "The security of your imperial city is not good. It seems that there are so many guards. When something really happens, it takes a long time to wait for one. Is there a complaint mechanism here? Can I reflect my opinions to the higher authorities?" Xieshan gently placed Su Wenqing on the carriage. "The emperor has dismissed the 2 deputy commanders of the imperial guards in charge of the southern part of the imperial city. One was sentenced to death, and the other was exiled. From the side hall where we change clothes to the lotus garden where you had the accident. All the guards on duty will be punished with 50 strokes of a cane." "No. Wait." Su Wenqing grabbed Xieshan, who was leaning out to call the imperial physician. "I was just joking. Sentencing to death, exile, and 50 strokes of a cane. Isn't this punishment a bit heavy?" "Xieshan, if I didn't know that many of them were just following orders. I really wanted to kill them all." "Follow orders?" Su Wenqing was confused for a moment, then understood. "The third prince?" Xieshan rested his head on Su Wenqing's forehead, and was in a state of confusion due to his concern. If he could calm down and analyze the deep-seated interests between the leaders of the imperial guards in various places in the imperial city, he would not believe the guards' lies and waited so long to find the person. "Fortunately, you are okay. Otherwise, I am really afraid that I will go crazy." Su Wenqing was shocked. But before she could react, Xieshan had restrained all his emotions. He touched her head. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? I will ask the imperial physician to come and help you." That night, Su Wenqing was carried back to bed from the bathroom by Xieshan. She saw Xieshan's cautious appearance and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You haven't let me get off the ground since I came back from the palace. Are you trying to let me enjoy the old age of hemiplegia in advance?" Xieshan lowered the bed curtain, smiled and pinched Su Wenqing's ear. "If you like, I can hold you like this until we grow old." Su Wenqing laughed. "That won't work. If you don't move for a long time, your muscles will atrophy." Xieshan's smile was helpless with a hint of pampering. He covered the quilt that Su Wenqing had kicked off again. "Don't kick the quilt. It's autumn now, and it's cold at night. It's easy to catch a cold." Su Wenqing let Xieshan wrap her back in the quilt. She stared at the bed gauze above her head for a while, and suddenly said, "Last time you told me that you had sent someone to check. But is there any result?" Su Wenqing sighed when she saw Xieshan's silence. "The result is not good." "Right. Xieshan, most of the news came at such a coincidence. As if someone wanted me to know it on purpose. I don't know how much of it is true, and how much is false." Su Wenqing was silent for a while. Tuoba Lilu said that the eldest prince died at the hands of Qinyang. Xieshan's hand around Su Wenqing froze. According to the latest news from Dongting, the eldest prince could have escaped on the day of the assassination, if not to go back to find Qinyang, who was scattered. And according to Qinyang's series of actions before and after, she was very likely to have deliberately gone away, with the purpose of killing the eldest prince. "Su Wenqing, I don't know if Qin Yang's decision to kill the eldest prince is related to the wolf god she mentioned. If so, then I, who share the same clan and origin with her. Xie Shan turned Su Wenqing to face him and interrupted. Most of the things in the world are destined by human efforts. There have been too many coincidences since you met her. If it is true as Qin Yang said, you two are from the same clan. Then why does she know about the wolf god? But you know nothing about it? Su Wenqing felt that Xie Shan's words made some sense. But if there is a connection, do you believe me? Xie Shan's deep and gentle eyes carried a convincing certainty. I won't let that happen. Su Wenqing stared at Xie Shan's eyes for a while, and suddenly laughed. Her hand slid gently along Xie Shan's spine, like a feather, which made Xie Shan's back numb. Xie Shan grabbed Su Wenqing's hand, his voice a little hoarse. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Go to sleep. Su Wenqing's fingertips brushed across Xie Shan's palm, deliberately complaining. What do you mean by holding hands and growing old together? We've been married for less than half a year. Alas, I'm really old and ugly. And I'm not attractive anymore. Xie Shan held Su Wenqing's disturbing fingers and barely maintained a slightly messy breathing. The imperial physician said you need to rest. If no problem is found, it will be classified as needing rest. Su Wenqing lay on Xie Shan, slightly propped up her upper body, letting the two of them entangle their black hair together. She brushed her fingers across his collarbone, blinked her eyes, cunningly with a hint of seduction. She kissed him on the lips, and whispered softly like a murmur, Brother Xian, don't you want me? Xie Shan's breathing paused, and the string of restraint that he barely maintained in his mind fell apart. He pressed her under him, stroked her jade-like smooth side face with his palm, and untied the belt tied around her waist. Su Wenqing put her arms around Xie Shan's neck, and her eyes were full of autumn water, which was full of Xie Shan's reflection. Xie Shan felt the vague depression and uneasiness in Su Wenqing's heart, and he leaned over and kissed and comforted her again and again. Su Wenqing figured out a truth in this particularly intense bed affair, that she actually liked being with Xie Shan. Chapter 83. Being caught alone in the palace. Su Wenqing, who already cherished her life, had to reconsider her own safety. She asked Xie Shan's guards in detail about Tuoba Lulu's martial arts, and then sadly discovered a tragic truth in a series of incomprehensible terms. That is, if Tuoba Lilu wanted to make a real move, except for Xie Shan, the guards of the Xie mansion, who were among the best in skills, might not be able to protect her. Su Wenqing, who understood this fact, temporarily handed over Xian Yuan to Madame Sheng, closed the door, and refused to see guests, and lived a secluded life again. Is money more important than life? Su Wenqing, who was not short of money, felt that life was more important for the time being. Su Wenqing, who had been cooped up in the mansion for 4 days, finally waited until Xie Shan was on vacation. She sat at the table and picked up a piece of tender meat from the belly of the fish for Xie Shan, with a flattering look on her face. Before she could open her mouth, she heard Xie Shan ask with a half smile, What's wrong? Do you want me to do something? Su Wenqing was frustrated and gave Xie Shan a contemptuous look. What do you mean by ask? Think about it yourself. Is the word ask appropriate to use between the two of us? Xie Shan readily accepted the advice. I wonder if there is anything I can do for you. Madam? Su Wenqing was satisfied. She coughed and said, Well, I want to go back to the Su mansion tomorrow. Xie Shan was stunned. Go back to Su mansion? Su Wenqing, I have something to do and want to go to see my elder sister. Xie Shan didn't ask why. He nodded and said, Okay. I will go back with you tomorrow. After lunch the next day, Su Wenqing and Xie Shan went out and saw a 17 or 18-year-old boy wearing light armor riding a horse and stopping at the door of Xie mansion. He was wearing a strong suit under the light armor. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, and his starry eyes were 3 points similar to Xie Shan. The whole person revealed a kind of youthful vigor, just like those young generals who can draw a carved bow like a full moon in the book. He took off his hat, revealing 4 small tiger teeth, smiling like the sun, turned over and got off the horse, hugged Xie Shan with one hand and pounded him on the back a few times. Big brother. Xie Shan showed some genuine surprise. Didn't you say that you can arrive the day after tomorrow? Traveling day and night. Xie Ji stepped back a few steps, showing a row of neat white teeth, looked back at the carriages outside the door and asked, Are you going out? Yes. Xie Shan nodded. Accompany your sister-in-law to return to the Su mansion. You go and say hello to your aunt first. She hasn't seen you for a long time and misses you very much. Xie, okay. Then I'll wait for you to come back in the evening. Su Wenqing looked at Xieji's back and smiled. Is this your cousin Xieji you told me about? Xie helped Su Wenqing get into the car, with a little relief in his eyes. Well, he has been in the northern border for the past few years, and it's rare to see each other. We have always been in contact through letters. I didn't expect that he has grown so tall. Su Wenqing casually praised. He's quite handsome. Xie paused, and the relieved smile gradually froze on his face. Su Wenqing asked in confusion, What's wrong? Xie, I remembered something. Wait for me. In the Xie mansion, Xieji had not taken 2 steps when Xie hooked his shoulder and pulled him back. He smiled happily. Brother, why are you back? I just wanted to ask you. Where do I live? Still the same room? The room where Xieji had been living was only 10 steps away from Xiexian's room. Xie rejected it without thinking. The Xie family has a private property at the end of West Street. After you say hello to your aunt, pack up your things and live there. I'll find time to come over in the evening. Xieji was confused. You called me back from the northern border just to protect my aunt and sister-in-law. Didn't you? West Street is so far from here. How can I catch up if something happens? Su Wenqing saw Xie and Xieji talking to each other. She supported her head and sighed. Brothers are friendly and respectful. TSK. Really good. At the Su mansion, after Xie and Su Wenqing paid their respects to Su Yu and the old lady, Su Jinsheng slipped away to Su Jinsheng. Su Jinsheng saw that Su Wenqing was a little surprised. After all, her sister always avoided her as much as possible. Su Wenqing saw that the jade bracelet on Su Jinsheng's wrist was replaced with a lotus bracelet made of Hatian red jade. And her draft was immediately occupied by gossip. Wasn't the red jade lotus bracelet in the original book given to Su Jinsheng by the 5th Prince Xiaoyun? Su Jinsheng is wearing it now? So they are. It's going to happen. Su Jinsheng saw Su Wenqing's strange eyes, and she put down her sleeves without leaving a trace. Sister, you never come to see me unless you have something to do. How come you have time to come to see me today? TSK. Women in love are really different. Su Wenqing felt that Su Jinsheng's attitude towards her had improved a lot. Su Jinsheng got goosebumps from Su Wenqing's ant-like smile. The huge mental pressure forced her to give up the strategy of I won't move unless the enemy moves, and took the initiative to break the silence. I heard that sister was not feeling well a few days ago. I think your complexion has improved? TSK. Look, they are concerned about her health. Su Jinsheng was creeped by Su Wenqing's increasingly deep smile. She put down her painting brush and couldn't bear it any longer. Sister, you can just say what you want to say. There is really no need to do this. TSK. Look. Huh? What are you looking at? Su Wenqing immediately pulled herself out of her sugar-eating state, and then kicked into the bright road called business. To be honest, Su Wenqing handed the tea to Su Jinsheng, smiling slightly flatteringly. This time I came here mainly to ask you some questions. Su Jinsheng looked at Su Wenqing with some surprise, always feeling that Su Wenqing was different from before. Su Jinsheng frowned slightly, with a bit of vigilance and alertness. About what? Su Wenqing was very self-aware. She knew that if she tried to do such a difficult thing as beating around the bush, she would probably fail 9 times out of 10. And it would be easy to be misunderstood if she was not careful. So after weighing the personalities, IQs and relationships of both parties, Su Wenqing decided to go straight to the point. About the 3rd prince. Su Jinsheng's expression remained unchanged. Sister, what you said is strange. How could I know about the 3rd prince? Su Wenqing was a little nervous, but she knew that the only way to open the confession situation was to be honest first. She carefully stepped back a few steps to distance herself. Sister, you are joking. I am afraid that there is no one in the world who knows the 3rd prince better than you. The one who used to sleep with me. Su Jinsheng sneered. Sister, you are so eloquent. You can really make such unfounded slanders. I have never met the 3rd prince alone. Isn't it a bit irresponsible to slander someone who is innocent? Su Wenqing, sister, you should know that I am talking about the last life. Or you can say, before rebirth? Su Jinsheng clenched her fingers subconsciously, and her fine nails pierced her palms. She raised her almond-shaped eyes suddenly, and the coldness in them scared Su Wenqing so much that she took a few steps back. Well, calm down. Su Wenqing hid behind the desk. I don't mean to hurt you. Really. I swear. Su Jinsheng suppressed all kinds of emotions and said calmly, "What do you mean? Sister? Rebirth? I'm sorry, I don't understand." Su Wenqing, in my previous life, my sister married the third prince, and with the help of the Su mansion and your grandfather's General Zhengyuan mansion, she helped the third prince ascend the throne. However, the third prince was cold and indifferent, and after marrying me, he abandoned his wife and children, and my sister died with regrets. Su Jinsheng's bright almond-shaped eyes were a little shocked, but she had fallen for Su Wenqing too many times, and she couldn't tell whether what she said was true or just to deceive her. Su Wenqing prepared for today's conversation for 3 days. She entered the role in a second, lowered her eyes, with sorrow and regret, and a bit of worldly regret. "Sister, you know, although I envy you and jealous of you, I have never thought of hating you. If it weren't for the fact that the third prince wanted to marry you." "Why the third prince?" In order to express the realism, Su Wenqing pretended to close her eyes in pain. "You and I have lived together since childhood. You are talented and beautiful. No matter how hard I try, no matter how I catch up, people will never notice my existence where you are. Except the third prince. He is the only one who can notice me. He remembers my name and will stop to greet me. In his eyes, I am not just the illegitimate sister of the Su family's daughter. When I knew that he had no choice but to marry you, I really hated it. The person he loves is obviously not you. Just because of your status as the Su family's daughter and your status as the granddaughter of General Zhengyuan, you can marry the person I have always wanted to marry. So I am unwilling. Why can a person's birth determine her life? After the third prince was with me without telling you, I am more certain that he..." Su Wenqing was so disgusted by the lines she designed that she paused for a moment. She saw Su Jinsheng's gaze and hurriedly pretended to be deeply trapped in painful memories. After a pause, she continued the above words. "The person he loves is obviously me, just because of my identity and status. At that time, I thought that as long as I could be with him, I would be willing to be his concubine. But you didn't even agree to this. You died with resentment and curses, and I finally got into the palace as I wished." Su Wenqing secretly glanced at Su Jinsheng and began to make up stories based on the original novel. "But the third prince became increasingly distant from me. Even when he was with me, he was not happy. I asked him why, and he said that you supported him all the way when he was in the most difficult time, and you were kind to him. But he didn't treat you well, because we are sisters, and he would think of you when he saw me. He said he felt guilty about you, and he couldn't face me. I was watching the third prince's back as he left, wondering why you couldn't let me go even if you died. If it happened all over again, and the third prince married me at first, would everything be different? I spent year after year in the other courtyard he arranged for me. Spring and autumn came, but I never saw him again. Later, he married the Ningyuan County lady as his queen. It was a winter day with heavy snow. I was suffering from tuberculosis, in a room without charcoal fire. There were gongs and drums from all directions for the new queen to be crowned. When I woke up again, I found that I was 18 years old again." Su Wenqing paused, wanting to give Su Jinsheng time to react. But after waiting for a long time, he saw that Su Jinsheng's face was still calm and composed. Su Wenqing almost choked out a mouthful of blood. "Believe it or not, give some feedback. Don't you know that the indifference without any reaction is the greatest harm to the storyteller?" Chapter 84. Su Wenqing pursed her lips in her heart. Although the audience was a little indifferent, the storyteller still had to finish the story. Who knew which would come first, the audience's reaction or the ending of the story? Living again is like a gift from God to me. The third prince's marriage to you has not yet become a foregone conclusion. Everything is still in time. I walked into the room where the third prince was drugged, and then naturally, I married the third prince. Su Wenqing pinched her palms, letting herself reveal a few traces of true feelings. Pain. But do you know, I tried my best. Gave up courtesy and shame. Gave up family affection and conscience. And married the third prince instead of you. But I still didn't get the life I wanted. In that life, he was crazy about you. He changed his country for you, and even let the northern barbarians enter the country. Jealousy eroded my heart. At that time, I was thinking, why is it you again? Why do you always have to make things difficult for me? If you don't exist, he can fall in love with me again. Su Wenqing deliberately pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled bitterly. Obsession can sometimes save a person, and sometimes it can destroy a person. At that time, I was like crazy. I was determined to kill you. No matter who loved you or you loved. I didn't want to let anyone go. Your friend, Ling Xiao, died to save you and the fifth prince. And you hated me completely. Su Jinxing's butterfly-like eyelashes moved slightly. Su Wenqing did not miss Su Jinxing's reaction. She continued vividly. When the northern barbarian wolf army entered Anjing City, the third prince did not take me with him. I fled in a hurry and finally fell into your hands. Only then did I know that you also lived another life. You killed me the same way I killed you that year, cutting off my flesh inch by inch. I looked at you sitting in front of the torture chamber, with a cold face and hatred through the fog of blood and sweat, and suddenly felt that I was a little ridiculous. In the first life, I killed you for him. And in the second life, I died in your hands for him. I ran after his back for 2 lives, gave up and betrayed everything, and changed myself beyond recognition. But in the end, I found that I didn't really understand him at all. Su Jinsheng looked at Su Wenqing. I don't know if it's God punishing me for waking up too late. I just wanted to stay away from all these grudges, and live my life well after my rebirth. However, you can see that I often made some strange moves at the beginning of my rebirth. In fact, it was just because I couldn't control my body from time to time at the beginning. I don't know if it's God punishing me for the sins I had committed. In fact, whether it's hatred or resentment, everything in the previous life is dead like yesterday. Su Wenqing glanced at Su Jinsheng. It's not easy to live again. Why bother to dwell on the grudges and hatreds of the previous life and bury the new life with it? If I could understand it in my previous life, I wouldn't have such an ending. Su Wenqing looked up at Su Jinsheng with regret and disappointment. According to her script, there should be a touching scene of sisters holding hands and crying. However, silence gradually spread in the study, and even the air exuded an awkward smell. Su Wenqing almost vomited blood on the spot. Was her story not vivid enough? Not moving enough? Not moving enough? At least give some reaction. Otherwise, how can she say the next request for help? Just when Su Wenqing's chest was about to spurt out blood, Su Jinsheng finally responded. She smiled calmly. Sorry. I think you misunderstood. I have never been reborn, and I have never had any memories of my past life. I hope my sister is sick and possessed. Su Wenqing failed to move. This woman has no heart. Su Jinsheng paused and said, but this story is quite interesting. Can I ask what is the purpose of your hard work in writing this story? Su Wenqing's eyes lit up. There is still hope. Su Wenqing seized the opportunity and hurriedly said, Sister, what you want is to live well. And what I want is to live well. But if the third prince inherits the throne in the future, there will be no eggs left when the nest is overturned. Sister, do you think our life will be better? Su Jinsheng, who inherits the throne, is a matter of the emperor's arbitrary decision. Discussing it privately is a serious crime. Sister, are you trying to trick me? Su Wenqing's clever eyes turned and changed direction immediately. Sister, you are right. I lost my sense of proportion in a moment of panic. Sister must have heard about my situation. In fact, I was unable to attend the palace banquet that day not because of a sudden physical discomfort, but because I was attacked by Tobalilu, the prince of the northern barbarians. Su Jinsheng's expression, which had not changed all the time, finally relaxed a little after hearing this. She was silent for a moment. I really sympathize with your experience, but I have lived in seclusion for a long time and know very little about the outside world. I am also unable to do anything about this kind of thing. Su Wenqing, sister, you are smart and have always been able to see through the world. I just want you to help me analyze the third prince and Tuobalilu. Su Jinsheng stared at Su Wenqing for a long time, and finally said, You say. Su Wenqing almost burst into tears after the hard-won confession, because Su Jinsheng did not admit to rebirth. She had to retell the events in the original book, while Su Jinsheng was looking at the timeline event sketch she drew. She drank 4 cups of tea in one breath, and her dry throat was temporarily restored. The original book focused on the development of emotions, and many court disputes were glossed over, either missing limbs or not logically smooth. She was worried that after telling Xiaxian blindly, it would not only be unhelpful to the situation, but also might affect his judgment. So another purpose of her coming here this time was to let Su Jinsheng help her with the original book and refer to and analyze the events. For example, the part before Su Jinsheng's rebirth. If you read the original novel, you will think that the third prince is a scumbag who loves his wife. But after listening to Su Jinsheng's analysis, You will know that the third prince did this to kill the possibility of the expansion of his relatives in the cradle. Su Jinsheng is backed by the Su family and the General Zhengyuan mansion. If the third prince directly eliminates him, the two families are interdependent and are likely to resist together. If he is not careful, he will easily leave a reputation of killing meritorious officials and chill the court officials. Therefore, the third prince will secretly communicate with Su Wenqing to make the Su family feel that even if Su Jinsheng dies, they still have Su Wenqing available, inducing the Su family to fight with the General Zhengyuan mansion and reap the benefits. Another example is the story of the third prince and Tuo Lilu before Su Jinsheng's rebirth. The third prince had obviously colluded with Tuo Lilu, but he broke the agreement before the uprising, leaving himself in a dilemma and refusing to open the northern border pass to let the northern barbarians in. Su Wenqing bit the pen. In fact, I still don't understand it. Obviously, we are the same person in two lives. Why would I rather be attacked from all sides and break the agreement with the northern barbarians in one life, and let the northern barbarians go all the way south, burning, killing and looting in the other life? Su Jinsheng saw Su Wenqing sitting on the stool in his study with a clear conscience, biting his pen without any hesitation. He was silent for a moment, and chose the latter between mocking and asking someone to change a set of pens, inkstones, and stools afterwards. According to the story you made up, Su Wenqing, she wanted to kneel down and sing conquer to Su Jinsheng. She had talked to this extent, but she was still holding on to this point, worried that she would find evidence against her. Su Jinsheng, the reason why the third prince broke his promise with the northern barbarians in the first life was probably because he won the support of Xie Shiren at the last minute. Su Wenqing was puzzled, but the Xie family did not send troops, but only promised that if the third prince won, they would call him emperor. How could such a simple promise compare to the real reinforcements from the northern barbarians? If the third prince could not guarantee the success of his army, he would not be able to wait until the day when the Xie family fulfilled their promise. Su Jinsheng, the Xie family is the head of the noble families, with 100,000 defenders in the northern border, and Xie Shiren has the ability to govern the country. To the third prince, it means far more than the northern barbarian reinforcements. The third prince knows that if he lets the northern barbarians in, the Xie family will definitely not sit idly by and will inevitably push the Xie family into the opposite side of himself. I think if there is any possibility, the third prince should want to try his best to make the Xie family work for him. Su Wenqing was thoughtful. Su Jinsheng, and the matter you mentioned earlier about welcoming the northern barbarian delegation at the city gate. Based on my understanding of the third prince, I think this is very likely a deliberate play between him and Tuo Lilu. Or he knew that Tuo Lilu would have such an arrogant reaction, and deliberately indulged him, creating a false impression that he actually couldn't control Tuo Lilu. Su Wenqing was a little surprised when she heard such a statement for the first time. Why do you think so, sister? Su Jinsheng, what kind of person do you think the third prince is? Su Wenqing bit the pen and pondered for a moment. A tyrant who will do anything to achieve his goal. Tyrannical and ambitious. Su Jinsheng tried to ignore the action of Su Wenqing biting the pen. Such a person. At such a tense moment, do you think he would let a completely uncontrollable person enter Anjing City? From the time when the prince of the northern barbarians threw away the army escorted by the southern dynasty and wrote a letter of provocation to the present, the guarantor of the third prince has not only been exhausted, but his image in the hearts of some court officials has also plummeted. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this is just a failed bet by the third prince. But I always feel that the third prince would not do this. Not trying to make any remedies is like deliberately indulging. Su Jinsheng's eyebrows frowned more and more, and she fell into deep thought as she spoke. Su Wenqing heard halfway, and saw Su Jinsheng suddenly fell silent. She waited for a long time and couldn't help it. Deliberately indulging. And then what? Su Jinsheng took a sip of tea and said, my understanding of the third prince is just based on hearsay. These are just my guesses and cannot be counted. Su Wenqing had a blank expression. Oh! Su Jinsheng raised her eyebrows slightly. How could she not realize that her sister's character also had this point of being arrogant? In just 1 or 2 hours, she not only turned the tables and turned this place into her own study, but also gave her a cold look. Su Wenqing said oh. After that, she also found something wrong and tried to make amends. However, before she could finish her words, she found herself sitting on Su Jinsheng's stool. She pretended nothing happened and quietly stood up. While packing up her writing, She pretended to be polite and said, "Sister, why are you standing aside? Come on. Come on. Come on." Su Jinsheng was almost angry and laughed. She glanced at the pen on the table that Su Wenqing had been biting for the whole afternoon. Her voice was as cold as ever. "Take the pen with you." Su Wenqing glanced at the valuable she inkstone on the desk and said with a smile, "I touched this inkstone too. Should I take it with me?" Su Jinsheng endured for a long time, and almost threw the word "get out" at Su Wenqing's face. Su Wenqing smiled and said at the door holding the rice paper, "Anyway, thank you sister for today." Su Jinsheng was silent for a moment, and called Su Wenqing who was about to leave. "Xie is very observant. You can tell him my guess. I believe he will have more insight than me on this matter." Su Wenqing smiled and said, "Don't worry. I know that the situation in Anjing City is unstable. You should take care of yourself." Su Jinsheng stood by the desk in a moon-colored long dress. Beautiful and dignified, with dark eyebrows and red lips. Like a cold plum in the snow. Arrogant but gorgeous. "I owed a favor to Mr. Xie many years ago. This time I will repay it. Not because of you." Su Wenqing smiled with curved eyebrows. She said "oh" meaningfully, and left with the rice paper she had been writing on all afternoon. It was already dark when she came out of the Su family after dinner. Su Wenqing barely maintained her mask of being docile and sensible until she got on the carriage. She said her final goodbye to the elders of the Su family through the window. As soon as Su Yu and Aunt Xiao turned her head, she pulled down the curtain and collapsed in the carriage. Xie laughed at Su Wenqing's imageless appearance, feeling that she was demonstrating to him what it meant to collapse into mud in real life. Mud Su collapsed for a while, and always felt that she couldn't waste the laughter she had sold all night. So she struggled to get up again in her dying illness, and threw the 2 stacks of paper she had sorted into Xie arms. Xie flipped through it briefly and asked with interest, "What is this?" Su Wenqing lay beside Xie legs. "Weak and vicissitudes of life. I don't know how to use the golden finger." "Golden finger?" Xie tasted the meaning of this unfamiliar word. "I thought your golden finger was me." Su Wenqing was stunned by Xie shamelessness. There were so many sarcastic words that she didn't know what to say. After choking for a long time, she could only pat his shoulder awkwardly and said sincerely, "The shamelessness of people is invincible in the world. I surrender. Goodbye." Chapter 85. Xie laughed loudly. He pulled Su Wenqing, who was lying on the ground, back to the stool. "Stop making trouble." "So what is this?" Su Wenqing thought for a while. Different choices can lead to different results. You can understand them as what will happen in this era under the other 2 choices. Don't be too serious. You can use them as a reference. For example, there will be a drought in Heshi Road in 2 years, and there will be a flood in Jiannong in 3 years. This kind of natural disaster is likely to happen in the future. It is always right to take precautions in advance. But you don't have to pay attention to things that are caused by different choices made by humans. For example, in this book, the Su family and the General Zhengyuan mansion sent troops to help the 3rd prince ascend the throne. That's because the 3rd prince married my sister. Now he can't marry my sister. So the Su family and the General Zhengyuan mansion should not stand on the side of the 3rd prince. I'm not sure how to use it specifically. After all, the current situation is very different from what's in here. You can figure it out on your own. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Su Wenqing leaned on Xie. "But I can't guarantee that I can answer you even if you ask." Xie moved to a more comfortable position for Su Wenqing to lean on. He asked curiously while flipping through the books, "Why is there no trace of you in these 2 books?" "Su Wenqing, can you read something useful?" It was a pity that she deleted all the useless love and hatred in order not to interfere with his thinking, and recorded all the major events according to the timeline. Xie smiled and said, "I'm just curious. Since these things are recorded from the perspective of the Su mansion, why is there no trace of you?" "You can tell that it is from the perspective of the Su mansion?" Su Wenqing muttered. "I thought I was standing from the perspective of God," Xie explained. "Although not all things happened in the Su mansion, but all of the things recorded in it are related to the Su mansion. Is it a good thing to marry someone who is too smart? At least at this moment. Su Wenqing doesn't think it is. Xie, since it is from the perspective of the Su mansion, why is there no trace of you?" Su Wenqing not only thought it was not true, but also felt very annoyed. And this part doesn't make sense either. Xie flipped through the rice paper. The 3rd prince ascended the throne. Your elder sister became the queen, and the Su family and the Zhengyuan general's mansion should be a united front. Why did the Su family help the third prince to deal with the Zhengyuan general's mansion, when they knew that the third prince wanted to abolish your elder sister? Su Wenqing began to play dead. Xiexian, according to my understanding of your father, he should not do such a thing when the situation is unclear. The only possible reason is that he thinks that even without your elder sister, the position of queen will fall to the Su family. And he does not want to share this with the Zhengyuan general's mansion. Who knows? Su Wenqing said, half dead. Maybe he wants my second sister to marry him. Xiexian was suspicious. Really? Su Wenqing silently changed the subject. By the way, last time you and the third prince welcomed the northern barbarians delegation at the city gate, do you think the third prince and Tuoba Lilu deliberately put on a show in front of you? Xiexian was slightly stunned when he heard this. Su Wenqing's question just asked the vague confusion in his heart. He was successfully diverted by Su Wenqing. He pondered for a moment and asked, what do you think the purpose is? Su Wenqing, to make everyone think that he can't control Tuoba Lilu? Xiexian, your sister said that? Su Wenqing nodded. She felt that the third prince was too helpless against Tuoba Lilu's misbehavior, which was not his usual style. Xiexian suddenly thought of many things. He stroked Su Wenqing's wrist bones with his fingers from time to time. After a long time, he suddenly said, your sister knows the third prince very well. Xiexian did not use a question, but an affirmative sentence. Su Wenqing was a little nervous. In fact, she did not want Su Jinqing's secret to be leaked from her. Xiexian saw Su Wenqing's embarrassment. He paused and skipped the topic without leaving a trace. It was your sister who noticed this problem. The third prince's arrangement was indeed clever, and almost everyone's attention was focused on Tuoba Lilu. Su Wenqing was greatly relieved to see that Xiexian did not delve into the issue of Su Jinsheng. She smiled and said, I knew that it would be right to ask my elder sister about the third prince's affairs. There might not be anyone in the world who knows the third prince better than her. Xiexian saw Su Wenqing's expression and felt a little amused. He felt that his wife might not really want to hide anything. Xiexian touched Su Wenqing, whose mouth was greasy again, and said, thanks to you, you thought of looking for your sister. Su Wenqing, who was praised, fell on Xiexian's lap in a good mood and found a comfortable position to rest her head. The carriage moved slowly. Xiexian flipped through the 2 stacks of golden fingers given to him by Su Wenqing page by page. Su Wenqing closed his eyes and rested his mind to the rustling sound of rice paper. After a long time, Su Wenqing suddenly turned over. Xiexian moved the rice paper away. His eyes naturally showed a little smile, and gave Su Wenqing a puzzled expression. Su Wenqing seemed to sigh, although my elder sister is usually very cold to everyone, I knew from the beginning that she actually has a very soft heart. Living in a different place, if I was excluded by my family since childhood, suffered grievances and injustices, I would not be able to treat them well when I returned home in glory in the future, because I would always remember the injustices and grievances I suffered. But my elder sister is not like that. She remembers those injustices, but also those rare warmth. Just like she always keeps the books given to her by her father, and the clothes sewn for her by her aunt, even if those are just a drop in the ocean compared to the injustices and grievances. Xiexian looked down at Su Wenqing, who was resting his head on his knees. The fact that you can see these shows that you are also a very soft-hearted person. Su Wenqing did not comment. If you were to encounter injustice and grievances, would you still treat them well? Xiexian thought for a while. Yes. Su Wenqing was a little surprised. Xiexian, death is never the most painful thing. The more you treat them well, the more terrified they will be. Let them live in regret, panic and fear forever. Isn't this more effective than direct revenge? Su Wenqing turned over, and 2 big indifferents were written on the back of his head. In the study room of Xie's mansion, Xieji was yawning and flipping through the briefing that Xiexian asked him to read. He was almost asleep when he finally waited for Xiexian, who came late. He pointed to the map hanging on the wall and asked curiously, the troop deployment map around Anjing City? Brother, why are you studying this? Is there something wrong? Xiexian, do you know that Lu Yong, the deputy commander of the cavalry battalion, was detained and interrogated for killing someone while drunk? Xieji shook his head honestly. I don't know. Xiexian. Xieji hurriedly added, I just returned to Anjing City. I'm not from the Ministry of Justice. It's normal that I don't know about this. Xiexian, the 16th item of the briefing I asked you to read is about this matter. Ah! Xieji looked up as if he had suddenly realized something. I was wondering why it was a little familiar. Xie was so angry that his chest hurt. He patiently persuaded him. In the 3rd year of Jingyuan, our dynasty reported the military examination for the first time. And Jiang Ming, the commander of the cavalry battalion, was the runner-up at that time. He came from a poor family and had no contact with the powerful. The current emperor saw this in him and promoted him to the position of commander of the cavalry battalion. He has a clean record over the years, has not been involved in party disputes, and has not made friends with any princes. He seems to be loyal to the current emperor. But I found out that it was Jimingtang in the south of the city who helped them mother and son. This Jimingtang is a porridge factory funded by the Wen Marquis Mansion, the mother's family of the 3rd prince, which specializes in helping widows and young children left behind by soldiers who died on the battlefield. Xie was confused. Aren't they talking about Deputy Governor Liu Yong? Why did they bring up Governor Jiang Ming and Jimingtang again? Xie drank a sip of water to calm himself down. Every ideal of teaching and solving problems may die in the hands of people like Xie who are incorrigible. Xie decided not to tempt him. Jiang Ming is loyal and brave, and he knows how to repay kindness. But I have never heard that he visited the Wen Marquis Mansion. From what I know about him, I don't think he is the kind of person who would deliberately avoid dealing with his benefactor to avoid suspicion, unless the benefactor had informed him in advance. The cavalry battalion has 80,000 soldiers. Although it is not the largest garrison around Anjing City in terms of number, it is the most well-equipped and most deterrent one. In addition, Jiang Ming has a very high prestige in the cavalry battalion. Almost all the generals have a good relationship with him, except for the deputy governor Liu Yong. Liu Yong has a hot temper, and it is in line with his character to hurt people after drinking. It's just that the timing of this incident is strange. After Xie finished speaking, he glanced at Xie, as if waiting for his reaction. Xie was silent for a long time, and then sincerely sighed. Brother, I really admire you. Just because a deputy governor was drunk and beat someone to death, you can associate so many things. I have always been curious about one thing. Do you people who play power games think that everyone's heart is as dirty as yours? Xie picked up the book on the table and was about to hit him. Xie jumped away holding his head. Okay. You say it's weird. Then should we send someone to replace this commander? Xie, the cavalry battalion is directly under the emperor, and Commander Jiang Ming is the emperor's confidant. If I go to the emperor and tell him to remove him for no reason, what do you think the emperor will think? Xie said. It's really troublesome. So I don't like staying in Anjing City. Xie, have you checked the things I asked you to go to Baiman to help me? Xie nodded and handed the package on the table to Xie. All the records about the wolf god are in it. Xie flipped through it. A ceremony of 10,000 people was held in June? Xie nodded. It is said that he really took out his heart's blood. Judging from the time, it can be matched with the time when Qin Yang was seriously ill. Xie smile was a little cold. They really put a lot of effort into it. Xie shrugged. Xie lowered his eyes, and his thumb rubbed the outline diagram that Su Wenqing drew on the first page of the rice paper on the desk to help him understand better. Faced with the same situation, a person chose to rebel twice before. What do you think is the probability that he will make the same choice for the 3rd time? Xie, at least not less than 80%. Xie, did my father go to the northern border? Xie nodded and said, I met him on the official road when I went south. My uncle asked me to bring a message to you. Xie did not ignore the smirk in Xie's eyes. He interrupted and said, Don't repeat the words that scolded me. Just tell him if he has anything to do. Xie racked his brains to think about it. And finally, he could only honestly say, Then, it seems that's all. Xie. When Su Wenqing came in, Xie and Xie were studying the 2 golden finger books. Xie pointed to the last few pages of the 2nd book and said, Taiyuan is an important town in the northwest. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it is well connected. However, the military report received by Anjing City is that Taiyuan is in urgent need of food and grass. The northern barbarians bypassed the northern border and entered the pass from the west. Even if he cut off the east, west and south, the food and grass in the north should be able to be delivered. Xie reacted very quickly in military matters. Xinzhou is the throat of Taiyuan in the north. If Xinzhou changes, Taiyuan will naturally not receive support from the north. However, according to the battle situation above, the northern border should not have fallen, And the war should not have affected Shinjo. Xie drew a circle on Shinjo on the map. Go check the relationship between Shinjo's 6th rank and above and the 3rd prince. Su Wenqing was deeply moved when she heard this. Regarding this matter, whether it was the original book or the paper she gave to Xie, there were only 6 words: Taiyuan is in urgent need of food and grass. Can so much be deduced from these 6 words? Why is there such a big difference in the brain structure of each person? Well, it's worth thinking about. Xie looked at Su Wenqing standing at the door and asked with a smile, "What are you daydreaming about? Why don't you come in?" Su Wenqing forced himself to delete the bloody brain structure diagram from his mind. "Well, my mother asked me to come here to ask about the housing issue." Su Wenqing asked Xie over Xie. "My mother said she thought about it. And she said she always felt that you were forced to live outside the mansion by your brother." Xie, who was successfully brainwashed by Xie, immediately defended his brother's image. He said with a smile, "Aunt, you think too much. It was indeed my brother who asked me to live there. But I also had some serious business to do. And it was not convenient to live in Xie Mansion." Xie smiled with 2 small tiger teeth. "But please rest assured, aunt and sister-in-law, I will be in Xie Mansion when my brother is not around. And I will definitely not let anything happen to you." Since there was something important to do, Su Wenqing stopped trying to persuade him. She put the plate in her hand on the table and said, "I saw that you didn't eat much at Su's house tonight, so I made some snacks for you." Xie was a little flattered. Su Wenqing turned to Xie and smiled. "Come and have some with us. You must be exhausted after all the hard work." Xie happily extended his hand and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Xie turned around and gave Xie a cold look. Xie paused and pushed the snacks in front of Xie. "Thank you, sister-in-law. I ate a lot tonight, and I'm not hungry at all." Xie looked at the not-so-delicate snacks in front of him, raised his head, and asked Su Wenqing with a little hope, "Did you make it yourself?" Su Wenqing was puzzled. How is it possible? Okay. Making cakes by hand in the evening is indeed a bit too much for his wife. So Xie made a compromise. "Did you specifically ask the kitchen to do it?" "Su Wenqing, why did you have to wake up the kitchen ladies in the evening? I saw that there was still some left in the steamer, so I asked Suege to serve it for you." "Oh." Xie turned to Xie and said, "Your sister-in-law asked you to eat it, so you should eat it. Why are you being polite?" Chapter 86. As an outsider who doesn't work hard, Su Wenqing has almost no idea about the level of martial arts except watching people fight with real swords and guns. But for Xie, even if he has never fought, Su Wenqing believes that he must be a top master. The reason is that no matter when, as long as she mentions Xie's voice will always appear in her ears within 5 seconds. "Suege, madam. The kitchen has made the osmanthus cake you like. I will go and serve it to you." "Okay." Su Wenqing nodded. "By the way, go and ask someone to find Xie and ask him if he wants to eat it." Xie poked his head out of the door. "Sister-in-law. You called me?" The servant, reporting to the young lady. "The clothes that the lady asked someone to make 2 days ago are now ready." Su Wenqing, "Oh, that's for Xie. It seems that he brought a change of clothes when he returned to Beijing this time. You can go and deliver it to him." Xie poked his head out of the eaves. "Sister-in-law. You called me?" "Mother Xie, what do you want for lunch?" "I'll ask the kitchen to make it." Su Wenqing, "Braised spare ribs. I saw Xie liked it very much yesterday." Xie poked his head out of the window. "Sister-in-law. You called me?" Su Wenqing took the account book from the maid sent by Madame Sheng. "Thank Madame Sheng and the others for me. In this case." Xie poked his head out of the tree. "Sister-in-law. You called me?" Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing seriously suspected that Xie sent Xie here not to protect her, but to cure her inner demons. In less than 3 days, she had gone from worrying about where Toba Lilu would come out at the slightest sign of trouble to being afraid that Xie would pop up at the slightest sign of trouble. She was horrified when she heard the word sister-in-law. Su Wenqing, unable to bear it any longer, called Xie to her side. She took a few deep breaths and put on a loving look like an elder sister-in-law. She pointed to the stool behind Xie and said, "Sit." Xie swallowed his saliva. His years of battlefield experience made him instinctively smell a hint of danger. Su Wenqing looked kind. "It's understandable that young people are more lively. But you also have to consider that your sister-in-law is already old. If you show up from time to time like this, My heart really can't bear it. Already old? Xie ignored this strange word. He scratched his head hesitantly. But if you are too far away, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up if there is danger. Su Wenqing was amiable. Then you don't have to hide deliberately. You can find a place to read military books or practice martial arts in the yard. Even if you like to stay on the eaves, you can sit there. Why do you have to hide? Xie was a little entangled, but my brother asked me to show up in front of you less. Su Wenqing, why? Xie, he said I was too handsome. Su Wenqing was confused. No, I don't understand. You are handsome. Then what? So what? Xie, my brother said that this will easily affect the harmony between you and your wife. Su Wenqing smiled, and smiled again. Will 1 + 1 = 2? The original Xie would give a positive answer without hesitation. Until his brother and his wife spoke frankly. He was forced by his wife's power to let his brother not hide anymore. And then it became uncontrollable. He was nervous every day after leaving the court, for fear that he would find that his house had been demolished by his brother and his wife. For example, one day his wife suddenly had an idea and asked him why gunpowder can be used to make fireworks, but not to make weapons such as explosives. After hearing him say that he had tried to make explosives, but the explosives he made could not explode but only spit fire, his wife fell into deep thought. He thought that the topic was over. But the next day when he was discussing matters in the Ministry of War, he was suddenly told that there was a faint fire in the direction of Xia's house. His first reaction was to obey Lu. He suppressed his heart that was about to burst out of his chest and rushed back to Xia's house. Then he saw his wife directing his brother to experiment with the configuration of gunpowder. His wife swore that the reason why gunpowder could not explode was only because the formula ratio was wrong. As long as it was 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur and 3 charcoal ratio, a weapon that can cause wide-range damage can be made. He looked at his wife's excited eyes and the burnt grass and trees on the ground with worry, and was very worried that the Xie mansion would be destroyed in a successful experiment. Will worry really lead to premature graying? Xie, who couldn't control his brother or persuade his wife, touched his black hair before getting off the carriage. Before he could sigh, he saw his brother running towards the mansion with a stack of talismans. Xie grabbed Xie in confusion and asked cautiously with a little hope, "What are you doing, again?" Xie, "Oh, my sister-in-law asked me to get her some talismans, saying that she wanted to perform a ritual to exorcise the devil." Xie slowly asked 2 questions. Exorcism? Demon? Inside the house, Su Wenqing was wearing a dark yellow Bagua Taoist robe. She held a peach-with sword in her right hand and a compass in her left hand. While chanting a spell, she waved the peach-with sword in her hand to point at the talisman paper pasted on the wall. Heaven and earth are natural. The cave is mysterious. The cave is too mysterious. Slay demons and bind evil. Hurry up as the law commands. The talisman paper was motionless. Alas! Su Wenqing turned around and turned another page of the paper on the table. 8 directions of mighty gods. Spiritual treasure talismans. Universally announced to the 9 heavens. Evil and filth dissipated. Hurry up as the law commands. The talisman paper was still motionless. Su Wenqing stood in front of the talisman paper with a bleak back for a while, picked up the candle on the table, and was about to light the talisman paper that covered half of the wall. Hey! 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 Xie rushed over in 2 steps and grabbed Su Wenqing's claws from behind to burn the house. Su Wenqing raised her head and glanced back at Xie. Xie took the candlestick out of Su Wenqing's hand with a flattering face. "I know it was it that started it. I will help you deal with it now." Su Wenqing was not in a good mood, but she was still amused and smiled. She put the peach-with sword and compass on the table, took off her Taoist hat and robe, and put on her slightly messy Taoist hair. "This Taoist cheated me. He should still be with Chu Taoyao, a shameless and treacherous businessman. Please help me catch him and send him to the authorities." Xie? Su Wenqing pointed to the compass and other magic tools on the table. "The 500 taels of silver he received from me must still be on him, and these should constitute physical evidence, with both the witnesses and the evidence. I wonder how many years he can be sentenced to for fraud here." Xie, so you deliberately lured him to sell things to you in order to enforce justice? "No," Su Wenqing said. "He said something very mysterious, saying that the magic tool was made by his master and can be used even without magic power. But you saw it. The talisman paper couldn't be lit. He told you that you can light the talisman paper with a peach with sword? Xiaxian felt that this charlatan was either mentally ill or really wanted to experience prison life. No, Su Wenqing said uninterestedly. He said that if the compass moves, it means there is a ghost in the house. Then, holding the peach with sword and reciting the formula will light the talisman paper. But you can see that this compass will not move no matter where it is placed. Xiaxian took it and looked at it. This compass does not seem to have a magnetic needle. Su Wenqing, the one with a magnetic needle is called a compass, which points to the south. The one used by Taoists is called a compass, which points to evil spirits. They are not the same thing. Do you have common sense? Xiaxian, I don't know if I should tell you that the compass is a modification based on the compass. Their essence is still a magnetic needle. Su Wenqing lay on the table half dead. Generally, when you don't know whether you should do something or not, 99% of the time it's wrong. Xiaxian looked down at Su Wenqing, his eyes slightly fixed. He paused and asked, have you seen it again recently? Su Wenqing said him with no strength. She didn't know what Tuobalilu had done. Since she was trapped in the palace last time, she began to have hallucinations from time to time. First, she had a nightmare all night. And then she began to see wolf eyes in various places. Sometimes on the pages of the book she was reading. Sometimes in the water for washing. And sometimes in the bronze mirror for dressing. She and Xiaxian initially suspected that the phosphorus fire that Tuobalilu had brought to her eyes contained some hallucinogenic drugs. But the imperial physician did not find anything wrong with her body or the scene. On one hand, the imperial physician could not find out the results. And on the other hand, the number of hallucinations in front of her eyes continued to increase. In order to rule out that someone had drugged her, Xiaxian checked the entire Xie family thoroughly. But no problems were found in her diet or clothes. Even the only people who could serve her closely on weekdays were Cui Dai and a few old people in the Xie family. This situation continued until Xie came. And then it began to get better. However, before it got better for a few days, there was a vague sign that it was going to get worse and relapse. Su Wenqing, do you think there really is witchcraft or wolf gods? Xiaxian hid the solemnity and worry in his eyes and smiled to comfort. Didn't you say that we should believe in scientism and that the theory of ghosts and gods is nonsense? Su Wenqing, that's true. But there are many phenomena that science cannot explain. You also said that Confucius does not talk about strange things. Supernatural powers. Ghosts and gods. Xiaxian, the theory of ghosts and gods is actually the theory of human hearts. It controls the unknown and fear in people's hearts. If you believe in gods, gods are there. And if you don't believe in them, they are gone. Su Wenqing, okay. You are handsome and you are right. Whatever you say is right. Xiaxian laughed. He raised his hand and touched Su Wenqing's Taoist head with broken hair. Tomorrow I will ask the imperial doctor to come and help you. I see that you seem to be a little mentally unwell. Su Wenqing got a headache when she heard the word imperial physician. She felt that the fundamental reason for her shaky scientific values was the mediocre medical skills of these imperial physicians. Not only could they not find the cause, but they also prescribed medicine for her without paying. She was not tortured to madness by these hallucinations, but she felt that she was about to suffer from nervous breakdown by these medicines. That night, Xiaxian sat quietly by the bed. He lowered his eyes and looked at Su Wenqing's white sleeping face in the tent. His fingertips gently stroked Su Wenqing's slightly frowned eyebrows, as if he wanted to wipe away the sadness and anxiety between her eyebrows. There was a slight sliding sound of tiles outside the house, which was very small and light, and could be ignored in this silent night. Xiaxian's eyelashes moved slightly, and he finally looked away. Brother! Xieji's voice came from the yard, while Xiaxian was extinguishing the soothing incense in the incense burner beside the bed. He said lightly, take it away and fight. Tuobalilu laughed low and dark. Borneo rosemary. 1 penny is worth 10,000 gold. Lord Xie is really willing to spend it. But I heard that this kind of incense has many side effects. Tuobalilu barely avoided the spear that Xieji stabbed at him. Lord Xie gives it to the young lady every night. If this goes on for a long time, aren't you afraid that the young lady will suddenly fall asleep and never wake up one day? Oh, that's right. Tuobalilu flipped back. His palms slightly turned, and a row of flying knives accompanied by ghost fire went straight to Xieji's throat. If you don't use it, you will have hallucinations during the day and nightmares every night. Any normal person may not be able to hold on for long. Tuoba Lilu's knife-marked lips formed a malicious smile. Master Xie, are you curious at all? If the young lady dreams every night that she dug out your heart with her own hands, and wakes up in pain and regret to find you sleeping beside her, day after day and night after night, don't you want to know how many days the young lady can stay awake with her strong mind? Chapter 87. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Xie Xian's dangerously narrowed eyes. He moved as fast as lightning, pulling out the long sword hanging on the wall and throwing it in the direction where Tuoba Lilu fell. Tuoba Lilu tried to avoid it by turning sideways, but Xie Ji, who knocked down the flying knife, blocked his retreat. The long sword brushed his neck, leaving a deep blood mark on his shoulder. Tuoba Lilu staggered back 2 steps, and nonchalantly put the blood-stained finger between his lips and sucked it, as if he didn't feel any pain at all, and smiled. Tisk tsk tsk. I thought that with Mr. Xie's calm and self-disciplined character, he would not do such a meaningless act of venting anger. Tuoba Lilu pulled the sword out of the ground, stuck his 2 fingers on the sword hole, exerted a little force, and the blood-emitting sword broke into 2 sections with a clang sound. Look at you. You don't dare to really kill me, and waste a good sword just to exchange for such a small injury. Why bother? Xie Xian said with a little mockery. Fourth Master, what you said is interesting. Since you know that I dare not kill you, why did you hide at the moment when the sword fell? The smile on Tuoba Lilu's face froze for a moment, and then he smiled nonchalantly. Of course, it's because I'm worried that if I die, Master Xie will feel guilty and blame himself every day. Xie Ji couldn't listen anymore. He raised his sword eyebrows and paused. Isn't it just the wolf army of your northern barbarians? Fight. Talk too much nonsense, and threaten your life all day long. Who will see it? Brother, you don't have to pay attention to him. I will rush back to the northern border tomorrow after killing him, and I will never let the wolf tribe invade my country. Tuoba Lilu glanced at Xie Ji and smiled grimly. I'm not afraid that the wolf army will take revenge if I die. But I'm afraid that if I die, your sister-in-law can only live on Borneal and rosemary. In order to clear the medicinal effects of rosemary left in her body, your sister-in-law has to drink a lot of bitter medicine every day. You don't care, but I think your brother's heart seems to be bleeding all the time. Xie Ji glanced at Xie Xian's face and frowned. The wolf tribe has clear likes and dislikes, and has always been straightforward. If you have hatred, just attack us directly. What kind of hero is it to embarrass irrelevant people? I am a bastard, and the wolf tribe's character may not be fully inherited. Tuoba Lilu looked at Xie Xian and smiled. And how can you be considered an irrelevant person? The young lady is a gift I personally asked the wolf god for you. Wolf god? Xie Xian smiled and deliberately lied. But the third prince told me that my wife's condition was just because of voodoo. Tuoba Lilu laughed when he heard this, and the corners of his mouth with scars were stained with blood. You should know best whether it is voodoo. If it is poison, you have searched all the holy hands of the southern dynasty. But why can't you find the problem? Xie Xian stared at Tuoba Lilu, not letting go of his expression. Don't go to great lengths to lie to me. I made this wish to the wolf god with the blood of tens of thousands of people. If I can't see you despair, wouldn't it make these tens of thousands of wrong ghosts uneasy? Tuoba Lilu laughed gloomily. Oh, by the way, these tens of thousands of people are still the people of your southern dynasty. Bullshit, Xie Ji said without thinking. You haven't even entered the past in these years. Where can you find tens of thousands of southern dynasty people who are willing to give you their blood? Do you remember Guilan City that you gave up with your own hands? Tuoba Lilu looked at Xie Xian. I asked them to help me give a little blood to the wolf god and pray that Lord Xie would never be reborn. Do you know that those people actually rushed to the altar to cut blood? Tuoba Lilu smiled. Their enthusiasm really makes me a little confused because they want to live, or they really hope that you will not die well. But I think it may be both. After all, I heard that there were a few children in the city who I missed killing and later assassinated you. TSK. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to see it, Tuoba Lilu said with regret. Master Xie's expression at that time must have been very interesting. You are looking for death. Xie Ji was furious when he heard this, and he could not bear it any longer and took his knife away. The wound on Tuoba Lilu's shoulder that was constantly bleeding surrounded him in the smell of blood. He narrowed his eyes dangerously like a wolf, and rushed forward without dodging or evading. The long knife in his hand was strange, and it seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds when it opened and closed. Each move was aimed at the vital point, but was ever changing. Xie Shiren sat quietly on the stone table in front of the room, wearing an outer robe. While observing Tuoba Lilu's moves, he carefully analyzed what Tuoba Lilu said just now. In terms of expression and words alone, there was really no flaw. But he always felt that if the third prince invited Tuoba Lilu to Anjing City to attract everyone's attention, then Su Wenqing's matter should also be for the same purpose. The powerful dragon bone spear and the treacherous long sword fought for 100 moves in the courtyard. After 100 moves, the sword that Tuoba Lilu had temporarily obtained from the guards broke into 2 pieces. He avoided Xie spear and turned over and jumped onto the roof. He threw the broken sword in front of Xie to block Xie's pursuit. Tuoba Lilu stood on the eaves with one hand on his shoulder and deliberately and politely gave Xie a barbarian farewell gesture with a smile. Just before leaving, he looked at Xie sitting quietly in the courtyard and suddenly continued his words. Master Xie personally sent tens of thousands of people to their doom in order to achieve his own fame. Tuoba Lilu smiled. At that time, I knew that you and I are actually the same person. It's just that you pretend to be more like a person than I do. Tuoba Lilu's smiling figure disappeared into the night, leaving only his words echoing in the air for a long time. Xie. Xie Shiren called out to Xie, who was about to chase out. Xie's footsteps paused as he was about to chase him. He glanced at the bedroom that had been taken to the room by Xie Shiren, and his anger was still not gone. Brother, you just stay here. I'll chase him. If I don't kill him, I won't be named Xie. What the hell? You don't have high martial arts skills, but you talk too much nonsense. You're just talking nonsense. Your ability is all in your tongue. Xie Shiren knew that Xie's words about low martial arts skills were just angry words. Tuoba Lilu's silver knife was gone, and the long knife he got temporarily was not easy to use. Even so, he didn't lose. If the knife hadn't broken, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. After all, he hadn't used those evil witchcrafts yet. Brother, Xie, is it like this when you lead the troops? Xie was stunned. He pouted and walked back reluctantly. Xie, what can you do now that you have caught up with him? Fight? Vent anger? It will not help the situation at all. He said that to you? Xie pointed the tip of his gun angrily at the direction where Tuoba Lilu left. If you are worried about the northern barbarians, Xie pinched his eyebrows. It is no secret among all countries that the northern barbarians' envoys want to discuss trade with our dynasty. If their prince dies in Anjing City for no reason, what will you make the surrounding countries of the southern dynasty think? The small countries that originally wanted to shake hands and talk will no longer dare to believe in our sincerity. The Shirong, Nanjiang, and Dongyi who were originally eyeing us might also use the excuse of revenge for the northern barbarians to jointly raise troops. Tuoba Lilu is so arrogant because he is so confident. Isn't it just what he wants if you pay attention to him? Xie Shiren paused, and what he said is not wrong. It's all true. What's there to be angry about? But Xie was speechless. He felt that there was a breath stuck in his heart, which could not go up or down. He didn't want to explode, but felt very aggrieved. Xie Shiren saw Xie's expression and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knocked on the table. Are you going to piss yourself off to death? If not, I'll fight with you. Xie and Xie Shiren hadn't seen each other for a long time. He was indeed a little itchy and wanted to compete with Xie Shiren, but he knew that Xie Shiren was not in a good mood at the moment. He just didn't want to see him holding his breath. No need. Xie put the dragon bone spear aside, swallowed his anger silently, and muttered softly, I'm not a child anymore. Xie laughed. Actually, I've been wondering why Tuoba Lilu chose to come here today. Xie, does a madman need a reason for his behavior? Maybe he was just in a moment of excitement and suddenly thought, today is so boring, and then came. Xie was amused and confused when he heard this. You're right. But even if it was in a moment of excitement, there should be a catalyst. Why did he suddenly mention the matter of northern Xinjiang? Don't you think it's strange? Xie thought thoughtfully for a long time, but still didn't find anything strange. Does a madman's behavior really need to be explained? Wouldn't it be better to just start fighting? Xie didn't notice Xie's reaction. He pondered for a while and said, I think the third prince might take action. The next morning, Su Wenqing felt Xie getting up. She opened her eyes dazedly and said good morning to Xie, then fell asleep again. Originally, there was no such procedure, but since the attack in the palace, Su Wenqing found that Xie would wait for her to open her eyes and wake up once before leaving. At first, she didn't feel anything, thinking that it might be because of the last incident that made Xie a little nervous. Until Suigia told her that Xie had missed 3 morning courts in a row. 3 morning courts. Her jaw almost dropped when she heard this. If this was a king, it would mean that he was heading for the destruction of his country. In order to avoid the reputation of a beauty who brings disaster to the world, she had to break her biological clock and force herself to wake up 2 hours in advance. Say good morning to reassure Xie, and then go back to sleep. However, she felt that waking up early was becoming more and more difficult these days. As if she had taken a knockout drug. She spent half of her time sleeping every day. But she still couldn't help but feel sleepy. Dizziness, nausea, and sleepiness, based on her many years of experience watching dramas. Always felt that this was a sign of pregnancy. Then she mentioned it casually when the imperial physician came to check her pulse. And the imperial physician tremblingly comforted her for a long time, saying that they didn't need to worry about the marriage. They were still young and there would always be children. And Lord Xie didn't have a concubine. She actually just wanted to question the doctor's medical skills. And why the last sentence always felt strange. Xie saw Su Wenqing half lying in the quilt. Her sleeping face was peaceful and calm, and a little smile naturally hung on the corner of her mouth. His eyes softened, and he gently tucked her quilt, kissed her forehead, and then changed into court clothes and went out. When Su Wenqing woke up again, it was already noon. She sat up with the quilt in her arms, looked at the incense burner beside the bed for a while without any expression, rubbed her face, and then shouted, "Cui Dai. Help me dress up. Today is the day when Mr. Quayle's new book is released." Chapter 88. Su Wenqing was in a good mood while eating brunch. While swallowing the last mouthful of porridge in the bowl, he asked Suigia beside him, "Where is Xie? Why haven't I seen him today? Where is he?" Xie sat on the eaves and lifted a tile. "Does my sister-in-law have anything to tell me?" Su Wenqing watched the dust from the roof fall down and land on the dishes on the table. Su Wenqing silently put down the porridge spoon and wiped his mouth. "Come down," Xie said. "Oh," covered the tile, turned over, and landed in front of the door. "Sister-in-law? Su Wenqing, are you in a bad mood?" Xie was slightly stunned, and slowly shook his head. His tone was very low, and he said reluctantly like a sulky child, "No." Su Wenqing stared at Xie for a while. "Tuobolilu came last night." Xie looked up suddenly and said in shock, "Sister-in-law, how did you know? You are not." Xie quickly covered his mouth with both hands. "Su Wenqing, I was sleeping soundly. I didn't wake up." Xie always felt that his brother might blow his head off when he came back. So he cautiously asked, "Then how did sister-in-law know that Tuobolilu came?" "Oh, Su Wenqing, I didn't know just now. But I know now." Xie, is it too late for him to go back to northern Xinjiang now? Su Wenqing laughed. "I'm just kidding. It's true. But it's not a blind guess." Xie was puzzled. "Su Wenqing, the sword hanging on the wall in the house has been replaced. Although it looks the same, it is not a product of an industrial assembly line after all. There is still a slight difference in weight. The original one was hung on the wall at an angle of about 45 degrees. Now the handle of this sword is heavier, and the angle of inclination is estimated to be about 60 degrees. Xie, Su Wenqing, and in the courtyard, Xie secretly glanced at the 2 newly replaced blue bricks in the west corner and the south. The bricks were carefully selected by him from the courtyard next door. They are almost the same as the 2 broken ones. And even the installation angle is almost the same. Su Wenqing, and the osmanthus and crabapple in the courtyard have been trimmed, presumably to avoid leaving traces of fighting? Xie was not giving up. "Isn't daily printing normal?" Su Wenqing, "Yes. But if there is nothing, with your brother's personality, he will not let the gardener come in to prune before I wake up. He will worry that the gardener's movement will wake me up." Xie, Su Wenqing, what is Tuobolilu doing here? Xie's tone was a little indignant and disdainful. What else can he do? Just talking nonsense. Su Wenqing looked at Xie for a while. "Did he say your brother?" Xie was even more shocked. "Can you guess this?" Su Wenqing, besides your brother, is there anything else that makes you so angry? Xie, Su Wenqing, I've always been curious about what kind of grudges Tuobolilu had with your brother. It's needless to say that Tuobolilu loves your brother. But your brother is also quite afraid of Tuobolilu. Siaji was very angry when he talked about this matter. What kind of grudges could there be? It's just that thing can't afford to lose. When he led troops to invade the south, he met my brother who was patrolling the northern border. He was repelled by my brother and left a scar on his mouth. If it weren't for the personal guards, who fought to the death to protect him, he probably wouldn't have been able to return alive. Then this madman was like a possessed person, and he wanted to fight my brother again. But my brother ignored him. After settling the refugees and reorganizing the border defense of the northern border, he returned to Beijing. Afterwards, he brought troops to the city several times to provoke trouble. Su Wenqing, did your brother give you the scar on his mouth? Don't hit people in the face. A scar makes his face look hideous. If you don't hate him, you'll be a fool. And his skin is so white. Maybe it's because he doesn't want to see people because of the scar and never goes out. Swords have no eyes on the battlefield. Who can you blame for not being as skilled as others? Siaji said speechlessly. And he looks a little whiter than the average wolf because his mother is from Weha. Su Wenqing, the Weha tribe is full of beauties. But didn't they get exterminated decades ago? Siaji nodded and said, they were exterminated by the wolf tribe. It was the wolf king of the previous generation. He killed all the men in their tribe and sent the women and children as slaves. He also forcibly took the daughter of the Weha tribe leader as a concubine. Oh, by the way, the daughter of the Weha tribe leader is Tuobalilu's biological mother. Su Wenqing, I'm a little confused about this complicated relationship. The daughter of the chief of Weha tribe is the wife of the previous generation of Wolf King. Shouldn't the previous generation of Wolf King be Tuobalilu's grandfather? Siaji, it is said that Tuobalilu's mother is very beautiful. After marrying her, the previous generation of Wolf King indulged in her tent every day. She was very docile at first, obedient and sensible. Gradually, the Wolf King relaxed his vigilance and died in her bed. She dug out the heart of the Wolf King and cut off his head. When the warriors came in, they saw her sitting in a pool of blood and laughing crazily. Everyone asked to kill her to avenge the Wolf King. But the previous generation of Wolf King, that is, Tuobalilu's father, took her into the tent despite everyone's opposition. Su Wenqing, I suddenly feel that compared to slavery, your feudalism is not so unacceptable. Siaji, Su Wenqing, what happened later? Was she moved by the previous generation of Wolf King? Did she let go of her hatred? How is that possible? The hatred of exterminating the clan. Siaji said. She resisted and tried to commit suicide many times. And then Tuobalilu's father had people lock her limbs with iron chains and stuff her mouth with cloth strips. She didn't have to eat, drink, defecate or urinate by herself. She couldn't commit murder or commit suicide. Not long after that, she became pregnant with Tuobalilu. After giving birth to Tuobalilu, she was like crazy. Sometimes she was gentle and could take care of Tuobalilu, who had a fever and stayed up all night. Sometimes she was paranoid and wanted to strangle Tuobalilu to death. Tuobalilu was covered with a blanket by his mother, burned by charcoal, and drowned in the river. Anyway, he almost died at the hands of his biological mother many times. Su Wenqing, what happened later? Siaji, later, she was killed by the young Tuobalilu himself. And Tuobalilu was sent to the house of the previous Wolf King's wife. However, because of his background, he was not well liked since he was a child. It was common for him to be teased and insulted by his brothers. It is said that even slaves could beat and abuse him. However, the Wolf tribe respects martial arts, and Tuobalilu is extremely talented in martial arts. His situation gradually improved when he grew up. Siaji said that Su Wenqing didn't respond for a long time. He stretched out 5 fingers and shook them in front of Su Wenqing. Sister-in-law? What's wrong? Are you okay? Did I say something too scary? Su Wenqing, no. I was just thinking that psychology does make sense. Every perverted killer has an unhappy childhood. Siaji was suddenly not so satisfied after hearing this. He felt that his sister-in-law had betrayed her alliance with him. Siaji said unhappily, Sister-in-law, are you sympathizing with him? How is it possible? The world is difficult. Who is not pitiful? Who is not crawling forward with difficulty? He is unhappy in life, and everyone should be unhappy with him. Why? The world will only reconcile with those who want to reconcile. Su Wenqing paused. But why did I hear that Tuobalilu and your brother are old acquaintances? And the two seem to have known each other since childhood. Siaji seemed to particularly dislike the word old acquaintance. He was silent for a while, sighing. This bad fate started with a competition. Although this beginning was very attractive. Su Wenqing still dutifully reminded, "Do you know that if your brother hears you talking like this, you will be beaten?" Xie was silent for a moment, and said normally, "Well, wasn't it the time when the previous generation of Wolf King came to Anjing City 10 years ago? In those years, the Western Rong was strong, not only harassing our southern dynasty, but also invading the northern barbarians at any time. The northern barbarians and the southern dynasty were forced to join forces to fight against the Western Rong, and the relationship was better than before. That time, the Wolf King brought his 3 sons to Beijing, one of whom was Tuobalilu. When Tuobalilu was young, he looked gloomy and handsome, and looked particularly thin among a group of tall and strong barbarians. The Wolf King and his uncle have been old rivals for many years. At the palace banquet, the Wolf King proposed to the emperor that he wanted to let the children compete. Su Wenqing hesitated. "Then the Wolf King chose your brother?" "Yes." Xie was helpless. "You also know my brother. He is a civil official. He was only 10 years old at the time, dressed like a young man from a noble family, and looked like a young man who only knew a few fancy moves." Su Wenqing didn't know what to say for a moment. "Xie, the Wolf King said that my uncle's reputation was well known in the Northwest, and that a tiger father would have a dog son. My brother must also be a young hero. Then he said that his 4th son was weak since childhood and had never been well taught. He only knew some superficial skills, and was not very outstanding among his sons." Su Wenqing. "This is the real version of hitting the iron plate in the face." Xie, the banquet fell silent on the spot. "You know, the expressions of the people in the southern dynasty, including the current emperor, are hard to describe. As a result, the Wolf King thought that the people in the southern dynasty were worried about losing face, so he became more excited." Su Wenqing. "Then your brother defeated him?" Xie sighed. "If he had defeated him, it would have been fine. My brother took into account the alliance between the 2 countries and didn't want to embarrass the northern barbarians, so he fought to a draw. Later, we learned about Tuobalilu's situation in the northern barbarians. If he had lost that match, he probably wouldn't have survived. So after the incident in the northern frontier, my brother regretted it for a long time. If he had known this, he shouldn't have held back and directly defeated him, and let the Wolf King kill him to vent his anger." Su Wenqing was puzzled. "I thought people like Tuobalilu would only be obsessed with the person who defeated him. It was a draw. So why would there be a later incident?" Xie, "The draw was for everyone to see. Tuobalilu was in it, so he naturally knew that my brother held back." Su Wenqing. "Did Tuobalilu start to hate your brother from that time?" Xie thought about it, and seemed puzzled. "Actually, I don't know. He looked quite normal except for being a little gloomy." 2 days after the palace banquet competition, he dragged his body injured by his father to the Xie mansion to thank my brother in person. Later, he came several times one after another, saying that he wanted to exchange martial arts. My brother originally thought that this person was treacherous and didn't want to have much contact with him. But I don't know who reported this matter to the emperor. For the sake of diplomatic relations between the 2 countries, the emperor called my brother to the palace and gave him a lecture. In the end, my brother had to pinch his nose and reluctantly accompany him to talk about martial arts for a few days. I was there a few times, and I didn't think there was anything wrong with this guy. And he seemed to be having a good time talking to my brother. But you know, my brother is a man who can turn anyone into a brother in 3 seconds as long as he wants." Su Wenqing. "Xie, the last time we met in Anjing City was a few days before the northern barbarians left. Prince Hui hosted a banquet for a group of noble sons in the West Street restaurant. In order to humiliate the northern barbarians, a few idle dandies deliberately led Tuobalilu to the opposite tea house and asked the storyteller to tell him the story of Princess Yangming of the previous dynasty, who devoted herself to 2 Xiliang kings for the country. My brother had something to do that day, so he was half an hour late. He saw Tuobalilu rushing in as soon as he sat down at the banquet. I don't know if Tuobalilu is mentally ill, but he is sure that my brother is involved. So he took revenge on my brother after we met in the northern frontier. He threatened the lives of ordinary people in Guilin City, and killed thousands of people every day until my brother opened the city to fight." Xie was furious when he talked about this. Guilin City and Baidu City are separated by only the Gita River. In winter, the river is frozen and the whole place is flat. If the Southern Dynasty army opened the city to fight the barbarian army in this terrain, it would not only be defeated, But the entire northern frontier defense line would collapse if they were not careful. He knew that my brother would not open the city. And he also knew that there was no point in him killing these people. He did it on purpose. Just to see my brother feel guilty for the rest of his life. Chapter 89. Su Wenqing curled her fingers slightly. She suddenly understood why Xie Xian drew the prosperous town scene of the northern desert on the calming lantern that day. He wanted to make up for it, because he failed to save her. Second master. Young madam. The appearance of the servant outside the door broke the atmosphere of the conversation. The fifth prince is here. Xie nodded. It's okay. Just close the door and send him away. Su Wenqing? Seeing this, Xie explained to Su Wenqing awkwardly, my brother ordered it. It has nothing to do with me. Su Wenqing, what are your brother and the fifth prince planning? Xie looked up at the eaves. Just political disagreements. And they fell out. Su Wenqing, listen to this. Do you believe it yourself? Xie muttered. I don't believe it. But I see that the civil and military officials in the court are willing to believe it. Su Wenqing, I guess for them. The most incredible thing is that your brother can be friends with the fifth prince since childhood. After all, in the eyes of everyone, one is a proud son of heaven who has won 3 top honors in the imperial examinations, and the other is a dandy who is ignorant and lingers in the brothels. Xie felt that what his sister-in-law said made a lot of sense. He was silent for a while, and saw Su Wenqing's eyes. In fact, it is the military power of Anjing City's defense. Xie explained. The third prince is eyeing us covetously, and my brother wants to leave himself a way out. Su Wenqing was puzzled. It's no secret that your brother is on good terms with the fifth prince. Can the third prince trust them? Can the emperor trust them? Xie didn't really understand. He thought about it, and finally chose to repeat his brother's original words. My brother said it doesn't matter whether the third prince believes it or not. And it doesn't matter whether the emperor believes it or not. As long as most of the civil and military officials believe it. The emperor will not be willing to let the city defense power fall into the hands of the third prince. The emperor just needs an excuse to stop the gossip. Su Wenqing, who didn't quite understand what he heard, and Xie, who copied what he said, looked at each other and gave up. Anyway, your brother has a solution. I think so. Do we need to do anything? My brother didn't say. Okay. If there's nothing, let's go. Su Wenqing didn't understand why he, as a little shrimp, needed to figure out the fighting methods of the dragon kings in the clouds. Xie walked to the door and suddenly remembered. By the way, sister-in-law, did you call me just now for something? Su Wenqing paused and remembered. Yes. Well, do you have anything to do this afternoon? I want to go to the West Street Study to buy some books. West Street Study? Xie seemed to have a problem solved. That's great. I'll go talk to my aunt, and I'll take you there together. Su Wenqing stared at Xie's back as he disappeared outside the door for a long time. What does that mean? Great aunt? Isn't great aunt Xie's mother? So Xie's mother is going too? Damn! Su Wenqing chased him out. Come back. No matter how thick-skinned she was, she couldn't afford to buy pornographic books in front of Xie's mother. The sun was setting in the west, and the autumn sun lazily sprinkled in front of the Nanma gate of Xie's house. Su Wenqing and Xie's mother were still in the house, dawdling and dressing up. Xie propped up his head and crossed his legs, sitting in front of the carriage board. After what happened this afternoon, his admiration for his brother went up a level. Isn't it just going to a study room? His sister-in-law and his aunt changed their minds 4 or 5 times. One didn't want to go, but the other decided to go. The other didn't want to go, but the other wanted to go. He didn't realize that there was a mother-in-law problem between his sister-in-law and his aunt. Didn't everyone play Dodiju happily yesterday? Yeah. Women are so hard to understand. His brother is so amazing. And he just went out to the study. Why is it almost half an hour? And his sister-in-law and his aunt are still not ready. TSK. Xie called the servant and ordered. Go ask for me again. Are they not ready yet? Inside the house, Su Wenqing, who changed clothes 3 times to delay time, finally came up with a way to deal with it when Xie sent someone to urge for the 6th time. First of all, Xie's mother is a dignified and virtuous lady, and she probably has never heard of Mr. Quayle. Secondly, as long as she can intercept the conversation before the fast-talking study owner opens his mouth and successfully bring the topic to other paintings and calligraphy, she can nip the possibility of Xie's mother discovering her reading pornographic books in the bud. Madam, How long will it take for the second young master to ask you? Su Wenqing gritted her teeth in front of the mirror. If you ask her who she wants to kill the most, it is undoubtedly Xie Ji. She believes that there is no one in the world who is faster than Xie Ji. An hour and a half ago, Su Wenqing, who was almost scratching her bald head, finally waited for Xie Ji to come back. In order to prevent Xie Ji from running too fast, she hurriedly expressed her feelings. I just thought about it, and it seems that there is no book that I need to buy urgently, and I am a little sleepy. I won't go. I want to sleep for a while. Xie Ji nodded. Okay. Then I'll go and tell my aunt. She originally said that she would not go, and wanted you to bring her some books. Su Wenqing hadn't had time to say anything, and Xie Ji was nowhere to be seen. 5 minutes later, Xie Ji came back again. Su Wenqing thought about it for a long time, and finally couldn't help it. I just thought about it again, and it seems that I'm not that sleepy. I haven't been out for a long time, and I have nothing to do today. Why don't you take me there? Okay, Xie Ji agreed. It just so happens that my aunt just said that she suddenly wants to go again. Su Wenqing looked at the empty yard with fallen leaves, and couldn't calm down for a long time. At the gate of Xie's house, Su Wenqing, who walked slower than a snail, finally met Xie's mother, who was also late. The two smiled at each other and greeted each other with difficulty. Su Wenqing didn't know if it was because of something she had a guilty conscience. She always felt that this was the most awkward time she had ever had with Xie's mother since she married into the Xie mansion. And even the air was filled with awkwardness. Xie Ji jumped off the carriage, took out a step stool from the carriage and placed it in front of the carriage, and called out to Xie's mother and Su Wenqing, who were still lingering inside the door. Let's go. The sun will set if we're any later. Su Wenqing, Xie's mother. Su Wenqing finally understood what it meant to force someone to do something. The only thing she was thankful for was that Xie's mother didn't like to be extravagant when she went out, and didn't use a carriage with the Xie mansion sign. Otherwise she would have lost face in front of the street. In the carriage, Su Wenqing and Xie's mother sat opposite each other. In the narrow space, only the sound of the wheels rolling could be heard. Wheels, wheels. With each turn, Su Wenqing felt that the atmosphere in the carriage became a little awkward. In order to avoid embarrassment to death, Su Wenqing racked her brains to find a topic. Su Wenqing, you. Xie's mother, you. Su Wenqing, Xie's mother. Su Wenqing smiled obediently. You go first. Xie's mother smiled elegantly. Nothing. Just want to ask what book you want to buy. Su Wenqing was speechless. This awkward topic was just what she had racked her brains to think of. She wanted to ask a few questions from Xie's mother's answers after asking them, but she didn't know that she would be asked first. Su Wenqing felt that her forced smile was about to fall apart. The main reason was that she had been to the West Street study many times, but she had never paid attention to what serious books were there. Mother Xie did not wait for Su Wenqing's answer. She thought about her question over and over again, but did not find anything wrong. She began to wonder if she was too nervous. So her tone was bad and scared Su Wenqing. Mother Xie closed her eyes with difficulty. There was no way she could not be nervous. It didn't matter in front of her old man or her son. But after all, she was her daughter-in-law. So she still wanted to keep a little image. But her daughter-in-law was not a book lover. So, it should be 80%, maybe she had never heard of the name Mr. Quail? If you don't look into it, the name of Partridge sounds very serious. Even if she failed to stop the quick talking of the shopkeeper, Su Wenqing would not think much of it if he heard it. Mother Xie opened her eyes with a fluked mood, and happened to meet Su Wenqing's erratic eyes. The two of them smiled awkwardly but politely at each other. Mother Xie changed the way of asking, trying to make her tone sound gentle. I heard Xiaoji say that you want to buy books. I wonder what type of books you want to find. Su Wenqing, actually, there is nothing I want to buy. I just don't have much to do recently. So I just want to go shopping and see if there are any interesting books. Mother Xie nodded. The West Street study is not small. There are all kinds of books in it. The shopkeeper is also an interesting person. Look around. You will always find it. Su Wenqing smiled and finally brought the topic back to the original script. What about you? Mother? What type of book are you looking for? Mother Xie smoothly took up the topic. I heard that Mr. Lennon has newly compiled the history of Shiliang, and I want to borrow it this time. The topic went very smoothly with the joint efforts of the two people who had their own ulterior motives. The two talked happily, and even forgot the predicament they were facing. The carriage moved slowly, and soon arrived at West Street. Su Wenqing and Mother Xia walked into the study hand in hand. The shopkeeper was a little old man less than 5 feet tall, with a big belly and a pair of squinted eyes that were hard to find when he smiled. When he saw Su Wenqing and Xia's mother coming in, he jumped down from the stool where the books were placed. Su Wenqing and Xia's mother, who wanted to take the right to speak and guide the topic, said in unison, "I." The two looked at each other, one holding respect for the elderly, and the other holding love for the young. Both wanted to give in. The most unbearable thing for the quick-talking shopkeeper was the sudden silence in the air. He smiled and squinted his eyes, and said excitedly, "Mr. Quayle, I finally waited for you to come. I thought your new book had an accident again and could not be delivered on time." Mr. Quayle. Su Wenqing's neck paused as he turned to face Xia's mother, confused and a little bit unbelievable, as if he hadn't reacted. The quick-talking Mr. Shujai continued, "This Miss Wen loves your book the most. After learning that your new book fell into the water and needed to be rewritten, she was very sad for half a month." Chapter 90. Silence spread between Su Wenqing and Xia's mother. Both of them struggled to think about this complicated and mysterious situation. The silent pause gave the shopkeeper another chance to continue speaking. "I didn't expect that you two knew each other. I just saw you two walking in hand and talking happily. Could it be?" Su Wenqing and Xia's mother held their breath. The shopkeeper was immersed in his own thoughts and suddenly realized. Could it be that they met because of books? Su Wenqing, Xia's mother. "Miss Wen has read almost all the romantic stories in my store. But after reading them all, your book is still her favorite." The study owner's wrinkled face spread out a big smile. Just like a matchmaker who was trying hard to match people up and didn't forget to force interaction. "Right, Miss Wen." Su Wenqing was like throwing a shoe at the study owner's face. Right. How should she answer this question? Yes, doesn't it mean admitting that she has read all the pornographic books here? No, doesn't it mean that she doesn't approve of her mother-in-law's literary talent? Is there anything more dilemma than this? She said that your book is brilliant and explicit. And it is a rare and high-quality book that combines love and romance. And is erotic but not vulgar. The study owner was immersed in it and didn't notice anything wrong. She saw at a glance that the person who wrote this book must be a woman, and concluded that you must have a husband who loves you very much in bed. Mother Xia forced a smile, but her ears were already burning red. Su Wenqing felt that even the Great Wall could not cover her burning face. What kind of lewd words were these? She really wanted to go back to the past and kick herself to death for talking nonsense. Such presumptuous speculation and talking about her parents' bed affairs with others. God. She really wanted to find a crack in the ground and bury herself alive. The shopkeeper, at that time. I was thinking, it's a pity that you and Miss Wen didn't know each other. Otherwise you two would have become bosom friends. I was still sighing about how regretful the world is. But I didn't expect that you two had already known each other. It's really destined to meet each other. Miss Wen. Don't you think so? Su Wenqing gritted her teeth and smiled. She wanted to be strong. The shopkeeper was puzzled. Miss Wen. Su Wenqing decided to lose face. She hid her tears deep in her heart and put on a brilliant smile that forced good women into prostitution. Yes. It's true. What a coincidence, ah. The shopkeeper became more and more excited after getting the echo. Miss Wen must have not read Mr. Quayle's new book yet. It's a coincidence that we can review it together. Miss Wen has always had unique insights. I believe she can provide Mr. Quayle with a lot of interesting suggestions. The shopkeeper smiled and looked at Xia's mother. Xia's mother's elegant smile was shaky. Book. There may be no book. Her new book adopts a new writing method. It describes a series of bloody love stories with Su Wenqing, Xie Shiren and the Third Prince as prototypes. Don't ask her what the specific plots are. If you ask, she will never face her daughter-in-law again. She would let her book stay quietly at the bottom of the deepest box, and never let it see the sun again. The shopkeeper smiled. Mr. Quayle? Book. Mother Xia forced a smile, with a trace of sincere regret and apology. This time I came to tell you about this. I found that the plot and characters of that book were not good enough at the end. So I planned to put it aside temporarily and write a new one. The shopkeeper showed regret. I have read your setting. The woman who has loved for many years was chosen as a concubine by the prince. They created opportunities to meet again and again across the palace gates and deep walls. The feelings were forbearing and passionate. The plot was promoted by the affectionate and heavy love affairs between the bed again and again. With Mr. Quayle's writing style, it must be another amazing work. It would be a pity not to write it. Su Wenqing didn't hear anything familiar in these few short sentences. Her heart was in an extremely complicated mood. On the one hand, she was still a little embarrassed. And on the other hand, she was itching. This bloody and exciting story was very attractive. Alas, why didn't he write it? I wonder if I can find the original manuscript when I go back. Mother Xie covered her lips and coughed while secretly observing Su Wenqing's expression. Oh my God! Did she hear it or not? Did she mind or not? Su Wenqing and Mother Xie's wandering eyes finally met in the air. The two paused and looked away silently. Su Wenqing gritted her teeth and thought that she must let Xie Xian, the dog man, sleep in the study for a month when she went back. No wonder every time he saw her holding Mr. Quayle's book, his eyes stayed longer than when she held other books. This dogman knew Mr. Quayle's true identity a long time ago. But he didn't tell her. If he knew it earlier, how could such an embarrassing thing happen? Mother Xie thought angrily in her heart that when Xie Xian came back, she would make him beat up Xie Xian. The brat. He must know what book Su Wenqing reads on weekdays. If that's the case, why didn't he remind her in advance? If she had known earlier, would something like this happen today? Xie Xian is the one who is wrong. It allowed Su Wenqing and Mother Xie to find a balance to temporarily release the embarrassment. Once the embarrassment was released, things didn't seem so difficult to face. The owner of the study didn't figure out something wrong until this moment. He looked back and forth between the two people in front of him several times. And then he suddenly realized that after all, he was facing his favorite author and readers who liked his books. So it was understandable that he couldn't let go. Known as warm-hearted, the shopkeeper of the first person immediately made a decision after thinking about this. Originally, they were a perfect match. So how could they delay the possibility of becoming close friends because of embarrassment? Since the two of them were connected by the romantic novels, why not use this as an excuse to find some topics for them? The owner of the study hit the palm of his left hand with his right fist. I just put a new novel here, and you two are both masters of it. It's still early today, so why not appreciate and evaluate it together? Su Wenqing thought about it, and felt that this was a way to ease the embarrassment. If they could talk about it, they might be able to get the first copy of the manuscript to watch first in the future. Su Wenqing looked at Xie's mother for advice. Xie's mother agreed. Embarrassment is something that follows you everywhere, and it can't be solved by beating up Xie Xian a few times. The two who reached an agreement finally showed their first heartfelt smile. The shopkeeper is so kind. It would be disrespectful to refuse it. The shopkeeper of the study went to the inner room to get the book and said, the author of this book is average in literary talent, but very courageous. You two should just take it as a novelty. Anyway, the eldest son Xie in this book is slightly different from the general rumors. Su Wenqing and Xie's mother paused when they took the book, and Su Wenqing's smile gradually stiffened. Who is the protagonist of this book? The shopkeeper of the study whispered quietly, Mr. Xie and Mrs. Xie. The book is forbidden. You two should just take it as a curiosity. An hour later, Su Wenqing and Xie's mother each walked out of the study holding a stack of books. And both of them looked like they were struck by lightning. Xie's mother asked cautiously, did Shuren really have such bloody violence in bed? No. Really not. Su Wenqing wanted to cry, but had no tears. It's all made up. Xie's mother, then those whips. Shackles. Candles. Chains. No. Su Wenqing stopped Xie's mother from continuing to recall for her. She said with despair. It's all made up. Not a single word is true. Xie's mother murmured and sighed. As for imagination alone, I really can't let go. Su Wenqing. When Xie saw Su Wenqing and his mother coming out of the study, he immediately came out of the carriage to greet them. He took the book wrapped in black cloth from Su Wenqing and his mother and took a look. Two sides of the same coin, the stories that must be told about Mr. Xie and his wife? What is this? It's about my elder brother. Su Wenqing covered the cloth back with a blank face. Don't read it. It's irritating. Put it in the carriage. Xie was not very interested in these books, so he put the things in the carriage obediently. Su Wenqing, send someone to this study with money in 2 days, and buy all the books that I asked the shopkeeper to collect at the book market. Okay. Xie asked casually as he put the carriage stool away. What is written? Why do you want to take it all back? Xie's mother lifted the curtain and imitated Su Wenqing's words. Don't ask. It will make your ears ache. You are a child. Be careful not to get married in the future. Go quickly. Dear. Xie always felt that he was despised. He pulled the carriage rope reluctantly and was about to leave for home when he saw a young man who looked like a scholar in the tea house opposite being overturned by a strong man from the second floor of the tea house. The scholar was covered in blood. He climbed up from the ground alone with difficulty. Although he was weak, he did not lose his pride. He wiped the blood from his nose and said righteously, "People will fight when they are unreasonable, and they will be corrupted when they are angry. Do you think this can stop the gossip of the world? I tell you, facts are always facts. And truth is always truth. You can deceive for a while, but you can't deceive for a lifetime." The strong man was furious when he heard this, and he picked up a stool and was about to hit the scholar. Seeing this, Sieji hurriedly threw the whip in his hand over, breaking the stool that was about to fall on the scholar. The Xie family guards landed next to the carriage from the dark. "Do you want to save him?" "Save." The scholar held his head and saw the broken stool wreckage on the ground, and was surprisingly angry. "Since you think I am slandering you, then tell me, why didn't Mr. Xie, who you think is a master of the world, save the people of Guilin City? Wasn't he just worried that he couldn't achieve a complete victory? He became famous in one battle. If the Southern Dynasty army suffered too many casualties, how could he show that he was both civil and military? And a young genius?" The guard's steps were stuck on the spot. He looked up at Sieji in confusion. "Are you still going to save me?" Sieji gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Save me. Come back." Su Wenqing saw that the carriage was not moving, and after a while, he heard a commotion again. He lifted the curtain and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Sister-in-law," Sieji cried with anger on his face. "I want to chop off my hand that just threw the whip." Chapter 91. Su Wenqing had a confused expression on her face, until she saw the streets filled with people, and the farce in the center of the crowd. The strong man spat and said angrily, "You know nothing. Guilin City was occupied by the barbarians before Lord Xie arrived at the front line. With the military strength of the Southern Dynasty at that time, it was impossible to defeat the Northern barbarians head-on. Not to mention that it was an attack on the city. Wouldn't it be suicide to rescue them? The lives of the people are lives, but the lives of the soldiers are not lives." The scholar said sarcastically, "The Northern barbarian army has obviously withdrawn from Guilin City to support the West. It is separated by a river, but Lord Xie is unwilling to rescue it. Why? Isn't it because Guilin City is opposite the Gita River? If you go to rescue it, the barbarians will not cross the river, and your Lord Xie, who is well planned, will not be able to use the weather and terrain to block the flow and break the ice, and repel the main force of the barbarian army without spending a single soldier. He seems to care about the world, but in fact, he is just a fraud who is willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of lives to achieve his own fame." The scholar's words were like a stone, causing ripples in the crowd. The veins on Sieji's fists bulged, which always made Su Wenqing feel that he might not be able to control himself and rush up to twist off the man's head in the next second. No way. Lord Xie is such a person. I think it might be true. Otherwise the barbarians withdrew from Guilin City. Why didn't Lord Xie send troops to rescue? What nonsense are you talking about? This matter was made very clear back then. The withdrawal of the barbarians was just a trap, just to lure the Southern Dynasty army out of the city. When you heard about this matter back then, your reaction was not like this. Didn't everyone support Lord Xie's decision back then? That's right. If not, how could the northern border have been peaceful for 3 years? It's just to deceive ignorant people like you. What's the point of thinking about the overall situation? It's just for their own career prospects. Officials are all the same. When will they take the lives of ordinary people like us seriously? I said at the time that the people in Guilin City died in strange ways. The barbarians usually burned, killed, and looted. When did they massacre the city? Maybe they did it themselves to prevent the news from reaching the ears of the court. The strong man heard the increasingly chaotic discussions among the crowd. Apart from shut up and nonsense, he didn't know where to start. He glared at the righteous scholar opposite him with his big eyes like a gong, and picked up the broken stool leg on the ground and smashed it on his head. The crowd's exclamations and boos all turned into screams of fear when they saw the wooden stool legs ignite with blue ghost fire out of thin air. The strong man was obviously also startled and hurriedly threw the wooden stool legs away. Unexpectedly, the wooden stool legs did not fall to the ground, but were suspended in the air while burning. In order not to attract attention, the Xie family guards hidden in various places gathered quietly around the carriage and were on guard nervously. Sieji slowly drew out the sword at his waist and stared at the eaves of the tea house with gnashing teeth. Tuoba Lilu sat on the corner of the eaves, while mischievously manipulating the wooden stool legs burning with ghost fire to float in the crowd. While swinging his legs leisurely and boredly, he looked at the crowd gathered below with curiosity. I just passed by and heard you seem to be talking about the battle in northern Xinjiang 3 years ago? Watching the excitement is watching the excitement. No one is willing to risk their lives. When the people saw Tuoba Lilu sitting high on the eaves of the tea house, they began to disperse from the outer circle with the mentality of hiding from him even if they couldn't afford to offend him. Tuoba Lilu hooked his finger, and the wooden bench burning with ghost fire stopped the first person in the crowd who asked questions just now. Don't leave. You can ask me if you have any questions. I also participated in the Battle of Northern Xinjiang that year. Is there anyone who knows the course of events better than the parties involved? The strongman said angrily. How can you believe the words of the barbarians? Who can prove that what you said is not to slander Lord Xie? Tuoba Lilu narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a bit of murderous intent, and then laughed again, pretending to be reasonable. Lord Xie and I are old acquaintances, but we have to become opponents because of different positions. Now that the northern barbarians and the southern dynasty have made peace, why should I target Lord Xie without any positional issues? Xie Ji knew that Tuoba Lilu had bad intentions, but Su Wenqing and Xie's mother were still in the car, so he had to ensure their safety first. He was silent for a while, and whispered to the secret guard, send someone to notify Jing Zhaoyin, and let him bring the officers to drive them away, so that this guy won't be here to spread rumors and confuse the people. Tuoba Lilu manipulated the ghost fire to split into two, and stopped another person who wanted to slip away in the crowd. Just like he just said. What is Lord Xie slaughtered the city of Guilan himself? This is completely slanderous and false. Tuoba Lilu deliberately manipulated the ghost fire to circle around the man's neck, and when he was scared enough, he slowly said, the city was slaughtered by the wolf army. Don't blame everything on your Lord Xie. Su Wenqing and Xie Ji frowned, always feeling that Tuoba Lilu was not so kind. As expected, Tuoba Lilu was in a good mood and looked around at the faces of the people with different expressions. He pretended to be puzzled and said distressfully, but as far as I know, there should be survivors in the city when the wolf army evacuated. But your dynasty said that no one in the city survived. It was only a few sticks of incense before and after. Why did the child who was hiding in the cellar when I left die after your Lord Xie came? I still haven't figured out this question. You mean Lord Xie killed the last survivor in Guilan City? The scholar analyzed. Tuoba Lilu shook his finger. TSK. You are so rude. Why do you frame people when you open your mouth? Did I say this? Tuoba Lilu looked at the people below innocently. Obviously not. Actually, I seem to have heard of this incident. But it is said that the survivors are barbarian spies who were killed by the guards because they wanted to assassinate Lord Xie. Tuoba Lilu noticed the man who was whispering with his companions in the crowd. He let the first two go and led the ghost fire to float in front of this person. You Southern Dynasty people are spreading rumors. As if you don't care about money. I can tell you responsibly that the survivors are native Southern Dynasty people and have nothing to do with our wolf tribe. As for why they want to assassinate your Lord Xie, Tuoba Lilu stared at the whisperer. Why do you say it is? The whisperer was frightened by Tuoba Lilu, who suddenly landed in front of him and fell to the ground. He saw the will-o'-the-wisp about to burn his face, and backed away crying, Help! Help me! The will-o'-the-wisp suddenly jumped as if it had a spirit, and then went into the whisperer's mouth. Ah! The whisperer covered his mouth in panic and screamed like crazy. The pale yellow liquid flowed from his pants/crotch all over the floor, and the crowd of onlookers fled like frightened birds. Tuoba Lilu laughed and patted the man's frightened face. It's just a magic trick. Nothing happened. Why are you panicking? Ah! The whisperer shook his head frantically and retreated screaming and crying. Get out of the way! The voice of the policeman broke the crying at the scene. Jingzhou Prefecture is investigating a case. Someone is fighting in the street. Tuoba Lilu smiled, turned around and looked at the Jingzhou Prefecture Yin, who was standing in the middle of the police in a purple official robe. He spread his hands innocently. God and heaven are conscience. Lord Zhao, this time I really did nothing. Jingzhou Prefecture Yin Zhao Zhuan is a middle-aged man with a very thin appearance. When he works seriously, he looks like an honest official with clean sleeves. When he smiles, he looks a bit like a fox that has just hidden its tail, while directing people to help the crying man on the ground. He saluted Tuoba Lilu and smiled. Just received a report from the people, saying that there was a fight in the street here. But I didn't expect that the fourth prince was also here. Tuobalilu pretended to think seriously. I really didn't see the fight. I just heard everyone discussing Lord Xie. I was a little curious, so I stopped to discuss it. The prefect of Jingzhou did not respond to Tuobalilu's words. He first asked people to take the strongman and the scholar away before turning around and saying seriously, "Your Excellency, if you have nothing to do, please stay in the post house. The customs of the two countries are different. If someone who doesn't understand the etiquette of the wolf tribe accidentally does something that offends the prince, then it will really be our poor hospitality." Tuobalilu laughed. He looked at Zhao Xun a few times. As expected of someone promoted by Lord Xie, the way he speaks and does things is somewhat in line with him. Jingzhou prefect looked at the man who had just been helped up from the ground and smiled at Tuobalilu. Phosphorus is a sacred symbol in the wolf tribe, but it is a demon in our southern dynasty. Although the prince did not mean it, he hurt the people after all. I will let the officers take him back for a thorough inspection. If there is anything wrong, the prince will be responsible. Tuobalilu walked towards Jingzhou prefect step by step, his eyes dangerous and murderous. But Lord Zhao, do you have the skills of Lord Xie? You should know that killing you is not as difficult as killing Lord Xie. Aren't you afraid that someone will find your body hanging on the wall of Anjing City tomorrow morning? Jingzhou prefect Zhao Zhuan smiled respectfully. Your words really scared me. I don't know what I did to make you dissatisfied. You can tell me, and I will find a way to solve it. Tuobalilu thought for a moment. If I say I am dissatisfied, I am very dissatisfied with you. I want to kill you as soon as you appear in front of me. Do you think you can solve this problem? Of course. Jingzhou Prefecture in Zhaozhuan said with a smile. As long as the prince stays in the post house and does not come out unless summoned by the emperor, I will naturally roll as far away as possible and will not appear in front of you. Tuobalilu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you now? Jingzhou Prefecture in Zhaozhuan, not afraid at the moment. Lord Xie told me that as long as you have not waited until he kneels down and begs you, you will not be willing to kill me. After all, killing me means you will leave Anjing City. Tuobalilu laughed when he heard the words of Jingzhou Prefecture in. Kneel down and beg him with tears. And the murderous look in his eyes, and the pressure around him gradually dissipated. Jingzhou Prefecture in Zhaozhuan said with a smile, since there is nothing wrong, why don't you send someone to send the prince back to the post house? How can there be nothing wrong? Tuobalilu left Jingzhou Prefecture in and flashed in front of Xie's carriage in the street. I came out this time specifically to find someone. Xieji stopped Tuobalilu with a knife. Serious and alert, Jingzhou Prefecture in Zhaozhuan gave the officer a look to call the imperial guards. Tuobalilu laughed when he saw that everyone was waiting seriously. And suddenly he felt like he was done. So he rushed forward, shook off Xieji, and went straight to the carriage. Xieji did not miss any movement of Tuobalilu. Almost as soon as Tuobalilu moved, Xieji immediately rushed forward. He exchanged dozens of moves with Tuobalilu around the carriage with a knife. He could anticipate the enemy in advance and block Tuobalilu in the carriage. Tuobalilu blocked Xieji's long knife with a dagger in his backhand. A trace of ridicule flashed across his scarred mouth. And he deliberately provoked, "You are an expert in using guns, but you use a knife in front of me? Ha! You probably forgot the lesson that your brother almost died on the battlefield to save you." Xieji pursed his lips and said nothing. The blazing youthful temperament on his body seemed to be silent in an instant. Like the ancient bell of Mount Tai. Heavy and heavy. He slashed with his knife, as if he wanted to prove something and vent something. With regret and guilt, the knife was majestic and powerful. Tuobalilu did not anticipate Xieji's sudden knife attack, and was forced to turn over and fall back to the street. He glanced at his bloody palm, and suddenly regretted his decision to spare Xieji's life on the battlefield to attract Xiexian to rescue him. If it weren't for Xieji, Tuobalilu's mouth curled slightly. Xiexian wouldn't be so comfortable now. Xieji silently turned his overexerted wrist, and jumped onto the roof of the carriage shed. Su Wenqing was originally sitting in the carriage in fear, listening carefully to the movement outside the carriage. The sudden and violent shaking of the carriage made her scalp explode. She could no longer pretend to be calm, and subconsciously hugged Xie's mother's arm. Mother Xie comforted him, and gestured with her mouth. "It's okay. It should be Xieji." Su Wenqing pricked up his ears, and listened for a while, only to hear Xieji's voice without a trace of smile on the carport. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. If it happens again, I will not let my brother take risks for me again. Su Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief. She withdrew her hand without leaving a trace, and wiped the sweat in her palm on her clothes awkwardly. She felt that it was necessary to talk to Xie about this matter when she returned. Her shaky spirit would sooner or later be destroyed by the combined heavy blow of Tuobalilu's madness and his brother's clumsy hands. Tuobalilu had no intention of fighting with Xie to the death at this time. He put the dagger into his boots. Your brother is really cautious. He specially called you from the northern border. He didn't think about it. If I really wanted to do something to the young lady, I would have done it at the palace banquet that night. Why do we need to wait until today? Xie had fought with Tuobalilu on the battlefield. He knew that the most terrifying thing about this man was not his martial arts and witchcraft, but his bloodlust that made him not dodge or evade even when he was in a desperate situation. And he insisted on dragging you to death together. In terms of martial arts, he might be better than Tuobalilu, but if they really fought, he might not win. I'm not my brother. I don't understand what you said. If you have nothing to do, get out of the way, and don't delay us from going back to the mansion for dinner. Tuobalilu looked at Xie's slightly weak hand and laughed. Don't be so cold. After all, we are old acquaintances. I went to Xie's mansion to find you just now, and I sent a visiting card according to your Southern Dynasty etiquette. But who knew that you were not there? Xie frowned slightly. Tuobalilu's scarred mouth flashed a malicious smile. In order to respond to the recent situation in Anjing City, I specially sent you a big gift. Unfortunately, you are not here, so I feel that this gift is a bit lonely. So I want to tell you to go back early, and don't forget to invite Master Xie to enjoy it together. Chapter 92. After Tuobalilu left, Su Wenqing poked his head out of the carriage, with a puzzled look on his face. What's the situation in Anjing City? Has anything happened in Anjing City recently? Xie looked at the Jingzhou prefectural governor silently. Jingzhou prefectural governor Zhao Xun explained, there have been many rumors in Anjing City in the past 2 days, saying that Lord Xie gave up Guilan City, north of Gida River, to the northern barbarians in order to become famous, and win beautifully in one battle. Xie couldn't believe it. If he wasn't in front of his sister-in-law and aunt, he would have cursed. My brother was already a top 3 at the age of 17. He was brilliant and talented. Who in the Southern Dynasty didn't know him? How could he be famous? At that time, the north of Gida River was occupied by the barbarians. Tuobalilu only withdrew the barbarian army in Guilan City. This was clearly a trap. Jingzhou Prefecture, there are only a few people who can remain rational and objective in dealing with a matter. Moreover, this matter is likely to be deliberately fanned by someone behind the scenes. People in the world love to follow the crowd. In addition, Tuobalilu just threatened and teased people who spoke fair words on the street. The court officials felt insecure when they saw Tuobalilu, let alone ordinary people. After this incident, even if someone has the intention, I am afraid they will no longer dare to speak for Lord Xie in public. Xie clenched his fists. I will do my best to control the rumors, but judging from the current situation, I am afraid that the effect will be minimal. Jingzhou Prefecture said respectfully, I hope the second son will convey the current situation to Lord Xie, and I hope Lord Xie can come up with a solution as soon as possible. Xie nodded, clasped his fists and said, Then I will thank Lord Zhao on behalf of my brother. It's all part of my job. Jingzhou Prefecture said with a smile, I have sent someone to mobilize the Imperial Guards. Why don't you wait for a while, and wait for the Imperial Guards to escort you back? Xie didn't know what Tuobalilu was doing. After thinking about it, he agreed to be on the safe side. On the way back to the mansion, including Xie who was driving the carriage, the 3 people in the carriage were a little depressed. In a place where everyone was blaming, even yes, could become no. Not to mention that they had no way to defend themselves in this matter. The deceased was dead. No matter how they explained, a sophistry or excuse could be easily rejected. Su Wenqing leaned against the window and sighed deeply. This is the first time I have a feeling of storms are coming, and the mountain is full of buildings. Xie lifted the car curtain and smiled with tiger teeth. Sister-in-law, this is also the first time I heard a poem from you. But I think the original sentence should be storms are coming, and the wind is full of buildings. Think about it. If the mountain is full of buildings, the building will collapse. How strange. Su Wenqing rolled his eyes. Thank you. Thanks to you, I am now free of worries and wind and rain. Mother Xie laughed at the side. Xie stuck out his tongue and asked casually while driving, What do you think is the gift sent by Tuobalilu? Su Wenqing thought of the eyeballs scattered all over the floor in the palace. and she resisted the nausea and rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. It's nothing good anyway. However, what Su Wenqing didn't expect was that what Tuobalilu sent this time was much more normal than she expected. It was a huge Xiaoyan landscape stone, with a line of regular script engraved on the top. I wish you a name in history, and a name forever. Although there were many palm prints printed in red paint on the base of the stone, which were uneven and looked a bit like bloodstains. Compared with the jar of dead people's eyeballs, and the psychological assumptions she made for herself along the way, it was not so difficult to accept. Caw. Su Wenqing turned around to look for the source of the sound, only to see Xie face was livid, his left hand tightly holding the knife. Even the scabbard was sunken by him. Su Wenqing was puzzled, and was about to ask, when she heard the voices of the servant and Xie behind her. She turned around and saw Xie handing the reins to the servant at the gate of Xie's house. Xie saw her first, and then saw the Xiaoyan landscape stone in front of her. She saw with her own eyes that Xie's expression froze when he saw the stone. It was an expression she had never seen on Xie's face before, with a bit of surprise and loneliness, as if he had been slapped hard. Su Wenqing curled her fingers slightly, and before she could speak, she saw that Xie had returned to his usual appearance. His eyes were gentle and reliable. He came over to greet Xie's mother and Xie, then pulled her over to check her up and down, and even felt her pulse like a professional. I heard that Tuobalilu was here. Xie roughly explained the situation. Xie nodded, pondered for a moment, and seemed to have made a decision. He looked up at Xie's mother. No one knows a son better than his mother. The moment Xie's mother met Xie's eyes, she understood what he was thinking. You want someone to send me away first? Xie, they haven't set up this game for my mother yet. It's the best strategy to leave now, while we are not too deep into the game. Mother Xie, what about Wenqing? What should we do with her? You should know that you can only send one of us away. If you send me away now, no matter what happens in the future, you will hardly have the chance to send her away again. Xie held Su Wenqing's hand tightly. It was the first time that Su Wenqing saw Mother Xie and Xie talking without any jokes. She didn't know if she could interrupt. She actually wanted to express her opinion. Anyway, she was being targeted by Tuobalilu and couldn't leave. It would be better to let Mother Xie go first. Anyway, one person can leave, so why bother to stay here? Mother Xie seemed to see what Su Wenqing was thinking. She smiled gently, showing a bit of her usual look. No longer so serious. She explained, the current situation is ever-changing. The attention you receive may disappear after a while. But if I leave, all the big and small things in the Xie mansion will fall on you. So you will lose the possibility of leaving Anjing City. Su Wenqing paused for a moment after hearing this, then smiled and said, you also said that the current situation is ever-changing. If you can leave today, who can guarantee that you can leave tomorrow? If you can't leave until the end, wouldn't it be a big loss? Besides, things will work out when the time comes. Su Wenqing patted Xie, pinched Xie hard where Xie's mother couldn't see, but pretended to be a loving couple and said, I believe him. Xie's mother didn't answer. She looked at Su Wenqing and Xie, smiled, and asked Xie to take her back to her room. Su Wenqing's pinch on Xie could be hidden from Xie's mother, but not from Xie. He and Su Wenqing obediently watched Xie leave with Xie's mother. After they walked away, he quietly asked Su Wenqing, sister-in-law, are you not happy that my brother sent my aunt out? Su Wenqing, no. Why do you ask? Xie, because I saw you pinch my brother secretly. Su Wenqing sighed, because after listening to your aunt's words, I realized that your brother never thought of sending me away. Xie was puzzled. Su Wenqing smiled. Why didn't he think of sending her away? Maybe because her physical condition is worse than she knows. Maybe he wants to experience the experience of living together in the same bed and dying together. TSK. Don't mention it. It sounds a bit romantic. Xie saw Tsuedia bringing the medicine from a distance, and complained expressionlessly, sister-in-law, it's time for you to take the medicine. Su Wenqing threw the walnut shell in his hand at Xie, and scolded him with a smile. In addition to the time you stepped on the roof of the car this afternoon, I must ask your brother tonight. Beat me? Xie asked eagerly. No. Su Wenqing smiled. I will ask your brother to punish you to copy books. What do you hate the most? The daily records of emperors of various dynasties. Right? Then copy this. Xie felt sick when he heard it. He would rather squat in horse stance for a day and take on all the rough work in Xia Mansion than copy that thing. He recalled his brother's usual practices, took the medicine from Suedia, and brought it to Su Wenqing with a flattering face. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. Come, drink the medicine first. Xieji paused for a moment. What was the next sentence? He tried to recall it, and after a few seconds, he continued, It's okay to punish me, but it's not good for your health if you get angry. Su Wenqing was amused to see that Xie Xian's tone and demeanor were imitated by Xieji. She smiled and took the medicine bowl from the tray held by Xieji. Just as she was about to lower her head to drink, she suddenly saw a pair of dark green wolf eyes appear in the black medicine. Her hands trembled slightly, and she immediately stabilized, and then drank the medicine in the bowl as usual. Xieji did not ignore Su Wenqing's instinctive nervous reaction at that moment. He was a little worried. But when he saw that Su Wenqing did not have much emotional fluctuations after drinking the medicine, he began to doubt his judgment. Sister-in-law, did you see the wolf eyes again? Su Wenqing said him without any expression. Xieji asked curiously, Aren't you afraid? Su Wenqing rolled his eyes at this question. Am I not a human? Xieji didn't understand. Huh? Fear is instinctive. Everyone is afraid. Su Wenqing sighed and looked at the four sides of the Xia Mansion. But if I am terrified and nervous every day, startled and shocked, and always break bowls and mirrors according to my instinctive reaction, how will you and your brother deal with it? Since fear and panic are useless, it's better to be calm. Su Wenqing smiled optimistically. It's just an illusion anyway, and a real wolf won't suddenly jump out. In Mother Xia's room, Mother Xia asked the maids to go down before asking Xie Xian, Are you hiding something from me about Wenqing? Xie Xian smiled and said, Why would Mother ask that? Mother Xia, although I don't know what's going on outside, I still know a little about you. If you had planned in this direction early on, you might have achieved both goals. However, you rashly proposed to send me away today, which means you had already made up your mind not to send Wenqing away from Beijing. I understand the position of Wenqing in your heart. If possible, you would not let her take risks with you. The smile on Xie Xian's face faded. He lowered his eyes and looked at the tea mist in the cup. He was silent for a moment, and his voice was a little low. Wenqing, her condition is not particularly good. I summoned all the imperial doctors in the palace and the masters of various medical clinics in Anjing City, but they couldn't find out the problem. The amount of borneal and rosemary used was about to exceed the limit that her body could bear. Sending her away from Anjing City, there are too many variables that cannot be predicted. Mother Xia sighed silently. It was hard for her to imagine what would happen to her son if Su Wenqing was really in trouble. Xie Xian smiled and said, Please be at ease. Mother, I will definitely handle Wenqing's affairs. Even if I get into trouble, I will not let her get into trouble. Mother Xia felt a little complicated when she heard this. She hesitated to speak, and finally said nothing. She was relieved. She felt that she was so angry that her heart ached. For the first time, she felt that what the old man said was absolutely right. This bastard was born to collect debts. He has always been eloquent. How could he not know that such words would not comfort people at all? Didn't he want to use this method to express to her, as a mother, his decision that he would not let Wenqing get into trouble even if he himself got into trouble? Xie Xian, the Xia family has a strong presence in the northern border. I will send someone to take Mother north. Mother, don't worry about the affairs of Anjing. Mother Xia, but have you ever thought that your father holds the military power in the northern border? If your family leaves the capital without permission, once they are discovered, it would be considered as treason. Xie Xian used the lid of the teacup to push away the tea leaves floating on the water. It doesn't matter, compared to me letting my father secretly go north with a military token. Even if it is discovered, it's nothing. Chapter 93. In the main courtyard of Xia's house, Su Wenqing walked around the Xiuyan landscape stone engraved with May Mr. Xia be famous in history and be remembered forever, and finally gave up thinking and called Xieji over. I still can't figure out what the mystery is about this stone? Xieji glanced at the big stone placed in the courtyard reluctantly, hiding the gnashing expression on his face. Nothing. It's just that the taste of this gift is too bad. I don't like it. Su Wenqing glanced at the scabbard that was sunken by Xieji, not quite believing it. Forget it. It's normal for your mood to fluctuate. Why is your brother in a bad mood when he sees this landscape stone? Xieji was about to complain about the first half of Su Wenqing's words, but was stunned after hearing the second half. My brother is in a bad mood? How come I didn't see it? Didn't he walk over with a smile? Faced with Xie 3 consecutive shocks, Su Wenqing remained silent. She thought for a moment and asked, "Does your brother ever not smile at us?" Xie. It was just a moment. I think his emotions fluctuated greatly. Su Wenqing looked at the bloody handprint at the root of the landscape stone, which seemed to be stretched out from despair and wanted to ask for help, and said, "I thought it was the red lacquer bloody handprint under the landscape stone, implying one general success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of people. But after thinking about it, I felt that your brother didn't care about such a deliberate provocation." Xie was silent for a while, and then he spoke in a low mood. When the barbarian army retreated, Tuobalilu withdrew from Guilan City. Before he left, he placed the heads of the people on the main road leading into the city. These words were engraved on the stone. Those people were forced by Tuobalilu to the front of the barbarian army and cried and begged my brother to open the city gate to save them. Their heads were placed in the middle of the road, with their eyes open, with fear and hatred, looking at us as if they would never close their eyes, questioning why we didn't save them. I don't know how my brother endured it. He was only 18 at that time. During the month when the two armies confronted each other under the city of Baidu, Tuobalilu used various methods. He first brought thousands of civilians to the city every day, cut off their heads, and let the wolf soldiers throw them into the city like playing a game. After playing for a few days and getting tired of it, he began to bring groups of civilians to the city to beg. They didn't ask others for help, but knelt down under the city and begged my brother by name. At that time, my brother was under great criticism in the city, especially after he ordered the punishment of the lieutenant general who wanted to open the city gate privately. Many people said that he was greedy for life and afraid of death, and many soldiers insulted him to his face. Later, the people of Guilan City were like crazy. They didn't need Tuobalilu to force them. They stood in front of the barbarian army and cursed my brother. They cursed and cursed, regardless of the rain of arrows, and rushed over like crazy, and then slammed their eyes and died on the city gate. Xie sighed. Although my brother didn't say anything at the time, I think this incident must have had a great impact on him, especially after the victory of Beijiang. He led his troops into Guilan City. The soldiers searched out several children hiding in the cellar in the city. He must have been very happy to be the North. I saw his hand shaking when he got off the horse. Su Wenqing's heart trembled. Xie continued. Then those children under the age of 10 took out the daggers hidden in their arms and stabbed my brother in the heart regardless of anything. Their actions were obviously not forced, but they really hated my brother. My brother has changed a bit since Beijiang, although he still treats people the same. I always feel that he is a little different from before, just like when he first entered the court as an official. Although he was smiling and welcoming people on the surface, he would sometimes get annoyed in private and secretly complain to me that these old foxes have as many tricks as thieves. But after Beijiang, he never said it again, especially after the great victory in Beijiang and the whole country celebrating. In the kitchen, Su Wenqing stirred the white fungus and lotus seed soup in the pot while thinking about what Xie said just now. Suedia looked at Su Wenqing's face and asked carefully, "Miss, why are you making white fungus and lotus seed soup yourself?" Su Wenqing poured the soup from the pot into a bowl. "Oh, I heard that tremella and lotus seed soup can improve eyesight." Cui Dai was silent, always feeling that her mistress's answer was irrelevant. Su Wenqing lowered her eyes and put the bowl on the tray without any expression. Seeing this, Cui Dai hurriedly took it for her. I'll do it. I'll do it." Outside Xiexian's study, Su Wenqing stood expressionless for a while, then took a deep breath, put on a big smile, and knocked on the door. "Come in." Xiexian's smiling voice soon sounded from the study. He saw Su Wenqing push the door and came in and smiled. "Why do you need to hesitate to come to me?" Su Wenqing joked. "Aren't you afraid of disturbing Mr. Xie, who is busy with all kinds of things?" Xiexian was happy to hear that. He smiled and looked at Su Wenqing and said, "It's okay. There is nothing more important than you." Su Wenqing suddenly realized that this guy's level was almost on par with her without her knowing it. She was silent for a moment. She really couldn't think of a better word, so she had to change the subject. She pointed to the map on the table and asked casually, "What is this?" Xiexian was in a good mood and was in a good mood. Northern Frontier Defense Map. Su Wenqing took a casual look and didn't quite understand it. She asked Suegia to put the tremella lotus seed soup on the table. Why are the defenders of Yuguan so much less than those next to it? Yuguan occupies a natural barrier, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The barbarian army needs to cross the desert to bypass Yuguan. They rarely consider this route. Xie Xian saw the tremella and lotus seed soup on the table and deliberately asked, "Is it left over from the kitchen again?" Su Wenqing saw Suege close the door and go out, then hooked his chin from behind Xie Xian, leaned on his shoulder and smiled. "I made it myself. It's not easy to come by. It's a rare opportunity. Come, try it." Xie Xian held Su Wenqing's hand with one hand and touched the bowl with the other hand. "The tremella and lotus seed soup tastes better when it's cold. I don't like it hot." Su Wenqing pinched his chin hard. "Are you asking for more? Why don't you open a dyeing factory?" Xie Xian laughed softly. "It's a rare opportunity. If I miss this opportunity, I may never have it again. So I must seize it." Su Wenqing picked up the bowl resignedly and used a spoon to slowly cool it down for him. Xie Xian let Su Wenqing sit in his arms. He saw Su Wenqing stirring the soup with a face full of, "I will only indulge you this time," and smiled reluctantly. He rested his chin on Su Wenqing's shoulder, was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, "I sent my mother away, but asked you to stay with me. Will you blame me?" Su Wenqing thought about it and asked seriously, "Can I leave?" Xie Xian did not answer directly, but suddenly asked, "Do you remember that you reminded me to pay attention to the third prince?" Su Wenqing did not take credit. "My elder sister reminded me." Xie Xian laughed and touched Su Wenqing's hair. "I was wondering why it was Tuoba Lilu. The third prince likes to control everyone and everything in his hands. He doesn't like to lose control. But Tuoba Lilu himself means that he cannot be controlled. If the third prince wants to attract the attention of civil and military officials to facilitate his actions in secret, there are many people he can choose. Not necessarily Tuoba Lilu." Su Wenqing thought for a while. "Is it because he understands your fear of Tuoba Lilu? Only if this person is Tuoba Lilu can he attract your attention?" Xie Xian nodded. "If I guess correctly, your problem is also for the same purpose." Su Wenqing was puzzled. "Why you?" "Xie Xian, because I have the power to control half of the Imperial Guards and the defense of Anjing City." Su Wenqing was silent. "Xie Xian, if we look at Qinyan's story, this plot should have been set up since the day I married you, including the eldest prince, including the wolf eyes you saw in Qinyan's eyes, step by step, leading my attention to Tuoba Lilu. In fact, if it weren't for your and your sister's reminder, I really wouldn't have noticed it so quickly." Su Wenqing, "Then what's wrong with me? Witchcraft? Voodoo? Hypnosis? It can't really be that wolf god, right?" "Sorry." Xie Xian leaned against Su Wenqing's shoulder. Su Wenqing sighed. "You actually said so much just to say this last sentence, right? You think I was implicated by you. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have attacked me, and I wouldn't have to suffer all this." Xie Xian didn't say anything. Su Wenqing lifted Xie Xian's chin. "Your apology is too insincere. Shouldn't you add a sentence at the end, if you had known that marrying me would make me suffer? You should have helped me find a stable family?" Xie Xian's eyes were a little heavy. He looked up at Su Wenqing for a long time. "Do you want to hear the truth?" Su Wenqing raised his eyebrows. Xie Xian smiled. "Even if I knew there would be the current situation, I would still marry you." Su Wenqing was not afraid at all. "What if I can't make it and die?" Xie Xian smiled unchanged. "Then you can only die in my arms." Su Wenqing said 3 times in a row. "Master Xie, listen to what you said. Don't you think it sounds like something that only Tuoba Lilu can say?" Xie Xian didn't care at all. "He always said that I was quite like him, but I was more like a person than he pretended to be." Su Wenqing was horrified. "And after being choked for a long time," he said awkwardly, "once a person starts to criticize himself, he can really make others criticize him." Xie Xian hugged Su Wenqing and laughed for a while. "If you knew that there would be such a situation today, would you still choose to marry me?" "Su Wenqing, do you want to hear the truth?" Xie Xian raised his eyebrows. Su Wenqing smiled and said, "I never thought of marrying you at the beginning. I always thought that you liked the 5th prince, and I married him with the mentality of helping you hide your love for Long Yang." Su Wenqing sighed deliberately and complained. "Who knew that I treated you as a brother? But you wanted to sleep with me." Xie Xian thought of the past, and for a moment, surprise, confusion, bewilderment, disbelief, and other emotions flashed through his eyes. Why did he think that Su Wenqing had loved him since childhood? Oh, yes, It was because he heard the Su sisters chatting by the lake on the day of the spring banquet. So he was simply an excuse for Su Wenqing to express that she didn't want to marry the third prince? Because Su Wenqing thought that the person he liked was the fifth prince? And then, he was self-indulgent all the way until now. Su Wenqing saw that Xie Xian's face was changing unpredictably, swallowed his saliva, and tried to get up without leaving a trace. Xie Xian grabbed Su Wenqing. If that's the case, why didn't you tell us on the wedding night? Su Wenqing coughed. Well, do you still want to hear the truth? Xie Xian narrowed his eyes. Su Wenqing touched Xie Xian's face and deliberately sighed. After all, you are so handsome. I am not at a disadvantage. If someone else is as handsome as you, I probably won't refuse. TSK. Of course. It would be better if the skills were better. Xie Xian gritted his teeth. Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing grabbed Xie Xian's hand that was pulling her skirt and hid behind him, saying, Hey, study. Chapter 94. The result of talking nonsense was that he was forced to unlock a new posture. As for the bowl of tremella and lotus seed soup, Xie Xian half coaxed and half tricked her into feeding him with a spoon. However, since she had never served anyone before, half of it was given to her collar and sleeves. But since the next step was to go to the bathroom, it didn't matter. The Xie family was worthy of the world in public and never wronged themselves in private. When they chose the site to build the mansion, they specifically asked the emperor for this house, with hot springs and several baths. From the study to the bath. Su Wenqing wanted to make Xie Xian happy at first. But in the end, well, it's better not to mention it. Anyway, she was tossed so hard that she didn't want to move a finger. Su Wenqing leaned in Xie Xian's arms. Two of her 3 souls were asleep, and their hair was tangled together under the curling water mist. Xie Xian thought of the question that Su Wenqing had not answered just now. He didn't know why he wanted to hear Su Wenqing's answer. He pinched Su Wenqing's face and forcibly woke up the half-asleep Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing's eyes were full of water vapor, and the corners of her eyes were a little red. She looked at Xie Xian without any momentum. Xie Xian laughed and pulled her out of the water. You haven't answered the question just now. Su Wenqing rubbed her eyes and woke up a little. What's the question? Xie Xian, I asked you to stay in this dangerous place with me. Will you blame me? Su Wenqing half-jokingly said, marrying you is dangerous enough. It's just a matter of how dangerous it is. Is there any difference? Xie Xian was very dissatisfied with this ambiguous answer. He did not let Su Wenqing fool him. Su Wenqing raised an eyebrow and looked at Xie Xian, and found that this man really cannot be spoiled. Once spoiled, it is easy to get too much, regardless of men or women, regardless of ancient and modern times. Seeing Su Wenqing's gradually clear eyes, Xie Xian immediately lowered his eyes a little, deliberately with a little loneliness. Not too much, not too little, just enough to touch the heartstrings. Su Wenqing gritted her teeth. She knew Xie Xian did it on purpose. But what could she do? After all, he was really wronged. Su Wenqing sighed. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Xie Xian, I want to hear both. How can it be a lie? Su Wenqing looked shy. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, of course we have to face it together. If something happens to my husband, how can a weak woman like me survive in this chaotic world? Xie Xian was silent. Then let's hear the truth. Su Wenqing leaned on Xie Xian's shoulder and laughed for a long time. After a long time, she slowly said, the truth is that I don't know. This situation does not give me the power to choose. If I leave Beijing rashly, the risk I need to bear may be greater than staying here. But if I can choose from the beginning, I think according to rational analysis, I may want to leave. Xie Xian looked into Su Wenqing's eyes without saying anything. Su Wenqing smiled. But whether you believe it or not, I was actually relieved when I heard you say that I couldn't leave. Don't you think it's strange? I always seek benefits and avoid harm. I don't know why I was relieved at that moment. Su Wenqing changed the subject and smiled. I put my life and property on you. Su Wenqing patted Xie Xian on the shoulder. Don't let me lose the bet. Su Wenqing's words were not full of affection from beginning to end, but they made Xie Xian's heart, which had been hanging on the wire, fall to the ground. He looked at the starlight in Su Wenqing's eyes, and carefully treasured it in his heart to bloom the softest flower. Su Wenqing quietly leaned in Xie Xian's arms, playing with her long hair scattered in the water with her 5 fingers. The curling water mist filled the surroundings, giving people an illusion of eternity. The incident in Guilin City was maliciously spread in Anjing City by someone with ulterior motives. Do you know about this? Su Wenqing broke the comfortable and quiet atmosphere. Lord Zhao of Jingzhou Prefecture said that the news has spread in the streets and alleys, and it is very likely that it will be out of control. Xie Xian stroked Su Wenqing's wrist bone and said him in a half-hearted way. I know that the third prince should have this strength and ability in Anjing City. Su Wenqing, he wants to ruin your reputation. Xie Xian, that's about right. He didn't hesitate to kill the people of a city in order to become famous. After all, this is also a point that the censor can refer to. Su Wenqing looked back at Xie Xian's eyes, and for a moment, he couldn't tell whether he really didn't care or was just pretending not to care. Xie Xian wiped the watermarks on Su Wenqing's face. The reason why Tuoba Lilu was so crazy back then was actually mostly because he wanted to take revenge on me. So in the final analysis, the people of Guilin City also died because of me. Su Wenqing, do you know what your biggest problem is? Xie Xian? Su Wenqing, no matter what it is, you like to take the responsibility on yourself. For your family, for your friends, for the world. No, I just can't figure it out. Do you great people who care about the world think that God sneezes because you didn't serve him well? Xie Xian was laughed at by Su Wenqing's metaphor. He knew that she was also saying that he had only apologized with her. He touched Su Wenqing's head. I am willing for you, and I can move forward with you. Sorry for moral abduction. You will not accept it. I will force you to be by my side. He said, a feeling of wanting to beat him, but it wasn't to return to Langcheng. Xie Xian held Su Wenqing on the wall of the jade carving. He remembered kneeling under the city of Bandu, and crying and begging him to save them. After curse, he hit the angry people who killed him on the gate of the city. The hatred in the eyes of the child. It's hard to say whether it is regret or ashamed, but I just feel that I owe them. Xie Xian smiled. Maybe I am still brooding over my incompetence when I was young. I always feel that if I had been more careful, or thought more, and taken precautions in advance, I might have been able to protect the lives of the people in that city. Su Wenqing covered Xie Xian's hand around her waist. You have done the best you can do. I believe no one can do better than you. Xie Xian smiled a little bitterly. Back then, thousands of troops were approaching, and the elite troops of the northern border were all confronting the Wolf King in the northwest. There were no soldiers and no food. I was a child who was still wet behind the ears. Even if I had my father's halo, how could I convince everyone immediately at this critical moment of life and death? And how could I make the soldiers and civilians around me obey my orders? Su Wenqing subconsciously grabbed Xie Xian's hand. Xie Xian rested his chin on the top of Su Wenqing's head, and his voice was very light but deep. But you know, in the victory reports that were transmitted to the streets and alleys of the Southern Dynasty after the war, there was no mention of General Song Yi, who defended the city to the death before I arrived and finally died in the city to leave time for reinforcements in the rear. Nor did he mention General Lin, who was ambushed and could never come back because of my recklessness in order to save me. And even less did he mention the 3 generations of loyal martyrs of the Zhao family buried in the yellow sand of the desert, and the thousands of heroes who died for the country. They glossed over all the sacrifices and only described the victory of the final battle. No one cared about the soldiers who died on the battlefield for that victory. And no one cared about the people of Guilin City who knelt in front of me and begged me to save their lives. Su Wenqing subconsciously wanted to turn back, but Xie Xian held her tightly, his forehead against her hair, a self-deprecating smile on his lips. The Southern Dynasty needs an inspiring victory. The Xie family needs a younger generation who can support the entire family. The current emperor needs to show the other countries that the Southern Dynasty is not without successors. The soldiers need a general who can plan and win as a belief. And the people need a hero who can save them from danger as a pillar. So they put you on a high altar, and imposed all the sacrifices and honors of others on you without any explanation, forcing you to kneel under this vast land. Work hard day and night, and dare not slack off every day. Su Wenqing looked at the misty pond and remembered Xie Ji saying that Xie Xian had been tired of intrigues, and had thought about resigning and traveling. It was just the hopes and expectations of the people, as well as the blood and sacrifices that had been shed, that forced the eldest son Xie, who was riding a horse in the spring breeze and seeing all the flowers in Chang'an in one day, to use a knife to scrape away his joys, sorrows, anger and happiness inch by inch, and sink himself into the officialdom, unable to leave, and unable to leave. Xie Xian smiled. So when I knew that the third prince would use this matter to attack me, I was actually grateful to him. I felt that the burden that had been on my shoulders for many years was finally going to be lifted. And those honors that did not belong to me, and the false reputation that was forced to be put on my head, could finally be returned. Without those false reputations and expectations, he only needs to consider whether he can do things with a clear conscience. He no longer has to toss and turn when making decisions, fearing that he will be ashamed of those sacrifices and passions. The next morning, Su Wenqing lazily leaned against the head of the bed. She saw Xie standing in front of the mirror tying his cord dress belt. Although he could tie it, it was not as convenient as the servants. Su Wenqing yawned while holding the quilt to cover his mouth, and asked casually, "I used to watch movies and TV shows. In ancient times, children of noble families, like you, were accompanied by maids and servants. When changing clothes, at least 4 or 5 maids would serve you. Why do you have to tie your belt yourself?" Xie, although I don't know which dynasty's historical records you are reading, the 4 or 5 maids who help them dress are usually the sons of noble families who have not yet married. Su Wenqing didn't understand this logic. Why unmarried? What about married ones? Xie's smiling eyes were full of innocence and faint expectation. Married ones are usually served by their own wives. Go to sleep. Su Wenqing smiled gently. I'll dream about it. Xie didn't say anything, deliberately facing the mirror, and continued to clumsily tie his belt. His back inexplicably made people feel a little wronged and pitiful. However, Su Wenqing was not a person with overflowing love or maternal love. Her few and very rare sympathy had disappeared completely in the demands of love again and again last night. At this time, the lesson of backache and leg pain told her a profound truth. That men cannot be spoiled. And once spoiled, it is easy to give them a great illusion that they can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Xie didn't really want Su Wenqing to serve him, given his wife's personality. It was a pleasant surprise that she could get up to accompany him to wash and change clothes. I reduced the amount of borneal and rosemary yesterday. Did you dream about anything when you slept last night? Xie knew that Su Wenqing's body had developed resistance to this kind of incense, and the amount of incense was almost beyond his body's capacity. He was originally hesitant about the increase and change of medicine recommended by the imperial physician. But after confessing last night, his wife was very sensitive to this, and decided to reduce the amount first on the grounds that her body was in charge, and the imperial physician was too inexperienced. If she couldn't bear it, she would consider other things. I dreamed a lot. Su Wenqing counted on his fingers. Being chased by wolves, being bitten by wolves, and seeing dark green wolf eyes in the dark. Xie frowned slightly. What else? And I killed you again, Su Wenqing said. And I can shoot arrows, and shoot through the heart. Xie, why do I feel that there is a bit of eagerness and excitement in your tone? Su Wenqing was puzzled. Didn't you tell me not to take it too seriously, and just treat it as an ordinary dream? Xie was speechless. He remembered that Su Wenqing was awakened by a dream on the night of the palace banquet, and couldn't fall asleep all night. How many days have passed? Has his mentality changed? I told you not to take it too seriously, Xie said with mixed feelings. But why do I hear excitement in your tone? Su Wenqing said. Because I can use arrows this time. I can shoot through the target from 100 paces away. It's pretty cool. So what made her sad that night was not that she killed him with her own hands, but that she didn't kill him with an arrow? Xie stabilized his shaky mentality. The first time you said you used a sword. Isn't it cool to use a sword? Su Wenqing said. Oh, and explained. I had no experience on the first night. I wasn't mentally prepared. I was in a rush and a little panicked. When the wolf god appeared last night, I asked him if I could survive if I killed you, and he said if that was my wish, then yes. Xie. So what? Su Wenqing spread his hands. So I'm not panicking. Why? Because Qin Yang died in the end. So I was always worried. If you die, I might die too. But now the wolf god said that I can survive even if you die. So why should I panic? Xie. Su Wenqing, you think so? Right? Xie, don't talk to me now. I'm a little upset. Su Wenqing. Sir. The servant's voice sounded softly outside the door. Xie, what court? Please ask for sick leave from the Ministry of Personnel. Saying that I was so angry that I had a heart attack and couldn't get up. No, the servant said stiffly. The people of the Su family beat the drum of complaint in front of Jingzhou Mansion this morning and brought you to court. So you sued me? Xie subconsciously turned back to look at Su Wenqing, who was sitting on the bed. Su Wenqing was also confused when she heard this. She hurriedly clarified the relationship and kept a confused look. The servant, it's not the Su family. It's the servants of the Su family. Lord Su came here early in the morning and is waiting for you in the front hall now. He wants to discuss countermeasures with you. Xie walked out of the inner room, opened the door and asked, "What did they sue me for?" The servant looked embarrassed. "They sued you for abusing your wife, beating and scolding at will, and humiliating at will. And Xie had a bad feeling. What else?" The servant lowered his head very low. "You also have various fetishes between the bed, which often make people live worse than death." Xie. Chapter 95. Su Wenqing heard the conversation between the servant and Xie in the inner room, and immediately remembered the incident of deceiving people to pay back the money in the farm that day. Before Su Wenqing had time to sort out the cause and effect, he saw Xie walking in with a grin. Su Wenqing swallowed his saliva at Xie's smile that said, "Won't you explain it?" Xie stroked Su Wenqing's chin. "Abuse your wife, beat and scold, and humiliate her at will? Slander. It's all slander." Su Wenqing immediately made clear the battle line, with a rare well-behaved smile. "Just like what happened in Guilin City yesterday. They just want to destroy your reputation." "Oh!" Xie smiled unchanged. "So this matter has nothing to do with you?" Su Wenqing smiled awkwardly. "If you say it is related, it is still somewhat related." Xie raised his eyebrows. Su Wenqing silently shifted half of the pot to Xie. "But I sent someone to ask you. And you agreed." Xie tried to recall everything since the marriage, and finally confirmed that he had not heard of this matter. Su Wenqing said carefully, "It was at the farm that day. I said I wanted to borrow your reputation." Xie finally understood why the servant, who came to report that night, said Madam wanted to borrow your reputation. "I asked him twice, but unfortunately he didn't know his wife well enough back then. If I could do it again." Xie still couldn't figure it out. "But if you want the village head to pay back the money, coercion or bribery are both the best strategies. Su Wenqing, whether it's coercion or bribery, you have to rely on the reputation of the Xie family. If it gets out, won't people say that the Xie family is bullying or not keeping their word? I'm thinking about you. Right? This kind of thing involves the secrets of the inner house. If the Su and Xie families find out, he will suffer. I think he will bury this matter in his heart." TSK. Su Wenqing thought for a while. "I think the cause of this matter is still you." Xie watched Su Wenqing go from feeling guilty to being justified, and the whole process of shifting the responsibility was smooth. "Look, this matter was originally fine. The village head is not a retard. He knows that if he tells this matter, neither the Xie family nor the Su family will tolerate him. So under normal circumstances, this matter will probably become a secret that he will take to the grave. As a result, this happened to coincide with your fight with the third prince. Su Wenqing was also innocent. The third prince wanted to destroy your reputation, so he collected these past events everywhere. Alas, in the final analysis, this matter was also innocently affected." Xie laughed angrily. "You?" Su Wenqing saw that the situation was not good, and immediately covered her waist, looking at Xie pitifully, with eyes full of "Have you forgotten last night? How could you bear it?" Xie. Su Wenqing tried to comfort him. "Didn't you say yesterday that you were tired after being a man? In fact, it's good to think about this matter from another angle. It can be regarded as helping you unload another image burden. And the most important thing is that this matter can also play a good role in maintaining our marriage relationship. After all, no lady likes a scumbag who is gentle and humble on the surface, but abuses his wife behind his back, without everyone's concern. I can also feel more at ease. Right?" Xie was so angry that his heart ached. Su Wenqing's sophistry psychological tactics made him speechless. He just felt that if he died young at the age of 28, the root of the disease might be today. "Sir, I have served tea to Lord Su as you ordered. But Lord Su seems to be in a hurry, and asked me when you can come over." It was a joke. Su Wenqing knew that if this matter was not handled properly, it would have a lot of impact on Xie in the future. She didn't pretend to have a sore back. She got out of bed and rummaged through the account books and found a confession. The village head was cunning and didn't look like a good person. I was worried that he would bite back and frame me later. So I used the 30% debt on the account to lure him to write a confession of embezzling money for his own benefit. It has his signature and seal. And it also states that he still owes 3 layers of debt. The words of this traitorous slave are not very feasible. Take this confession and say that he did it on purpose to avoid paying his debts. He has a long criminal record and it involves interests. Not many people will believe him. Xiaxian took the account book and confession and found that whenever money was involved, his wife was always thoughtful and never missed a loophole that might be cheated. Xiaxian felt a little complicated and felt that his status in his wife's heart was definitely not as high as money. In the front hall, Xiaxian politely bowed to Su Yu, who had been waiting for a long time. Su Yu did not have the patience to greet Xiaxian and went straight to the point. Do you know about the Jingxiaoyin? Xiaxian nodded and said, I've just heard about it. Su Yu, the person who sued you, is the village head. He said that Wenqing couldn't bear the humiliation, so he passed the news to him and wanted him to seek justice for her. Xiaxian smiled helplessly. There is a reason for this. Su Yu interrupted. No matter what the reason is, no matter whether this matter is true or false, it must be a false accusation by the evil slave in court. You don't have to worry about Wenqing. Even if she is summoned to court, it will not be today. I will go and talk to her later, and will not let her talk nonsense in court. Xiaxian heard the implication of Su Yu's words. Even if this matter is true, Su Yu will let Su Wenqing swallow these grievances. Xiaxian's smile faded a little, and his attitude towards Su Yu changed from respect for an elder to courtesy to a colleague. Thank you for your trouble. I have already handled Wenqing's case. I won't bother you to make a special trip. Su Yu frowned slightly, looked at Xiaxian for a few times, and didn't bother about who should talk to Su Wenqing. It would be best if you can handle it. This matter has a great impact on the reputation of the Su and Xia families. If you are not careful, it will easily give people a chance to talk about it. The situation is tense now, and one move will affect the whole body. What did you tell me when you wanted the Su and Xia families to marry? Now the eldest prince has been assassinated. The 6th prince is weak, and you are at odds with the 3rd and 5th princes who are in the limelight. I understand that you don't want to violate your principles, but have you ever thought about what you are willing to do next? Xiaxian could hear the anxiety hidden under Su Yu's calmness, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. He really couldn't understand how such a person could give birth to these daughters of the Su family. In the bedroom, Su Wenqing thought about it, and felt that she had left something behind. She saw a few books that she had not finished reading on the dressing table. Suddenly, she remembered the book that was hard to describe that the owner of the West Street bookstore had forced her to recommend yesterday. She was silent for a while, and finally called Suedia. Are the books I bought yesterday still there? Suedia nodded. You didn't say how to deal with them, so I put them in the warehouse. Let someone come in to help me dress up. Su Wenqing hesitated for a while. Please help me get one. After dressing up, Su Wenqing took the embarrassing book and came to the front yard with Suedia. She deliberately waited on the road that Xiaxian had to take to send Su Yu out, while Xiaxian sent Su Yu to the carriage with a good attitude. He caught a glimpse of Su Wenqing hiding in the corner. Xiaxian, I suddenly remembered that I left something behind. You go first and we'll meet in the palace. Su Yu's face was not very good. He nodded and asked again before leaving. Do you really not need to say hello to the people in Jingdao Prefecture first? Xiaxian, Jingdao Prefecture has only accepted the case and has not yet been summoned for trial. Going there rashly at this time will only make people think that you are trying to cover up something and have something to hide. Su Yu hesitated to speak, as if he was very dissatisfied with Xiaxian's behavior. In the conversation this morning, he asked Xiaxian about his plans and ideas many times, but Xiaxian either brushed it off lightly or did not give a direct answer. However, he always felt that Xiaxian was not a person who would let himself fall into such a dangerous situation. After Xiaxian sent Su Yu away, he returned to the Xia mansion. He caught Su Wenqing hiding in the corner. What's wrong? Su Wenqing poked his head out slyly. Why did my father come to you? Although he was not his biological father, Xiaxian did not want Su Wenqing to be disappointed. He did not mention Su Yu's words, but simply replied, I asked about my plans. Su Wenqing joked, I thought he was here to help me. Xiaxian laughed, yes. I've been scolded all morning. Madam, do you want to make it up to me? Su Wenqing, forget it. If something really happens, he will at most come to you to discuss how to shut me up. Xiaxian rubbed Su Wenqing's head like rubbing a cat. My wife is so smart. Su Wenqing always felt that she was offended. She pushed Xiaxian's hand away and reminded, the old man Suyu has always been profit-seeking. Although he stood on the opposite side of the third prince because of my marriage. People are originally profit-seeking. He chose you at that time, and can choose the third prince now. You should be careful with him. Don't trust him too much. Give him a proper warning. And occasionally give him some reassurance. Su Wenqing always responded to Xiaxian with "Oh. Come on. Go ahead. What does it have to do with me? I believe you. How can a mortal like me intervene in a fight between gods?" Xiaxian rarely saw Su Wenqing take the initiative to ask him something, and was a little surprised and curious. He nodded and asked with a smile, "Why do you suddenly think of this?" "Su Wenqing, I'm afraid that you will make a misjudgment because of me. I just want to remind you that I am me, and the Su family is the Su family. You can handle it normally. And don't give the Su family too much face because of me." Xiaxian knew that Su Wenqing was worried that he would be embarrassed because of her. And he silently kept this kindness and touch in his heart. "There is one more thing." Su Wenqing took the book out of his sleeve. "Yesterday I went to the study and found that this book was popular in the black market. Combined with what happened today, I think the person who wrote this book should be related to the third prince. He arranged for someone to sue you in court. And at the same time, he had people spread this book on the black market. The combination of the two, plus the incident in Guilin City, can easily make people who don't know the truth believe it." Xiaxian took the book. Su Wenqing said, as he watched Xiaxian flipping through it, "Yesterday I asked the owner of the study I'd like to go to help me buy this book on the black market. I think you can also order someone to temporarily close the black market." Xiaxian's expression became more and more complicated. He was deeply in disbelief and self-doubt. "You like this?" Su Wenqing was helping Xiaxian analyze the situation seriously in order to make up for her mistake. She was stunned for a long time before she realized what Xiaxian was saying. "No, I didn't. I don't like it." Xiaxian was a little hesitant and unbelieving. "But you bought it." Su Wenqing felt like she was going crazy. "I'm worried that this kind of book will be bad for you if it gets out." Xiaxian, "But how do you know what this book says if you don't read it?" Su Wenqing. Xiaxian, "So you like this?" Chapter 96. Su Wenqing was exhausted and sent Xiaxian away. Even though she explained the whole story, she still saw disbelief in Xiaxian's eyes before he left. Su Wenqing was really desperate. She was very worried that Xiaxian would carry out this matter with his super strong action. If she really didn't like it at that time, would she be considered embarrassed or reluctant to refuse if she refused? "Whoa!" Su Wenqing leaned on Suedia's shoulder, unable to control her sadness. "It's so hard for me." Suedia didn't understand, so she could only ask carefully, "Did the master blame you?" Su Wenqing heard the concern in Suedia's tone. She pinched Suedia's face and smiled. "No. Your young master is here. Even if you want to scold me, you can't do it in front of me." Suedia was about to feel relieved when she heard this. But she suddenly began to worry that Su Wenqing would be sad because of Su Yu's attitude. She thought about it and comforted her. "Among the 3 young ladies of the Su family, the master loves you the most. He came here early in the morning to discuss countermeasures, and probably to ask about your situation." Su Wenqing laughed and cried, "How did you grow up to be a mother's heart at such a young age?" "Don't worry. The relationship between parents is very shallow to me. Whether it is discussing countermeasures, or wanting to hold them accountable, it will not affect me." Suedia didn't quite understand what he said. Su Wenqing explained, "Only when you care about someone will you have expectations for his behavior. And only when you have expectations will you be disappointed. Since I don't care about Su Yu as a father, then I won't be sad no matter what he does or how he reacts. Because there is no expectation. So there is no disappointment." Suedia didn't understand. After all, he is her biological father. How can she just say that she doesn't care? Su Wenqing seemed to see Suedia's thoughts. And she smiled. "I've never heard you mention your family. So you must have a good relationship with your family." Suedia's mood was visibly depressed when she heard this. She drooped her eyes slightly, so that people couldn't see her expression. After a long time, she forced a smile and said, "Yes. I have a younger brother. The last time I saw him, he was less than 1 year old. He was small and soft, and he would laugh when he was teased. He was very cute." Su Wenqing, "But why have I never seen you visit your relatives?" Suedia bit her lip. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and a tear slid down her cheek uncontrollably. After a long time, she suppressed her emotions and said briefly, "They went home to visit their relatives a few years ago, and happened to encounter war. and then never came back. Su Wenqing was stunned, then reached out and hugged Suedia. I have known you for longer than I have known Xiexian. Whether it is you or the people of the Xie family, I have already regarded you as my relatives. Especially you. Although I didn't say it, I have always regarded you as my own sister in my heart. Have you seen the small warehouse in the east corner of the west courtyard? That is the dowry I prepared for you. Suedia raised her head suddenly, and the tears that she had been holding back slowly flowed down her eyes. Miss. Su Wenqing wiped the tears from Suedia's eyes with his fingers, and his heartless face rarely showed some tenderness. I am walking on a tightrope. I don't know how long I can stay, and I don't know if I will have to leave before I can say goodbye. I was anxious to make money at the beginning, in addition to wanting to repay the favors of the Su and Xie families. I also wanted to make some plans for you. At that time, I was thinking that I would definitely not be able to do such a forced job as matchmaking. If you meet someone you like when I can make the decision, then I will marry you off in a grand manner. If it is too late, I will leave you enough dowry and money to support you, and then marry out of the Xie mansion. And you will naturally have no worries about food and clothing and a harmonious husband and wife. For the first time, Suedia hated herself for not being able to speak. She felt a warm current flowing from her heart to her eyes, which was continuous but difficult to stop. Su Wenqing smiled. But now the Xie mansion is not a safe place. I am afraid that the storm will come soon. You are not from the Xie mansion, so you don't need to share the hardships with the Xie mansion. While you can still get away, if you want, I can send you away first. You can go back to the Su mansion, or go to my second sister. Suedia was slightly stunned. What about you, young lady? Su Wenqing smiled but said nothing. Suedia wiped the tears from her face. I have been with you since I was a child. In this world, I have no other relatives except you. Since you want to stay, let me go with you. Su Wenqing looked at Suedia's persistent and determined eyes for a long time, and finally smiled, took Suedia's hand and walked to the kitchen. Okay, then let's stay together. 3 days later, because of the incident in Guilin City and the case in Jingzhou Prefecture, Xiexian was suspended from his post for investigation, and handed over all his affairs, as well as the power of city defense and imperial guards on the same day. Xiexian's quick action made the censors, who had just impeached him, with a memorial look at each other in bewilderment. For a moment, they couldn't tell whether Xiexian was forced to hand over power, or he had long been tired of officialdom and wanted to pack up and resign and go home as soon as possible. However, no matter whether Xiexian was forced or voluntarily, the most miserable were those who liked to prepare for a rainy day. Officials of the Imperial Censorate. They first thought that after Xiexian was impeached, there would definitely be a series of responses. Unexpectedly, Xiexian did not defend himself and was suspended directly. Looking at the memorials in their hands that had been written long ago to respond to Xiexian's defense, they suddenly felt an indescribable sense of frustration. They swallowed their breath with difficulty, always thinking that Xiexian still had a backup plan. So they worked hard and wrote a series of memorials impeaching Xiexian for suspension and not handing over power. Unexpectedly, Xiexian handed over all affairs on the day the imperial edict was issued. The officials of the Imperial Censorate looked at the memorials on their desks with the ink not yet dry, and suddenly felt a sense of humiliation that you wanted to fight with all your strength. But your opponent turned around and left and smiled, and let someone give you the trophy. On that day, several old censors, who made a living by impeachment, suddenly suffered from heart disease and were bedridden. Just when everyone was still struggling with what trick Xiexian was playing, several memorials asking who would take over the responsibility of city defense were sent to the emperor's desk. The officials of the Third Prince's faction reacted and hurried home to write memorials according to the plan discussed in advance. However, the emperor had already appointed the Fifth Prince to take over the city defense. When everyone saw the memorials in their hands that were not as hot as eating shit, they suddenly had a change in their sense of smell and thought that shit was fragrant. So that night, several officials with bad mentality suddenly fell ill overnight. For a while, the imperial doctors of the imperial hospital became the hot cakes that all the prefectures competed for. The remaining officials of the Third Prince's faction, who still held on to their posts, swallowed their broken teeth with difficulty and blood, regrouped, and began to gnaw on the power of the imperial guards that was almost impossible for anyone to get. On the other hand, Xiexian, who was idle at home, lived the most leisurely life in such a long time. He was so happy to be with Su Wenqing every day that he didn't want to leave. At first, he would meet with officials who came to ask about court affairs and give some symbolic advice or just fool them. Later, he closed the door and refused to see anyone, no matter who came. He asked the guards to send them away with "I am taking care of my mother's illness. I have been suspended, and it is not easy for me to participate in politics." However, the result of Xie Xian's ease was that Xiao Yun, who took over all his affairs, almost went crazy. Xie Xian packed all his resources, officials and intelligence, and handed them over to Xiao Yun. Before Xiao Yun could protest, he was hit by the huge wealth trouble that Xie Xian forced him to leave. Xiao Yun dealt with court affairs during the day and dealt with officials from all over the place at night. After sending away the officials, who had been arguing all day, he had to force himself to calm down and study the intelligence sent from all over the place. In less than a few days, Xiao Yun lost weight at a visible speed. Every day, when he saw more and more official documents on the desk, he wished he could go back a few days ago and kill himself, who agreed to take over Xie Xian's power of city defense. What made him most angry was that Xie Xian, this bastard, really left things alone like a master after handing things over to him. After 7 or 8 nights of work, Xiao Yun decided to go to Xie's house to catch the man in person on the 9th day to prevent himself from dying from overwork. "Where is your son? I want to see him." The guard stopped Xiao Yun at the door with due diligence. "The son is taking care of his mother, and will not see guests for the time being. Please go back." "Fifth Prince." "Xiao Yun, did you tell him that I want to see him?" "Guard, the son said that he will not see anyone during the period of taking care of his mother." "Xiao Yun, what kind of illness?" "I helped to send Madame Xie out." "I don't care what your son told you. Go and report it now. Just say I want to see him." The guard saw the blue veins on Xiao Yun's forehead throbbing and fell silent. Half a minute later, the guard came out again. He bowed his head respectfully and said, "Young master said that you have grown up and need to learn to handle many things by yourself. You can't always rely on him. Now is the time for him to let go and let you face it yourself." Xiao Yun took a deep breath, pressed all the fingers in his sleeves, and put on a gritted smile. "Go ask your young master if he is itching for trouble." The guard bowed his head and said, "I am just a pitiful and weak guard. Why don't you just break in with force?" "Fifth Prince? I can't stop you anyway." Xiao Yun didn't have time to react before he saw the guards blocking the door fall to the ground one after another, as if they were seriously injured, with different postures and realistic expressions. Some of them even acted out the twitching when they were seriously injured for perfection. "Xiao Yun, are you crazy?" Master, is..." The guard saw Xiao Yun standing still, and thought he didn't know where Xie Xian was. So they pretended to be tortured before dying. Where am I?" Xie Xian leaned against the Namu door of Xie's house, looking at the guards lying on the ground with a smile. The guards all stood back to their original positions in an instant, doing their duty faithfully, as if everything that happened just now was an illusion. They stood in front of Xiao Yun with expressionless faces. "Master, don't see anyone." "Xiao Yun," Xie Xian sneered. "Okay, stop acting. Just do what you have to do." The guards were greatly relieved after receiving the pardon. Before they could respond, they heard their master add, "It's okay for Xie Ji to stay in the mansion all day. I'll go talk to him later, and he will train you from tomorrow." The guards looked sad, trying to soften Xie Xian's heart with their words that would make anyone cry. "Master." Xie Xian smiled. "You will take turns to compete with Xie Ji every day. If no one can win, you will have to train for an extra half hour the next day." The guards were dispirited, hunched over, and looked like dying old men. Chapter 97. Xiao Yun followed Xie Xian into the Xie mansion and laughed and complained, "They are guarding your house. But their main job is not to be actors in the South Street Opera troupe." Xie Xian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Don't pay attention to them. They just have nothing to do all day. Too idle. Just find something for them to do." "Xiao Yun, you also know that you are idle. Then why don't you handle the secret reports and official documents I sent over?" "Xie Xian, TSK. Didn't I say that you have grown up?" "Xie. Sure. And..." Xiao Yun gritted his teeth. "Are you looking for a fight?" Xie Xian looked at Xiao Yun's angry look with disdain. "You are not good. It's only been a few days, and you are so angry." Xiao Yun was silent for a while, and found that he seemed to be a little irritable these days. But there was nothing he could do. He only slept for 6 hours in 7 days. And no one could stay calm. So you deliberately ignored everything. Just to let me experience how hard you work. And put yourself in your shoes to let me understand how difficult it is for you to deal with so many things every day and still maintain your elegance. Xiexian, it's only been a few days since we last met. How come a good and open-minded prince has become a deep-minded conspiracy theorist? TSK. I'm not as petty as you think. I'm really busy. Xiaoyun didn't believe Xiexian's nonsense. You closed the door to visitors and pushed all things. What can you be busy with? Xiaoyun paused. And before Xiexian spoke, he added, if you dare to tell me that you are busy with your wife, I will kill you. Xiexian, am I such a person? I have something important to do. Xiaoyun, what is that? Xiexian, I am attending a class recently. Xiaoyun. Xiexian, let me think about it. Today I am attending a chemistry class. Before you came, you were talking about how hydrogen will produce water when ignited in oxygen. Xiaoyun felt that Xiexian was seriously making up a story to tease him. I just want to know which gentleman is giving the lecture. Xiexian smiled with a little arc in the corner of his eyes. My wife. Xiaoyun. Are you forcing me to kill you? Xiexian, don't be so angry at such a young age. I've been suspended from my job for investigation. Can't I enjoy my time alone? Xiaoyun was too lazy to talk to Xiexian anymore. If it's inconvenient for you to meet the officials, I can come. But you have to deal with the news from all over the country. Your news is messy and chaotic. I'm always worried that some important information will be missed if I hand it over to others. But I'm worried that I will die from overwork if I handle it all. Xiexian sighed quietly. Do you know what I've been thinking about these days when I stayed at home? Xiaoyun, what? Xiexian sighed. Why do you think I want to become an official? Isn't it cool enough to travel by boat in the beautiful mountains and rivers? Xiaoyun, do you know what I've been thinking about these days while I've been busy with work? Xiexian, Xiaoyun, did I decide to fight for the throne because I was kicked in the head by a donkey? I don't want to be a rich and idle person. Am I so full that I'm gambling with you here? Xiexian, you can't say that. Becoming a king of rejuvenation. Opening a foundation for eternity. And pacifying the people and the country. Isn't this your ideal since childhood? It's just that your status forces you to be humble and hide your edge. Now is a rare opportunity. And it's time to realize your ambition. Xiexian smiled and asked for a beating. And the most important thing is that you have no way out. Even if you quit now, your third brother and sixth brother will not let you go in the future. Alas, you and I are different after all. The world is so big. If you don't fight, there will be no place for you. Xiaoyun put on a fake smile. Look at what you said. Becoming a minister of national rejuvenation. Serving the people. And bringing peace and prosperity to the world has always been your ambition since childhood. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that you are not only suspended from your post now, but you also know about the barbarian army's surprise attack on Yugwan 2 days ago. This morning, the third prince reported you for leaking military intelligence and colluding with the barbarian army. Father gave face to the Xie family and did not put you in jail, but only let the imperial guards surround the Xie mansion. It is estimated that the third brother will come with the imperial edict and the imperial guard soon. Alas, Xiaoyun sighed in a pretentious manner. I am indeed different from you. If I don't fight, at most I will be imprisoned for life. If you don't fight, you will be a national sinner and be infamous for thousands of years. TSK. Let me think about it. Do you think that third prince will let the ghost wolf god let your wife go because of your miserable death? Xiexian. The conversation between Xiexian and Xiaoyun was heard by the guards standing at the door and looking at the door boredly. The guards looked at each other in surprise. Guard A, they are all at home. And the young master and the fifth prince still don't forget to act like they have broken up? Guard B, based on my many years of experience, I don't think they are acting. Guard C, maybe this is the dedication to duty that you need to deceive yourself first in order to deceive others? Guard D, who was deeply poisoned by Su Wenqing, said the truth. I think this should be a large-scale friendship crash scene where they agreed to walk hand in hand for a lifetime and finally fell apart due to uneven distribution of work. Xiexian, I think it's not fair to leave everything to you. I have nothing to do anyway. Please send the news from all over the country to me later. Xiaoyun, you have to handle it. What's the point of just sending it? You sent the official documents I sent to you a few days ago back to me as they are? I know. Xiaxian looked down on Xiao Yun's distrustful attitude. Why did the third prince act so quickly? Shouldn't it take a few days according to the plan? Xiao Yun wanted to hit Xiaxian when he saw that he hadn't rested enough. Didn't you urge me to act faster all day long? Saying that your wife's health couldn't wait. Xiaxian, where is Tuobalilu? Xiao Yun, the house is empty. And there is no one in the post house. But I sealed off the city in time. So I guess he should still be in Anjing City. Xiaxian, such a big game. He has been holding it in for so long. He won't be willing to leave until he sees me defeated. Xiao Yun, is this why you asked me not to argue with the third prince about who will lead the troops to surround Xia Mansion? That's one aspect, Xiaxian said with a smile. Mainly because I don't want to deal with Tuobalilu. Tuobalilu must be with the third prince now. If the third prince leads troops to surround Xia Mansion, whether I get into trouble or Tuobalilu breaks into the mansion, the responsibility will be on the third prince. In order to avoid doing things wrong, the third prince will definitely restrict Tuobalilu's actions. Xiaxian complained, you don't know? In order to guard against Tuobalilu's elusive appearances all day, I haven't slept well this month. Especially last night. I didn't close my eyes. Xiao Yun, are you sure you didn't close your eyes last night because of Tuobalilu? Why did I hear that your brother and your wife played cards all night long? Xiaxian, who was exposed for playing the victim, decided to clean up the Xia Mansion and must find out these traitors. But then again, Xiaxian suddenly said seriously. Xiao Yun frowned slightly. What's wrong? Xiaxian, you go back and forth to various places of entertainment all day long. But why have I never seen you patronize and support my wife's leisure garden? Seeing Xiaxian's serious face, Xiao Yun thought he had something serious to do. Xiao Yun gritted his teeth and said, if there is no other way, I really want to surrender to my third brother and kill you with Tuobalilu. Xia Ji, who had just turned over and landed on the ground and was about to tell Xiaxian about a large number of imperial guards, heard this sentence. He hesitated and looked back and forth between Xiaxian and Xiao Yun, and asked with interest, friends turn against each other? Broken mirrors are hard to mend. Xiao Yun felt that sooner or later he would be pissed off by the Xia family. Xiaxian laughed and looked at Xia Ji. The third prince is here? Xia Ji nodded. Xiaxian, then go ahead. You will have to work hard on things outside the mansion. Be careful and put your own safety first. Xia Ji smiled with two fangs showing. I know. Don't worry, brother. Outside the gate of Xia's house, two teams of imperial guards stopped in front of the gate of Xia's house in a well-trained manner. The sound of armor was uniform and chilling. It was difficult to distinguish the differences between the individuals with the same black iron faces. Even the only eyes exposed to the outside world looked even more stern under the cold iron faces. In the middle of the imperial guards was the carriage of the third prince. Not long after the imperial guard stopped, the driver respectfully bent his eyes and lifted the curtain for the third prince. The third prince, sitting in the middle of the carriage, met the eyes of Xiaxian, who was standing in front of the gate of Xia's house from a distance. He nodded slightly, and then stepped on the back of the accompanying servant to get off the carriage. Before the third prince came over, Xiao Yun leaned over to Xiaxian's ear and asked, why do I feel that the third prince still treats you with some courtesy? Why? Even at this point, he still wants to win you over. Xiaxian smiled and said, there is only one person in the country, and there is no place to find him again. How can I give up so easily? Xiao Yun was shocked by Xiaxian's shamelessness. He searched for a long time before finding his tongue. He opened and closed his mouth several times, and finally found that he had nothing else to say except, do you have any shame? So, Xiaxian raised his eyebrows and smiled. Be polite to me. Do you understand how to be polite to others? Xiao Yun looked indifferent. Ugh. Xiao Yun saw Xiao Yun standing in front of the Xia mansion frowning visibly, and the imperial guards turned in unison and made way in the middle. The sound of their iron boots stamping on the ground was deafening, scaring away the few remaining people who were watching the excitement in groups of 3 or 2. Xiao Yan did not hesitate any longer and walked towards Xiaxian and Xiao Yun. Chapter 98. Xiaxian nodded slightly and politely said, Third Prince. Xiao Yan also greeted with a smile. Third Brother. Xiao Yan glanced at Xiaxian and Xiao Yun with a sharp eye, and then a few mocking smiles appeared on the corners of his mouth. Since it is a play, it should be complete. It has only been a few days since the fifth brother got the power of city defense, and he can't help but come to visit openly so soon? What kind of play is it? Xiaoyun smiled innocently. I just came to condemn him. For a little power and profit. He actually handed over the military defense map to the enemy, completely disregarding the lives of the people, and not caring how many people will be broken up. He is a scum who colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. Xiaoyan knew that Xiaoyun was making indirect accusations. His expression did not change. He just glanced at Xiaoyun, and his tone was cold and without any fluctuations. It's better to do something serious than to talk about this matter. Father asked you to capture Tuobalilu. After so many days, you haven't made any progress. Fifth brother's efficiency is also worrying. Xiaoyun smiled. You have to ask the third brother about this question. Anjing City is a place the size of a palm. Who else has the ability to hide Tuobalilu without a trace? Oh, Xiaoyun said. I don't quite understand what the fifth brother said. Xiaoyun, Tuobalilu is the guest invited by the third brother to Anjing City to discuss the trade between the two countries. In Anjing City. Except you. He is not familiar with others. Now that the incident happened suddenly. Who do you think he will seek help from? Xiaoyan looked at Xieshan with a cold and meaningful look. How can we judge whether we are familiar with each other just by looking at the surface? Take Lord Xie for example. All the civil and military officials in the court thought that Lord Xie and the northern barbarians were mortal enemies. Who could have thought that the person who leaked the military information in the end would be Lord Xie? Xieshan smiled unchanged. If I know correctly, the Ministry of Justice has only filed a case and has not yet made a final decision. The third prince has directly put the crime on my head. I am afraid it is unfair. Lord Xie is right. No one knows what the result will be until the case is tried to the end. Xiaoyan meant something. The case is like this. Let alone people. Good birds choose trees to live in. See the situation clearly, and don't make decisions that you will regret for the sake of temporary friendship and backbone. Xiaoyan looked at Xiaoyan and then at Xieshan, and suddenly felt that his existence did not attract the attention of these two people at all. So is he dead? Can this undermining be more fair? Xieshan ignored Xiaoyan and just asked Xiaoyan with a smile. Good trees are naturally where all birds are willing to live. But not all birds can live in peace. If there are mortal enemies on good trees, what should good birds do? Xiaoyan, although there are many birds, only good birds can make trees prosperous. Birds can choose trees, and trees can also choose birds. If good birds come to live, in time, good trees will eliminate natural enemies for good birds. Xieshan in this case. I have another question to ask the third prince. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly. Xieshan, it is often said that it is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. If you have to ask the gods to come down to earth for temporary difficulties, I would like to ask the third prince if he has ever thought about what to do if the gods don't want to leave in the end. Xiaoyan, gods have their own way of living. People are used to staying in places, and gods are not used to the environment that people like. After doing what needs to be done and solving the problems that need to be solved, gods will naturally want to go back. Xieshan, why did the ancient Emperor Xuanxu want to cut off the connection between humans and gods? That is because the destructive power of gods is too great and cannot be resisted by human power. If the god soldiers go down to earth and kill all living beings, even if the gods are sent back in the end, the innocent people who died tragically will not be able to come back. Xiaoyan, everything involves sacrifices. Just like the battle in the northern frontier. Didn't you also abandon the people of Guilan City in order to destroy the main force of the wolf army and rebuild the defense line of the northern frontier? Those who accomplish great things do not care about trivial matters. I can only promise that I will not let those innocent people die in vain. In time, I will sacrifice the souls of the dead with the blood of the magic soldiers. Xieshan, I did not abandon the people of Guilan City in order to destroy the main force of the wolf army. It was just because of my incompetence that I failed to save them. So I still feel guilty until now. Xiaoyan understood Xieshan's neither soft nor hard rejection, and his narrow and long phoenix eyes slightly condensed. So the negotiation is not going to work out? Xieshan smiled lightly, and said nothing more. Xiaoyan raised his left hand slightly, and the dark imperial guards turned around at the same time. The cold sound of iron armor was deafening. Following Xiaoyan's instructions, they surrounded Xie's mansion. Mr. Xie is suspected of leaking military intelligence, colluding with the barbarian army, and treason. The emperor has issued an order to imprison all the people in Xie's mansion from now on, waiting for interrogation, and not to leave without an imperial edict. Xieshan respectfully accepted the order and thanked him. When he stood up, his expression did not change, and he smiled politely. The third prince is busy with official business, so I will not keep him for tea. Xiao Yan looked at Xie Xian deeply. It was forced by the situation at the beginning. Now you and I may not have to fight to the death. As long as you are willing to choose the tree, my words will always be valid. Xie Xian smiled. If I choose a tree, can I protect my wife's health? Xiao Yan knew that Xie Xian would not waste any opportunity to ask questions, so he remained calm and said, I will try my best. After hearing Xiao Yan's flawless answer, Xie Xian nodded in a good manner. I will consider the words of the third prince. Xiao Yan's smile completely disappeared after sending Xiao Yan away. He looked at Xie Xian with gritted teeth. I feel offended. Xie Xian nodded perfunctorily while looking down at the imperial edict. Xiao Yun, he openly poached my girlfriend in front of me. Does he look down on me, or the friendship between you and me? TSK. Let me think about it. Xie Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Who just said that if I don't fight, I will be a criminal of the country and be infamous for eternity? Xiao Yun. Why hasn't this vengeful person been beaten to death yet? Xie Xian, let me think about it again. Who said that if I don't fight, will the third prince finally let my wife go because of my miserable death? Xiao Yun. Xie Xian, good birds choose trees to roost in. Why do I feel that the third prince's words sound a bit reasonable? And the conditions he offers are rich. And it feels more profitable than helping you. Isn't it your wife? Xiao Yun was full of pride. Xie Xian was a little surprised. Huh? Ahem. Xiao Yun touched his nose awkwardly and slapped himself in the face. I really can't do anything about this. You've checked everything I can think of. Now we can only rely on luring the snake out of its hole and sending people to the northern barbarians to find a witch doctor. But you have already started to do it. If it doesn't work, you can find Tuobalilu's hiding place, and I will help you tie him up and torture him. Xie Xian. This is really an unbiased division of labor. It's fine if he comes to ask, but he also has to find it. If he can find it, is it necessary to help him tie it up? And if torture can make Tuobalilu speak, he would have caught him long ago. Right? Why wait until now? TSK. Xiao Yun said dissatisfiedly. Don't start a dyeing factory just because you give me some color. If the third brother is really good for you, he won't say this in front of me. He just wants to use this to provoke the relationship between you and me and make me suspicious of you. Xie Xian snorted. But to be honest, Xiao Yun's eyes sank slightly, looking at the direction where Xiao Yan's carriage left, and the joking intention was reduced. If it weren't for the emperor's displeasure, with the third brother's ability to win people's hearts and prestige in the court, there wouldn't be much suspense about the position of the crown prince. Xiao Yun asked, if the emperor hadn't forced you to stand on the side of the eldest brother, who would you choose between the eldest brother and the third brother? Xie Xian shook his head and said, if the situation had not forced me, I would not help either side. However, I would rather hope that the eldest prince would be the heir to the throne than the third prince. Xiao Yun looked at Xie Xian. Xie Xian recalled Xiao Yan's discussion on the issue of inviting gods and sending gods away, and said calmly, whether it is prosperity or decline, the people are the ones who suffer. If a king cannot even hear the cries nearby, how can we expect him to hear the cries far away? 3 days later, the fifth prince Xiao Yun and the prefect of Jingzhou, who were searching for Tuobalilu with all their strength, intercepted a replied letter from Tuobalilu to the third prince Xiao Yan. The letter first expressed his gratitude to the third prince for providing the northern border defense map, then told the third prince that the northern barbarian army had assembled as agreed beforehand, and finally asked the third prince about the specific time of the uprising. Jingzhou Prefecture Yin and Xiao Yun felt this matter was of great importance. After intercepting it, they immediately presented the letter directly to the emperor. After being judged by the people of the Hanlin Academy and the Honglu Temple, the letter was indeed written by Tuobalilu. For a time, the court and the public were shocked. The emperor was furious and sent the commander of the imperial guards to the third prince's mansion to arrest him. However, because the news leaked in advance, the third prince had already left when the imperial guards arrived. Xie Xian was not surprised when he received the news. The third prince falsely accused him of leaking military information, so he would treat him in his own way. The third prince could not hand over Tuobalilu. Once he handed over Tuobalilu, it would be equivalent to admitting the fact that he hid Tuobalilu. The imitation handwriting could not be verified, and the person involved could not come out to testify. The third prince had no choice but to say nothing. However, the third prince was not a person who would sit and wait for death. Although the letter was forged, most of the contents were true. The third prince knew that once he was arrested and imprisoned, it was unlikely that he would be able to overturn the case. The third prince had already prepared for the uprising, and this letter was just forcing him to act in advance. The only difference was that the third prince's uprising had changed from active to passive, and he missed the first move and could not launch a mutiny from Anjing City. Su Wenqing followed closely, as the people who came to investigate the case rummaged through the boxes and cabinets in the Xia mansion. She carefully pointed at the yellow glazed porcelain in the hand of the officer and said distressfully, "The yellow glazed porcelain bowl with round butterfly pattern is at least 100 taels, which is very expensive. It will be worthless if it is not. Can you put it down gently?" The officer saw Su Wenqing's distressed look and didn't know whether they should take it or put it down. They were ordered to embarrass the Xia mansion. But the officer saw Su Wenqing's pitiful eyes. This job is so difficult. They really can't do it. Chapter 99. Ahem. After not seeing his wife for a long time, Xieshan finally caught Su Wenqing in the study. He looked at the yellow glazed porcelain brush washer in the officer's hand, and then looked at the money grubber-like distress on Su Wenqing's face, and silently held his forehead. Xieshan dragged Su Wenqing, who was following the officer, to his side, and smiled politely to the officers in the room. "You are all public officials. I don't want to embarrass you, but we are just colleagues. And these are my wife's favorite things. Can you brothers give me a little face and show mercy?" The officers were almost crying when they saw the porcelain objects in their hands. Who dared to call Mr. Xia brother? Are they worthy? And I don't know if it was an illusion. Why can they hear a vague threat from such euphemistic and polite words? Su Wenqing struggled to get his head out of Xieshan's clutches. "If it doesn't work, I'll have someone go to the kitchen and get some cheap bowls and put them here. You can smash them. Smash as much as you want." Xieshan couldn't listen anymore. He gave the officers a look and let them experience it themselves before pushing and hugging Su Wenqing out. Su Wenqing couldn't understand. Hasn't the third prince already fled for fear of crime? Why hasn't your case been closed yet? Xieshan, the third prince has been running for so many years, and his power in the court has long been intertwined. These court officials are very smart. They know that although the third prince has left Beijing, he is not doomed. The southwest is the sphere of influence of the Pei family, and the northwest has the barbarian army eyeing him covetously. It's still unclear who will win or lose. So many people now choose to show favor to both sides, holding on to my case and not putting it on the trial, and saying a few good words for me. It can be said to be fair and just in public, and secretly they can bet on both sides. Su Wenqing, if this is the case, wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? Not only do you have to deal with the third prince, but you also have to be on guard against someone on your side tipping off at any time? Xieshan, yes. But the imperial city is the capital of the country. Attacking from the outside is rebellion, and attacking from the inside can be said to be suppressing the rebellion. If they were in different places, the third prince would choose to occupy the capital first. Su Wenqing was still puzzled. The dispute between the legitimate son and the illegitimate son of the Pei family is now in full swing. It is the illegitimate son of his family. Yes, it seems to be called Pei Chengyu. Isn't he on your side? Wasn't it him who passed on the news that the Pei family sent someone to assassinate the eldest prince? Xieshan's smile was a little cold. Yes. So only the third prince and the Pei family father and son ran away. Not only did he stay, but he was also the first person to report that the Pei family father and son left Anjing City privately. 2 days later, Pei Yin, the governor of the southwest, responded to the call of the third prince to clean up the court, raised an army, cut off the heads of the governor and the governor of the southwest, attacked 7 cities in one night, and marched straight to Anjing City. On the other side, as if they had agreed, the northern barbarian wolf army marched in 2 pincers in the northwest. Under the boundless sky, wolves stood high and howled. Falcons whistled and circled, and wolf warriors wearing half-wolf masks tore off the illusion of defeat and launched a fierce attack. The 800-mile urgent battle reports were sent to Anjing City one by scouts. The soldiers on the front line of the northern border fought bloody battles, and the governors of the towns along the way from the southwest to Anjing City were also anxiously waiting for the court's orders. However, a whole day passed, And the Southern Dynasty court still did not discuss any useful measures for this mutiny. The reason is simple. The nails left by the third prince in the court are arguing whether to hand over Xiaxian, who flatters the superiors and bullies the subordinates, and kills the people of Guilin City. According to the words of the rebels. 2 days later, Yuguan was lost. The barbarian army attacked 3 cities in succession, and the northern border defense line was broken. For the first time in his life, Xiao Haodong, the king of the Southern Dynasty, was furious in the court. He withdrew the imperial guard surrounding Xia's mansion, and ordered Xiaxian to be reinstated despite the opposition of half of the powerful officials and generals. After Xiaxian was reinstated, he changed his usual gentle attitude. He ordered the 4 gates to be blocked, cutting off the connection between Anjing City and the outside world. Regardless of the criticism and the criticism of the literati, he arrested and imprisoned all those who tried to oppose him on false charges. He does not care about whether the court will not be able to function normally after arresting half of the civil and military officials. Nor does he worry about whether his tough measures will force those families, who have military power in the local area, but have not clearly stood up to support the third prince. When the third prince was in power, many officials had more or less had dealings with him. Xiaxian's iron-fisted approach made all civil and military officials feel insecure for a while. And those slanderous and deliberate smearing voices also spread among the people of Anjing City. In front of the council hall, Xiao Yun arrived first, but did not go in. When he saw Xiaxian coming, he walked side by side with him without leaving a trace. In just 3 days, there were 17 assassinations, and 2 attempts to smash eggs and vegetable leaves. I am curious about how Lord Xia, who has always been admired by the people, feels? Xiaxian raised his eyebrows slightly. Those who tried to smash the eggs and leaves have been arrested and imprisoned. And those who assassinated me have been executed on the spot, with their heads hanging in the middle of the vegetable market. Didn't the 5th prince go to see it? Xiao Yun's joking face took on a bit of seriousness. The 3rd prince used you as an excuse to start a rebellion. Although your actions are effective, no matter whether you win or lose in the future, these stigmas will accompany you for life. Xiaxian, the 3rd prince not only used me as an excuse, he also wanted to clear the emperor's side of you, forcing good people into prostitution, taking human lives, and encroaching on private property. TSK. When did you force good people to do good things? You kept it so secret that even I didn't know? Xiao Yun was furious when he thought of this. What kind of excuse did his 3rd brother find? He was a prince. Good-looking, talented, good at poetry and songs, and had a lovely personality. Even if he liked someone, who would he need to force? Xiaxian chuckled at Xiao Yun's indescribable expression. Xiao Yun was not led astray by Xiaxian. So you deliberately made these things so high profile just to attract the attention of the world? Even if they could win this battle, the things Xiaxian did in Anjing City would be spread out, and everyone's attention would be focused on Xiaxian, either discussing or scolding him. Not many people would remember the stigma of forcing good women into prostitution and killing people when the 3rd prince started his army. Xiaxian looked at Xiao Yun with a little smile in his eyes, compared to a wise minister with only a reputation. I think the common people would rather see a wise monarch who cares about the future generations. Xiao Yun was slightly stunned. Xiaxian patted Xiao Yun on the shoulder and walked towards the council hall. In the council hall, several important officials saw Xiaxian and Xiao Yun coming in with different expressions. Even Xiao Haodong, the king of the Southern Dynasty, who had always watched Xiaxian grow up kindly, had a bad expression on his face. Xiaxian ignored the attitude of the crowd. After he finished his greetings respectfully, he asked, I don't know why the emperor urgently summoned me. Xiao Haodong saw that Xiaxian was still respectful and polite, and his expression eased a little. He asked the eunuch to hand the report on the table to Xiaxian. The war in the northern border is tense. I sent people to Jiandong to find your father, but neither your father nor the imperial envoy I sent to Jiandong to inspect the salt are anywhere to be found. Has your father contacted you? Xiaxian shook his head, deliberately showing a trace of worry on his face, reporting to the emperor. My father has never contacted me. Xiao Haodong frowned slightly, sighed helplessly, and then put away his expression and comforted, your father is good at fighting, so nothing will happen. But if we can't contact your father, who should be sent to lead the troops in the northern border? Yes, and it's not just the northern border. Pei Yin in the southwest has already captured 9 cities in a row. If they continue to attack Taiyuan in the north, then the southwest army will join forces with the barbarian army and march south. The Central Plains garrison will be unable to resist. What's the point of just blocking Anjing City? Once the Central Plains garrison is defeated, the Anjing City Imperial Army will not be able to resist at all. Wang Xiuyan, Lord Li is wrong. If we don't blockade Anjing City, collusion between the inside and outside will only increase the possibility of defeat. Pei Chengyu looked worried, but the current Imperial Guards and city defense forces in Anjing City are too few after all. If we really encounter a dangerous air crash, we have to protect ourselves. Xie Xian smiled a little. What should we do if Lord Pei thinks? Pei Chengyu nodded to Xie Xian in a hurry to show respect. I am not against Lord Xie and Lord Wang's proposal to transfer the southern garrison to the north. But it will take some time for the reinforcements to arrive. If something changes during this period, I am just worried that the current forces in Anjing City are not enough to protect the safety of the emperor. Xiao Haodong, does Lord Pei have any good suggestions? Pei Chengyu said respectfully. The cavalry battalion has 80,000 soldiers, all of whom are descendants of heroes who have been deeply favored by the emperor for generations. They are loyal and devoted, and only obey the emperor's orders. Moreover, the cavalry battalion is stationed in Beishan, which is only 3 days away from Anjing City. In my humble opinion, it is better to transfer the cavalry battalion to Anjing City first to prevent unexpected needs. Chapter 100. Pei Chengyu's words immediately won the approval of many people present. After all, when life is at stake, the more troops protecting you, the more peace of mind you can have. Xiao Yun frowned slightly. The purpose of the late emperor to establish the Shuqi battalion in Beishan is to make Beishan and Anjing City form a horn. If Anjing City is besieged, the cavalry of the Beishan Shuqi battalion can immediately support and attack the rear of the enemy. Although the transfer of the Shuqi battalion to Anjing City increases the strength of Anjing City, it will also reduce the mobility of the army. Once Anjing City is besieged, it will be difficult to turn the tide. Wang Xiuyan was also puzzled and said, the Shuqi battalion is well equipped, mostly cavalry, and has strong mobility. If you want to transfer troops, the Yuan army stationed in the south is more suitable than the Shuqi battalion. Pei Chengyu, what Lord Wang said is true. But the Yuan army is numerous and diverse, and the military discipline is not strict. It is difficult to control them when they enter the city. Moreover, their loyalty is not as good as the Shuqi battalion, which has been loyal to the royal family for generations. The most important thing is that the Yuan army's chief commander is the cousin of Minister Liu, and Minister Liu has been imprisoned because of his political differences with Lord Xie. I am worried that if the Yuan army is summoned into the city, unnecessary changes may occur. Xie Xian smiled and said, if it is just because of this, Lord Pei does not need to worry. On the day Minister Liu was imprisoned, I had already entrusted General Zheng Yuan to take over and rectify the Yuan army. General Zheng Yuan has been in the military for half his life, and it should not be a problem for him to manage these few soldiers. Xiao Haodong listened to the arguments quietly. In fact, he preferred the cavalry battalion to the Yuan army. The cavalry battalion had been loyal and brave for generations. Their loyalty was beyond doubt. Moreover, Jiang Ming, the commander-in-chief of the cavalry battalion, was born in a poor family with a clean record and no party struggles. Xiao Haodong glanced between Xie Xian and Xiao Yun without leaving a trace. Now the rebels were so powerful and unstoppable. If the rebellion was quelled in the future, who could compete with the two of them with their merits in quelling the rebellion? No one in this world was loyal and unchanging. Only by relying on checks and balances could the imperial power be stabilized. Xiao Haodong hid the look in his eyes, and his kind face was still like a muddy mud. There are less than 100,000 garrisons in Anjing City. It is definitely necessary to mobilize troops. So the question you are arguing about now is whether to mobilize the Yuan army or the cavalry battalion. Right? Xie Xian chuckled when he heard this. Since the emperor asked this question, it means that he has made up his mind. Pei Chengyu, General Zheng Yuan's ability is naturally beyond doubt. But it has only been 3 days since Minister Liu was imprisoned. I am just worried that General Zheng Yuan will not have enough time to completely rectify the Yuan army in such a short time. Pei Chengyu paused and said to Xie Xian humbly, of course. I am just suggesting it. The specific decision is entirely up to Lord Xie. As soon as Pei Chengyu finished speaking, Xiao Haodong's amiable smile froze for a moment. Xie Xian, Lord Pei is wrong. You and I are both ministers. All the proposals we make are suggestions. The final decision will be made by the emperor himself. Lord Pei is implying that I am holding the court and committing a crime? Pei Chengyu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He subconsciously knelt down and kowtowed to Xie Xian to apologize. Master Xie misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Xiao Haodong looked at everything that happened in front of him coldly. Just 2 sentences could scare a 4th-rank official to kowtow. This was in front of the emperor. And he didn't know what it would be like in a place where he couldn't see. Xiao Haodong smiled. And his face was like a good man with a smile like a mud. Okay. Okay. Pei Aiqing also didn't mean it. Xian doesn't need to mind it. But in my opinion, what Pei Aiqing said is somewhat reasonable. The Yulin army has always had a loose military discipline. Even if it needs to be rectified, it will take a certain amount of time. In my opinion, it is better to transfer the Xiuqi battalion to Anjing City, and then send the Yulin army to Beishan. This will not only increase the strength of Anjing City, but also form a pincer to resist the rebels. After Xiao Haodong finished speaking, the entire council hall fell silent. It was unknown whether it was intentional or unintentional. Many people who wanted to agree also followed Pei Chengyu, and secretly glanced at Xie Xian's face, as if they were waiting for Xie Xian to speak. This scene was tantamount to slapping Xiao Haodong in the face. The weight of a king of a country was not as important as that of a minister. The important officials of the court were afraid of his power, and dared not speak in front of the emperor. Xiao Yun looked a little worried when he saw this. Thank you, my dear minister. Xiao Haodong's smile was a little faint. What do you think? Xie Xian replied respectfully, Your Majesty is wise. This arrangement is very comprehensive, and I am in awe. The main tent of the commander-in-chief of the Beishan Cavalry Battalion was guarded by his personal soldiers. The area within 100 meters was tightly surrounded, and no one was allowed to enter. Inside the tent, the commander-in-chief of the cavalry battalion, Jiang Ming, respectfully handed the imperial edict he had just received to the third Prince Xiaoyan. Everything is as your highness expected. The emperor has summoned me to lead troops into Anjing City. After reading the imperial edict, Xiaoyan nodded. His narrow and long phoenix eyes were sharp and cold. It was indeed the right decision to win over Pei Chengyu at the beginning. For such a person who is greedy for power and admires power, it is natural that whoever promises the temptation can use it. Very good. After entering the city, everything will go according to plan. With you in Anjing City, they will not be able to hold on until the southern garrison comes to the rescue and protect the emperor. Once we have the emperor in our hands, we will naturally have the final say on who is the rebel. Except for my father, Xiao Yun, Xie Xian and others, if possible, can be killed. Xiao Yun paused. And my mother, if possible, protect her. But the overall situation is the most important. And the primary goal is to take down Anjing City with internal and external cooperation. Before that, you need to be careful and must not arouse unnecessary suspicion. Jiang Ming nodded. And before he could respond, he heard a sneer from the main seat of the main tent. Tuobo Lilu unscrupulously occupied the main seat of the main tent, with his elbows on the armrests to support his head, and his legs unscrupulously raised on the table. It seems that he did not take the third prince, who should have occupied the main seat, seriously. Jiang Ming frowned slightly on his serious face, and was about to reprimand him when he was stopped by the third prince's eyes. He held back his displeasure with Tuobo Lilu, respectfully saluted the third prince, then snorted coldly, opened the tent and left. Tuobo Lilu looked at Jiang Ming's departing back. His thumb swiped across the corner of his scarred mouth, and said with a half-smile, The last person who acted like this in front of me has grass half a person tall on his grave. Xiaoyan saw Tuobo Lilu arrogantly sitting in the main seat with a slightly condensed look in his eyes. But for various considerations, he finally held back his anger and said nothing. Tuobo Lilu sat crookedly in the armchair, supporting his head with one hand and playing with the copy of the fake letter that forced the third prince out of Anjing City with the other hand. Xie Xian is worthy of being Xie Xian. You have spent so much effort to plan in Anjing City for so long, and you have ruined his reputation and framed him for treason. In the end, he did not argue, but played the same trick on you, not only making all your plans come to nothing, but also directly forcing you out of Anjing City, leaving you in this passive situation of being caught in a dilemma. Tuobo Lilu had a mocking expression on his face. You really lost miserably in this round of Anjing City. Xiaoyan ignored Tuobo Lilu's sarcasm. Although we lost the initiative, the situation may not be unfavorable for us. I have asked Pei Yin to divide his troops into 2 places. One to go north to join your wolf army, and one to go south to harass and slow down the marching speed of the Wang family's southern garrison. As long as the cavalry battalion can successfully enter the capital, the city will be broken sooner or later. Tuobo Lilu kicked the military report on the table with his feet on the table, and asked like a master, Northern Xinjiang has always been the sphere of influence of the Xie family. From military to political, it is impregnable. In addition to the urgent war report from your court, I have only received a message from the Wolf Army so far, and that was sent when they just captured Yuguan. Why can you grasp the situation of the battle in northern Xinjiang in real time? Xiaoyan seemed to be used to Tuobo Lilu's behavior. He glanced at him with his phoenix eyes, without any special reaction, and just stated, the Xie family's control over the northern border has not been very solid until Taiyuan. Xinzhou is north of Taiyuan, and is the last important town in the northern border that the Xie family can control. Among the officials in Xinzhou, there is a chess piece I laid a long time ago. Tuobo Lilu narrowed his eyes slightly like a wolf. He pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, can this person be trusted? Xiaoyan, why do you ask this? Tuobo Lilu looked at Xiaoyan without saying anything. Xiaoyan, this person's life and property are in my hands. There is no possibility of betrayal, and I can't find a reason for him to betray. Tuobo Lilu was silent for a moment. Don't you think everything is going too smoothly? Xiaoyan frowned slightly, and he sorted out the matter from beginning to end. Why do you ask this question? What do you think is wrong? Tuobo Lilu tilted his head and thought for a while. There is no reason. But I think that was Xie Xian's wisdom. The situation should not have developed to this point. Xiaoyan, Xie Xian is indeed smart, but he may not be able to predict everything. Take the move in Xinzhou as an example. I don't believe Xie Xian can react so quickly. Tuobo Lilu sneered. He leaned on the armchair with his legs crossed, his hands crossed. His attitude was as arrogant as ever. Although whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. But there is no way. Who let fate choose a common enemy for us? As an ally, I want to remind you not to underestimate Xie Xian. Tuobo Lilu said with a mocking look on his face. You were like this in Anjing City, always thinking that everything was under control. As a result, hasn't the tragedy of Anjing City taught you a lesson from your self-righteousness? Xiaoyan gritted his teeth. If you hadn't been unable to bear it and trespassed into Xie's mansion that day, Xie Xian would have been alerted in advance. How could the power of Anjing City's defense have fallen into the hands of my fifth brother? Tuobo Lilu sneered. Instead of blaming me for trespassing into Xie's mansion, you might as well think about why all your subordinates are good-for-nothings. Xie Xian has been suspended from his post, but the military power still fell into the hands of others. I really don't understand you Southern Dynasty people. On the one hand, you want to kill each other, and on the other hand, you have to pretend to be brothers and sisters. If you had killed Xiaoyan as I said at the time, there would be no such things later. Xiaoyan didn't want to argue with Tuobo Lilu about the difference between civilized people and barbarians at this time. He snorted coldly, thinking that he would leave and let Tuobo Lilu go to fight here. Tuobo Lilu pulled out the sword beside the tent and threw it in front of Xiaoyan's feet to block his way. Tuobo Lilu laughed sarcastically. Don't you people in the Southern Dynasty pay the most attention to etiquette? Where are you going before you finish your words? Xiaoyan shouted at Jiang Ming, who was about to bring his guards in when he heard the noise. He looked at Tuobo Lilu coldly, with murderous intent and danger in his sharp phoenix eyes. I am polite to you because you and I have the same interests. Don't challenge my bottom line. Even if you are a martial arts master, what's the use? There are only a few wolf warriors under your command in the 80,000 cavalry battalion. Do you think they can help you fight a way out of the army? Tuobo Lilu didn't care about Xiaoyan's threat. He wiped his lower lip and smiled. Don't be angry. Being angry will only expose your narrow-mindedness to the enemy. 80,000 cavalry battalions will move for me. Then your great cause will also be gone. Xiaoyan's narrow and long phoenix eyes were full of coldness. Tuobo Lilu sneered. Don't worry. As long as Xie Xian is alive, you and I will be allies. If not, I would have killed you the day I was forced out of Anjing City. Xiaoyan, what do you want to say? Tuobo Lilu pointed at the military report on the table that read the Northern Barbarian Wolf Army has entered Beitong Pass. I always feel uneasy when I don't take down the cities one by one. I feel more and more uneasy when I read these military reports every day. I came here to tell you that I plan to go north to meet the Wolf Army tonight. Xiaoyan frowned slightly as he looked at the military report burning in the will-o'-the-wisp fire. He actually didn't want to see Tuobo Lilu join the Wolf Army. After all, Wolves without claws are easier to control. Tuoba Lilu seemed to see Xiao Yan's thoughts. He smiled sarcastically. Put away the little calculations in your mind. And don't let the precarious alliance between you and me completely collapse. I came here just to inform you. Not to seek your opinion. Xiao Yan snorted coldly, pulled out the sword in front of him, and threw it back into the scabbard hanging in the tent. The wolf warriors under your command are too conspicuous. You pick 2 to take with you. The others either stay here or go their separate ways. I will have someone send you clothes and official passes later. That night, a group of 7 or 8 people rode out of the north entrance of the cavalry camp. As soon as they passed the mountain road, they split into 4 teams and galloped to different roads. On the official road heading west to the central plains, Tuoba Lilu rode to the post station to meet up with the western region caravan arranged for him by Xiao Yan. The official road was dark and deserted at night, with insects and birds chirping everywhere. Tuoba Lilu seemed to have sensed something from his years of experience of walking on the edge of a knife and escaping death. He pulled up the reins, slowed down the horse's pace, pressed his right hand on the scabbard of the sword at his waist, narrowed his eyes slightly, and was as alert as a wild wolf before hunting. Suddenly, lanterns were lit at the 4 corners of the pavilion beside the official road. 4 hand-painted ink lamps for welcoming guests illuminated the pavilion brightly. The candlelight shone through the rice paper, emitting circles of warm yellow light. The swaying candlelight made the swaying shadows of the trees sway constantly around the pavilion, like a light leading to the underworld for travelers lost in the dark. It was tempting and dangerous. Even if you know you shouldn't go, it is difficult to suppress the instinct to go towards the light. Tuoba Lilu showed a mocking smile, and he raised his voice to the empty night. Why? Xieshan has cultivated you useless people over the years, and you dare not hand a letter to me in person? The Xie family guard, who hid in the deep bushes and tried to merge his figure with the dark tree trunk, rolled his eyes. He was not stupid. What if he was killed in person? He was young and not stupid. Why did he choose to die instead of living? Tuoba Lilu sneered and turned his horse's head to the pavilion. In the center of the bright pavilion, a wolf tribe silver knife was placed on the stone table with a letter. The silver knife was the sword that Xieshan confiscated from Tuoba Lilu at the gate of Anjing City that day. The letter was written by Xieshan himself. I heard that I was leaving, and I am very sorry. It is not easy for me to come to Beijing from afar. However, I have been busy with government affairs recently, and it is a great regret that I have not had time to drink with you. Beijing and Anjing are thousands of miles apart. I don't know when we will meet again. If you agree, I will prepare some wine to see you off at midnight tomorrow. Tuoba Lilu drew out his silver knife, and his cold eyes reflected on the transparent blade made him look even colder. A sinister smile flashed across his lips. Tell your master that I will be on time tomorrow night. In the Beishan cavalry camp, Xiao Yan, who had just discussed the follow-up matters of entering Beijing with General Jiang Ming, saw Tuoba Lilu, who he had just sent away, sitting in the dark in the camp where the candlelight could not reach. The candlelight flickered, and Tuoba Lilu's half-face was in the light and half in the dark. Like Shura, Xiao Yan weighed Jiang Ming and his guards, who drew their knives because of fear, took a deep breath, and pressed his knuckles. Why are you back again? Tuoba Lilu wiped the silver knife while handing the letter to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's face froze after reading the letter. Tuoba Lilu, don't worry. No one is following us. Xiao Yan's face eased a little, and he frowned and said, why did Xieshan guess that you planned to go north tonight to meet up with the wolf army? And there are so many ways to go north. How did Xieshan know that you would choose this one? Obviously. Tuoba Lilu smiled, looking at Xiao Yan with a little irony. If you didn't have someone tipping you off. Then he calculated it. Xiao Yan, besides me and Jiang Ming, there are only a few guards left who know you are here. Compared to someone tipping you off here, I am more inclined to believe that Xieshan saw the clues from the group of Western merchants who wanted to help you Beishan. Tuoba Lilu nodded. That makes sense. Xiao Yan saw Tuoba Lilu's calm expression and couldn't help but feel a little strange. I thought you would go to settle accounts with him. Tuoba Lilu raised his head. The silver knife reflected the cold light on his face, like a bloodthirsty killing god. He looked at Xiao Yan with a smile. Isn't it a little late to settle accounts now? Xiao Yan saw the faint blood on the silk where Tuoba Lilu wiped the silver knife, and understood. But he killed him. Even if Tuoba Lilu didn't do it, he would send someone to do it. Xiao Yan didn't continue the question, just asked, do you want to keep the appointment? There are 4 lanterns hanging in the pavilion where the letter was placed, with 4 pictures painted on them, one of which is a sword duel between young people, one of which is him guarding Baidu City, and I can't attack it for a long time, and one of which is him defeating the northern barbarian wolf army by cutting off the flow and breaking the ice. Tuobo Lilu's thumb brushed the scar on his lip. His eyes filled with hatred and sinisterness. The other one is that he left this scar on my mouth on the battlefield that year. Xiao Yan did not comment. Xie Xian's move is obviously a provocation. He must have set up a trap for you to attend the banquet. Tuobo Lilu sneered. If he wants to catch me, he must bring Xie Ji and most of the people in Xie Mansion. Otherwise the net will not be strong enough. Right? Xiao Yan frowned slightly. What do you mean? Tuobo Lilu smiled. If you catch Madame Xia, do you think you can have another bargaining chip to take over Anjing City?